Chapter 1. The pirate ship approaches. In the sky, a fine drizzle fell gently. The faintly dark clouds cast a gloomy pall over the small island, while the distant echoes of wild beast cries from the forest along the shore heightened the sense of fear. On the coastline, a youth clad in simple denim capris and a white shirt gazed quietly at the sky, wearing a look of dazed contemplation. After a prolonged silence, as the rain began to pour in earnest, a remarkably handsome man beside him patted the boy's shoulder and softly inquired, "Now that it has started to rain, shall we return?" The boy, standing at approximately 1.70 meters, glanced at the man with his spiraled eyes and chuckled. "It takes 12 hours a day to become this handsome. Hurry back to your original self." The man was momentarily taken aback, clearing his throat and scratching his head, a hint of blush creeping onto his cheeks as he replied, "If we keep getting drenched, we'll fall ill. Moreover, we've waited here for at least half a month, and yet we have seen nothing." The boy, whose short hair had just been shielding his eyes, suddenly shook it, revealing a large exclamation mark above his temple. "You foolish man. Aren't you a genius doctor? A brilliant scientist? How can you not even build a single ship? You're truly infuriating. I might just eliminate you." The handsome man, suddenly feeling cornered, grimaced slightly and retorted, "Without even a wrench, you expect me to construct a ship? You're so capable. Why don't you create one for me to see?" The boy, provoked by the question, felt his temper flare just as he was about to respond. His eyes widened suddenly as he gazed in a particular direction. In an instant, he levitated off the ground, his expression of excitement conveying everything to the handsome man below. "Little you, is there a ship?" the handsome man asked, a mix of anxiety and anticipation in his voice. "Ha ha ha, Chi-bin, we've finally waited long enough. A ship, a pirate ship. A pirate ship? This world actually has pirate ships, and such a vintage one at that." The boy's lips curled into a smile, laced with curiosity as he stared into the distance. Once he confirmed the unmistakable skull and crossbones flag adorned with a single eye, he called down to Chi-bin, "Does this world have pirate ships?" "A pirate ship?" At that moment, Chi-bin, who had been quite dapper, suddenly appeared to shrink in stature, his head and body seeming to be at odds with each other. "Well, asking you is pointless. You probably seldom venture beyond Penguin Village." The boy felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, displaying a defeated expression. Indeed, the Chi-bin below was none other than the renowned character from Dr. Slump, while the boy, Little Yu, was a time traveler from the 21st century. Little Yu had been peacefully reading manga at home when suddenly a wave of dizziness swept over him upon regaining consciousness. He found himself on this island, accompanied by 3 mysterious eggs. Just as he became aware of his surroundings, one of the eggs hatched, revealing Chi-bin. However, this brilliant doctor only remembered arriving at Penguin Village, oblivious to any future events involving Dr. Slump, and could transform into a dapper man for 12 hours. Meanwhile, Little Yu had acquired a myriad of abilities. At the very least, he possessed a pair of Rinnegan, and within a mere 15 days, he had mastered Nagato's 2 signature techniques, Universal Pull and Almighty Push. Although he boasted an immense reserve of chakra, he was not particularly adept at utilizing it. Nevertheless, surviving on this small island was more than sufficient, although the wild beasts were formidable. So much so that Little Yu nearly perished at their hands upon awakening. That very moment granted him an instantaneous comprehension of the Almighty Push's power. Of course, to Chi-bin, the boy merely seemed to have employed the forces of attraction and repulsion. If that truly is a pirate ship, then we are doomed. We will surely be killed by them. Little Yu, I've been cooking and washing for you these past few days. You'll protect me, won't you?" "Ha ha," Chi-bin said, rubbing his hands together in a somewhat pleading manner. Little Yu smirked and shrugged. "If you can build me a spaceship once we reach land, then I shall do my utmost to protect you." "Not a problem. I can make as many as you want, provided I can find the materials. I could even craft a genuine battle spaceship for you." "Ha ha ha." Chi-bin, finally at ease, seemed to disregard his own appearance and made a promise to Little Yu. Little Yu nodded slightly, glancing at the sky before declaring, "That ship is undoubtedly heading this way. Due to the impending storm, we shall wait here. They will be arriving shortly." As soon as he finished speaking, he stood on the beach, drenched in rain, awaiting the approach of the pirate ship. When the pirate vessel finally drew near, Little Yu frowned deeply initially. He had believed he was in the world of Dr. Slump, however. Upon observing the figures aboard the ship, he quickly dismissed that notion. After all, there were no beings resembling oversized meatballs, towering over 3 meters tall, in the world of Dr. Slump. The ship slowly approached, the anchor dropped gently, and the pirates aboard grew increasingly excited. Yet, upon spotting Chi-Bin and Little Yu on the beach, they momentarily froze. "Captain, who would have thought we would find individuals unafraid of pirates? This island is not supposed to be uninhabited. Who are these two? Well, they seem rather proper in their attire. They likely aren't bad people." "Wah! Do pirates fear bad people? We are the infamous one-eyed pirate crew that gives the Navy headaches." The captain, resembling a plump meatball, let out a boisterous laugh before leaping from the 10-meter-high deck. Upon landing, he caused a slight tremor. "Ah, the Navy? The one-eyed pirate crew? What on earth is happening? Wait, a pirate crew? Could this possibly be the world of One Piece?" Little Yes's mouth twitched as a large question mark appeared on his forehead suddenly. He seemed to realize something, his expression shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. "The world of One Piece? Ha ha ha! Kid, the Pirate King has been dead for over 20 years. Now, the East Blue belongs to our one-eyed pirate crew. Ha ha!" The captain's unique laughter sent a jolt through Little Yu. The Pirate King had been dead for over 20 years. So, he had indeed entered the world of One Piece. What on earth? Isn't this just absurd? All I did was say while reading manga that if I were to enter the world of One Piece, I would surely make the celestial dragons crawl. And now I'm truly here. While Little Yu was lost in thought, Chi-Bin, feeling terrified, hid behind him. The captain of the one-eyed pirate crew suddenly bellowed, "Hey, you little brat, are you even listening to me?" However, at that moment, Little Yu remained absorbed in his own thoughts, completely ignoring the ferocious captain of the one-eyed pirate crew. To the pirates, this was nothing short of an affront. Indeed, it was an affront. To dare show such contempt for the one-eyed pirate crew was an unforgivable crime. Consequently, a lanky pirate towering over 2 meters stepped forward. His hand, resembling a giant fan, swung down towards Little Yu. Little Yu, if you don't wake up now, you'll be beaten to death," Chi-Bin exclaimed nervously, fully aware of the power behind such a blow. Moreover, having just witnessed these individuals jump from a height of over 10 meters without a scratch, Chi-Bin sensed their formidable strength, causing his heart to race. In that instant, Little Yu finally snapped back to reality. His eyes widened, and the almighty push manifested before the tall pirate could comprehend the situation. He was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing into the sea with a resounding splash. At that moment, even the captain of the pirate crew was momentarily stunned, his previous laughter halting abruptly. All the pirates turned slowly to gaze at Little Yu with incredulity. This boy, short in stature and seemingly weak, how on earth did he manage to send that pirate flying? Phew! Finally saved. Chi-Bin plopped down on the sandy beach, completely unfazed by the dampness. That moment had genuinely frightened him to the brink of wetting himself. My apologies. I didn't mean to use so much force. Truly, I'm sorry." Little Yu, realizing his actions, began to wave his hands apologetically, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. At that moment, the pirates finally regained their composure. "Brat, how dare you injure Kaba? You're truly seeking death. Captain, watch me take care of this kid. Fool, let me show you how to deal with him." The chorus of angry shouts prompted the captain of the one-eyed pirate crew to draw the enormous sword at his waist, a weapon nearly as tall as Little Yu himself. Die! Almost all the pirates that had landed sprang high into the air or charged forward, seemingly intent on delivering a fatal blow to Xiao Yu. However, their strength proved woefully inadequate. Xiao Yu helplessly shook his head and extended a hand towards the pirates, declaring, "Shinra Tensei." With a resounding boom, a powerful force emanated from Xiao Yu at its epicenter, sending the entire beach retreating with immense power. Even the pirate ship was propelled back over 20 meters, barely settling upon the ocean's surface. The splashes of seawater soared to heights of 7 or 8 meters. Alas, just when I sought to glean some information, these ruffians proved to be quite unruly. Observing the pirates bobbing to the surface and those flung against the rocks, Xiao Yu shook his head and sighed in mild frustration. Chapter 2. The One-Eyed Muse. Xiao Yu sat beneath the eaves of a wooden hut, gazing intently at the 40-odd pirates kneeling before him. Particularly noteworthy was their captain. One could not help but wonder how such a small pair of feet could support such a large body. "What is your name?" "Abel Muse," the one-eyed captain of the pirate crew replied honestly, while the other pirates remained frozen in place, too fearful to move. "What is your bounty? Speak plainly, without redundancy." Xiao Yu propped his chin on his hand, appearing somewhat drowsy as he inquired. The injured pirates trembled, some collapsing to the ground. The earlier clash had resulted in several sustaining broken ribs. They remained upright solely due to the overwhelming presence of Xiao Yu's formidable power. "Most of us hail from the East Blue. The one-eyed pirate crew has only been established for 5 years. Although we have achieved some notoriety in the East Blue, we are insignificant in the Grand Line. My name is Abel Muse, with a bounty of 13 million berries. The rest of my crew bears little to no bounty, save for our combat captain, AKS, who has a bounty of 6 million berries. The others have none." Muse recounted, resembling a plump ball as he spoke, which surprised Xiao Yu with his awareness. He understood that a 13 million berry bounty was hardly noteworthy in the Grand Line. This insight placed him above the likes of Cleek, who believed his bounty of 17 million berries made him a formidable figure, even challenging Mihawk to a duel. A truly foolish notion. "Wait, are you suggesting that you have fought against the fishmen of the Arlong pirate crew, and that your once mighty fleet has been reduced to such a pitiful number?" Xiao Yu inquired, his slender fingers gesturing in curiosity. Muse nodded his round head slightly and replied in a hushed tone, "They're fishmen, thus we were no match for them. If we had been on the ship, he would have been no more than my equal." "What? You can hold your own against Arlong on land?" This revelation piqued Xiao Yu's interest. Arlong was, after all, the undisputed kingpin of the East Blue, possessing immense strength that most pirates could not contend with, enhanced further by the fisherman's prowess in water. In comparison, Cleek was merely a weakling. At that moment, AKS, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "If Arlong weren't a fishman, we might have had a fighting chance." "AKS," Muse admonished, pulling back his combat captain. After all, the individual before them appeared to be merely a boy of 15 or 16, yet his strength was astonishingly formidable. Xiao Yu nodded slightly, his once handsome face now betraying a look of contemplation. Qian Bingwei, observing him, recognized this as a sign that Xiao Yu was deep in thought. If Muse could indeed match Arlong on land, he must possess the strength of a pirate with a bounty of at least 20 million berries. If not more, it seemed he had gained a capable subordinate, revealing that hidden talents abound among pirates. With this thought, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Meanwhile, the kneeling pirates trembled all over, acutely aware of Xiao Yu's overwhelming prowess. They had scarcely noticed him make a move before they were all dispatched in an instant. Compared to Arlong, this young man was truly terrifying. What island is this? And what year is it in the era of the sea? Xiao Yu once again propped his chin, expressing a hint of frustration. Given that the Arlong pirate crew had made their appearance, it must be in Luffy's era, and perhaps Luffy was still quite young. With this thought, Xiao Yu felt an overwhelming urge to travel to Windmill Village and give Luffy a good thrashing. We are also unaware of what island this is. And as for the year in the era of the sea, it's somewhat unreliable. However, according to standard references, it should be the year 1519 in the era of the sea. Muse spoke in a flustered manner, while the solitary tuft of hair atop his bald head trembled slightly, slowly being drenched by the rain as it cascaded down onto his forehead. "What? It is already the year 1519. Xiao Yu furrowed her brows, her fingers gently tapping her temples a few times. After clearing her throat, she inquired, "So, do you still have provisions aboard your ship?" "Well, not much, I suppose. After all, we have just engaged in a battle with Along. Originally over 200, only 40 of us remain." As he spoke, Muse lowered his head in anguish. Upon closer inspection, one could even discern the glimmer of tears in Muse's eyes. Xiao Yu waved his hand and spoke softly. "Since you have chosen to be a pirate, you must disregard your own life. Otherwise, you will never become a great pirate." With a chuckle, he added, "It seems your pirate crew is rather benevolent, only robbing the goods from merchant ships. Unbelievable." As the last syllable left his lips, Xiao Yu's aura surged to an impressive degree. This was not the fearsome conqueror's haki, but rather the murderous intent he had accumulated over the past 15 days while hunting the beasts on this small island. Beasts are incredibly sensitive. Just a hint of Xiao Yu's murderous aura could cause them to cower in submission. However, this did not apply to Sea Kings. For even a moderately sized Sea King could easily obliterate a low-bounty pirate ship. Instantly, the 40-odd pirates trembled in fear, and a few, seriously injured, fainted on the spot. Muse was directly pulled in by the gravitational force of Wanxiang Tianin and was seized by Xiao Yu. Have I killed? Of course. If those merchant ships with some influence resist, we will certainly retaliate. I brought my brothers out with the intention of taking them back. Speaking of which, I have indeed taken many lives by now. By the way, our combat captain, Axis, has only recently joined our crew. I hope you can spare him. At this moment, Muse spoke as if delivering a final statement. His already small eyes closing. Xiao Yu then released his grip, shaking his hand and laughing. All right, let's south head to that grove for shelter. Once the rain passes, I will board your ship. Being a pirate truly excites me. How infuriating it is that the people in this world lack proficiency in chakra and cannot even lift this fellow. Muttering to himself as he returned to the small cabin. His last remark was clearly a soliloquy, yet Muse overheard it. Cannot lift him? How is that possible? I distinctly sensed an overwhelming power just now. Could he be a devil fruit user? Muse pondered as Axis helped him up, his brow furrowed in thought. What do we do now, Captain? Several of our brothers are seriously injured. Axis asked anxiously, caring deeply for his crew as their combat captain. Well, what else can we do? Go fetch some medicine from the ship. I will lead the brothers into the grove to take shelter from the rain. However, this lad is likely a devil fruit user. And right now, we are no match for him. We can only submit. Muse lowered his head as he spoke the last few words. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu had entered his room in the small cabin, gazing at the 2 eggs before him, feeling a sense of inexplicable helplessness. Ever since he arrived in this world, he sensed a connection to these 3 eggs. If the first egg belonged to Jun Xianbing, could the second egg possibly belong to Alale? The third egg, surely it cannot be Xiaoka. If it is Alale, that would be disastrous. That creature could effortlessly wreak havoc on Earth. Should that happen, the world of One Piece would truly vanish. As for Xiaoka, he thrived on iron, and Xiao Yu certainly did not possess an abundance of iron for him to consume. Reflecting on this, Xiao Yu recalled his ninjutsu, furrowing his brow slightly as he lamented, having an immense chakra seems to be of little use. I cannot even perform hand seals. And techniques like Shinra Tensei and Wanxiang Tianin can be used without them. Speaking of which, at this juncture, Xiao Yu suddenly remembered that most of Nagato's ninjutsu did not require hand seals, and Naruto's Rinnegan series also seemed to be seal-less. Gaara's sand manipulation techniques appeared to need no hand seals either, and the Hozuki clan's hydration technique seemingly did not require them as well. What other ninjutsu can be performed without hand seals? I must think carefully. The storm raged on, gradually quieting the small cabin. All that remained were Xiao Yu's murmurs. Outside, in the grove, the pained groans of the pirates mingled with the sighs of Muse and Axis. Chapter 3. The thrill of the first robbery. The sea breeze gently ruffled Muse's mohawk hairstyle. Reflecting on the past half-month's experiences, he felt a surge of emotions. They had intended to seek refuge from the storm but instead encountered such an audacious young man. Initially, he merely wished to teach him a lesson. Ready to draw his sword to fend off his brother's attacks and deliver a kick. Alas, the young man proved to be exceedingly formidable. Before he knew it, everyone had been swiftly defeated. As if that were not enough, this lad had the audacity to declare his intention to join their pirate crew and even announced himself as captain, altering the crew's flag without hesitation. Of course, if it were merely to serve as the first mate to an immensely strong man, Muse could have accepted it. What he could not abide was that this fellow, after enjoying one of Muse's homemade meals, commanded him to prepare it daily. After all, he was a pirate with a bounty of 13 million berries. Though he had once worked with 4 chefs, he had gained some notoriety in the East Blue. This disparity left Muse feeling frustrated and somewhat helpless. After all, it was due to the other's overwhelming strength. Had he possessed such power, he too could command others. Ultimately, it boiled down to strength. While Muse was lost in thought, Axis patted his shoulder and said with a grin, "Boss, a ship is approaching. It's a merchant ship. Should we alert that young man?" In the pirate world, Axis was not particularly tall, standing around 2 meters with a build that was neither too stout nor too slim. He sported a 30-centimeter-long ponytail and wore a somewhat scruffy black leather jacket paired with beige leather pants. His face bore a scar that ran from the corner of his eye to his ear. Muse was skilled with a large machete, and despite his somewhat plump physique, he was exceptionally agile and possessed remarkable strength. Axis, on the other hand, excelled with firearms, wielding a standard long rifle. His aim was precise, and his hand-to-hand combat skills were commendable. He could shoot down seagulls soaring through the sky. However, he was far from the caliber of top snipers. Mew slightly furrowed his brow and whispered, "Keep your voice down. We still do not know what kind of devil fruit user that lad is. If he overhears us, it could spell trouble. I'll go inform him." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to head towards the lookout tower. However, just as Muse was about to ascend the lookout to report, Xiao Yu had already descended the mast with ease. Indeed, he walked straight down. This was a technique he had devised during the 15 days spent mastering chakra control, and he had evidently mastered it. He could even stand on water without issue now. Muse and the others regarded this with indifference. A merchant ship had arrived. It seemed to be a relatively large cargo vessel, but there were likely many guards aboard. They should prepare their brothers accordingly. As soon as Xiao Yu's voice fell, she soared directly towards the cargo ship. A bead of sweat appeared on Muse's forehead as he helplessly shouted, "Boys, prepare for battle." Amidst the resounding roars, the pirates, who had been cooped up for over 10 days, were as exhilarated as cats spotting fish. Indeed, when pirates laid eyes on merchant vessels, it was unequivocally akin to cats encountering their prey. Little Rain was nearing the merchant vessel, and the guards on board had evidently spotted her presence. The lookout, eyes wide with disbelief, exclaimed, "Hey! It seems like someone is flying towards us." To which another guard, with a smirk of disdain, retorted, "Are you joking? Do you think it's a bird flying over?" The first guard, taken aback, soon lowered his binoculars, rubbed his eyes, and glanced skyward once more. Suddenly, he shouted, "Alert! Someone is indeed flying towards us. And there's a pirate ship appearing, less than half a nautical mile away." "What? Someone is flying over? This is absurd. Even if they are pirates. We are not afraid. Are you still hungover from last night's drinking?" The guards, who had been laughing moments before, were rendered speechless. For Little Rain descended from the heavens, arms crossed, gazing at the guards whose jaws were nearly unhinged in shock. A few even pinched themselves, convinced they were caught in a dream, only to open their eyes and confront a harsh reality. "I am Little Rain, captain of the Little Rain pirate crew, and I have come to plunder. Rest assured, should you choose not to resist, you may remain safe and sound. However, if you choose to resist, I cannot predict what fate may befall you." After Xiao Yu finished speaking, he shrugged his shoulders, appearing rather helpless, exuding an unintelligible and hesitant demeanor. It was evident that this young lad was embarking on his maiden voyage as a pirate. Almost all the pirates aboard were on the verge of colliding their heads against the deck, their expressions a mixture of astonishment. After a prolonged silence, perhaps nearly a minute, they erupted into hearty laughter, while a few guards pointed at Xiao Yu, vociferously berating him. "Do you think we fear you just because you've descended from the heavens? Humph. You better hand over the weapon that allows you to soar, or we shall not spare you." Truly, what has become of the youth nowadays? Thinking that merely flying a kite elevates them to the status of a pirate. Aha. Alas, little one. You ought to return home to indulge in the cakes your mother bakes. The pirate's game is not meant for children. Originally somewhat pleased with himself for finally uttering the word robbery, Xiao Yu suddenly felt a tremendous pang of realization. After a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, he fixed his gaze upon a particularly fierce-looking guard who had threatened him. Extending his hand, he pointed at that guard from a distance. In the next moment, the laughter of all sailors and guards ceased abruptly. There stood a guard, towering at least 3 meters tall, his muscular frame akin to that of a lion, charging directly at the young boy. Simultaneously, a katana materialized in Xiao Yu's hand. With a swift motion, a faint sound accompanied by a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig echoed, and as blood splattered, all the guards and sailors recoiled a step back, their eyes filled with either terror or shock. This incident could only be deemed a punishment. Should such an occurrence repeat, well, there likely would be no next time. With a cold demeanor, Xiao Yu withdrew his katana, having merely pierced the guard's abdomen, likely not inflicting a fatal wound. Yet, the expression on the boy's face was evidently feigned. Nonetheless, nearly everyone trembled inexplicably. "The pirate ship has arrived." At that moment, the lookout on the watchtower finally cried out. The sailors and guards aboard the ship reacted immediately. In this instant, Xiao Yu seemed to be overlooked entirely. Everyone dashed to the sides, some hurried to the cannons, while others grabbed their weapons, preparing for battle. "Are you truly unafraid of me? Do you not realize that aboard that pirate ship, I am the captain?" Observing the bustling crew, Xiao Yu spoke with a hint of exasperation. "Their captain is here. As long as they capture him, they will certainly be deterred from advancing. Damn it, you've injured one of our men. At that moment, Xiao Yu was suddenly overwhelmed by an urge to spit blood. Could it be that the denizens of the pirate world are so oblivious? Only now do they realize my lack of intimidation? I must admit. When all the guards and sailors pointed their guns at him, there was a fleeting moment of trepidation within Xiao Yu. After all, it was his first robbery. His first time plunging a blade into another's belly, and the first occasion witnessing so many firearms aimed at him. Hence, in a surge of excitement, a celestial force manifested, and in an instant, the deck was devoid of anyone standing. The cacophony of screams and the thud of bodies colliding with the ship's cabin harmonized, bringing an unexpected tranquility to Xiao Yu's heart. Indeed, I am an adept. How could I possibly fear such flintlock firearms? With newfound resolve, Xiao Yu nodded affirmatively and strode towards the guards and sailors who had just emerged from the cabin. What do you intend to do? We will relinquish all our cargo to you. Just spare us. Amidst the chaos, the leader, a robust man appearing to be in his 30s, spoke with a tremor in his voice, fear evident in his demeanor. The once sharp suit now seemed distinctly wrinkled. Little Yu, with one hand resting on her chin, nodded slightly in agreement. This is the way it should be. That earlier demeanor was simply unacceptable. After all, I am the captain who has successfully subdued a pirate with a bounty of 13 million berries. As soon as she finished speaking, she soared into the air and called out loudly to the approaching pirate ship. My crew, this vessel is already under my command. Why are you not hastening to board? Xiao Yu was aware that this band of pirates adhered to a particular principle. Whenever they plundered merchant vessels, they would invariably leave behind a portion of the goods, ensuring that the victims would not suffer excessive losses. Moreover, they seldom targeted merchant ships. Xiao Yu's decision to take the initiative this time stemmed from the dire financial straits of the one-eyed pirate crew. The ship was devoid of any vegetables or milk, which left this child, who had a penchant for such provisions, feeling quite out of sorts. Half an hour later, as they gazed at the pirate ship fading into the distance, the sailors began to feel a surge of gratitude. They had fortuitously encountered such a pirate crew. Although the majority of their cargo had been seized, a portion was still retained. Notably, their captain had even specifically ordered the acquisition of several crates of vegetables and milk, which sparked a collective thought among the sailors. Indeed, he was still a child at heart. Chapter 4. The Pirate Defense Battle. Ha ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. Hey ha ha ha. Qian Bingwei, look, that one suits me perfectly, Xiao Yu exclaimed, bursting into laughter while addressing Qian Bingwei, who was busy modifying the ship's cannons. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Qian Bingwei's mouth, his handsome visage quivering slightly. In my view, with such formidable strength, why not join the Navy? After all, pirates are universally reviled. The Navy, on the other hand, could benefit from your prowess, and my skills are quite commendable as well. Together, we would undoubtedly carve out a place for ourselves within the Navy. 3 days had elapsed since their last heist, and Qian Bingwei seemed to have gained a better understanding of this world. Meanwhile, the Xiao Yu pirate crew had landed on an obscure little island to resupply and allow Qian Bingwei to make significant modifications to their ship. Xiao Yu believes that high-caliber talents like Qian Bingwei, if not properly utilized, would indeed be a tremendous waste. After all, this individual was the mastermind behind the creation of All. Given the enormity of the ship, Qian Bingwei would require at least a week to undertake any modifications. Furthermore, even Xiao Yu concedes that this pirate ship is exceedingly dilapidated. Therefore, she intends to have Qian Bingwei merely refurbish the cannons. When the funds become available, she is resolute in seeking out Bao Shu Adam to commission Qian Bingwei to construct a genuine battleship. Xiao Yu chuckled softly, then whispered, "You see, I've been an orphan since childhood. There weren't many kind-hearted souls willing to lend a hand, nor were there places offering free shelter. Thus, I have grown accustomed to a life of freedom while wandering. To become a Navy sailor, constantly beholden to others and completing their tasks. Becoming a mere pawn for those celestial beings, I'd rather be a pirate. If I desire something, I shall seize it. If I crave wealth, I shall take it. Just like in my youth. Only the fierce survive to feast." Qianbei was taken aback, then cast a complex glance at Xiao Yu. Despite Xiao Yu's simple words, Qianbei understood that the boy's childhood had been far from easy. Yet, you do not appear to be a villain. With that laughter of yours, one perceives merely a handsome youth. Qianbei smirked as he set down his tools and addressed Xiao Yu. Upon hearing this, Muses and AKS, who were assisting nearby, nodded in agreement. Instantly, Xiao Yu felt a surge of indignation. With a resigned sigh, he tossed back his dark hair that had fallen over his eyes and said in a low tone, "What can I do if I'm handsome? It's beyond my control. Afterward, he shook his head with a hint of pride. Had they been able to overpower him, Muses and AKS would undoubtedly have rushed to give him a good beating. By the way, have all the brothers returned? We are setting sail tomorrow. Let us not squander our funds frivolously. At this rate, I might have to dip into my own savings. Xiao Yu jested, twisting his neck playfully. Muses and AKS wiped their brows once more and murmured, half of them are still busy procuring supplies. They should be back shortly. As the gentle rain tapped on her head, she was about to articulate her thoughts when she abruptly lifted her gaze towards the horizon. While most might overlook it, her perceptive eyes discerned the scene with remarkable clarity. 3 pirate ships were gradually approaching the dock of this small island. Meanwhile, Aix furrowed his brow slightly, adjusting the windproof precision scope that hung around his neck to his eyes. He then murmured, "It appears to be the crew of the Bart pirates. They seem poised to plunder this island. What shall we do?" Upon finishing his sentence, he turned his attention directly to Xiao Yu. Despite having casually referred to her as a kid in private, it was evident that Xiao Yu was now the true leader of the situation. Stay vigilant. If these ruffians harbor ill intentions, I would not hesitate to unleash a massacre. Additionally, signal our procurement team to return immediately. Without a moment's contemplation, Xiao Yu issued the command. While AKS merely caught sight of their pirate flag, Xiao Yu possessed the true ability to sense their murderous intent, particularly emanating from the imposing figure at the bow of the ship, who was already preparing for battle. Such readiness was far from indicative of a mere landing for respite, a fact Xiao Yu grasped with clarity. Since departing from that island, he had diligently trained his chakra control and was eager to test the extent of his physical prowess. After all, once chakra permeated his entire being, both his speed and strength experienced significant enhancement. As for his Shinra Tensei, in its standard form, it had a 5-second interval between uses. However, should he unleash a supercharged chakra output, that interval would surely afford those pirates ample opportunity to eliminate him multiple times over. Moreover, relying solely on the universal pull would render him incapable of defeating genuine masters. Even mid-ranking officers or particularly formidable lieutenants could easily escape with a mere shuanpa. Should he lack offensive capability, drawing others towards him would merely invite his own demise. Of course, while the universal pull could indeed manipulate the positions of others when his chakra output was immense, the inability to locate his targets, coupled with his eyes failing to keep pace with his speed, rendered such efforts futile. Hence, Xiao Yu dedicated considerable effort to honing his physical techniques. Despite the potent chakra seemingly coursing through his body, the inability to form seals left him feeling quite vexed. AKS nodded slightly, retrieving a signal flare from the pouch at his waist and loading it into his firearm, firing it skyward. Instantly, it erupted into a vibrant display of colors, taking the form of a skull. This, of course, was the handiwork of Kiambingwei. These pirates lacked such technical prowess. All personnel, be on high alert and assume combat readiness, shouted Muse. The pirates, who had been engaged in a card game in the ship's cabin, swiftly armed themselves and assembled on the deck. Kiambingwei scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he remarked, "Well, Xiao Yu, the time was too short, so I only modified a dozen cannonballs. The rest cannot yet be fired from these new cannons." Xiao Yu smiled and nodded, casting a glance at AKS before declaring, "Bring all the cannonballs to my side. I shall take command of them when the time comes." Muse and AKS exchanged a look, their hearts filled with astonishment. Yet they commanded the pirates to place the unmodified cannonballs beside Xiao Yu. At that moment, the pirate ships were drawing ever closer, and even the pirates could discern faint silhouettes. Simultaneously, the figures of the pirates on the island began to emerge. This island was merely home to a small village, modest in size and population. As all the pirates gathered, those on lookout in the village could spot the 3 pirate ships, prompting Muse to speak. "Bart, what brings you here? Are you planning to pillage this village? You ought to be aware of my rules." The one-eyed pirates were indeed a formidable crew in the East Sea, and other pirate crews were well aware of their regulations. Even in the act of robbery, they would not take the life of an innocent. Moreover, looting was strictly prohibited in their territory, unless one sought to confront the one-eyed pirates directly. As Bart's crew approached the pirate ship, drawing to within 20 meters, they finally halted. On the bow of the largest ship stood a tall man, neither overweight nor imposing, clad in a tattered black cloak that billowed gently in the breeze. "Ah-ha-ha-ha. Muse, do you truly believe you can defeat me with such a meager crew?" Bart taunted, his foot planted firmly on the ship's bow. His gaze toward Muse laced with contempt. Xiao Yu furrowed his brows and let out a cold laugh, declaring, "This is no longer the one-eyed pirates. It is now the Xiao Yu pirates. Furthermore, I am the captain. With the utterance of his name, he exuded a self-assured dominance. Xiao Yu, devoid of a surname, had been abandoned at birth and thus considered a surname unnecessary. As long as others recognized his name, that sufficed. The members of the Bart Pirates stood in stunned silence. And after nearly a minute, they erupted into laughter. Muse, is the actor you found a fool? He has even fully grown his hair, yet dares to call himself a pirate. Ha ha. The one-eyed pirates have truly fallen, resorting to bringing a mere child to the forefront. Boss, why waste words? Let us charge right in. Once we take down the one-eyed pirates, we will truly make our name known across the East Sea. In stark contrast to the Bart Pirates, the pirates behind Muse displayed peculiar expressions. Laugh all you want now. Soon enough, you will have no tears left to shed. Xiao Luo, must you smile so sinisterly? Your grin sends chills down my spine, remarked one of the shorter pirates to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo let out a sinister chuckle, whispering, Shorty, just thinking about the expressions of these pirates crying later makes me laugh. Upon hearing Xiao Luo's words, the pirate nicknamed Shorty turned and stifled a few laughs as well. However, at that moment, our captain Xiao Yu was seething with rage. A massive hash symbol appeared on his forehead, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of fury. Seeking death, he bellowed, causing the cannonballs resting in the baskets to soar into the air. With a sudden widening of his eyes, dozens of cannonballs hurtled towards the still laughing pirates, their speed surpassing that of conventional cannon fire. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, accompanied by screams and splintering wood, sending debris flying. The billowing smoke left the villagers on the island in stunned disbelief. What's happening? Pirates attacking pirates? Chapter 5. A man unlike a pirate I was right, wasn't I? Shorty? Xiao Luo said with a sly grin, conveying a sense of foreknowledge. The nearby Shorty nodded vigorously, gazing at Captain Xiao Yu with admiration. What are you all standing around for? Go kill them. Captain Xiao Yu shouted furiously, propelling himself into action. At the moment of the cannonball's explosion, he had already pinpointed the direction in which Bart had been blasted away, and his fury was palpable. Kill them, lads. At this point, Muse and AKS seemed to have regained their senses, brandishing their large blades as they leapt into action. Kill. The pirates erupted in excitement. Having suffered a significant defeat at the hands of Arlong, and then being captured by Xiao Yu for nearly half a month, their pent-up rage transformed them into a frenzy of violence. The entire Bart pirate cruise ships began to slowly sink, engulfed in thick black smoke. Initially, the pirates were caught off guard, but as they finally grasped the situation, they found themselves at the mercy of Xiao Yu's crew. The momentum had shifted. One side was in disarray while the other surged with energy. With a resounding thud, Xiao Yu landed on the main ship, which had a mere sliver of deck left. He coldly regarded Bart, who was struggling to climb aboard, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth, igniting Bart's instinct to leap back into the sea. Xiao Yu grasped Bart's shoulder firmly and coldly inquired, Am I merely a child? Am I unworthy of being a captain? Then, I wonder if you possess the requisite qualifications. No sooner had the words escaped her lips than she delivered a swift punch to Bart's cheek. The faint crack of bone echoed as Bart, caught off guard, was silenced before he could even utter a cry, and with a resounding splash, he was thrust into the sea. He descended several meters before gradually coming to a halt. Fortunately, it was the ocean. Had it been solid ground, that single blow would have rendered Bart unconscious. Return. Xiao Yu extended an arm toward the surface where Bart had fallen, issuing a command, while her other hand gestured towards a pirate ship that was on the brink of sinking. Universal attraction. With a thunderous roar, the pirate ship was forcibly extracted by Xiao Yu's technique and collided directly with Bart's head. Clearly, this time, Bart had truly lost consciousness. Universal attraction. Once more. 3 pirate ships were summoned by Xiao Yu, hurtling through the air towards the dock of the small island. With another resounding crash, the entire island seemed to tremble. The overwhelming fear gripped the hearts of the islanders, compelling them to close their eyes tightly. In a mere half hour, the infamous Bart pirate crew, numbering over 200, along with their 3 ships, materialized at the dock. The ships were rendered nearly useless, having been bombarded relentlessly by Xiao Yu's strikes and subsequently smashed against the dock as if they were mere toys. It is safe to say that any ship that remained intact could be considered fortunate. At this moment, Xiao Yu stood atop a colossal rock at the dock, a flicker of realization igniting within her heart, accompanied by a tinge of joy. Unexpectedly, just as she had struck Bart, she suddenly comprehended the essence of the strange power fist. It must be said, this band of pirates had indeed arrived at the opportune time. With a subtle shift in her thoughts, she cast a glance towards Muse, a rather diminutive pirate crew. It had seen several of them bore injuries. It appeared that being defeated by Arlong was, after all, Quite reasonable. As these words escaped her lips, the faces of the slightly wounded pirates flushed crimson, their desire to bury their heads in the sea almost palpable. After all, Xiao Yu's earlier assault had effectively stripped this pirate crew of a significant portion of their combat capability. Their fighting spirit was so feeble that even the islanders could potentially vanquish them, yet they themselves had sustained real injuries. What now? With such a large gathering, was she expected to sustain them all? Pointing at the injured and unconscious pirates, trembling in fear, Xiao Yu inquired with a perplexed expression. Every member of Bart's pirate crew had been bound with ropes, utterly devoid of any fighting strength. To eliminate such individuals would be excessively gruesome. Yet to care for them was evidently beyond her means. Muse cleared her throat softly and murmured, "In the past, we primarily let them go with a small boat. However, with over 200 individuals remaining, it is clear that a mere small boat would be insufficient." Little Rain regarded Muse with a peculiar expression, pondering the fact that this fellow was quite the righteous pirate. He nodded slightly and remarked, "Although these individuals have bounties, they are regrettably too insignificant. Otherwise, we could have exchanged them for some coin. How about we ask the villagers to summon the navy?" Muse's eyes brightened at this suggestion. It was indeed a clever plan. After their departure, they could directly call upon the navy to apprehend these miscreants. This approach would not only save them trouble, but also prevent excessive bloodshed. Just as he was about to turn and instruct Axe to negotiate with the villagers, he felt a shadow loom above, obscuring the sun. Simultaneously, he caught a glimpse of Axe's astonished expression. Little Rain took command of one of the smaller pirate ships, directing it towards the village, and then let the vessel plummet from the sky. With a thunderous crash accompanied by a cloud of dust, Little Rain's voice echoed, "Everyone, listen closely. Our Little Rain pirate crew has spared you from a grave disaster. Thus, you have 10 minutes to send forth your village's decision-maker to discuss the aftermath. Should you choose to disregard this, the fate of the ship shall be your own." Instantly, panic swept through the villagers. The village was small, and the island itself was hardly grand, existing merely as a place of sustenance. Typically, such minor islands were abundant in the East Sea. Yet, they had the misfortune of encountering two rather troublesome pirates. The first group of pirates had been relatively benign, merely entering to procure supplies without infringing upon the villagers' interests. However, the second wave seemed intent on plundering the village. Remarkably, within half an hour, they were quelled by the first group of pirates. This display of power plunged the entire village into turmoil. What if these ruffians, freed from their concerns, decided to assault the village? They would be utterly defenseless. This was the consensus among the villagers, for every individual possessed the capability to make that dilapidated ship soar through the air. Muse wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, glancing at Axe with a hint of exasperation. At that moment, Axe appeared utterly bewildered. Engaging in battle upon the sea was one thing, but witnessing a pirate ship levitate and then crash down was astonishing for anyone. After all, such abilities were unheard of among pirates in the East Sea. "Boss, do you think you might be going a bit overboard?" Muse could no longer contain himself, and, after a moment's hesitation, whispered his inquiry. Xiao Yu's eyebrows, sharp as a sword, suddenly arched as she cast a glance at Muse and inquired, "How can we truly embody the essence of pirates if we do not act this way? If you genuinely desire compassion, you might as well join the navy." "Humph. We are pirates." Her words momentarily stunned Muse, who then slightly nodded in agreement. Moments later, an elderly man, who appeared to require a cane for support, was assisted by a remarkably robust figure, slowly making their way towards Xiao Yu. Unsurprisingly, their initial gaze was directed towards Muse, as if they had concluded that Muse was indeed the captain of this pirate crew, and thus, they approached her. On Xiao Yu's forehead, a colossal hash symbol reappeared, her nose scrunching up as she let out a disdainful snort. "All right, just stand there. I am Xiao Yu, captain of the Xiao Yu pirate crew, and we have triumphed over the Bart pirate crew. I trust you have already contacted the navy?" Noticing the burly man's somewhat distasteful expression, Xiao Yu abruptly shifted her tone. This sudden change startled the old man as well. Patting the muscular man's arm, he spoke with a certain reverence, "Captain, we have not contacted the navy. This small island is rather remote, and generally, the navy seldom intervenes here. Nonetheless, we are grateful for your assistance in fending off the Bart pirate crew's plunder." Although the old man's speech was slow, it was marked by an unmistakable composure. Xiao Yu nodded slightly, casting a glance at the members of the Bart pirates, either bound or sprawled on the ground behind her. She stated, "You are to contact the navy immediately to take these pirates into custody, and also prepare 1 million berries as compensation for assisting you in dealing with these pirates." The burly man clenched his fist tightly, ready to voice his thoughts, but was halted by the old man. Trembling, he retrieved a backpack from his back, and upon opening it, it became evident that it contained money. Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled as she shot a glare at the burly man, abruptly drawing him closer. With a swift motion, she grasped his neck firmly. It is essential to possess strength if one wishes to flaunt bravado, had it not been for their intervention. You might have already faced annihilation at the hands of the Bart pirates. Do not adopt such a defiant demeanor with other pirate crews. Your actions could very well lead to the obliteration of this entire island. With that, she hurled him aside. The resounding thud silenced him. Meanwhile, the old man promptly set down his backpack and spoke in hushed tones. Here are 3 million berries. While it may not be a substantial amount, it represents our humble offering. I beseech you, noble sir, refrain from further harm. Casting a glance at the man who had just risen, the old man fell silent. With a smirk at the corner of her lips, Xiao Yu exclaimed, I stated 1 million berries, and that is precisely what I mean. Furthermore, it would be wise to keep an eye on this fellow. As soon as her words fell, she leapt gracefully onto the floating bridge at the dock, inquiring, Have you all gathered everything of value? Indeed, the treasures of the Bart pirate crew, along with weapons and various iron goods, have all been stowed aboard the ship. We are ready to set sail at any moment. Muse nodded affirmatively, counting the 1 million berries in her hand. Little Rain soared into the air, landing on the bow of the ship, calling out to the pirates below, Come on, everyone, let's get energized and set sail. Haha. As the ship's silhouette gradually vanished on the horizon beneath the setting sun, the burly man supporting the village chief inquired, Old man, why didn't you allow me to? What, to fight them to the death? With a chuckle, he continued, You are still inexperienced. I have witnessed villages perish because of impulsive youths like you. This pirate crew is relatively decent. In the end, they merely acquired a meager sum of 1 million berries. Ah, I am getting old. The youth of today truly astound me. Haha. Chapter 6. First encounter with the Navy in the East Sea. The weather was splendid. Although a few wispy clouds drifted in the sky, they only served to enhance the tranquility reflected upon the calm sea. On the deck, Little Rain was bent over, diligently painting a flag. Nearby, AKS was tinkering with his newly crafted sniper rifle. Qianbing, you are truly a genius among geniuses. The performance of this gun has undoubtedly elevated to an entirely new level. Haha. With this weapon in hand, I shall be the foremost marksman of the East Sea. Ahahaha. Qianbing, beaming with pride, crossed his arms in laughter, a demeanor that made Little Rain, who was painting the pirate flag, wish to knock him down a peg. Nevertheless, after a brief glance at his new handgun at his waist, Little Rain shrugged and continued his task. In the span of a single day, Qianbing first crafted a submachine gun for himself, and then, at Little Rain's earnest request, not only fashioned an exquisitely designed revolver for him, but also transformed AKS's flintlock into a genuine sniper rifle. Muse excelled in wielding a large blade and physical combat, so he did not seek such modern firearms. However, he eagerly anticipated the creation of a remarkably sharp greatsword once they reached the next prosperous island. After all, current tools were limited, and forging a fine blade required a forge, which was absent on the ship. Patting the hilt of his imposing greatsword, measuring at least 20 centimeters wide and 170 centimeters long, Muse felt a surge of anticipation. Just moments ago, during a test fire, AKS had shot down a seabird from a distance of 1,000 meters, an accomplishment that would have been unimaginable before. At that moment, Little Rain stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and exclaimed, I finally finished painting. It was truly exhausting. With that, he soared into the air, flag in hand. Xiao Luo, take this new flag up and hang it properly. After tossing it to Xiao Luo stationed in the lookout, he gently descended back to the deck. Casting a brief, contemplative glance at Muse, Little Rain queried, You are clearly not one-eyed. Why name the crew the One-Eyed Pirates? The flag depicted a blood-red skull with one eye obscured by a cloth, the original emblem of the One-Eyed Pirates. Little Rain had enhanced it with dark clouds and rain, transforming the design into that of a solitary ice skull drenched in rain beneath a small cloud. Muse, slightly blushing, offered a faint smile and replied, When we first set sail, I always thought a pirate ought to be one-eyed. Once we made a name for ourselves, it was too late to change it. Thus, we have continued to uphold the title of the One-Eyed Pirates. Xiao Yu gazed at the newly hoisted pirate flag, nodding in satisfaction, and continued to inquire, however, It seems you are quite familiar with the Grand Line. Muse and Axe exchanged a glance, then broke into a wry smile. Originally, both Axe and I were mere deckhands on a pirate ship traversing the Grand Line. I assisted in the kitchen, while Axe was tasked with polishing the weapons. Alas, a tempest struck, and the ship sank. Fortunately, we were rescued by a passing pirate crew. Once we healed from our injuries, we returned to our homeland, the East Blue. Yearning for a life upon the waves, we gathered a crew and embarked on our own piratical journey. You have a profound understanding of the Grand Line, Xiao Yu exclaimed with delight, for he was in need of a navigator well-versed in its mysteries. Though the pirates aboard this ship are relatively competent, they might only swagger in the East Blue. When faced with the Grand Line, they may very well weep like children. Muse and Axe shared another glance, their faces tinged with a faint blush. Despite their sun-kissed, healthy complexion, Xiao Yu discerned their embarrassment. We only recently entered the Grand Line when a storm scattered us. Most of the crew perished, and we count ourselves fortunate to have survived. Thus, our knowledge remains limited, Muse admitted, feeling a twinge of shame as he spoke. At that moment, Xiao Yu squinted his eyes and glanced towards the 8 o'clock direction. Axe was initially taken aback, but quickly raised his sniper rifle to peer through the scope. He then exclaimed, "This is bad. It's the Navy," with a sharp crack. Axe felt a sudden pain in his head. As he turned to curse, he realized it was Xiao Yu who had struck him. He offered a sheepish smile, casting a pitiful look at Muse. With a slight smirk at the corner of her mouth, Xiao Yu whispered, "It's merely 3 warships. What is there to fear? We are pirates. After all, unless they are of general rank, I hardly regard the mere captains of the Navy as a threat. However, being pirates, it would be wise to avoid detection while we still can," Muse replied with a shrug, clearly exasperated. At the same time, Senbei gazed at Xiao Yu with an expression of pleading. Pouting slightly, Xiao Yu found herself wavering. The distance between the warships and their pirate vessel was diminishing, and if a decision was to be made soon, a confrontation could indeed erupt. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yu gently shook her head and reluctantly declared, "Very well. We shall choose to evade. But what if they discover us and pursue?" To that, Muse replied with a grin, "In that case, we shall certainly retaliate." Heh. Any pirate would do the same. His smile reflected his delight at Xiao Yu's prudent choice. With a wave of his hand, he called out loudly, "Steer to 10 o'clock and accelerate immediately." Aye. The pirates shouted in unison, swiftly turning the wheel and adjusting the sails. In a mere 3 minutes, the entire ship began to sail in a new direction. Little Yu's lips were pouting childishly, as if she had encountered a most disheartening event. The dimples on her cheeks appeared particularly pronounced at that moment. In stark contrast, atop the warship's observation platform, a soldier peering through a telescope furrowed his brow momentarily, and then bellowed with urgency, 3 o'clock direction, approximately half a nautical mile away. There is a pirate ship. Meanwhile, on the deck, a lieutenant colonel, seated alone and sipping his drink, slightly frowned before rising slowly. He accepted the telescope handed to him by a nearby soldier, a cold smile gracing his lips as he commanded, "Full speed ahead. Ha ha ha. These ruffians shall be the stepping stones to my promotion." As his words echoed, the warship immediately accelerated, pursuing the pirate crew with fervor. Simultaneously, cannons and firearms were readied, with several corporals having assembled their teams, poised for a boarding action at any moment. Xiao Yu sat at the stern of the boat, casting a glance at the pursuing warship. Upon spotting the colonel standing at the bow, she let out a cold laugh. "I knew it. If these naval forces discovered us, they would undoubtedly give chase. However, at this considerable distance, they should be incapable of deploying their artillery. Should they draw nearer, then, without a doubt, they would open fire. Should I urge their warship to accelerate?" Xiao Yu rested one hand on her chin while the other embraced her chest, lost in contemplation. Seated beside her, Muse and AKS exchanged glances of exasperation, beads of perspiration forming on their foreheads. Could it be that this captain truly contemplated annihilating those warships? If such a drastic action were to occur, their group would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit across the East Sea. With a sudden clap of her hands, Xiao Yu appeared to have an epiphany. If the universal attraction could manipulate any object via gravitational force, then surely it could also influence water. As this realization dawned upon her, a mischievous smile crept upon her lips. She extended her hands slowly towards the warships on either side, only to furrow her brow in immediate frustration. The nearly 1,000-meter distance proved to be excessively far, although her eyes could perceive the vessels. Attempting to manipulate the seawater from such a range would demand an exorbitant amount of chakra. Even with her formidable reserves, such exertion was impractical. After all, should an emergency arise, it would spell disaster. With a resigned shake of her head, she lowered her arms. At that moment, Muse and AKS let out a collective sigh of relief. Their captain had finally relented. They had been rather tense moments earlier, fully aware that should pirates confront the Navy in the East Sea, they would be relentlessly hunted across the globe. Hey Muse, AKS. Have you noticed that the warships seem to be faster than us? Xiao Yu squinted slightly, a frown etched upon her face as she inquired. Well, that is certainly the case. Our pirate ship is quite aged and relatively small in tonnage. Those warships are undoubtedly swifter than we are, AKS replied. Realization dawning upon them both. Does this mean we are bound to be caught? A gentle smile graced Xiao Yu's lips as she declared, if you wish to evade pursuit, I can certainly lend my assistance. After a boisterous bout of laughter, she extended a hand towards the sea at the stern of the ship. In an instant, the pirates aboard the vessel sensed an unusual occurrence. The water appeared to recede farther away, while the winds that met them seemed to grow fiercer. What? Our ship is soaring. Finally, one of the pirates came to realization, noticing that the vessel was now at least 6 or 7 meters above the ocean's surface. And it was moving at a remarkable speed. Ha ha ha. This wave is splendid, isn't it? Xiao Yu exclaimed gleefully as she leapt to the top of the ship's dock. Chapter 7. Major Jason Muses wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, feeling somewhat unsteady on his feet. In a mere span of several nautical miles, Xiao Yu had employed every conceivable technique to ascend into the air. On several occasions, they had narrowly avoided catastrophe. At that moment, Senpai could hardly contain his nausea. On the verge of losing consciousness, Xiao Yu smirked, her eyes glinting with mischief. With such little courage, you still aspire to be pirates? I feel embarrassed for you. Upon hearing her words, the pirates aboard the ship felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate against Xiao Yu. After exhaling a few heavy breaths, AKAs leaned close to Muses and whispered, I bet if this kid lacks strength, we would surely give him a beating. Muses observed Xiao Yu's self-satisfied demeanor and nodded knowingly. With a slight pout at the corner of her mouth, Xiao Yu shot a fierce glare at AKS, whispering, Thus, I utterly detest comedic critiques in manga. After a cold snort, she turned her head away. The pirate ship glided slowly across the sea, perhaps better described as drifting with the current. Everyone aboard, including Xiao Yu, felt a sense of dizziness. After all, having experimented with numerous techniques, it was evidently quite taxing. The chakra depletion had reached at least a third of its capacity. It seemed prudent to test such techniques gradually. After what felt like a long while, perhaps 10 or 20 minutes, a warship appeared on the horizon, visible to the naked eye. At that moment, even Xiao Yu furrowed her brows. Could it be that those warships had pursued them all the way here? Impossible. My speed is such that those vessels could never keep up. Narrowing her eyes, she soon realized that the figure standing at the bow was not the original officer. Suddenly snapping back to reality, she shouted, Alert! The warship is approaching us. At that moment, the warship was less than 100 meters from the pirate ship. This proximity was sufficient for cannon fire. All the pirates on board were momentarily stunned. After 3 or 4 minutes, as several cannonballs rained down upon the pirate ship's deck, everyone was jolted to attention. Of course, Xiao Yu had been vigilant throughout. Extending one hand, she effortlessly drew in all the cannonballs. With a gentle flick of her fingers, the projectiles were sent hurtling back. Across from her, an officer clad in a justice coat leaped high into the air. Simultaneously, a bright flash illuminated the darkening sky. All the rebounding cannonballs halted in that instant. The officer landed on the deck, his voice low and commanding. No need for cannon fire. Accelerate and close the distance immediately. Just as the words left his lips, the cannonballs in the sky split apart and exploded with a resounding blast. The warship accelerated once more, now merely 70 or 80 meters from the pirate vessel. Captain, please use your abilities to hasten our ship. Otherwise, we will truly be caught. Muses cried out in a state of urgency. Meanwhile, AKS, visibly anxious, stammered, Major. As he slowly lowered the scope, his hands began to tremble. In the eyes of ordinary pirates, a naval officer who had reached the rank of major was undoubtedly a formidable symbol of power, let alone the notorious one-eyed pirate crew, which was merely a small faction in the East Sea. Perhaps in the first half of the Grand Line, they would stand no chance against a major-rank Navy officer. Xiao Yu initially wished to test her mettle against the Major General, curious to see if she could indeed contend with him. However, upon glancing at those who had become utterly incapacitated, some trembling uncontrollably, she could only let out a resigned sigh. Just as she intended to manipulate the gravitational forces, a formidable wave of sword energy surged towards the pirate ship at an astonishing speed. The velocity was so overwhelming that Xiao Yu nearly failed to react in time. The divine power of Shinra Tensei unleashed. With a thunderous roar, the clash of these two forces sent the entire sea into a tumultuous upheaval. Enormous waves soared into the sky, crashing down upon the pirate vessel. In a moment of surprise, Xiao Yu leapt high, his foot striking the crest of the waves as the myriad manifestations of the heavens propelled the pirate ship away. Who would have thought there existed such a character in the East Sea? It appears this journey was not in vain. The middle-aged man's deep voice seemed to be a soliloquy, imbued with a sense of admiration. He swiftly turned to the sergeant beside him and whispered, "I will proceed to confront that pirate. You pursue the ship." Before the sergeant could respond, he vanished in an instant, having just pushed the pirate vessel several meters away. Xiao Yu was about to return to his ship when a sudden shock gripped him. With a swift turn, the sea surged upward, and with a thunderous splash, Xiao Yu was propelled through the air. He deftly landed on the surface of the water, stabilizing his stance, as the divine force of Shinra Tensei manifested around him. With a resounding bang, the surrounding waters began to swirl under the might of Shinra Tensei. Unbeknownst to him, a naval major was also sent flying, landing with a splash in the ocean. However, before Xiao Yu could catch his breath, the major emerged from the water, utilizing moonwalk to hover in the air. "Is that the power of a devil fruit?" "No, you appear unperturbed by the sea," he exclaimed, astonished. "You can stand upon the water's surface." I, Jason, have roamed the Grand Line for a decade and have never encountered a power like yours." The self-proclaimed Major Jason sneered, tilting his sword, poised for an attack. Xiao Yu was visibly taken aback, sighing inwardly, "Truly, the world of One Piece is teeming with monsters. Not to mention the top-tier powers, even a naval major possesses formidable swordsmanship. His speed leaves me momentarily stunned. My eyes can follow, yet my body cannot keep pace." Reflecting on this, he twisted his neck and stood upright, drawing a revolver from his waist. With a smirk, he murmured, "Jason, I've never heard of you. You must be an obscure figure in the Grand Line. You ignorant fool, you will soon witness the might of a rear admiral," Jason declared, vanishing with another swift movement. This time, Xiao Yu was genuinely on guard. Under the gaze of his Rinnegan, Jason's form was laid bare, devoid of concealment. As Jason's body twisted, Xiao Yu unleashed an overwhelming chakra with his left hand, striking fiercely to his right. With a thunderous crash, a figure appeared. Jason's sword met Xiao Yu's fist, yet it seemed incapable of penetrating. Just a centimeter separated them. But that distance caused sweat to bead on Jason's brow as he struggled to pierce through. Even Jason's resolve wavered at this moment. Xiao Yu, too, found himself in a precarious position. Although he had thrown the punch, had he not invoked Shinra Tensei at the last moment, his fist would have been compromised. This man's speed is astonishingly swift, and his strength is overwhelming. Even while channeling such immense chakra through Shinra Tensei, I can barely withstand his might. Raising his gun, Xiao Yu smirked, "Fool." With a bang, the powerful shot tore through Jason's shoulder. Xiao Yu leapt high and executed a backflip, landing on the water's surface. In that fleeting moment, a thin sheen of sweat appeared on Xiao Yu's forehead. He hadn't anticipated that this lethal strike would be evaded by Jason, who adeptly twisted his body to avoid a fatal blow while enveloped in the aura of Haki. One must concede, a rear admiral possesses a strength that poses a genuine challenge. It may not be Haki, but it undeniably pierced my shoulder. Your marksmanship is quite commendable. Jason dismissed the wound, seemingly more intrigued than pained. Why not take another shot? Xiao Yu remarked, blowing lightly on the barrel with a smirk. He was merely biding his time, knowing that Shinra Tensei required 5 seconds to recharge, and he sought to provoke Jason further. Then allow me to truly relish this experience. Jason retorted with a cold laugh, vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, the pirate ship in the distance appeared to be on the verge of being overtaken by the naval fleet. Chapter 8. Complete victory. The distant clamor of the warship and pirate vessel caused Xiao Yu to furrow his brow slightly. Though he had spent little time with these pirates, the monstrous muses had struck him as endearing. I must conclude this swiftly. Otherwise, they may truly find themselves in peril. With a silent sigh, Xiao Yu's eyes darted, tracking Jason's movements, his body poised for battle. He was prepared to strike the moment Jason hesitated. However, Jason showed no signs of stopping, and Xiao Yu was equally ready to attack. After all, Shinra Tensei was a true area of effect assault. As Jason bounded closer, Xiao Yu's lips curled into a wry smile. Are you done yet? If you're going to attack, make it quick. Otherwise, I may just take my leave. No sooner had he spoken than Jason appeared before him. Simultaneously, the tip of his sword darkened, hurtling towards Xiao Yu's head with a force that visibly parted the air. Shinra Tensei, Xiao Yu exclaimed, holstering his revolver and clasping his hands, channeling the maximum chakra he could muster. The immense explosion reverberated, causing the ocean's surface to churn violently. The towering waves surged, and Xiao Yu's brow knitted tightly. He could scarcely believe that such a minor rear admiral could counter his standard Shinra Tensei with sheer force. Ahaha, not bad. For justice, break for me. Jason's sword transformed entirely to black, seemingly unleashing his full strength. Xiao Yu clenched his teeth, the veins on his hands becoming pronounced. Break for me. The distant spectacle of the tumultuous sea did not go unnoticed by the pirates and marines alike. They were acutely aware that their leader was engaged in battle. Yet, the monumental waves obscured their view of the unfolding events. "The waves are crashing toward us," exclaimed a slightly portly marine, momentarily taken aback before speaking with a tremor in his voice. "What is happening? Where is the rear admiral? This pirate crew should have been dealt with by now." Muses, having cleaved a marine soldier in two, grinned broadly. "We VE1. Our captain is using the waves to save us." With that declaration, the previously fearful pirates erupted with renewed vigor, rallying together. "Quickly, steer toward the waves. They seem to be coming our way." Among them, a naval lieutenant suddenly seemed to have made a discovery and shouted in alarm. Unfortunately, it was too late. Towering waves, reaching several meters high, crashed onto the deck of the warship. Instantly, all the soldiers who had not yet boarded the pirate ship were thrown into the air by the force of the wave. As they fell into the tumultuous waters, the agile Xiao Yu leaped high into the air. In a heartbeat, he landed atop the pirate ship, wielding his revolver alongside his formidable technique, the universal attraction. He swiftly gathered all the naval soldiers together and cast them into the sea before firing several shots at a few others. With a decisive motion, he commanded, "Set sail." "Oh, we have triumphed." "Ha ha, Captain, you are the strongest," Muse exclaimed joyfully as he patted Xiao Yu's shoulder. At the same time, AKAs and Qianbingwei exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. "You are injured," Qianbingwei exclaimed, catching Xiao Yu and inquiring softly, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Despite the brief time they had known each other, Xiao Yu had left an indelible impact on him, one that felt invincible. Clearing his throat, Xiao Yu nodded slightly and replied with resignation, "Yes, I am injured. But I took down that rear admiral." "Ha ha ha, this world is indeed a realm of monsters." After delivering this sardonic remark, he sank down onto the deck. Muse and AKAs shared a look of surprise. They had not anticipated that a rear admiral would be leading a warship, nor could they fathom how Xiao Yu had managed to defeat one. "Are you jesting, Captain? How could a rear admiral possibly come to our location?" Little Luo stammered, his voice trembling with fear. Observing Xiao Yu's serious demeanor, Muse exchanged a knowing glance with AKAs and declared, "Brothers, we must accelerate to full speed to evade any pursuing navy." No sooner had he spoken than AKAs and the others entered the captain's cabin. Inside, Xiao Yu took a couple of deep breaths to steady himself. He stretched his neck and patted his shoulder, saying, "Fortunately, I unleashed my full potential at the last moment. Otherwise, that fellow's sword would have surely pierced me. To be honest, if I had fought to the bitter end, I could have taken down at least two of such foes. However, I might have faced peril as well." Upon hearing of Jason's Western sword clashing against Xiao Yu's universal attraction, Qianbingwei felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. He recognized that he currently possessed no power whatsoever. If he were to lose Xiao Yu, he might have no avenue of refuge, even with the navy, for he was weak and, no matter how advanced one's technology, it would be rendered useless if faced with a swift demise. "Did you truly kill him?" Muse furrowed his brows, shifting the conversation. "Blacksword Jason. I never imagined he would fall at your hands." "Blacksword Jason? You know him?" Xiao Yu grinned broadly, exuding confidence. As for whether he was dead, in Xiao Yu's eyes, the answer was unequivocal. Although that man wielded armed haki, his mastery was not particularly formidable. At the very least, with Qianbingwei's weapon and a stroke of luck, it was feasible to breach his haki. If his haki had been stronger, I might have struggled to defeat him so swiftly. Indeed, it had been perilous. Had he not suddenly erupted with an overwhelming chakra, channeling it into his universal attraction, he might have met his demise. Reflecting on it now sent a chill down his spine. I must expedite my research into other non-chant techniques, otherwise, relying solely on universal attraction, which has its limitations, will render me incapable of contending with true combat power. This was merely a rear admiral. What if it were a vice admiral? I shudder to think whether I could withstand such a foe. Seeing Xiao Yu's somewhat self-satisfied expression, Muse shook his head in resignation. "Captain, that black sword Jason was one of the officers responsible for annihilating the pirate crew that AKAs and I once belonged to. Back then, he was merely a commodore. Yet he held considerable notoriety in the Grand Line." With a sigh, Muse continued, "However, we must find a way to reach the Grand Line as soon as possible. We cannot linger in the East Blue any longer. What do you mean? Xiao Yu furrowed his brow. He detested others dictating the course of his affairs. Even more so, he abhorred the interference of others in his own undertakings. Unless Muse could provide a compelling justification, Xiao Yu might very well erupt in anger. Muse, with a sense of helplessness, implored, "Boss, we are situated in the East Sea. It is essential to understand that the East Sea is the most tranquil of all seas in the region where pirate forces are notably feeble. If the Navy headquarters were to block our passage into the Grand Line, we would find ourselves utterly unable to embark on that journey. Now, having eliminated a rear admiral, it is plausible that the next adversary we face could be a vice admiral or even the Navy's utmost power, an admiral." Little Yu furrowed his brows. Resembling a tangled knot, clearly aware of his current predicament, it was evident that he lacked the requisite strength to match his surroundings. His skills were limited to the Shinra Tensei and the Universal Pull, and he had only recently mastered walking on water using chakra. Should he encounter any school-level naval officers, he might not feel intimidated. However, what if a cadre of elites were to arrive? Not to mention the vice admirals. Even elite figures like Smoker would pose a significant threat, potentially overwhelming him to the point of retreat. With a resigned sigh, it seemed that he had no choice but to acquiesce to Muse's plans and venture into the Grand Line. His original strategy appeared to have disintegrated. At that moment, while everyone was lost in their own thoughts, a sudden explosive sound erupted from the deck. The entire pirate ship trembled, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries. Muse unsheathed his massive cutlass, Aix drew his sniper rifle, and Chiban hid behind Little Yu as they ventured outside. On the deck, 30 or so pirates encircled the child, 2 of whom lay motionless on the ground, convulsing. "Oh, I didn't mean to." The child raised a hand, the light on his finger shining brilliantly amid the darkness. With a sly smile that bore an unsettling edge. Chapter 9. Dumplings, what's 2 plus 9? Little Yu, having just emerged, facepalmed in disbelief as he directed the question at the child. The other pirates anticipated an impressive display from him, but upon hearing such a question, they collapsed in laughter. Muse, torn between emotions, felt his teeth clench. "Boss, this is a math problem even a 3 or 4-year-old could solve. Isn't that a bit cruel?" Yet, in the next moment, the astonishment was palpable as everyone felt an urge to vomit blood. The child extinguished the glow on his finger and extended 10 fingers. 2 plus 2 plus 9. "Oh no, I'm running out of fingers. It's 13. Haha. Did you think you could stump me?" The child beamed, having counted on his fingers for quite a while. Suddenly, the entire crew collapsed on the deck, each convulsing as if struck by an unseen force. One pirate, who had just been kicked to the ground, muttered in disbelief. "We lost to a brat who can't even count?" "Indeed, it's true." Little Yu was on the verge of spitting blood, his eye twitching as he used the universal pull to summon the dumpling into his grasp. Smack! A chestnut struck the dumpling's forehead as he shouted. "Did you not feel the mental connection upon your emergence? Fool, you can't even solve such simple math problems. It's an utter disgrace." "Exactly, Chiban." Tears of laughter streaming down his face, chimed in. The dumpling, now somewhat incensed, huffed and retorted, "Then let me ask you, what is 18 plus 24? 42. A massive bead of sweat appeared on Little Yu's forehead as he grew exasperated. Did this kid truly believe he was a mathematical imbecile? Humph. Don't think you're superior just because you're cleverer than me. Remember, I only acknowledge Tianjin Fan. Do you really think you can challenge me? The pirates aboard the ship found themselves in a state of shock. Just dealing with Little Yu alone was already a formidable challenge, especially since he possessed the power to eliminate a rear admiral with ease, instilling fear in all. Yet, this child he knew seemed equally formidable, and it appeared he wanted to vie for superiority over Little Yu. If such a battle were to unfold on the pirate ship, it might very well meet its demise. Amidst the shock and awe, Little Yu retreated to his captain's quarters. As the bickering and commotion continued, the pirates sighed, pondering what the future held for them. Contrasting sharply with the light-hearted atmosphere aboard Little Yu's ship, at the naval headquarters, Sengoku sat coldly, resembling an ancient Buddha. Opposite him sat Vice Admiral Tsuru and the ever-absent-minded Carp, who had bubbles forming from his nose. "Carp, you might want to wake up now," Sengoku snapped, irritation evident in his furrowed brow. The bubbles burst, and a dazed Carp pulled out a bag of donuts, munching away as he muttered, "Sengoku, do you know what time it is? It's 9 o'clock, prime sleeping hours for us old folks. Why the urgency?" Veins throbbed on Sengoku's forehead as he approached Carp, snatching the donuts from his hand. "Idiot. If there wasn't a pressing issue, would I have summoned you and Tsuru here? This matter concerns the East Blue." "The East Blue? What is the matter?" Tsuru asked, frowning slightly. while Carp interjected, "Stop messing around, Carp." Carp huffed and turned away. "You know the East Blue is the calmest sea among the four, and the weakest in terms of pirate strength. How could anything major occur?" Sengoku snorted, then stated, "Just an hour ago, we received word from the ship dispatched to the East Blue base. Jason has been killed by a pirate." "What? Are you sure you didn't team us here? Jason was killed by a pirate in the East Blue? Are you awake?" Carp exclaimed, shock etched across his face. "Do you think I'm like you?" The soldiers on that military vessel searched for over an hour before recovering Jason's body. "It's confirmed, he is dead." Sengoku sighed deeply as he spoke the final word. Each admiral represents a significant force within the Navy, cultivated through immense effort. To lose one in the East Blue felt surreal. Could it have been those pirates from the Grand Line? Such powerful pirates shouldn't exist in the East Blue. Carp's disbelief was evident as he glanced at Tsuru. Tsuru, remaining composed, shot a glance at Carp before turning to Sengoku. "Have you identified which pirate crew was responsible? You seem quite astonished." Sengoku nodded, exhaling heavily. The once formidable one-eyed pirate crew in the East Blue was subdued by a young boy just a month ago. This boy is remarkably powerful, having effortlessly annihilated the Bart pirates. Reports suggest he can walk on water. Is it the moonwalk? Carp, now serious, contemplated the implications of the Marine 6 techniques. After all, if one could walk in the air, walking on water would be a natural extension. Sengoku shook his head. "We cannot confirm that yet. But this boy can manipulate water and deflect cannonballs. Many of his abilities remain unknown, and we still do not even know what he looks like." As the Warring States spoke, Crane's brow furrowed ever deeper. Once Warring States finished speaking, he murmured, "In other words, even if we know this young man eliminated Jason, we cannot issue a bounty. We do not even know who it is, do we? Yet, was it not just mentioned that it was the one-eyed pirate crew?" "Indeed. I can only begin my inquiries with the one-eyed pirate crew. However, before confronting this young man's formidable strength, I wish to send Stolo Belly to the East Blue. Given that he possesses the capability to directly kill Jason, and his fruit abilities are also significant, it would be prudent to err on the side of caution. By the way, Carp, you will return to the East Blue tomorrow. It would be wise for you to take a look as well. Lately, I have had an unsettling feeling, as if something monumental is about to transpire." Warring States spoke with grave seriousness, casting an undeniable gaze upon Carp. "Damn it. This is my rare vacation. Do you mean to strip me of even this annual respite?" Carp retorted, turning his head away in exasperation. Warring States took a deep breath and exclaimed, "It is precisely because I trust you that I ask you to investigate. If this young man is indeed extraordinarily powerful, at the very least, you can ensure Stolo Belly's safety." What a joke. Is it even possible for such a formidable pirate to exist in the East Blue? Carp remarked humorously as he made his way outside. However, Warring States was aware that Carp understood what was required of him. Crane smiled faintly and whispered, "Carp knows what to do. However, a pirate capable of eliminating Jason, even I am intrigued." After all, upon his return, Jason was to be inducted as a rear admiral. Who would have thought he would meet his end in the East Blue? East Blue, Lobetown. At this moment, Smoker was savoring his solitary vice, smoking leisurely. With his eyes slightly closed, there was a glimmer of interest in his otherwise indifferent gaze. "The one-eyed pirate crew, is it?" "Yes, Colonel. This is an order just received from headquarters. It appears that someone from the one-eyed pirate crew has killed a rear admiral." Dashiki replied earnestly, albeit facing the opposite direction from Smoker. Smoker, slightly exasperated, took a couple of deep puffs before saying, Dashiki, I am over here." My apologies, Colonel." The somewhat slow-witted Dashiki quickly donned her glasses, feeling embarrassed upon seeing Smoker seated across from her. Smoker frowned slightly and inquired, "In the East Blue, there exists a pirate capable of directly killing a rear admiral. Do you know who was killed?" "Ah, yes. That fellow Jason seems to have just departed from Logtown a few days ago. It couldn't possibly be him, could it?" How does the Colonel know it was Rear Admiral Jason?" "This was also conveyed to me by a classmate at headquarters. It seems that Admiral Sengoku intends to send Rear Admiral Stolo Belly this time." Dashiki replied with utmost respect, imbued with admiration. Smoker's jurisdiction over Logtown could be likened to a graveyard for pirates. Once this colonel was aware of the pirates' movements, he would decisively eradicate the threat. In Dashiki's eyes, he embodied the absolute justice she had idolized since childhood. Smoker nodded slightly and quietly instructed, "You may leave now. Alert all the brothers to be vigilant." "Understood." With the creaking of the closing door, Smoker's deep voice resonated. "The fact that Jason has been eliminated I am quite eager to witness this for myself. Chapter 10. Little Rain's Perspective on Pirates in the East Blue. Kamiie Town, a bustling locale of considerable renown, serves as a gathering place for the aristocracy. The island is replete with an air of nobility, permeating every corner. The Little Rain pirate crew has arrived at this small island for 3 days. During this time, apart from regular rest, they have been diligently collecting materials. Only with sufficient materials can Kamiie forge a true warship. Furthermore, these 3 days have afforded Little Rain the opportunity to thoroughly study his ninjutsu, although he cannot perform hand signs. It appears that many formidable ninjutsu techniques do not necessitate them. The crux lies in understanding and applying one's chakra. Over the past few days, Little Rain has focused on experimenting with the Rinnegan and the Hydro technique, Rinnegan for offense and Hydro technique for defense. If he successfully masters these, he would possess considerable strength even without the states of Shinra Tensei and Universal Pull. Moreover, during these 3 days, Little Rain has been honing his physical techniques. While these techniques, derived from ninjas, may not compare to the monstrous abilities found in the pirate world, at the very least, the sheer strength and explosive power they offer are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Dumpling, let's try again. I refuse to believe that I cannot grasp this, Little Rain exclaimed, slightly frustrated after taking a couple of deep breaths. Although the Rinnegan is challenging, he is aware of the training methods. Additionally, Little Rain's control over chakra is quite refined. With continued practice, he might indeed succeed. The Hydro technique, being a bloodline limit, requires Little Rain to transform his body into water-based chakra. With the assistance of his Rinnegan, coupled with his unusual ability to master all ninjutsu, Little Rain had expected the Hydro technique to be simple. Yet, he has persistently struggled to cultivate it. Over these few days, Dumpling has been struck countless times, yet, covered in bruises, Little Rain remains undeterred. After all, this technique rivals the abilities of those with natural elemental fruit powers. Dumpling, pouting in exasperation, remarked, I truly cannot comprehend what technique you are trying to master. I offered to teach you the sky dance technique, yet you refuse to learn. Is there truly a skill more agile than the sky dance? Just the day before, after being defeated by Little Rain several times, Dumpling had sought to instruct him in the sky dance technique. However, with the universal pull technique at his disposal, Little Rain can already fly freely. Moreover, Dumpling's power system relies on chi, and attempting to train to reach such an abnormal level may not even be sufficient against higher-ranking officers. Currently, Dumpling possesses only super abilities, the sky dance technique, and the whole wave. Such strength is indeed adequate against typical naval officer candidates. However, against a major like Jason, Dumpling might find himself outmatched. After all, he still does not know the advanced whole wave, and its power appears rather limited. He can only be considered an early-stage Dumpling at best. You wouldn't understand if I succeed with this technique. I might directly ascend to the rank of Rear Admiral or higher. Who knows, even a Fleet Admiral might struggle to contain me. Xiao Yu chuckled softly, expressing a hint of yearning. Once again, Dumpling's foot landed squarely on Xiao Yu's abdomen, yet Xiao Yu still refrained from employing the water manipulation technique. After stammering for quite some time, she was eventually sent flying. She landed heavily on the grass, gasping for breath before rising slowly to her feet. Her gaze filled with lingering resentment as she fixed her eyes on Dumpling. Could you not be so rough each time? Dumpling grinned mischievously and replied, if I were a bit heavier, perhaps you would grasp that technique immediately. In the distance, Muse and AKS approached with somber expressions, their demeanor suggesting something was amiss. Xiao Yu furrowed her brows and inquired lightly, weren't you supposed to go purchase the cables? Have you already returned? It's been several days, and the materials are still incomplete. If this continues, we may not be able to construct our ship at all. And we genuinely need this rickety vessel to enter the Grand Line. Originally, everyone intended to head straight into the Grand Line. After all, killing a Rear Admiral was no trivial matter. Should the powers at the Navy headquarters go mad, even the East Sea could become untenable. However, this pirate ship was indeed beyond repair. Just 2 days prior, after a period of rest and with provisions adequately prepared, the ship's keel had unexpectedly snapped. A broken keel was tantamount to rendering the vessel useless. Muse's eyes narrowed in frustration, and after a resigned sigh, he stated, everything else is nearly ready, but the cables have been monopolized by the Hussein family. There are simply no surplus goods available. At that moment, Senju, who was engrossed in studying his blueprints, interjected with irritation. Without the cables, the telephone bug monitor will be inoperable, and the control room will be entirely useless. We cannot construct the ship at all. Xiao Yu, Perhaps we should consider aligning ourselves with the Navy. As soon as those words were uttered, Muse and AKS turned crimson. Feeling utterly powerless. The Hussein family was a renowned nobility in the East Sea, possessing formidable private forces, particularly under the protection of the Navy and the world government. It was evident that mere mortals like them stood no chance against such an adversary. AKS, visibly disheartened, spoke with a heavy heart. A slight smile graced Xiao Yu's lips as she softly inquired, "Oh, is there a naval presence stationed on Crimea?" Muses nodded affirmatively, whispering, "Indeed." On the opposite side of Crimea Island, there lies a village named Sisi. Adjacent to Sisi is the naval force responsible for the defense of Crimea. It is said that a colonel named He Luin Si is stationed there. Just a colonel? Xiao Yu reiterated, exchanging a glance with Jiaozi. It was evident that a spark of excitement flickered in both their eyes. Indeed, boss, you wouldn't be contemplating an outright heist on the Hussein family, would you? A large bead of sweat formed on Muse's forehead. Meanwhile, AKS vehemently waved his hands. "No, we have already taken the life of a major general. It is quite possible that the Navy is currently in pursuit of us. If we were to stir up more trouble now, we might attract their attention. Should a lieutenant general or the Navy's highest-ranking admiral intervene, we would find ourselves in dire straits." At this point, AKS shuddered involuntarily, his demeanor reflecting sheer terror, underscored by a tone of pleading. Simultaneously, Qian Beiwei and Muses regarded Xiao Yu with similar expressions of concern. Xiao Yu let out a cold huff, expressing her impatience as she remarked, "If one chooses the path of a pirate, one must be prepared to risk their life at any moment. After all, they are merely a minor noble, not a figure of global significance. With such an inconsequential existence, I could storm in, and they might not even realize who is responsible. If you are so fearful, you are welcome to return home. I shall not hinder you." Muses and Axe's eyes lit up, their fingers crackling as they clenched their fists in determination. Gritting their teeth, they nodded vigorously, declaring, "Boss, we shall follow you." Just as Qian Beiwei was about to voice his thoughts, Xiao Yu interrupted, "Enough. Your opinion is unnecessary. At the very least, I will not allow you to withdraw. Moreover, even if you choose to leave, your survival is far from guaranteed. This is not Penguin Village. This is the world of pirates." With eyes wide open as if ready to devour Qian Beiwei whole, Jiaozi also let out a cold huff. Instantly, Qian Beiwei fell silent, adopting an expression that conveyed resignation to their whims. With a playful smile, Xiao Yu turned to Muse and inquired, "Pray tell, how formidable is this family? Do not tell me you harbor intentions of outright robbery." Muse and AKS scratched their heads, appearing somewhat embarrassed. The Hussein family is regarded as a prominent clan throughout the East Sea, albeit with an exceedingly tarnished reputation. It is said that all the workers in their factories are sourced from Sisi village. Sourced? What do you mean? Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the implication. Muse sighed and whispered, "Slaves." What? Clearly, Qian Bingwei struggled to accept the notion. Slavery? How long ago was that? Surely, slavery is a thing of the past. After inquiring for most of the day, we discovered that the Hussein family was originally involved in human trafficking. Although they have ceased this practice, all their factory workers are effectively slaves from Sisi. It is rumored that they deliberately ruin the lives of others, purchasing these children at a pittance to serve as laborers. AKS could scarcely continue, his voice faltering with the weight of the revelation. Meanwhile, Qian Bingwei furrowed his brow deeply, his expression one of barely contained fury. Casting a glance at Xiao Yu, he quietly asked, "What of Sisi village? Isn't there a naval presence stationed nearby?" Muse scoffed lightly, responding that Navy is under the control of the world government, which exists to serve the aristocratic celestial dragons. Do you believe they would aid the nobility or these commoners? It is crucial to understand that Sisi is a slum within Kamaya. Ah, Xiao Yu, if this is indeed true, I wish to join the cause. At this moment, Qian Bingwei's anger was palpable, an unmistakable fervor that could not be feigned. Xiao Yu patted Qian Bingwei on the shoulder and said, "You brat. You wouldn't be acting all righteous just because of a momentary mood, would you? Just don't end up crying when you get beaten." Qian Bingwei huffed and turned his head away, replying, "Don't underestimate me. You should know that just yesterday, I managed to construct a robot with limited materials." "What? A robot? You didn't actually create an Alalay, did you?" Xiao Yu's heart skipped a beat. He genuinely feared that Qian Bingwei might have conjured up an Alalay. If he really unleashed something like that upon the world, it would undoubtedly shatter everything. "Alalay? What on earth is that? What I built is a battle robot. Hee hee. When the time comes, all I need to do is take a seat inside and control it." Qian Bingwei spoke with great confidence, which relieved Xiao Yu somewhat. At least it was a controllable type of robot. That was a relief. Chapter 11. The underground factory night enveloped the land in silence. The moonlight cast a soft glow, illuminating the earth in a blanket of white. Behind the manor, in a grove of pine trees, several figures loomed long as they slowly approached the estate. The sound of clinking metal echoed, reminiscent of iron striking the ground. Qian Biwei, can't you be a little quieter? Xiao Yu said impatiently, the flicker of fire in his eyes causing muses and axes to break into a sweat. Qian Bingwei's lips twitched as he lifted the robot's protective cover. Do you think I want to make so much noise? It's steel. Of course it will make a sound when it hits the ground. Besides, you're not afraid. So what's the big deal if I make a little noise? Dumpling shot Qian Bingwei a fierce glare, effectively silencing him. Xiao Yu, however, couldn't help but admire him with a hum of approval. Qian Bingwei truly was a genius among geniuses. After just gathering a portion of the materials, he had already fashioned a robot from them. Though the robot resembled a particularly large sphere with a protective cover akin to a head and steel limbs, it walked with a somewhat awkward gait. Nevertheless, during the afternoon trials, Xiao Yu perceived that this robot could at least withstand the attacks of a school-level officer for a considerable time. Furthermore, even if a squad of ordinary soldiers confronted it, they would hardly be a match for this mechanical creation. Muses cleared her throat and whispered, up ahead lies the Hussein family's manor. Beneath this grove of pines is their underground factory. However, the entrance can only be accessed through the estate. Lightly tapping her head, Xiao Yu immediately locked eyes with Dumpling before soaring toward the manor. This time, the team comprised of Muse, AKS, Qian Bingwei, and Dumpling, totaling 5 members. Muse possessed immense strength, while AKS demonstrated exceptional marksmanship and commendable physical prowess. However, disturbing the manor would be ill-fated, especially with the navy stationed on the island. Dumpling, adept in aerial techniques, moved with astonishing speed, eluding the naked eye. After several days of training, Xiao Yu felt confident she could eliminate any soldier the moment they detected her presence. Thus, she resolved to create an opening for her companions to follow. Dumpling, slightly faster than Xiao Yu, arrived before the manor guards without them realizing. With swift kicks, 2 of the 4 guards atop the watchtower fell instantly. The remaining 2, barely reacting, attempted to shout, but Xiao Yu was already upon them. With a swift chop from each hand, both guards crumpled to the ground. With a celebratory clap, Xiao Yu and Dumpling exchanged triumphant gestures before signaling left and right. Dumpling nodded, his hat bobbing, and then executed his aerial technique to vanish in an instant. With a mischievous grin, Xiao Yu leaped high, darting toward the right. The manor was ablaze with light. In Xiao Yu's memory, it seemed that nobles and pirates were perpetually hosting lavish banquets. The reason for their incessant revelry remained a mystery. After dispatching 16 sentinels, Xiao Yu returned to the watchtower, where Dumpling awaited. Upon seeing her, he pouted, "You're so slow. What are you doing? You're not much faster than me, you know." Xiao Yu's irritation silenced Dumpling momentarily. Returning to the pine forest, they beckoned to the other 3. With the sound of clanking steel footsteps, Qian Bingwei approached the manor's back entrance. "Where is the entrance?" Xiao Yu inquired, causing Muse to feel embarrassed, as he was equally unaware of its location. Clearly, finding it would be their task. Time is of the essence, otherwise we may truly find ourselves at odds with the Navy, Xiao Yu proclaimed, prompting Muse and AKS to split up and begin their search. It seemed the back entrance had minimal guards, and none of those dispatched by Xiao Yu and Dumpling had been stationed near the underground entrance. Reflecting on this now, it was somewhat disheartening. Could it be that the underground entrance was hidden within the manor itself? If so, locating it would indeed prove challenging, given that this was a noble estate situated on the outskirts of Kamea town. A minor disturbance could easily attract attention. Xiao Yu, feeling helpless, rubbed his forehead and then gently closed his eyes to attune himself to the surroundings. Within less than a minute, upon opening his eyes, his first utterance was an exclamation of frustration. What on earth is Muse doing? It turned out that the entrance was located at the edge of the pine forest. Leaving them wandering around for so long, he placed his fingers to his lips and let out a soft whistle. Once everyone had gathered, he declared, "We need to head immediately to the eastern edge of the pine forest. And you too. How could you not gather clearer information?" With that, he leapt into the air, leading Dumpling straight towards the east. Muse and AKS exchanged a glance, their faces tinged with embarrassment. After searching for so long, they realized it was not even within the manor. On the eastern edge of the pine forest, beside 2 enormous ancient trees, 2 naval soldiers were dozing off against the trunks. On this island of Kamaya, no one dared to confront the Navy, especially in the realm of nobility. It was inconceivable that anyone would be foolish enough to attack a noble. Clearly, the 2 soldiers were sound asleep, merely on duty to catch a nap. Xiao Yu chuckled coldly, swiftly appearing beside the soldiers. With a swift chop of his hand, both men collapsed into unconsciousness. This strike, infused with tremendous force, would ensure they remained asleep for at least 4 or 5 hours. When Qian Bingwei and the others arrived, Xiao Yu remarked, "Outside this underground factory, only these two fools are keeping watch. I wonder if there is anything formidable inside." Without a word, Muse took the lead and stepped into the underground passageway, which measured barely 3 meters in size. A smirk played on Xiao Yu's lips as he followed closely. Torches flanked the staircase, yet the dampness persisted. A strong odor of rubber permeated the passage, so foul that it nearly made Xiao Yu gag. After traversing nearly 50 meters, the sound of clanging echoed through the air. As true light emerged, it was accompanied by the crack of a whip. A child, approximately 11 or 12 years old, was struck to the ground by a burly man wielding the whip. Blood trickled down the child's cheek, rendering his already disheveled appearance even more grotesque. Yet, the child did not cry out. Instead, he grit his teeth and struggled to drag a bundle of cables, nearly as large as his own body, toward another direction. The stout man sneered, "What a nuisance. Can't you just follow orders? And you lot, hurry up. The shipment needs to be loaded onto the ship immediately. Any delay, and you will all pay the price." Meanwhile, a tall, thin man kicked an elderly man, who appeared to be around 70 or 80 years old, causing him to fall to the ground, unable to rise due to his frailty. Just as the tall man prepared to kick the old man again, a 13 or 14-year-old boy with long hair stepped in to shield him. After being kicked aside, the boy quickly scrambled to his feet and bowed repeatedly to the tall man, pleading, "I'm sorry, my grandfather has been running a high fever, which is why he couldn't keep up. I will complete his work." Ignoring the blood on his forehead, he rushed to assist the old man and hoisted the bundle of cables onto his own back. His frail frame appeared as if it would collapse at any moment. "Thank goodness I did not join the Navy. If I were tasked with protecting such a noble, I would rather become a free pirate." Qian Bingwei's eyes glistened with moisture as he spoke in a low voice, just as the tall man prepared to strike the long-haired boy again. Dumpling had already appeared at his side, wielding a powerful weapon that radiated a brilliant light. With a pointed gesture toward the tall man, a thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the entire underground factory. The overseer was swallowed into the pit created by the blast before he could even scream, his fate uncertain. "Go ahead and unleash your fury." Xiao Yu waved his hand nonchalantly, prompting Muse and AKS to dart forward, fiercely attacking the stunned overseers. Muse's massive cleaver, akin in length to Xiao Yu's, sliced through the air with a whoosh, cleaving a burly overseer in two before he could utter a sound. Meanwhile, AKS resorted to using the butt of his sniper rifle as a weapon, striking down on the overseer with great force, eliciting screams reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. Minutes later, the overseer finally succumbed to his injuries. Xiao Yu stood resolutely at the highest vantage point of the overseer's platform, seizing the original supervisor by the throat and suspending him in midair. With a sudden and decisive snap of the neck, Xiao Yu proclaimed loudly, "The underground factory is now liberated." Chapter 12. Emergent silence reigned, an oppressive stillness enveloping the underground factory. All eyes turned towards Xiao Yu, yet not a single face betrayed any emotion. Perhaps it would be more fitting to describe this place as a toy factory. Regardless of age, be it adult, elderly, or child, nearly everyone bore an expression of rigid indifference. A few children even exhibited a haunting vacancy in their gaze, embodying a profound desolation. Xiao Yu's brows furrowed slightly as she turned her gaze towards the dumplings. At that moment, everyone present wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Undoubtedly, the most surprised among them was Qian Bingwei, who had emerged directly from the robot, standing atop its mechanical form and declaring loudly, "We have come to rescue you. You are free now. You can return home." Yet, there was still no sign of reaction, and this scene left Xiao Yu feeling somewhat helpless. She shook her head in resignation, and after discarding the overseer's corpse, she gestured towards the entire underground factory. Instantly, the cables that had been clutched by the enslaved workers began to float gracefully. However, a few among them appeared visibly panicked, clinging tightly to the cables. Meanwhile, a young slave worker, who was crafting real cables from rubber, cried out desperately, "Please, if we lose these cables, we will be beaten to death. We implore you, spare us. We do not wish to be killed by the Hussein family because of your actions." The pleas for mercy echoed, lacking any cries for salvation. Instead, there were only tears and desperate requests to lower the floating cables. At that moment, Xiao Yu once again furrowed her brow. Taking a deep breath, she murmured, "Dumpling, we must swiftly eliminate the Hussein family. Otherwise, these people will not allow us to take the cables." As soon as the words left her lips, she released the cables, her entire being gently floating upwards and shooting towards the exit. Dumpling huffed lightly before following Xiao Yu into the open air. Mid-flight, Xiao Yu smiled faintly and softly inquired, "Have you not always revered the strong? Why now do you choose to assist these slaves?" Dumpling fell silent for a moment, and after a soft huff, replied calmly, "Even in a world that honors the strong, there is no justification for those who are weak to be so cruelly oppressed. In my world, one can cultivate strength and slay the weak due to their power. However, these past few days have brought me a different kind of joy. At least, I have not intentionally sought conflict with others. I understand that, as a pirate, one must still adhere to the code of the sea." Little Rain burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You rascal, you actually understand righteousness. Ha ha ha, it seems that I am quite the capable captain." Amidst the laughter, a battalion of naval soldiers and noble guards appeared within the manor. At that moment, upon seeing Little Rain and Dumpling suspended in midair outside the pine forest, they halted in their tracks. Among them, a tall man adorned in noble attire scoffed, "It appears that there are still those in the East Sea who dare to offend the House of Hussein." The insincere and pretentious demeanor of the man elicited a sense of annoyance in both Little Rain and Dumpling. From within the ranks of the naval soldiers, a figure resembling an officer slowly stepped forward, his voice low and resolute. "Rest assured, Lord Sailor, we shall deal with these ruffians immediately." Xiao Yu fixed her gaze intently upon the officer for a moment before speaking. "You are the lieutenant colonel who pursued us back then, HM. No wonder you ally with these nobles." As her words fell, just as the lieutenant colonel was about to respond, an unseen force suddenly lifted him into the air, followed by a deafening gunshot. Blood began to seep through the naval uniform on his abdomen. By the time the lieutenant colonel comprehended the situation, the gaping wound from the Dumpling-S blast had already manifested. Astonishingly, a massive crater appeared on the ground, and within it, the lieutenant colonel's body emanated faint wisps of steam, as if he had been cooked. "The esteemed lieutenant colonel has been eliminated. How is this possible? He was the mightiest naval officer in these eastern seas," exclaimed a rather disheveled captain, his voice trembling with fear. "Who are you to dare assassinate a naval lieutenant colonel?" Quivered Salu from the Hussein family, his voice laced with trepidation. After all, they were not celestial dragons. If Xiao Yu and her companions were bold enough to slay a naval officer, they could easily dispose of them as well. "Every time I lay eyes on this fellow, I feel an overwhelming irritation." After furrowing her brow, Xiao Yu extended her hands forward and whispered, "Shinra Tensei." With a resounding boom, nearly all structures within a 50-meter radius collapsed in a cacophony of destruction. Simultaneously, both naval soldiers and estate guards were hurled backwards, crashing against the remnants of the shattered buildings. Some were even pinned beneath the rubble, while others succumbed to unconsciousness, their only thought perhaps to escape into oblivion. A bunch of trash, simply a waste of resources. Xiao Yu and Dumpling gently descended and began to stride through the ruins. Behind them, a voice echoed, "Xiao Yu, do not harm those servants. Most of them are slaves, mere villagers from CC." Xiao Yu was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. "I didn't expect even you to arrive. Haha, so that group of slaves is willing to speak up now." After Qian Bingwei arrived and beheld the desolate ruins before him, he murmured, "Fortunately, it is merely a small fraction. You wouldn't dare to commit an act of genocide, would you? After all, the children are innocent." Xiao Yu let out a hum, disregarding Qian Bingwei's incessant prattle, and strode directly towards the manor. At that moment, the majority of the guests within the estate began to emerge from the main building. Originally, a grand banquet was being hosted in the main hall of the manor that evening. Thus, the commotion inevitably aroused their suspicions. Among the crowd were various minor nobles, prominent merchants, government officials, and some logistical officers from the Navy. When Xiao Yu and Jiaozi appeared before them, nearly everyone began to voice their outrage. Who are these brats daring to wreak havoc in the Hussein family estate? Have they lost their senses? One major, upon witnessing the chaos, earnestly inquired, "I demand to know what transpired over there, and where are Colonel Sero and Barus?" "Humph, Major, why waste words on him? Just apprehend him." Another voice chimed in. "This splendid banquet has been utterly disrupted, and we are all quite displeased." Xiao Yu listened to the drivel, digging at his ear. After a brief cough, he spoke. "If Colonel Barus goes to rescue now, there may still be hope. As for that scoundrel sailor, I have no idea if he is alive or dead." After a slight pause, his voice turned colder. "Furthermore, the one who just spoke will not survive the night. Those who offend the Xiao Yu pirate crew will face retribution." As soon as his words fell, amidst the clamor of several merchants and nobles, an unexpected force lifted them into the air. Shock rippled through the crowd as the dumpling's hole once again manifested. With a thunderous roar, several nobles and merchants plummeted to the ground, their bodies shrouded in smoke, clearly suffering from severe burns. The noble most affected was already gasping weakly. "You." The major pointed at Xiao Yu, speechless, trembling uncontrollably. After all, the recent events had made the major realize the formidable strength of these two youngsters. "What do you mean?" Xiao Yu scoffed, drawing his revolver and firing a shot at the major. The major let out a muffled groan before collapsing to the ground. He was merely a logistics officer in the Navy, lacking considerable power, and he had not anticipated such a sudden attack. Notably, this revolver had been modified by Qian Bingwei. "You lot are not true noble Navy. Aren't noble navies supposed to protect the civilians? Yet, the slaves in the underground factory, especially the children, are instead exploited by you." After struggling to find the right words, Qian Bingwei finally erupted in anger. With a sharp click, 2 rocket launchers and a rotary machine gun emerged from his robotic form. A cacophony of gunfire erupted as he unleashed a barrage upon the crowd, transforming the garden beside the main building into a realm of chaos and despair. With a playful smile, Xiao Yu remarked, "Qian Bingwei, I never anticipated that you would have such a moment of fervor." Qian Bingwei huffed disdainfully and replied through gritted teeth, "After all, I am a member of the pirate crew." Chapter 13. Anna in the garden before the estate. All the attendees of the banquet were bound and kneeling. The nobles from the Hussein family, in particular, were left battered and bruised, resembling grotesque caricatures. Dumplings and Qian Bingwei observed the scene, while Xiao Yu found herself in the underground factory. However, the current tableau left her somewhat at a loss for words. AKS and Muse lay sprawled on the ground, with Muse particularly afflicted, as the swelling by her eye had grown nearly the size of Xiao Yu's fist. Her lips twitched slightly as she surveyed the gathered slaves, then coldly inquired, "Do not tell me this is your doing? Hand over that scoundrel immediately, or I shall ensure you experience true retribution." As she spoke, she approached Muse and AKS, delivering a swift kick to each, her voice rising in fury. "Get up, this instant." Instantly, the two sprang to their feet like startled monkeys. Just as they opened their mouths to speak, a ripping sound echoed as they clutched their mouths in pain. "Incompetence." Xiao Yu held a chestnut in each hand, casting a cold gaze upon the enslaved individuals before him. "Apologies," Anna exclaimed, her voice tinged with anxiety, as she realized her mistake in not recognizing the two as companions of Xiao Yu. The girl who had assisted the elderly man entangled in cables stepped forward, bowing repeatedly in nervousness. Meanwhile, on the other side of the underground factory, a girl clad in a boy-esque shirt and beige cropped trousers emerged, with shoulder-length golden hair. She appeared to be around 14 or 15, reminiscent of the girl next door. Beside her stood a small pig, dressed in a vest and shorts. Indeed, a small pig, approximately 120 centimeters tall, its round face trembling in apparent fear. "All of this was orchestrated by me. They bear no responsibility. I was unaware they were your companions. But I have witnessed your actions outside, and I see you as a good person." Anna, standing at about 165 centimeters, possessed a slightly childish visage. Yet her manner of speaking was undeniably mature. "Boss, this young lady also came to rescue these slaves. She mistook our intentions when she saw one of us wielding a knife and the other a gun, hence her attack on us. She is not to blame." Ikia spoke, grimacing in pain. Xiao Yu's forehead furrowed in disbelief, a large hashtag forming as he inhaled sharply. "Don't you feel ashamed? I am embarrassed for you. 2 hulking figures reduced to this by a mere girl. You shall be punished later." With a huff, Xiao Yu extended his hand towards Anna. Instantly, she felt an overwhelming force drawing her in, a power so compelling that it left her astonished. At that moment, the small pig beside her nudged its nose and transformed into a swirling cloud of white mist, charging towards Xiao Yu. "What?" Xiao Yu exclaimed, leaping high into the air, sensing the imminent danger posed by the mist. As he ascended, the vaporous cloud followed suit, hurtling toward him. In that critical moment, Xiao Yu extended his other hand, exclaiming, "Spiral sphere." The orb in his grasp shot towards the mist, yet it did not waver. Instead, it ensnared Anna once more and surged forward. The sound of rushing air filled the space as the mist began to spiral in response to the spiral sphere. With a powerful push, the mist collided with the wall, revealing the small pig-esque form, albeit with its eyes spinning. In midair, Anna performed a somersault before racing towards the pig. "Piggy, are you all right?" she cried, scooping it up just as it regained its composure, albeit slightly dazed. Anna, are you okay?" the small pig asked. An elderly man, kneeling before Xiao Yu, pleaded desperately. "Great pirate, we beseech you, Even if it means becoming your slaves, please spare Anna." His supplication caused all the enslaved individuals to kneel, their foreheads touching the ground in a chorus of desperate pleas. Xiao Yu, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, realized that in this moment of peril, he had fully grasped the spiral sphere technique. With a sense of pride, he waved his hand and laughed heartily. "All is well with her. I merely intended to teach this fellow a lesson. You too, why aren't you following me? There is still much to be done upstairs." As he spoke, he dashed toward the passageway, waving his hands gently. In an instant, all the cables began to soar into the air, twisting into a massive ball. Xiao Yu leapt atop this newly formed tangle, exhilarated by the spoils of his endeavor. The bounty from plundering the Hussein family had sufficiently filled the coffers of his pirate crew. Do you truly wish to leave so easily? If you depart without taking action, what was the point of the rescue? Anna, cradling the small pig, protested after a moment of contemplation. Ha ha ha. The naval officers and the Hussein family have all been dealt with. If you cannot survive from here, that is your own responsibility, not ours. Xiao Yu retorted with a smile, acknowledging that the pressing matters had been resolved. There was no reason to linger in this place. Anna clenched her teeth and finally stated, "You are pirates. If the naval headquarters learns of this incident, they will undoubtedly pursue you relentlessly. Moreover, the Navy stationed on Kimia Island has likely mobilized to search for you." Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, having momentarily forgotten about the naval base. "I have seen your ship. It is in such disrepair that it is incapable of sailing. You must be scavenging for materials on this island to repair it. If the Navy reports back to headquarters and you find yourselves unable to leave this island, you will ultimately be annihilated by the elite forces dispatched by the Navy." Anna finally summoned her courage to speak, her expression imbued with a sense of certainty. The glimmer of hatred in her gaze was deeply buried. "Boss, this young lady makes a valid point. If the Navy discovers that we are responsible for the death of that Major General, we might never escape this island." Mew said anxiously. "Repairing the ship will require at least another week." Little Rain was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. "Muse, it seems that without your punishment, you are utterly incapable of restraining your tongue." This remark jolted both Muse and AKS into realization. The matter of the general's demise was known solely to the brethren of the pirate crew. Yet, it had now been divulged. At that moment, Anna's eyes sparkled with a fierce glimmer, a hatred that could not be concealed. Within the base, there existed another colonel. Colonel Cruz was indeed the true authority of this chameleon naval base, and his formidable strength was widely acknowledged. Perhaps he had already arrived. Xiao Yu let out a cold laugh, seemingly ignoring Anna's words. "You two fools, do you think I would go around boasting about killing a major general? Honestly, while that major general was quite formidable, he was no match for me." Laughing, she soared through a massive tangle of cables towards the exit. Miyoshi and Aku exchanged glances, clearly at a loss, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. They were truly speechless at their leader's antics. Anna, clutching her little pig, approached Miyoshi and Aku with unwavering determination. "I'll take you to the naval base. It seems your captain is utterly unreliable." Miyoshi and Aku smiled at each other and replied, "He's absolutely trustworthy. Come with us. Perhaps he will soon require your assistance." With that, the trio dashed towards the exit. Before departing, Anna nodded at the elderly man and girl who had spoken up for her, then followed suit. As they ran, her eyes narrowed slightly. This could be their last hope. Nonetheless, if that boy could take down a major general, he should have no trouble dealing with Crus. "Oh, Piggy. You must perform well when the time comes. Otherwise, we might truly meet our demise. But even in death, I will drag him down with me." Anna's final words escaped her lips, perhaps a murmured reassurance to herself. Chapter 14. The Colonel with the Cut Shadow at the Entrance of the Manor. The Navy officer glared furiously at Jiaozi and Qianbing. The tall, slender colonel cast a cold glance at the nearly lifeless major in the distance. Has even Sambin been taken down? Then that scoundrel Barus must have been dealt with as well. The colonel's voice was barely above a whisper, as if he were speaking to himself. Qianbing scoffed and yelled at the recently arrived Navy. As a member of the Navy, serving these scoundrels is a disgrace. A complete waste of taxpayers' money. Jiaozi stared wide-eyed at the colonel, sensing that this bamboo-like man was quite powerful. "Oh, did you do this? I've heard it was pirates. Which pirate crew do you belong to?" The colonel retorted without answering directly. Standing over 3 meters tall, he was hardly diminutive even before a robot. "The Xiao Yu pirates." Jiaozi replied calmly, as if naming an opera troupe. Yet, his aura surged, and he began to utilize his aerial prowess, soaring into the sky. The colonel cast a fleeting glance at Jiaozi, a slight smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. "It seems you must be a fruit user. However, I doubt you possess the strength to defeat Jason. With that, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Xiaozi just as he began to react. As Xiaozi spun in midair, he quickly raised his arms and a cross to shield himself. A resounding thud echoed as he absorbed the blow, yet he was still sent flying, creating a large crater in the ground. Qiabing rubbed his eyes, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. He was well aware of Xiao Yu and Jiaozi's capabilities. While Jiaozi was certainly weaker than Xiao Yu, he should still be able to handle a naval officer of that rank with ease. What was happening? Had he misjudged the officer's rank? In midair, the colonel, while executing the moonwalk technique, expressed his astonishment. I never expected such skill to exist within a Mere East Blue pirate crew. This should be an excellent opportunity to hone my skills. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure burst from the crater below, moving with incredible speed and appearing right in front of the colonel. After a flurry of exchanges, they separated. Jiaozi exhaled lightly, grinning. You're not too shabby yourself. At least your speed is commendable. But your strength leaves much to be desired. Ha ha ha. Well done, Jiaozi. Defeat this guy, and I'll make you a hoverbike when we return. Qiabing exclaimed excitedly as he closed his protective shield. Meanwhile, the colonel's demeanor turned serious. After scrutinizing Jiaozi, he chuckled. Jason excels in armed hockey and swordsmanship, but I specialize in the 6 styles of the Navy. Your speed is quite comparable to mine. Still, I must get serious now. With that declaration, he unleashed a flurry of kicks in midair, sending a barrage of crescent-shaped wind blasts towards Jiaozi. Jiaozi furrowed his brow slightly, and, in an instant, executed his aerial technique to its fullest. He deftly dodged the gusts while his fingers began to glow. Don wave. The air erupted with flames spiraling like a whirlwind, lighting up the night sky in a dazzling display. The colonel retreated repeatedly, while Jiaozi, utilizing his aerial skills, faced far fewer obstacles than the colonel. After soaring above the explosion, he shot towards the colonel at high speed, fingers still sending forth the Don wave. Not far away, Xiao Yu sat quietly atop the cables, observing with a low murmur. When did even a colonel of the Navy possess such formidable strength? He rivals that Major General. That man is Colonel Kruss, stationed at the Kamiya Naval Base. Were it not for his fear of sunlight, his combat capability would be even greater. After all, human eyes thrive in well-lit environments. Behind him, a vibrant voice emerged. Anna, holding Piggy, approached Xiao Yu's side. Yet, witnessing the battle between Jiaozi and Kruss, her eyes betrayed her simmering hatred. Afraid of sunlight? Xiao Yu glanced at Anna, momentarily lost in thought, as if a sudden realization struck him. He was well aware of the formidable foes that lurked in the first half of the Grand Line. After a brief contemplation, he called out, that fellow named Kruss. He hasn't had his shadow cut by Moonlight Moria, has he? The instant the words left his mouth, Kruss faltered in surprise. Meanwhile, Jiaozi's attack struck, sending him crashing back into the ranks of the Navy. As Kruss slowly rose, furrowing his brow slightly, he remarked, it appears you are truly no ordinary pirates. You are even aware of Moonlight Moria. Ha. It seems the headquarters has tasked you with eliminating Jason. Xiao Yu was taken aback and inquired, Jason? Who is Jason? Cruz's face contorted in displeasure as he coldly scoffed. Once you descend into hell, you shall understand. No sooner had he spoken than a figure lunged towards Xiao Yu. At that moment, Jiaozi unleashed 3 piercing waves, executing a powerful kick that was intercepted by Cruz. A thunderous explosion reverberated before Cruz, while Jiaozi, visibly irked, exclaimed, your opponent is me. If I cannot defeat you, how can you possibly contend with our captain? With that, he gestured towards Cruz with both hands. Suddenly, Cruz found himself immobilized, a searing pain coursing through his abdomen as if a knife were twisting within. Is this truly your devil fruit ability? What kind of fruit is it? Cruz asked, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he stiffly inquired. Xiao Yu shrugged and inquired, is this fellow your nemesis? It appears he couldn't even handle my subordinates, yet he seems formidable. As she spoke, she gradually levitated into the air. While Anna gazed at Jiaozi in astonishment, Xiao Yu had already reached Cruz's side. She patted Cruz on the head and remarked, you foolish boy. Did you think that merely enveloping your entire abdomen with armed color hockey would spare you from pain? Ha. Did you really believe I would reveal that Jiaozi has never consumed a devil fruit? This is entirely his own ability. With your meager stature, you think you can hold us back? Truly a delusion. Ha. Xiao Yu's laughter was audacious, a demeanor that sent cold sweat cascading down the brows of the bound nobles and merchants. Their predicament had worsened. Even Colonel Cruz at the naval base was powerless against them. If this continued, they would surely be subjected to merciless torment. Release the colonel at once, or we shall open fire. The soldiers brought by Cruz raised their firearms, yet their voices trembled with fear. Simultaneously, several soldiers wielding knives quaked at the very thought of engaging. Such lackluster combat prowess rendered Xiao Yu indifferent. Qian Bingwei's lips curled slightly in irritation. Was he merely a decorative piece, a robot standing idly while only Xiao Yu and Jiaozi received attention? Was he truly so ineffectual? The robot sprang into action, its metallic form revealing rocket launchers and machine guns, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the Navy soldiers amidst a cacophony of gunfire and anguished cries. Concurrently, the robot charged forward, drawing a 4-meter-long broadsword from its back and bringing it down ferociously into the billowing smoke. The earth trembled beneath the tremendous roar, echoing the cries of the fallen. Xiao Yu smiled faintly and remarked, though Qian Bingwei's robot is formidable, with strength that is astonishing, its speed leaves much to be desired. Muses wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, awkwardly admitting, "Boss, my speed is not impressive either." Xiao Yu's lips twitched momentarily before she unleashed a powerful punch, causing a significant bump to swell on Muse's forehead. "You worthless lot, is there any comparison? You can't even defeat a little girl." Xiao Yu's temper flared, and she cast a glance at AKS. Instantly, AKS looked skyward. "Ha ha ha, the moon is remarkably round tonight. Ha ha ha, what splendid weather." Thud. With another resounding blow, AKS was sent flying. After tasting the earth, he feigned unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu scoffed. "Still fighting? What are you gazing at? You're not a navigator. Why not consider a career change to sailing?" Standing behind Xiao Yu, Anna was genuinely astonished. She had not anticipated the strength of Xiao Yu and her companions. Nor did she expect this band of pirates to possess such humanity. Previously, she had envisioned pirates as fearsome beings, prone to violence and murder. Yet, she now realized that the so-called justice was rather superficial, while the notion of evil merely represented the failures of the defeated. With her gaze fixed intently on Cruz, her icy voice emerged slowly. "Cruz, I have awaited this day for 5 years." No sooner had her words left her lips than, before anyone could react, a small pig transformed into steam and charged toward Cruz with Anna in tow. With a swift motion, a scalpel glided across Cruz's neck. Although no blood had yet appeared, Cruz's pupils dilated, and he ultimately collapsed to the ground. "What is happening? This is my target. You dare to kill him, you little brat. Just wait and see how I deal with you." Dumpling's roar jolted everyone back to reality. Chapter 15. The Doctor. The previously silent atmosphere shattered with Dumpling's exclamation. Yet Anna remained frozen, as if her soul had departed, a profound sense of longing suddenly overwhelming her, leaving her heart hollow. Dumpling's fist halted just a centimeter from Anna's face, for Anna had not responded, and 2 streams of scalding tears cascaded down her cheeks. "I haven't even hit you yet. Why are you crying?" Dumpling expressed his bewilderment, casting a glance at Xiao Yu nearby, as if to say, "See? I didn't strike her. She is crying all on her own." Xiao Yu merely smiled faintly before suddenly exclaiming, "Cry, let it all out. It feels better." Having avenged her grievances, it was now time for her to focus on her own survival. Anna, who had been quietly shedding tears, suddenly unleashed a torrent of sobs, as if a dam had burst. Her anguished cries caused Xiao Yu's heart to tremble slightly. This little girl truly had a remarkable capacity for tears. She could certainly be compared to Meng Jiangnu. At last, the girl had released her emotions. Behind them, an elderly voice, laden with wisdom, emerged. The old man who had been advocating for Anna in the underground factory appeared, accompanied by a small girl. However, the little girl looked on the verge of tears herself. "Name, gender, occupation. Do not assume familiarity with me. First, share your background." Xiao Yu interjected coolly, interrupting the old man's musings. This abruptness left the elderly man feeling as though his veins had been constricted. "Salut, male slave," he replied curtly, eliciting laughter from the little girl beside him. Looking at Xiao Yu, she cheerfully exclaimed, "Grandpa, he is a good person." "Huh? I am a villain. I am a pirate with blood on my hands," Xiao Yu replied, her eyes wide as she made a playful face to frighten the little girl. The little girl smiled even more radiantly. At the tender age of 13 or 14, one would expect her to be free of cavities. Yet, as she spoke, her words carried a certain naivety, revealing her childlike essence. "My name is Jolena. What is yours?" she inquired with an innocent expression, though a hint of wariness in her gaze did not go unnoticed by Xiao Yu. With a smirk, she struck what she believed to be an imposing pose and whispered, "I am Xiao Yu, the captain of the Xiao Yu pirate crew." "Ha, little sister. Would you like to join our ship and experience the Grand Line?" "Sure." Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback by Jolena's enthusiastic response and turned helplessly to Saru, asking, "What animosity exists between Anna and what was her name again?" Saru sighed and recounted the tale with resignation. Anna's father was regarded as a true physician on this island of Kemia. Unfortunately, he refused to treat the navy and the nobility, often coming to the aid of us poor slaves instead. Consequently, 5 years ago, he was captured by Crus under the pretense of apprehending pirates. Tragically, he was executed before even reaching prison, all under the guise of detention. Furthermore, a manhunt was launched across the island for Anna. All these years, I can only wonder how that girl has managed to survive. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating that Cruz was a master of framing others. With a wry smile, he inquired softly, "And what of the pig?" "I am unaware," Sara replied. Ever since Anna reappeared, she has been accompanied by this pig. Remarkably, this pig has proven quite resourceful. On several occasions, Anna has nearly been discovered. Yet it was this pig that enabled her to escape peril. Saru spoke with a tone of gratitude, accompanied by a wistful expression. At that moment, the pig, which walked on 2 legs and used its trotters to nudge Anna, grunted softly and cast a glance towards Xiao Yu. Its name was Juju, and 5 years prior, during the island-wide hunt for Sister Anna, it had saved her life. Interestingly, when this little pig was washed ashore on Kemia Island by the waves, it was Sister Anna who rescued it. Thus, it had remained by her side ever since. However, Anna had mentioned that due to consuming a certain fruit, the other pigs refused to play with it. Once, while frolicking by the sea, it was swept to this island by the waves. Jolana's account was somewhat disjointed, yet it left Xiao Yu astonished. Anna can communicate with animals? He pondered, momentarily stunned before regaining his composure. Jolana shook her head, slightly furrowing her delicate brows before stating, "She cannot speak their language, but Juju possesses artistic talent. It is through its drawings that we understand." Xiao Yu was left speechless. Xiao Yu shrugged, appearing as though she had been bested by them. However, when she recalled the words of the old man Sara moments ago, she suddenly realized that her ship lacked a physician. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yu directly inquired, "Is Anna skilled in medicine? Please do not tell me that her father is a renowned doctor while she possesses no knowledge whatsoever. Such a revelation would surely vex me." Her expression darkened, and the cold smile laced with menace caused both Saru and Jolina to instinctively retract their necks. At that moment, it seemed that Muse and Axe had also come to a realization. Indeed, if Anna were proficient in medicine, she would be perfectly suited to serve as the ship's doctor. Anna had always accompanied her father in his medical practice, so her skills were commendable. Yet, she cannot accompany you pirates on the high seas. You are pirates, after all, and are wanted by the Navy across the globe. Sara lamented, as if Anna were his own granddaughter. Xiao Yu snapped her fingers and chuckled softly. "Are you implying that as long as Anna is on this island, she will be safe? You must realize that she has just killed a colonel. Moreover, those small nobles and merchants all witnessed it. His father was a pirate, and thus, the child is also a pirate. Although it was a case of false accusation, the truth has already taken root." Upon hearing this, Sara fell into deep contemplation. It was evident that eliminating all those small nobles and merchants was out of the question. Furthermore, Qian Biwei had also approached. Just moments ago, some naval soldiers had escaped. If even one of them reported the incident, Anna would undoubtedly be wanted. After all, she had killed a colonel. Regardless of the colonel's misdeeds, if the Navy wished to cover it up, they would surely seek a scapegoat. Thus, the Xiao Yu pirate crew and Anna would serve as the ideal scapegoats. At this point, Saru, originally a slave of the Hussein family, had come to understand where the nobles and the Navy truly stood. It was clear they would never side with him. A sigh of resignation escaped Xiao Yu's lips, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth, embodying a sense of triumph. She flicked her hair towards Muse and AKS, clearly quite pleased with herself. As dawn broke, the sun peeked over the horizon, casting a crimson hue across the sea and enveloping the entire base in a golden glow. At the naval station in Roga Town, Carp munched on a donut while listening to Sengoku's furious voice over the transponder snail. "You fool! What are you doing still in Roga Town? Did I not inform you yesterday that we have located the Xiao Yu pirate crew? They are currently in Kamiya Town, and Cruz has already been eliminated by them. What should I say to you?" The transponder snail emitted an irate expression, spewing froth with Sengoku's outburst. Stalaberry cleared his throat softly, his chest-length beard quivering slightly. Noticing Carp's lack of response, he abruptly slapped Carp on the shoulder. What? Sengoku, how could you be so foolish this time? Roga Town is a crucial passageway into the Grand Line from the East Sea. They are in Kamiya, still 3 to 4 days away from us. Even if they enter the Grand Line, they will need to resupply. Hence, there is no need for us to pursue them. That brat will surely come to us. Haha. That foolish laughter left Sengoku feeling exasperated. What if they didn't require resupply and went straight into the Grand Line? His words momentarily stunned Carp, who quickly retorted, "Do you think they are idiots? Moreover, 2 days have already passed. Who knows if they are still in Crimea? What if they discover something amiss and flee?" Sengoku fell silent, taking a deep breath before roaring once more. "They need at least 7 to 8 days to repair their ship in Crimea. Which is why I sent you. Do you not trust my intelligence? You fool, you absolute fool." With that, he hung up the phone, confident that Carp would know how to proceed. On the other side, Smoker wore a large hashtag on his forehead, appearing quite helpless. Strawberry smiled faintly, as if to say, "Just get used to it." Carp, having finished his last donut, stood up indignantly. "I had intended to participate in the donut eating contest first. Now, thanks to this brat, all my plans are ruined." Sigh. Smoker, prepare the crew. We set sail immediately. Understood. Strawberry, you head out first to gather intelligence. That brat is not to be underestimated. He has dealt with Jason and also Cruz, who is in the same batch. Be cautious and avoid acting recklessly. Understood. As the commander of this operation, Carp quickly exemplified the military demeanor of the older generation. However, a comment he made as he departed shattered that image. Humph. I will deal with that brat swiftly and then return home to see my dear grandson. I wonder what is wrong with him, choosing to become a pirate. When I return, he'll get a beating from me. Humph. Strawberry, just stepping outside, nearly stumbled to the ground. How could this old man, who was just talking about his beloved grandson, suddenly switch to wanting to beat someone up? Chapter 16. The Penguin in the early morning. A light mist blanketed the sea. Within the thick fog, the faint silhouette of a pirate ship stirred excitement in Xiao Yu. A beautiful image danced in her mind, lost in her thoughts. The sea seemed to brighten. What do you think? This ship is quite impressive, isn't it? Haha. It boasts the most advanced power system in this world. Even in windless areas, it can utilize electricity, gas, or coal as a driving force. Haha. I only just realized how brilliant I am. Behind her, Qianbei laughed heartily. The pirate ship had now been under construction for 2 full days, during which Qianbei had modified many features. For instance, if power generation was needed, a generator was essential. Whether for gas or oil power generation, he had installed it all, even adding a windmill for wind power generation. The ship measured 80 meters in length, a size that would not be considered large in the pirate world, but certainly not small either. Besides Muse, who was particularly large. The other members of the Xiao Yu pirate crew were of average size, ensuring there would be no issues with usage. The captain's cabin, precise navigation room, various officer lounges, recreational areas, and entertainment rooms, facilities typically absent in ordinary pirate ships, were all present on this vessel. Regrettably, the pirate quarters were slightly smaller, necessitating the use of bunk beds for accommodation. Of course, if a pirate could not endure such minor discomforts, they would not venture out to sea. Xiao Yu, you must know that all the weapons aboard have been improved by me, especially the torpedoes at the bow. They are genuine torpedoes. Additionally, I have transformed the ship to include a submersible system, and it can even take flight. Alas, due to the scarcity of some materials, even if it can fly, it cannot do so for long. Qianbei lamented, his frustration evident. Have you decided on a name for the ship? Xiao Yu asked, her anticipation evident. As the shipbuilder, he held the privilege of naming this pirate vessel. The mention of a name clearly excited Qianbei even more. Pointing to a small town on the other side of the island, he whispered, I hope it will be called the Justice. Hoping that even when we enter the Grand Line, we can continue to uphold justice as we have this time. As he spoke, the expression of righteousness on his face momentarily stunned Xiao Yu. However, regaining her composure, she cleared her throat and softly remarked, Oh, Qianbei. Although we are all dressed uniformly and uphold our own sense of justice, we are not the Navy. After much hesitation, Xiao Yu finally expressed his thoughts with a sense of resignation. We are not the Navy. No matter how just our cause may be, we cannot claim to represent justice. After all, we are free pirates. Moreover, we are not revolutionaries. There are vast areas beyond our reach. We can only advocate for our sense of justice in the context we can perceive and influence, albeit in a limited manner. Hihi, do you understand this sentiment? Qianbei was taken aback for a moment, but then nodded in understanding as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Hihi, we are merely pirates. So, how about naming our ship the Penguin? After all, this is my hometown. I wonder if I will ever return there. Xiao Yu sighed, gently patting Qianbei's shoulder, and said with a hint of resignation, Very well, let us name it Penguin. From now on, this shall be your home. He chuckled softly, and Qianbei murmured dreamily, Ah, my home. On the surface of the sea, The mist began to dissipate. A delicate golden hue illuminated the water, where the shimmering waves gently caressed the pirate ship, as if urging it forth. In the distance, several warships began to emerge from the horizon. The comforting expression that Xiao Yu had once offered to Qianbing Wei now seemed a blur. But in an instant, her eyes widened in realization. Wait, warships? What is happening? Xiao Yu's somewhat piercing voice caused the entire beach to perk up, and in an instant, everyone stood to attention. For the past couple of days, a banquet had been held on this beach, which was in close proximity to Cici village. Naturally, the provisions for the feast were sourced from the Hussein family. However, the townsfolk primarily believed that the Xiao Yu pirate crew had departed. Furthermore, the inhabitants of Cici village would certainly not have informed the navy. Upon this realization, Xiao Yu turned to face his pirate crew and the former slaves among the villagers. It appeared that Muses and Achaeus had also grasped the situation. Upon further reflection, the truth became apparent. Turning to the pirates and his crew, he spoke in a somber tone. Who would have thought that we were betrayed by our own kind? Captain, these villagers would never report to the navy. And given the duration that has passed, it is improbable that the navy would still be heading to this island. Therefore, it must be one of our own who alerted the navy about our presence here for an extended period. This explains everything. Achaeus, observing Xiao Yu's confusion, quietly interjected. Upon hearing such an explanation, the round eyes of Dumpling widened even further. After a cold snort, a glimmer appeared on his fingertip. It wasn't us who devised this plan, but rather Xiao Luo. Yes, it was Xiao Luo who said that you killed the navy's major, therefore you would undoubtedly be wanted by them. If we were to follow you, we would surely be slain. Captain Muses, please intercede on our behalf. We never intended to oppose you. Achaeus pleaded. The chorus of accusations ignited a cacophony on the beach, filled with cries and curses, which left Xiao Yu feeling increasingly agitated. He cast a bewildered gaze toward Xiao Luo, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. Why? Xiao Yu murmured softly, his voice echoing like a whisper from the heavens, imbued with an icy tone, laden with doubt, and a sense of profound emptiness. Xiao Luo stepped forward, his expression one of unmistakable regret, tears welling in his eyes. Why? He implored. You ask me why? Our one-eyed pirate crew was thriving in the East Sea. Why did you have to oppose the navy? Not only did you slay a rear admiral, but you also directly obliterated the navy base on this island. Your strength is formidable, yet what about us? We merely aspired to be ordinary pirates. With your exceptional prowess, even summoning the mightiest admirals might have allowed you to escape. But we cannot. Therefore, we must forge our own opportunities. Yet, I never anticipated that I had notified the navy 8 days prior, and they only arrived on the 8th day. Ha ha, indeed. The navy embodies the ambiguous justice you spoke of. We have suffered greatly at their hands. Almost all the pirates fell to their knees. The expression of regret on their faces evoked disdain from the innocent villagers. Captain, I beg you, spare them. They are my brothers who ventured out with me. I should have brought them back. After the confrontation with Along, they were already terrified. Now I implore you, do not take their lives. Muse knelt. The tears of this giant flowing uncontrollably, a testament to his unwillingness to accept fate. His expression of despair astonished Xiao Yu. Akers also fell to his knees, declaring, Take my life in exchange. My life was saved by Captain Muse. Now, let my life serve as payment. Dumpling and Qianbing Wei gazed at Xiao Yu, while on the ship. Anna held the little pig and urged, Make a decision swiftly, for the navy is approaching. Xiao Yu suddenly broke into a wide smile, clapping Muse and Axe on the back. Ha ha ha. You too, come aboard. How could the grand line be complete without you? As soon as the words left her lips, Jiaozi and Qianbing Wei also climbed onto the ship. Meanwhile, the pirates kneeling on the beach appeared momentarily bewildered, yet they bore a look of relief. The pirate ship gradually powered up, its sails billowing. Despite the absence of a sea breeze, as the propeller whirred into action, the pirate vessel set sail, lifting its anchor and heading in a new direction. Once the pirate ship had traversed approximately 100 meters, Xiao Yu suddenly soared into the air, standing atop the pirate flag. Though I shall spare your lives, do not mistake this for leniency, she declared. I am curious to see whether those navy officers will let you off lightly. With that proclamation, the Wanxiang Tianyin appeared. The 30 or so pirates found themselves utterly powerless, drawn up and flung far away. The warship was about 300 meters from the pirate ship, and the pirates landed directly in front of it. On the beach, Sara shouted anxiously, Jolena, you little rascal, have you boarded the ship too? Before Xiao Yu could respond, a youthful voice from the lookout tower chimed in. Grandpa, I'm protecting Sister Anna as we set sail. I promise I will return to see you. Goodbye. What is happening? Xiao Yu and Jiaozi exchanged glances, clearly taken aback. At the same time, Anna, carried by Zhu, flew up to the lookout tower. Embracing Jolena and calling out to the beach, "Don't worry, Grandpa, I will keep Jolena safe. Farewell." Sara discreetly wiped away his tears, murmuring, "You little scamp. Do you really think I'm unaware?" Humph. Amidst the laughter of the villagers from Sisi village, the Xiao Yu pirate cruise, Pangyue, set sail, at last. In stark contrast to the scene aboard the Pangyue, one of the three warships had a sentry saluting Strawberry before loudly announcing, "Admiral, the pirates have fled in the 10 o'clock direction." Strawberry produced a monocular and, after a brief inspection, spoke in a low tone, "Pursue them." "Yes, Admiral. We've spotted nearly 40 pirates ahead. Execute them all. Our primary objective is to pursue Xiao Yu's pirate crew." "Understood." The thunderous sounds of cannon fire and gunshots drowned out the cries and curses of the former members of Xiao Yu's crew. And the sea once again fell into a tranquil silence. Chapter 17. Bounty exceeding 100 million. On the calm surface of the sea, a gentle breeze stirred, causing ripples to shimmer. On the balcony outside the captain's quarters of the Pangyue, Xiao Yu gazed intently at the young girl Jolena, who appeared no older than 13 or 14. This girl possessed strength that could rival Jiaozi's. Currently, Jiaozi could effortlessly topple a tree with a single kick. Yet, this seemingly untrained girl displayed comparable strength, prompting Xiao Yu to take notice. Often, a pirate's innate talent is of utmost significance. Among the multitude of Navy personnel, only a select few possess remarkable abilities, capable of awakening Haki or mastering the 6 styles of the Navy. The majority of Navy soldiers are destined to remain mere soldiers, their potential forever limited. "Pray tell, have you consumed some devil fruit?" Xiao Yu lightly tapped the glass table laden with pastries, producing a rhythmic sound. "I have already mentioned. I acquired my strength while working in an underground factory, and I can swim." Jolena replied earnestly, demonstrating a swimming motion. Little Yu's eyes were adorned with delicate wrinkles at the corners as she softly remarked, "A mere 14-year-old girl possesses such formidable power. And you? Could it be that you are the one who has consumed the steam fruit and gained the abilities of a pig?" As she spoke, she pointed incredulously at the little pig, her expression a blend of disbelief and wonder at the vastness of the world. "Humph, you ought to mind your own business. At present, you are a pirate with a bounty of 170 million berries. Not just in the East Blue, but even on the Grand Line. You would undoubtedly be considered a notorious pirate." Anna huffed discontentedly, slapping the bounty poster on the table. At that moment, several bounty posters were laid out on the table, prominently featuring Shura Little Yu with a bounty of 170 million berries. The bounties are as follows. The Little Rascal Dumpling has a reward of 70 million berries. The Cyclopean Muse has a bounty of 20 million berries. Quishot AKS is valued at 13 million berries, and the Demon Doctor Anna commands a 10 million berry bounty. Collectively, these 5 individuals have amassed a staggering total of 283 million berries in rewards. This signifies that such bounties, within the Grand Line, undoubtedly mark them as a formidable pirate crew. After all, they are newcomers, fresh to the seas, having barely sailed for less than 2 months. And in just one day, their bounties have already emerged. "Ha ha, I am not on the bounty list. Ha ha ha, I must truly be a paragon of justice." "GNBNGW," I exclaimed, striking a pose as if he were a herald of righteousness. Dumpling, however, let out a resigned sigh. "Umph. I can't believe there is a disparity of 100 million berries between us. This is utterly absurd." Upon discovering that Xiao Yu's bounty is a staggering 70 million berries, Dumpling had envisioned himself as a legendary pirate of immense stature. Unfortunately, he realized that his own bounty was merely a fraction of Xiao Yu's. This realization left the typically self-satisfied Dumpling feeling somewhat despondent and even irked. With a playful smile gracing her lips, Xiao Yu remarked, "We have vanquished a major general and eliminated a colonel who was nearly at the same rank. Moreover, we have dismantled a naval base. Not to mention, we have dispatched quite a number of nobles. This bounty is entirely reasonable. Besides, are you not also under a reward, Dr. Demon?" Ha. Her words left Anna utterly speechless, for it was indeed Cruz who had taken the life of the Major General. However, as I scrutinized the bounty notice, an unsettling sense of familiarity washed over me. "Do you recall that during our banquet, an elderly gentleman captured a photograph of us, subsequently engraving each of our likenesses?" Xiao Yu awkwardly gazed at the photograph on the bounty poster, feeling quite dejected as she spoke. At that moment, everyone realized the truth of the matter. "Qian Bingwei, it is only a matter of time before you two will be placed under a bounty. When that day arrives, I wonder if you will still retain your current dashing appearance. Should you fail to do so, your handsome image will be irrevocably tarnished. Xiao Yu chuckled softly, her expression laced with a hint of disdain. Qian Bingwei was taken aback. After some contemplation, he found her words to be eerily accurate. He then recalled, "Ah, I remember now. I think there was indeed a flash directed at me while I was asleep. I didn't notice it at the time. But could it have been that person? This is dreadful. If I am truly wanted, then the picture they use will surely be the most unflattering one of me." Amidst a wave of laughter, the entire pirate crew erupted in merriment. There were 7 individuals in total, plus a pig, making it 8. Such a large ship felt rather desolate with so few aboard. Fortunately, every corner was equipped with the intelligent surveillance systems and security gear that Qian Bingwei had devised. Otherwise, the night watch would be utterly exhausting. Now, as long as one monitored the videos in the control room adjacent to the captain's quarters, the task was made significantly easier. The control room, however, was Qian Bingwei's personal space, which appeared rather chaotic compared to the opulence of the captain's quarters. Dominated by a bed and a haphazard arrangement of machines, scattered food, and clothing. By the way, Muse, aren't you going to seek your reward from along? After all, he was the one who directly dismantled your one-eyed pirate crew. Now, you are a notorious pirate with a bounty of 20 million, they exclaimed, bursting into laughter once more. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Yu burst into laughter and said, "It is precisely because of him that we encountered you, Captain." Muse and Axe exchanged glances and shook their heads slightly, adding, "Now, we are the helmsman and sniper of the Xiao Yu pirate crew." Xiao Yu smiled faintly and nodded lightly. Muses glanced at the sky and suddenly furrowed her brow, remarking, "Given the weather, it seems a storm may be imminent." "Such splendid weather. How could that possibly be?" Qian Bingwei exclaimed, gazing upward in disbelief. However, he soon produced an instrument resembling a compass, and after a moment of contemplation, he stated, "It appears that a tempest is indeed on the horizon. This is my invention, a weather testing device that incorporates the functionality of a compass." Little Rain nodded slightly. If a storm was approaching, one must be prepared for it. It was time to reclaim her desk, as everyone began to gather their belongings. Little Rain returned to the balcony, her brow furrowed slightly. She was astonished to discover that the Navy had pursued them all the way here, with the entire ship accelerating forward. To the left rear of the pirate ship were the 3 warships that had arrived at Crimea Island just a few days prior. Remarkably, they had caught up. One could not help but admire the Navy's relentless determination. After accelerating, the propellers spun even faster. In less than 5 minutes, they had distanced themselves from the Navy vessels. Little Rain turned her head back to face the front. Upon doing so, she was taken aback. Ahead, there was indeed another Navy warship, and it was alarmingly close. However, what left Little Rain feeling utterly helpless was the figure standing at the bow. Donning a dog-headed hat, it was Carp. In the world of One Piece, Carp was a figure of considerable notoriety. Just this one glance made her immediately realize the gravity of the situation. The ship swiftly changed course, heading towards the 9 o'clock direction with urgency. Xiao Yu anxiously called out. While in the control room adjacent to the captain's quarters, Muse was vigorously directing operations. A gasp escaped from Axe's lips as he set down his sniper rifle. Another warship had unexpectedly appeared ahead. What on earth was happening? Who could say? It was rare to witness the captain in such a state of agitation. Muse remarked with a hint of curiosity, but soon grasped the situation. Unless they had encountered someone even the captain could not handle. The two of them instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation, and beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. Meanwhile, in the doctor's quarters beneath the captain's chamber, Anna rushed up the stairs to Xiao Yu's balcony. Her expression revealing her surprise. "You can feel fear too." This pirate ship was divided into 3 levels. On the deck, there were 3 rooms on the 2nd level. The control room was designated for the inventor, Qian Bingwei, while the operational room belonged to Muse and Axe. The central room was reserved for Dr. Anna. The uppermost 3rd level housed a spacious room exclusively for Xiao Yu, sufficiently large to accommodate 3 to 5 individuals of Muse's stature without issue. The lowest level, of course, comprised the dining hall, a recreational lounge, and 2 vacant rooms. At that moment, standing on the balcony, Xiao Yu furrowed his brow slightly. The individual on the opposing warship was none other than the naval hero, Garp. He was the man who had nearly brought the Pirate King to the brink of despair. Did Xiao Yu truly believe he could stand against such a formidable foe? What? A naval hero, a rival of the Pirate King. Anna struggled to accept this revelation. Any figure from that era would pose a grave threat to their ship. After all, those legendary individuals were renowned throughout the seas. Moreover, while Xiao Yu was indeed powerful, He recognized that he was still a considerable distance away from matching the highest echelons of combat prowess. This was a truth he could not deny. Now, a being even more formidable than the highest-ranking naval forces had appeared. Could it be that his luck was truly this dire? To find himself on this pirate ship for merely a day and already face death. However, there remained a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Garp had not even noticed them. The approaching naval forces, on the other hand, were a different matter. If they changed course and happened to encounter those naval vessels, Garp would undoubtedly detect their presence. In that eventuality, imprisonment seemed inevitable. Xiao Yu let out a resigned sigh, shrugging her shoulders as she spoke. What a joke. Could you please refrain from speaking so lightly? Anna said, her complexion slightly pale, yet her expression held a glimmer of hope. After all, the speed of this ship was undeniable. Chapter 18. The might of Garp. Xiao Yu felt a tinge of bitterness, not from the light-hearted words she had spoken, but rather from the grand fantasies she clung to. If, perchance, Garp had truly fallen asleep or was lost in thought, then it would be entirely reasonable for her group to escape. Moreover, this vessel possessed the ability to soar into the skies. Should it take flight, perhaps they could indeed make a swift getaway. However, if Garp were to pursue them relentlessly, even if they ascended into the air, he would certainly be able to board their ship in an instant and eliminate everyone in a heartbeat. Xiao Yu is engaged in a gamble, merely hoping for success this time. Qian Biwei, swiftly elevate the ship. Otherwise, we shall be too late. It is evident that Garp has noticed the pirate vessel and is already pursuing us. Xiao Yu is compelled to issue commands once more. Meanwhile, on the other side, Stoloberry is visibly infuriated. He had clearly informed Garp moments ago, yet that individual remains at the bow of the ship, sound asleep, even as his subordinate. This is intolerable. Captain, this is a mission. Moreover, what is the matter with that ship? The warship fails to keep up. In Stoloberry's worldview, Navy warships are undoubtedly among the swiftest in existence. Generally, pirate ships either evade contact or are inevitably caught. Furthermore, the distance between them is consistently so close. The naval officers nearby are growing anxious as well. Captain, Admiral Sengoku has stated that if we fail to catch up this time, we shall have to reassess that peculiar Doctor's capabilities. The brothers investigating on Kamiya Island have discovered that vessel is newly constructed. Furthermore, it is built by that eccentric doctor, Qian Bingwei. The captured pirates have also confessed that the ship seems capable of flight. Upon hearing this, Stoloberry is momentarily taken aback. Repeat that last statement. What do you mean, the ship can fly? For a moment, he almost questioned the reliability of his own hearing. Just as the messenger was about to provide clarification, a resounding roar erupted from the pirate ship, followed by a burst of flames from its stern, propelling the entire vessel into the air. It truly can fly. After a brief astonishment, Stoloberry murmurs, his eyes gleaming with unprecedented excitement. If the Navy were to possess such vessels, no pirate ship would evade capture. With this thought in mind, before the messenger could react, he suddenly leaps into the sky, seemingly intent on chasing the airborne ship. Meanwhile, Garp, standing at the bow, is momentarily stunned. Encountering such a ship is indeed beyond immediate acceptance. After a slight furrow of his brow, he commands in a low voice, "Bring me all the cannonballs." Ah, does the captain intend to employ that technique? Hurry. Gather all the cannonballs. A sergeant exclaims with palpable excitement. Once the cannonballs are collected, the distance between the pirate ship and the warship has increased to at least 400 or 500 meters. Discarding his justice coat, Garp's muscles bulge with intensity. Grasping 2 cannonballs in his hands, he hurls them with such force that they traverse an even greater distance than cannon fire, seemingly instantaneously catching up to the pirate vessel. All those at the stern of the pirate ship react with disbelief, particularly Anna and Qian Bingwei, who drop their binoculars in shock. Qian Bingwei's legs weaken, causing him to collapse to the ground. This man is a monster. Xiao Yu, we must surrender immediately. Otherwise, we shall be slain by this beast. On the other side, the bearded vice admiral has also arrived. Xiao Yu furrowed her brows deeply and glanced at Qian Bingwei, murmuring, "How much longer can the pirate ship soar?" Qian Bingwei promptly replied, "If we unfurl the iron wings on either side and activate the boosters, it can reach a maximum of about 5 nautical miles." The gentle rain lightly nodded and then slowly ascended into the vast sky. "You all go ahead. I'll contact you later via the phone book. I will first attempt to block them. If I fail, be sure to return to collect my remains." Almost everyone stood in stunned silence, caught off guard. Among them, Dumpling soared into the sky, snorted, and declared, "Don't forget, I can fly too." No sooner had the words left his lips than he darted away, his fingers unleashing a barrage of piercing blasts. Boom! As the projectiles detonated, smoke and flames rippled through the air, causing the penguin to shudder slightly. Remember, if you haven't heard from us within an hour, come to collect our corpses, Xiao Yu called out with a smile before shooting off into the distance. As he flew, his mind raced. He realized he could have submerged directly into the water, but doing so would likely have allowed Carp's cannonballs to reach him even faster. Furthermore, moving through water would not match the speed of flight, rendering him defenseless. After all, one cannot engage in combat beneath the sea. He had yet to master the true art of water transformation and was far from being proficient in water-based techniques. Relying solely on the Wanxiang Tianin to control the water would certainly allow Carp to close the distance swiftly. This cunning individual was not genuinely asleep or distracted, and the others nearby would surely alert Carp. With a smirk, Xiao Yu murmured, "Let me experience the might of the Navy hero. Dumpling, that fellow, would have to be left to you." With that thought, he halted mid-air, arms outstretched, fully unleashing the Wanxiang Tiani. Almost all the cannonballs converged together, obscuring the sky with a dense mass of projectiles. What a joke. He actually blocked Carp's meteor-like barrage of punches. I must be mistaken. One of the privates rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Meanwhile, Carp's brow furrowed slightly. What? The cannonballs are returning. Quickly, change course. Otherwise, we will be hit, shouted a sergeant, shocked as he issued commands. Ha ha ha, not bad, kid. Carp laughed heartily before suddenly producing an iron ball the size of half a warship. He hurled it into the air, causing Xiao Yu to nearly plummet from his aerial perch. What the heck? Is this a joke? Could this guy truly be a monster? Boom. The resounding explosion, coupled with the shockwave, made it difficult for Xiao Yu to maintain his balance in the air. Taking a couple of deep breaths, he let out a resigned sigh. What kind of monstrous family is the D family? Just relying on physical strength, they have become this formidable. If they were to wield a devil fruit, it would be utterly unthinkable. Xiao Yu could not help but exclaim that merely utilizing the universal attraction to gather all the projectiles had already required an immense amount of effort. Not to mention the significant depletion of chakra. It could be said that, relying solely on strength, Carp had firmly suppressed him to the point where he could hardly lift his head. The iron ball plummeted rapidly due to the shockwave from the explosion. And as all the sailors breathed a sigh of relief, they shouted loudly, "Captain, quickly move that thing away. If it falls, we are finished." Admiral Carp, stop dawdling. Carp grinned and exclaimed, "Kid, you possess considerable strength." As soon as he finished speaking, the massive iron ball, still attached to its chain, was once again hurled into the air. Simultaneously, with a powerful push from his legs, Carp propelled his entire body upward. Haha. However, this level of strength is insufficient. Thud. In midair, the iron ball was swung up and collided right in front of Xiao Yu, while a colossal Rinnegan materialized in Xiao Yu's right hand. Supergiant Rinnegan. Charge forward. A torrential downpour raged, accompanied by the furious roar of a young boy, as an enormous spherical technique forcefully sent the iron ball hurtling back. At that moment, all aboard the warship expressed their astonishment. They were acutely aware of the iron ball's significant weight, and yet, this young lad had suddenly conjured a sphere of comparable size, effortlessly subduing the iron ball. Even Strawberry, situated several hundred meters away, could not have anticipated such a spectacle. With a slight furrow of his brow, he remarked to Dumpling, "It seems your captain is quite formidable." "Humph, I am even stronger than him," Dumpling retorted, wiping the corner of his mouth with indignation. Simultaneously, the DNDN wave surged once more towards Strawberry. The two engaged in combat for nearly 3 minutes, but Dumpling found himself relentlessly on the defensive. His opponent's speed was astonishing, and his dual blades were wielded with remarkable skill. On several occasions, Dumpling narrowly evaded being struck. Against such a formidable adversary, Dumpling was finding it exceedingly challenging. "You are still quite inexperienced," Carp declared as the iron ball returned, delivering a powerful kick that sent the iron ball soaring. With a resounding boom, the immense spherical technique shattered, and the young boy was propelled backward, the tremendous force causing him to cough up blood. "Xiao Yu," Dumpling exclaimed in alarm, calling out to him. Chapter 19. Brothers united. The wind howled past, creating a stinging sensation in the ears. At that moment, Xiao Yu felt a searing heat radiating from his insides, accompanied by an unprecedented sensation of pressure. He could not help but lament internally, this guy possesses overwhelming strength, coupled with an exceptionally potent form of armament hockey. A moment's inattention could lead to severe injury. With that thought, his body abruptly paused mid-air, and he began to wave his hands vigorously. Instantly, columns of water erupted from the sea, creating a thunderous sound that eventually halted the iron ball's advance. However, at that moment, Carp leaped onto the iron ball, using it as leverage to appear directly before Xiao Yu. Shinra Tensei. Carp's hockey-infused fist struck with the force of a battering ram against an impenetrable wall. The rebound momentarily stunned him, yet his grin widened. With such power, you cannot hope to defeat me, boy. Ha 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 ha. He then subtly overpowered the rebound shield of Shinra Tensei. Damn it. If this continues, my chakra reserves will dwindle to an unbearable level. Xiao Yu thought furiously. This absurd world of monstrous, comedic, and passionate manga truly vexes me. After a silent shout of indignation, he swung his fist with all his might, striking Carp's fist. Super strength fist, block this. With another thunderous impact, a wave of force erupted, sending both Carp and Xiao Yu reeling backward. Carp managed to roll twice before landing on the deck of the ship, while Xiao Yu, blood spilling from his mouth, skidded across the water, finally coming to a halt after sliding 100 meters. Xiao Yu. Dumpling swiftly cast aside Strawberry and used the sky dance technique to reach Xiao Yu's side. After exhaling deeply twice, Xiao Yu spat some saliva and laughed. You, injured as you are, still come to concern for me. I am your captain, you know. Dumpling. Ha ha ha. Hold your ground on the sea. What manner of ability does this fellow possess? How is it that he can fly and exhibit such combat prowess upon the water? Moreover, he can exchange blows with Vice Admiral Carp and remain unscathed. Is this individual truly just a newcomer? A chorus of exclamations echoed across the warship, and Strawberry landed directly beside Carp. Glancing at Carp, who was preparing to strike again, he murmured, "This lad is indeed remarkable. Even in the Grand Line, he could certainly be considered a formidable pirate. Sengoku has finally made an accurate assessment. If it were solely you sent to confront him, victory would not be guaranteed, and you might even sustain injuries. Is he truly that powerful?" Strawberry furrowed his brow. Speaking with a hint of incredulity, Carp erupted into hearty laughter, declaring, "You are welcome to test that for yourself." Before Carp's words had fully settled, Strawberry had already employed the shave technique to dart forward. Xiao Yu's Rinnegan certainly allowed him to track any speed, and after a brief frown, he surged upward. Simultaneously, the chakra beneath his feet held a hint of wind attribute. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure, conjuring an enormous-tailed beast bomb in his hand. After stepping firmly upon the sea once more, he called out, "Body flicker technique." With a swift motion, his original figure vanished from the sight of all, reappearing instantly behind Strawberry, unleashing the colossal-tailed beast bomb. In that instant, Strawberry's speed was equally impressive. He crossed his dual blades in a swift turn, each sword imbued with potent haki. "Down with you." Xiao Yu gritted her teeth. Unleashing the ultimate form of the colossal spiral sphere, harnessing the power of rotation to ensnare Vice Admiral Strawberry in a sudden whirl. In a resounding boom, a towering column of water erupted from the sea's surface, spiraling upwards with tremendous force. "Ha ha ha, Strawberry. I told you this kid was exceptionally formidable," Carp observed from the sidelines, pointing at the soaring water column and laughing heartily. In a moment of surprise, Xiao Yu suddenly seemed to regain her senses. At that instant, a voice echoed from behind her. "Moonstep." Instantly, two swords appeared behind her. Shinra Tensei. With a resounding crash, the Rinnegan began to scan the surroundings. Simultaneously, Xiao Yu executed another instant movement technique, evading her previous position. As Strawberry struck down with his dual blades, cleaving through a portion of seawater, Xiao Yu reappeared before him. She swiftly grasped his hands and delivered a powerful kick. With a thud, Strawberry, the rear admiral, collided with the warship. A moment later, he landed beside Carp, a trace of blood already visible at the corner of his mouth. If the rear admiral was this formidable, encountering an admiral could prove perilous for her. Furthermore, Carp himself was a being whose strength surpassed that of an admiral. Today, it seemed quite possible that she might meet her demise here. A wave of helplessness washed over Xiao Yu. Her chakra had diminished to half at this stage. Particularly during her exchanges with Carp, an immense amount of chakra had been expended. "Dumpling, you must leave now. Otherwise, I might not be able to hold on much longer. Though you're injured, you can still utilize the void dance technique to escape." Xiao Yu cast a fleeting glance at the dumpling that supported him, cleared his throat, and spoke. The intense heat within his chest was growing ever stronger. The clash with Carp had undoubtedly inflicted serious damage upon him. Suddenly, the dumpling burst into laughter, straightening up, his eyes gleaming as he fixed his gaze on the naval warship across from them. With a breath, he exclaimed, "What a joke, Xiao Yu. We are brothers. This is what you taught me. Ha." to uphold our so-called justice and remain steadfast on our chosen path. I can feel my strength has increased immensely. No sooner had he spoken than he charged towards the warship. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, but soon a subtle smile graced his lips, a silent expression of appreciation. This lad truly believed himself to be a hero. With that thought, he swiftly matched the dumpling's pace, brandishing his fist in the air. Carp, allow me to witness the might of your naval prowess. Haha. As he spoke, the waters surrounding the warship began to churn violently. Columns of water erupted skyward. If they were to crash down upon the ship, even the vessel engineered by the Navy's most brilliant scientist would be hard-pressed to withstand it. Quickly, Major Carp, Major Storyberry, think of something. The urgency in their voices was palpable. If this strikes down, our warship will be obliterated. What kind of power does this kid possess? Why can he control the sea? Could he be a fisherman? How infuriating. A mere rookie, yet he wields such strength before even entering the Grand Line. Fools. We're dealing with a pirate with a bounty of 170 million berries. Even upon entering the Grand Line, he would surely be a formidable newcomer. Carp listened to the ordinary soldiers with a bemused expression, digging at his ear. He glanced sideways at his usually silent aide and asked, "What do you reckon his abilities are?" The aide, clutching his sword and adjusting his gentleman's hat, quietly suggested, "I believe it pertains to gravity. Have you not noticed that all the forces at play seem to stem from gravitational attraction and repulsion?" Carp nodded slightly, a smile forming on his lips. "I understand that much, but there are times when this kid's powers feel quite peculiar. For instance, that sphere he used just now, it is certainly not as simple as gravity. No, I must test this out." His fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound. With a grin, he suddenly appeared before Xiao Yu and the dumpling, his fists darkening ominously. He swung a punch directly at their heads. Should it connect, it would undoubtedly result in a catastrophic explosion of red and white. However, Xiao Yu's Rinnegan allowed him to perceive Carp's every movement with clarity. If only his body could keep pace, he could surely block it. Alas, his physical speed was lacking. And he was not Carp's grandson. Mercy was not an option. Grasping the dumpling's arm, he yanked forcefully in another direction, summoning Shinra Tensei once more. Boom. The ensuing dust and shockwave sent the sea into a tumultuous frenzy, while the water columns Xiao Yu had controlled now plummeted towards the warship. Ah, what a bother. Carp's aide unsheathed his sword, vanishing in an instant before Storyberry. A slash of his sword cleaved the air, severing all the seawater, which transformed into a tempestuous onslaught. Compared to the previous columns, this new development allowed all the sailors to breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Storyberry squinted, surprised to discover such formidable fighters within the rookie training base. Chapter 20. The Invincible Carp. With mere physical strength coupled with haki, Carp surpassed Xiao Yu's Shinra Tensei. What manner of extraordinary training produced such a monstrous expert? Xiao Yu gritted her teeth, her movements unfaltering. As the spiral sphere began to rotate, it collided directly with the fist of Carp and Shinra Tensei. In that moment, Dumpling utilized the sky dance technique, spinning within the confines of Shinra Tensei, exclaiming, "I shall unleash my ultimate move. I wonder if it will be effective against this old fellow." As Xiao Yu glanced back at the bald head of Dumpling, realization struck him, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. Simultaneously, the Shinto heaven's judgment and the spiraling sphere were immediately withdrawn. With a dull thud, the spinning dumpling crashed into Carp's chest. The sound indicated a failure. Contemplating this, Xiao Yu summoned a colossal water column through the universal attraction technique, directing it to crash down upon Carp. In Xiao Yu's perception, the interval between moves felt prolonged. Yet, to all the Marines, it transpired in a mere instant. Carp chuckled heartily, seemingly unfazed by the water column behind him. Instead, he seized Dumpling's head with one hand and yanked him close, revealing Dumpling's dizzy state as his eyes spun. "Dumpling!" Xiao Yu shouted in concern, swiftly employing the body flicker technique to appear before Carp. At that moment, Carp abruptly lifted his leg, traversing through the water column, and with haki enveloping his fist, he launched a powerful punch forward. A light smack echoed as Carp was sent flying by Xiao Yu's astonishing strength. The water column dissipated, and Carp used Moonwalk twice to return to the ship. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu carried Dumpling on his back, who had awakened and momentarily incapacitated Carp with a psychic strike. Though Dumpling had managed to punch Carp, Xiao Yu had evaded it as he delivered a forceful blow that sent Carp reeling. Cradling Dumpling, Xiao Yu retreated, standing on the surface of the sea, gasping for breath while contemplating his next move. Given their proximity, if he attempted to flee, Carp's speed would undoubtedly catch up to him. Furthermore, having just mastered the body flicker technique, he found the no-hand seal variant somewhat peculiar. It remained uncertain whether it was indeed the true body flicker technique. And the chakra consumption was considerable, leaving his body strained. After all, he had only been in this world for a little over a month. And his body was still adapting to chakra. Despite the massive chakra within him, Xiao Yu hesitated to unleash it entirely. Each time, he cautiously extracted only a minute portion from the vast reservoir before daring to employ it, as he wished to avoid losing control and causing chaos. Back on the warship, Carp wiped the blood from his mouth, expressing his vexation. These two kids are rather uncanny. Had I not reacted swiftly and shielded my abdomen with haki, I might have truly been caught off guard. Strollo Berry nodded slightly and remarked that pale-faced Brad is indeed peculiar. Moreover, these two may not even be mere ability users. I share your sentiments. I did not evade that water column earlier just to see if he would dare to charge forward. To my surprise, he did. Furthermore, that pale-faced brat seems unperturbed by the sea. Carp furrowed his brow before continuing. Strollo Berry, having observed the earlier skirmish closely, noted that although it transpired in an instant, Carp had not exerted his full strength. Thus, he was scrutinizing both Xiao Yu's and Dumpling's abilities. Suddenly, he realized, these two appeared fearless against the sea. Do you think they might have adapted the techniques of the Marine Six styles? Both can seemingly soar through the sky, particularly that Xiao Yu. I sensed a shadow of the Sara technique in his instant movement. Upon hearing his Vice Admiral's observation, Carp's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Strollo Berry, sensing Carp's growing determination, drew his twin swords once more. Not far away, 3 additional warships approached Xiao Yu. Under the commands of several commanding officers, cannonballs rained down upon Xiao Yu, resulting in explosions and towering columns of water. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yu regained his focus. With swift movements, he summoned several water columns to counter the 4 warships. As Strollo Berry began to intervene, Carp's Vice Admiral struck first. A flash of sword light illuminated the sky as the descending water transformed into a tempest. Simultaneously, Carp hurled a massive iron plate toward Xiao Yu while standing atop it, having discarded his suit, revealing a body of rippling muscles beneath his shirt. Xiao Yu forced a bitter smile. His blue camouflage attire was drenched and stained with blood. Dumpling, clad in a similar outfit, had lost his custom tiger hat, and a large blotch of blood marred his small frame. Dumpling, already at a disadvantage against Strollo Berry, suffered further after encountering Carp, nearly losing consciousness. Xiao Yu, you must go. Don't worry about me. Dumpling struggled momentarily before succumbing to fatigue on Xiao Yu's back. Patting Dumpling's back reassuringly, Xiao Yu replied earnestly. Didn't you just say we're brothers? Brothers don't let each other die. If death comes, we face it together. Besides, we might not die after all. As his words echoed, he gathered all his chakra, his eyes spinning with power. In an instant, he executed the body flicker technique, reappearing behind Strollo Berry. With a powerful kick infused with chakra, he aimed for the officer's back. Strollo Berry, a seasoned rear admiral, wielded strength and haki that surpassed Xiao Yu's current abilities. Do not underestimate the seasoned rear admiral. I am not someone like Jason, he roared, his long beard glistening with water droplets as he countered Xiao Yu's attack with a swift kick. Xiao Yu quickly evaded, executing another body flicker technique while a massive water column surged, propelling him toward the 3 warships. Carp, having just released his iron plate, shouted, "Not good," as he hurled it away. With overwhelming force and haki, the plate reached its maximum speed, rapidly closing the distance to Xiao Yu. In a flash, he landed lightly on the iron plate, exclaiming, "Thanks a lot, Vice Admiral Carp." Haha. Amidst his laughter, the iron plate sliced through the water column, producing a deafening crash as one of the warships was cleaved in 2. The soldiers aboard stared in disbelief, some leaping into the sea while others clung desperately to ropes. However, Xiao Yu had already positioned himself atop the severed bow of the warship. As Carp and Strollo Berry approached with remarkable speed, a sinister smile spread across their faces. The cannonballs, previously resting on the deck, were propelled from their baskets and soared into the air. As dozens of cannonballs ascended, the soldiers aboard the warships momentarily froze. Caught off guard, these 3 ships had arrived rather late and were utterly oblivious to Xiao Yu's capabilities. Faced with such a bizarre spectacle, it was only natural for them to be momentarily stunned. Ha ha ha, let us see how you defend yourselves. Xiao Yu's laughter resonated as the cannonballs hurtled directly towards Carp and Strollo Berry. Only then did the soldiers on the deck react, raising their weapons in an attempt to shoot at Xiao Yu. However, just as they neared him, they all came to an abrupt halt. Shinra Tensei. A thunderous roar erupted as all the encroaching marines and warships were sent flying. In that instant, the cannonballs exploded, creating a cacophony that echoed like thunder. accompanied by torrents of water cascading down like a deluge. "Damn it!" Stolo Berry shouted, emerging from the mist. Yet, before him lay half of a warship severed by Carp's might. Fire! Carp, moving at twice the speed of Stolo Berry, delivered a powerful punch to the warship, shattering it into countless pieces. The debris flew towards Xiao Yu like a barrage of bullets. "You dare to mimic my techniques? This time, I shall make you bleed." Carp roared as he leapt onto a larger fragment of the ship, propelling himself towards Xiao Yu with astonishing speed, leaving Xiao Yu no time to react. Just after utilizing Shinra Tensei, Xiao Yu attempted to evade, but Carp's fist was already upon his chest. With a forceful push, Xiao Yu was sent hurtling away, akin to a cannonball. The impact nearly robbed him of consciousness, plunging him into the depths of the sea, approximately 50 to 60 meters down. His tightly closed mouth could not withstand the assault, leading him to spew forth a copious amount of blood while gulping down mouthfuls of seawater. Chapter 21, Glid. As Xiao Yu sank into the ocean, a column of water cascaded down, resembling a torrential rain. The Marines, clinging to the debris, erupted in jubilant shouts. Indeed, the hero Carp has defeated the nearly 200 million bounty rookie with a single punch. This is the Navy's hero, Vice Admiral Carp, the man who stood against Roger. My idol. Ha ha ha. Long live Vice Admiral Carp. Amidst the fervent cheers, Carp, hands on his hips, laughed heartily. Stolo Berry, shaking his head, remarked, "Mr. Carp, while Xiao Yu may have been knocked into the sea by your punch, what if he survived and escaped to the depths? Furthermore, we seem to still lack a full understanding of his abilities." His words snapped Carp from his euphoric daze. "Of course, you need to determine that. Besides, that pale-faced brat is still here." As he spoke, Carp had already appeared on the board where Xiao Yu had been seated, lifting the still-dazed Xiao Yu by the collar. "You little brat, possessing such formidable strength, why abandon the Navy to become a pirate? Humph. Now you see the error of your ways." Though he spoke thus, a fleeting moment of sorrow washed over him as he gazed into Xiao Yu's lifeless eyes. Stolo Berry, preparing to dive into the sea in search of Xiao Yu, was met with unprecedented jubilation from the surrounding Marines. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. Lightning accompanied by a violent storm darkened the heavens, while a hurricane churned the waves. The towering waves, reaching over 20 meters, sent the Marines scrambling for their lives, momentarily stunning both Carp and Stolo Berry. "Ha ha ha. Now I feel the thrill of battle." A terrifying voice emerged from the tumultuous waves, resonating with a magnetic and brutal quality. Simultaneously, a pirate ship resembling a submarine breached the surface. A figure leapt from the vessel and in a swift motion, seized both of Stolo Berry's long swords amidst his defense. With a powerful kick, the figure struck Stolo Berry in the abdomen. Stolo Berry was sent flying like a stone skipping across the water, while the shadowy figure reappeared before Carp. This time, Carp was fully alert. He unleashed a fierce punch that pierced through the figure's chest. However, the figure initially displayed a pained expression. As Xiao Yu's eyes widened in realization, he swiftly grasped Carp's chest, and crimson blood erupted forth. The shadowy figure then enveloped Xiao Yu, leaping high into the air. At that moment, the submarine-like pirate ship settled upon the ocean's surface, its protective shield retracting. The dark figure performed 2 somersaults before landing gracefully on the deck. "Hey, Xiao Yu, didn't you say these two were formidable? They seem rather lackluster to me." "Aha. Why not let me take the captain's position? Rest assured, I shall treat these useless ones with kindness." The figure spoke softly, his long black coat accentuating his athletic frame. "Xiao Yu, you're alive." Xiao Yu's companion exclaimed, his expression a mix of surprise and joy, even glistening with tears as he embraced Xiao Yu tightly. Xiao Yu cleared his throat softly and murmured, "You rascal, do you think I can perish so easily? Bear in mind, I have yet to ascend to the throne of Pirate King." As his words fell, he turned his gaze towards the man before him, cried, "You insatiable fiend who covets everything in this world. You have tasted death once. Do you still not comprehend the might of those two?" Gride let out a cold chuckle, pointing into the distance. However, his eyes widened in surprise as he suddenly noticed Captain Stolo Berry and Carp standing atop a warship on the sea. Though Carp bore a deep wound across his chest, he appeared unfazed, his cold eyes fixed intently upon the pirate ship. In contrast, Stolo Berry was less fortunate, blood staining the corner of his mouth. After exhaling a deep breath, he quietly inquired, "Where on earth did that fellow emerge from?" The soldiers behind him fell silent. But at that moment, Smoker stepped forward, taking a couple of deep drags from his cigarette. "He must be a newcomer who just joined," he remarked. "After all, even on Kamiya Island, we had yet to encounter him." "Oh, you're still here?" Carp bellowed with laughter, giving Smoker a hearty pat on the shoulder. Smoker's lips twitched slightly, a hint of frustration crossing his face. He had been ready to act, yet Stoloberry's orders were to keep an eye on the 3 warships. By the time they arrived, 2 cannon shots had already been fired, and Carp had effortlessly destroyed one of the warships. To make matters worse, before he could even launch an attack on Xiao Yu, Carp had sent him crashing into the sea with a single punch. As a devil fruit user, he could only watch helplessly as he sank into the water. In that fleeting moment, he realized that the captain of the Xiao Yu pirate crew, the fearsome Xiao Yu, possessed extraordinary strength. Both Stoloberry and Carp had sustained injuries, and now another new pirate had appeared, one who had even wounded Carp. He understood that he could not keep up with such power, yet he was unwilling to accept that a rookie pirate could surpass him. Carp, did that guy just use hockey? Stoloberry asked, furrowing his brow, a hint of skepticism in his expression. Carp paused, contemplating for a moment before replying, I don't know. Stoloberry nearly fell to the ground, his expression one of disbelief. He sighed softly, his lips twitching. Behind Carp, the instructor of swordsmanship sighed as well, stating, it doesn't seem like hockey. However, if you do not resolve this quickly, a storm may soon come. At that point, you might truly miss your chance to capture that kid. Upon hearing this, Carp seemed to regain his focus. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, right. We must catch that kid. I was just thinking about that newcomer. Haha, my apologies. Bang. The crew aboard the Doghead warship had their heads collide with the deck, resulting in a flurry of sweat and blood. Dasky, glancing at the commotion, muttered softly, is this truly the legendary hero Carp, who has pushed Pirate King Roger to the brink several times? Why does it feel? He trailed off, as Stoloberry fixed him with a piercing gaze. Smoker took a deep drag from his cigarette, responding quietly, of course. If Vice Admiral Carp were serious, he could undoubtedly end that kid in an instant. No sooner had he spoken than Carp sprang into action, joined by Stoloberry and Smoker. Smoker transformed into smoke and charged towards the pirate ship, his weapons appearing in hand. Let me see just how powerful you truly are, he shouted internally as he closed in on the ship. On the pirate vessel, Qianbing, who had been maintaining the transparent barrier around the ship, was halted by Xiao Yu. With a heavy sigh, he exhaled deeply. Now, only Gride and I remain capable of fighting. How about we each take one of them? There's no time left to dive underwater. And you fools, returning here was truly courting death. Humph. My affairs do not require your meddling, Gride retorted, turning his head away in a haughty manner. The crew exchanged glances before shouting in unison, you are our captain. Without a captain, what remains of this pirate ship? Though I have only known you for a few days, I have already taken my revenge. Thus, my life now belongs to me. I am the formidable Jolena. How could I possibly lose to this little brat? You are the little brat. I am the mightiest dumpling. Dumpling. Captain, you have yet to become the Pirate King. How could you possibly die? The once searing pain within Xiao Yu's body transformed into a refreshing coolness, bringing him immense comfort. He grinned widely and proclaimed, lads, let us make this a grand showdown. Wahahaha. Humph. Don't get too complacent. Once this is over, I will ensure we have a proper duel to see who truly deserves to be the captain of the ship. You are the strongest, Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu pirate crew. The mightiest pirate crew. With the crew's fervent roars echoing around them, Xiao Yu and Gride leapt into action, one charging towards Carp, the other towards Stoloberry, while Qianbing and the others surged towards Smoker. Chapter 22. The Wrath of Carp. Xiao Yu's final stand in the midst of the storm. Gride's fist collided with Carp's iron fist. The two formidable fists clashed, sending shockwaves through the air. Unfortunately, while Gride was indeed tough, his strength paled in comparison to Carp's, and he was swiftly pinned down against the deck. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu unleashed his Rinnegan, only to be intercepted by Stoloberry's dual blades. Realizing he was injured and lacking the strength for a direct confrontation, he attempted to evade. Behind him, Qianbing piloted his robotic suit, delivering a punch towards Smoker, while the chest compartment opened to unleash machine guns and rocket launchers. With a thunderous boom, as Qianbing prepared to laugh, the previously white smoke swirled once more. The sea-stone-made weapon struck his reinforced glass shield with a resounding clang. With a crack, a web-like pattern appeared across the shield, though it had yet to shatter completely. In that moment, both Qianbing and Smoker stood stunned, pondering, how could this glass be so resilient? At this moment, both individuals were filled with astonishment. However, Muse, AKS, and Anna were not surprised at all. The trio had been oblivious to the strength of the tempered glass and were unaware of what the two were entangled with. Thus, upon witnessing Smoker's momentary daze, they immediately launched an assault. Muse swiftly cleaved Smoker in two with a single strike, while AKS's sniper shot had already penetrated Smoker's skull. Simultaneously, Anna, seated atop the pig, propelled forward at remarkable speed, her scalpel slicing through Smoker's neck. Apparently, you're the true novices. Completely unaware that such attacks are ineffective against a Logia user, Smoker inhaled deeply on his 2 cigars, then exerted immense pressure downward. With a resounding crack, the protective shield shattered. At this moment, Sunbei felt a surge of fear. He pressed the emergency button, triggering an explosive chain reaction throughout the robotic assembly. Meanwhile, the recently evasive Xiao Yu, who had dodged Strawberry's attack, freed his hands and gently waved towards the sea, summoning a towering water column with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters that crashed onto the deck. In a swift motion, he caught Sunbei, who had been ejected from the safety seat, and deftly avoided the Vice Admiral's dual blades. Fighting me while caring for your subordinates truly shows a lack of respect, Strawberry sneered. Then unleashed another ferocious assault with his dual swords, imbued with the aura of Haki, exhibiting immense power and speed that left the injured Xiao Yu struggling to react. Had it not been for the Shinra Tensei, he might have succumbed to that onslaught. The searing pain coursing through his body ignited a spiral of chakra in his palms, which he thrust forward just as Strawberry appeared, his swords clashing against the spirals. However, Strawberry, displaying his experience, realized that engaging such techniques head-on would only drain his stamina. Thus, he opted for a swift evasion. At that moment, a slender thread of red lightning ensnared his neck. What is this? Strawberry grunted, his throat constricted uncomfortably. At the same time, Xiao Yu's spirals had reached his chest. With a pain scream, Strawberry was hurled away. Nearby, Carp felt a similar binding sensation around his neck from the red lightning. Yet, upon witnessing Strawberry's predicament, he erupted in fury, his entire being enveloped in a cloak of black Haki. Concurrently, the Conqueror's Haki erupted from him, rendering the lightning utterly ineffective and causing it to dissipate instantly. Carp's arm collided with Xiao Yu's chest with a thunderous impact, sending him crashing into the deck and fracturing several ribs. Xiao Yu, Greed gasped, startled. Just as he intended to deliver a blow to Carp vanished again, seizing the weakened Smoker, who was drenched in seawater, and grasping Greed's fist. With a powerful upward thrust, Greed's arm bent at a right angle. Carp then clutched Greed's head and slammed it against the deck with a resounding thud, shattering it. Yet, Carp did not relent. He continued to crush Greed's skull against the deck, threatening to end his life even with the Philosopher's Stone in his possession. Muse and Achaeus exchanged glances and charged at Carp. However, Carp was truly enraged now, his gaze filled with fury. Muse's massive blade barely grazed him before Carp effortlessly deflected it, sending him flying into the dry dock, creating a gaping hole. Achaeus, having barely fired a shot, was seized by Carp and pressed down onto the floor with the same brutal force. At this moment, Anna, the pig, and Jolena trembled, unable to move. Since Carp had unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, the 2 girls and the pig, who had consumed a devil fruit, were rendered immobile. Things only worsened from there. Super Doton Wave. Dumpling emerged from the ship's interior, trembling. With a shout, he unleashed the power of the Super Doton Wave. However, in Carp's fury, such an attack was of no concern to him. He retaliated with a punch that redirected the wave. The deck erupted in smoke as the force of the impact rolled across it. Dumpling. Greed. Xiao Yu cried out, struggling to rise. Greed's head was still recuperating. Offering no response, Dumpling, drained of energy, collapsed. Damn it. All my chakra manifest. Xiao Yu's eyes turned blood red, exuding an overpowering aura. In an instant, it felt as though a storm was brewing, casting darkness across the sky once more. Conqueror's Haki, Carp murmured in surprise. Simultaneously, thousands of soldiers on the battleship toppled over, their eyes glazed over in unconsciousness. Both Smoker, who had just regained his strength, and Dasky, supporting him, stared in shock at Xiao Yu, whose body was enveloped in a crimson flow of chakra. The primal killing intent emanating from him, combined with the intensity of his Haki, evoked the raw ferocity of a wild beast. This boy, too, has unleashed his fury. His Conqueror's Haki is formidable. The sword instructor, Carp's aide, remarked, assisting the injured Strawberry. Strawberry, astonished, gaped at Xiao Yu. Ah, die. Xiao Yu roared, his voice infused with the chakra of a tailed beast, causing him to suddenly grow to a height of 15 meters. He hurled a fist toward Carp, his furious energy and overwhelming power causing the entire pirate ship to tremble, as if the very sea itself had been pressed down several feet. Carp scoffed, bellowing, I am a marine, a soldier of absolute justice. How can I be defeated by a pirate like you? As he spoke, his fist, imbued with both Conqueror's Haki and armed Haki, collided with Xiao Yu's. The entire sea seemed to convulse as the two forces clashed, sending shockwaves rippling across the water. The once stormy sky, filled with thunder and lightning, now appeared to stand in defiance. The roiling winds surged with formidable might toward the approaching fleet of 3 warships, while the tempest unleashed monstrous waves that towered over 50 meters. This was indeed a dire predicament. The aide slowly drew his sword, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. With a pointed finger towards the sky, an instantaneous disappearance ensued. The slashing strike severed the waves, simultaneously stabilizing 3 naval vessels, allowing them to gradually cease their tumultuous motion upon the churning sea. Following the final roar of fury, Xiao Yu once again unleashed the form of the tailed beast. Concurrently, 6 tails erupted forth. A thunderous blast resonated like celestial thunder, sending Carp and Xiao Yu hurtling backward. However, the tails of the beastly form multiplied by 3, transforming into a total of 9 tails. Among these, 3 chakra tails seized a pirate ship, hurling it upward, while Xiao Yu, having shrunk in size, boarded the vessel. Quick! Dive into the sea. Shibing, I leave the rest to you. In the final utterance, Xiao Yu's body radiated heat, his skin scorched with burns. Amidst such a tempest, the rain that fell upon him began to evaporate. Chapter 23. Sengoku's worry at the Marine headquarters in Marineford. Sengoku furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the report in his hand. After a prolonged silence, he passed it to the petite figure of Tsuru seated to his left, behind the round lenses of her glasses. Her expression bore a semblance of gravity. The banner of absolute justice looming behind Sengoku rendered him even more imposing. Carp, does this mean that even with your full might, that lad's final strike merely surpassed you by a hair's breadth? The gray-haired chief of staff Tsuru inquired solemnly, her tone underscoring the weight of the report. Presently, Carp donned a crisp, white naval uniform, sporting a freshly replaced coat. A bandage adorned his forehead, concealing a wound. Reflecting on the events, he nodded slowly. Indeed, that final punch saw him transform into a beastly form, growing to approximately 15 meters in height. With the might of conqueror's haki and armament haki, I nearly fell to that blow. 3 days prior, Xiao Yu's final punch, coupled with his exclamation, lingered vividly in Carp's memory. Is this truly justice? To bolster the arrogance of the nobility and subjugate the common folk beneath their contemptible feet? Such ambiguous justice is best left unpursued. Carp recalled how the embodiment of absolute justice, the Marines, had delivered that fateful blow, while those aboard the ship may have been oblivious. He had distinctly felt the fury emanating from that boy. Carp. Sengoku's voice broke through, snapping the naval hero back to reality. With a hearty laugh, Carp remarked, "This report isn't my doing. It was penned by Smoker and that fellow Stolo Berry. If it were up to me, I'd have simply stated it plainly." Sengoku, momentarily speechless, wrapped his head in exasperation, clearly at a loss with his old friend. However, Stolo Berry seems to have changed significantly after that incident. He was never one to act in such a manner. Carp mused, a slight frown creasing his brow. Sengoku's demeanor grew serious once more, posing. The crew of Xiao Yu's pirate ship possesses 3 formidable pillars, Captain Xiao Yu, along with his companions Gyoza and Glider. Is it true, as stated in the report, that Glider can survive even a shattered skull and still recover? Such a capability caught Sengoku off guard. He knew that even Carp's haki could crush typical devil fruit users without exception. If that fellow is indeed a user of such abilities, we must reassess the threat he poses. His powers could rival Carp's haki. Carp chuckled heartily, shaking his head. To clarify, it may not be a complete recovery. It could be a specific ability. After I smashed his skull thrice, he finally retaliated. When Glider first appeared, I distinctly shattered his heart, yet he continued to fight. That wound on my chest was inflicted by him. Sengoku nodded, lightly tapping his desk, reiterating, Stolo Berry was gravely injured. And even you sustained some damage. This pirate crew is no trifling matter. They have only recently emerged and have yet to truly enter the Grand Line. Yet their combat prowess could spell doom for even standard vice admirals. It appears their bounties require reassessment. Carp, please recount everything you know, Tsuru implored after perusing the report, her brow furrowing deeper with concern. Captain Xiao Yu's personal strength undoubtedly exceeds that of a vice admiral. However, when pitted against an admiral, he would likely falter. His frenzied assault must have taken a toll on his body. In merely 30 seconds, he reverted to his original form, his aura diminished. Thus, he likely possesses strength above a vice admiral, but below that of an admiral. Carp, striving to recall further details, added, his abilities, as we discussed, seem to pertain to gravitational forces. He can levitate objects. Indeed, it resembles the powers of the Golden Lion, yet is even more formidable. He can also deflect all attacks. If I hadn't gone all out, I wouldn't have been able to breach that kind of repulsion. He generates spheres of varied sizes, each possessing tremendous rotational force and destructive capability. Stolo Berry was ultimately injured by such a sphere. His fighting style appears to be one of reckless abandon, perhaps a technique that taps into life force potential. Upon transformation, his vitality and aura altered drastically, unleashing both Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki. Yet, he may struggle to control it. With that, Carp concluded his analysis of Xiao Yu. Sengoku and Tsuru's expressions were increasingly grave. As for that pale-faced boy, he could unleash light beam attacks akin to Kizaru, though with lesser potency. His strength and speed were commendable, and he could manipulate others' movements. Should his Haki be insufficient, one might find themselves swiftly dispatched. Of course, this lad could also soar through the skies. Lastly, the newly emerged individual was even more bizarre, like an unkillable cockroach. Carp chuckled, exclaiming, if he were in a new recruit training camp, he would undoubtedly serve as the finest sparring partner, impervious to having his skull fractured or heart pierced. As Carp continued, laughter escaped him. Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged glances, bemused by their old friend's antics. Yet, perhaps the most formidable of all is that Shibing. Sengoku coughed, stifling Carp's jovial outburst. Rapping his desk once more, he reiterated, this fellow could undoubtedly rival Vegapunk, a top-tier scientist. Huh, what do you mean? Carp inquired, seemingly indifferent toward Shibing's presence. Sengoku scoffed. According to Smoker's report, his weapon is crafted from sea prism stone. Remarkably, it required 2 strikes, combined with his strength, to shatter that glass. It is remarkable that such glass can be created if he were provided with the materials from the sea tower stone. He could potentially forge even more formidable items. Moreover, this is the machete and revolver discovered by Smoker's aid to Shiji, armaments that even our navy lacks the technology to produce. Sengoku displayed the machete that had been bent by Garp's single-handed strike, alongside the revolver dropped by Little Rain. He pointed to the revolver, speaking softly, the blade is acceptable. Merely a decent one, yet it has not reached the status of a true masterpiece. However, this gun has captured even Dr. Vegapunk's interest. I only acquired it from him yesterday. It is said that its internal damage is so severe that he could not repair it, nor does he comprehend its manufacturing principles. The revolver's exterior resembles its original form, yet during combat, the cylinder has vanished, alongside the springs and other internal components. If such a powerful firearm were merely a product of one individual's understanding of its mechanics, then Vegapunk would truly be a scientist of millennia. Is it truly that impressive? Garp queried, scratching his chin in bewilderment. Furthermore, their ship not only has the ability to fly but can also submerge underwater. Astonishingly, it remained intact beneath the dual waves of Ur and Little Rain's combined assault. Even our warships do not possess such resilience. Sengoku's dismay deepened with each word. It is not the typical adversary that concerns us. No matter how formidable, every force has its limits. Our navy possesses the capability to contend with threats. Yet, the sudden emergence of such a scientist poses a grave dilemma. Should he produce countless vessels of this caliber, what would our navy's warships amount to? Consider the modifications Vegapunk is currently investigating. If that individual possesses similar expertise, even the admirals could find themselves in peril under attack from such modified beings. With a grunt, Sengoku declared, Garp, you must immediately head to the East Blue and ascertain the whereabouts of the Little Rain pirates. Otherwise, this year's holiday will be forfeit. What? Are you jesting? Do you truly believe I would heed your command? Garp stood abruptly, his forehead nearly touching Sengoku's in frustration. Sengoku, equally incensed, retorted, who else could I send to the East Blue but you? Should I dispatch an admiral to pursue them? If those pirates were to learn of such a pursuit, the influence of the Little Rain pirates would swell, potentially crafting a new legend. Such occurrences would instill fear in all and utterly disgrace our navy. Upon reflection, Garp conceded the truth of Sengoku's words. However, Tsuru, after a moment's contemplation, shook her head. Sengoku, this band of pirates may not directly confront the government, and they are unlikely to harm civilians indiscriminately. This report illustrates that it was the collusion of the navy and nobility against the common folk on Kamaya Island that provided them the opportunity to retaliate against the navy and nobility. We could consider raising the bounties on certain individuals, such as that pale-faced youth and the seemingly indestructible Glit. They certainly merit increased bounties. As for this scientist, if we discern their location, it would be prudent to make contact. Such technology may be of great utility. If that proves impossible, we should eliminate him, after all. Should his knowledge become public, even the world government would be troubled. Ah, how considerate of you, Tsuru. Garp chuckled heartily, slapping her shoulder. Fool. Both Sengoku and Tsuru muttered under their breaths, turning away. Chapter 24. East Blue, Windmill Village. On a rugged beach in Windmill Village, East Blue. A somewhat dilapidated pirate ship gradually approached the shore. Several agile figures leaped high, landing deftly upon the sand. After scanning their surroundings, they waved their hands, and gradually, silhouettes began to emerge from the ship's deck. Indeed, this vessel was none other than the penguin of the Little Rain Pirates. How infuriating. The penguin has been so thoroughly wrecked by you, Glid exclaimed in exasperation as he hopped back onto the deck. At that moment, Little Rain was being pushed by Anna in a wheelchair, her body, save for her head, swathed in thick bandages. With a faint smile, she surveyed the ruined mast and the shambles of the ship's quarters, noting that her captain's cabin was particularly devastated. I apologize. The greatest offense is to you, dear penguin. She gently patted the railing, causing her wheelchair to levitate. Once on the beach, she squinted at her surroundings and mused, this place is rather nice. Surely the Navy wouldn't think to search here. Alas, it has been days since I last had meat. The fish from the sea have left me reeking. Anna, be sure to procure ample ingredients for soup. I require restorative meals. Otherwise, I may need a month to fully recuperate. Anna nodded and promptly mounted the back of Piggy, intending to ascend the cliff and seek a village or town to procure supplies. This island was quite expansive. It was possible that it housed a nation. Nearby, Jolena tightly gripped Anna's neck, exclaiming, I shall accompany you. At that moment, Shinjo had just made his way onto the deck, standing atop a floating bike, followed closely by Dumpling, whose injuries had recently healed. Little Rain, we too must acquire supplies. Additionally, I plan to undertake further repairs on the Penguin, which may require a significant amount of funds. Without waiting for Little Rain's approval, Shinjo revved his floating bike and sped off. Xiao Yu felt a sense of joy in his heart. Such actions made him appreciate the camaraderie of brotherhood. Some matters cannot be measured merely by monetary value. After all, during their last venture on Kaimei Island, they had plundered the wealth of the Hussein family directly. Just from this one noble family, Xiao Yu had amassed over 2 billion. Moreover, a substantial portion of treasure had not even been converted into currency. The Hussein family alone accounted for nearly 10 billion belly. Naturally, Xiao Yu and his companions did not take much of the remaining estate, for such assets held little significance for pirates. Furthermore, having spent only 8 days on Kame Island, it was implausible to manage such a vast amount of wealth. Muse and Axis were exceedingly proactive, swiftly setting up kitchenware and tents upon the beach. At that moment, Xiao Yu approached Grid with a serious demeanor and inquired, It seems you traversed to this world only after your demise. Grid responded, Indeed. I lost to my father in our final confrontation. As for what transpired thereafter, I possess no recollection. However, I did acquire a considerable number of Philosopher's Stones and divine power from my father's body. After a few bitter chuckles, he added, regrettably, I spent too little time within my father's form. Otherwise, I could have become far more formidable. Thus, you can utilize alchemy without the need for drawing circles. Xiao Yu expressed his astonishment. After all, Grid's physical prowess combined with his strongest shield was immensely powerful. Additionally, during that battle, it seemed he could wield a modicum of divine power. Such strength would render even Dumpling incapable of matching him. Grid nodded. In theory, that should be the case. Moreover, I have been conscious for quite some time. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, this body could not harness any strength while in the egg. It was only then that I finally broke free. And it seems I inhabit this Yaolin's body. With a snort of disdain, Grid's eyes, however, betrayed a profound affection. Let us be honest, are you still worried about your father's triumph? Concerned that Edward and the others might falter? Xiao Yu smiled broadly, exuding a sense of calm. Ridiculous. How could I worry about those fellows? Yet, it's possible that you may not even be my match now, Grid exclaimed, astonished by the realization that after acquiring Yolin's body, he could utilize techniques that discern attack trajectories based on airflow. Ha, Xiao Yu. Shall we put this to the test? Grid appeared exceedingly exhilarated, his hands morphing into a dark hue, while his fingers transformed into claw-like appendages. Xiao Yu shook her head and glanced at the sky. Edward and his companions had defeated Father and, utilizing their ability to perform alchemy without the need for intricate circles, had directly restored their lost bodies. As for Father, he had been transformed into a diminutive figure trapped within a bottle. It is amusing to think that your affairs in that world have come to a conclusion. If you are inclined, you could carve out a remarkable reputation in this realm. This world is teeming with monsters. Take that last encounter with Carp, for instance. Even at our peak, it remains uncertain whether we could have triumphed over him. Moreover, he is now aged. One wonders how formidable he was in his youth. Grid fell into silence, aware that Xiao Yu spoke the truth. His saga in that world had indeed concluded. Having acquired a portion of father's powers, coupled with a physique like Yao Lin's, he resolved to make a name for himself in this new world. Joining the Navy was evidently not Grid's style. Such a regimented life, serving the aristocracy, was something he would never entertain. Thus, he would have to embrace the life of a pirate, and not just any pirate, but a grand one. Xiao Yu's mention of those formidable experts stirred a sense of excitement within him. With so many skilled individuals around, who would truly be his worthy adversary? Clenching his fists tightly and letting out a cold chuckle, he mused, now, seeing you still nursing your wounds, and having preserved everyone's lives, I shall concede the captain's position to you for now. By the way, do you genuinely intend to remain on this island for an entire month? With a gentle smile, Xiao Yu nodded and said, this time, it is not only you who has gained some insight, I have as well. The power that erupted back then still requires thorough integration on my part. Moreover, my injuries will take at least half a month to heal. With another half month at hand, I must certainly merge all the newly comprehended powers. Just in time, I also need to blend everything harmoniously. Haha. This world has ignited a sense of anticipation within me. As Grid looked up to the heavens with a hearty laugh, he cast his gaze towards Xiao Yu. The gentle rain caused the entire wheelchair to levitate as he bellowed, in 1 month, or at most a month and a half. It will be our time to lead the entire Grand Line and the world. Ha 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 ha. Bride, when that time comes, we shall see who truly is the Pirate King, the sovereign of this world. Ha ha ha. I shall indulge you in this game. After taking a deep breath, Gride laughed heartily. Inside the tavern of Windmill Village, Machino was reading a newspaper. After a fleeting glance, she became dazed, covering her mouth, causing the newspaper to slip from her hands onto the bar top. What's wrong, Machino? The village chief was taken aback, and upon asking, he picked up the newspaper to read. Gradually, his eyes widened in astonishment, revealing not only surprise but also concern. That rascal Carp has been injured. This photo can't be mistaken, can it? And the capabilities of this Chinenbei seem overly exaggerated. The village chief furrowed his brow, intently gazing at the newspaper, astonished and contemplative. After all, he was acutely aware of Carp's formidable strength. The Navy hero Carp was not someone an ordinary pirate could contend with. Hey, village chief, Machino. What is going on? Luffy entered just then, noticing the chief holding the newspaper, his expression somewhat unusual. He strode over and snatched the paper from the chief's hands, his eyes widening in shock. Nanny. The rookie pirate Xiao Yu crossed paths with Carp before entering the Grand Line, engaged in battle, and successfully escaped, albeit gravely injured. Moreover, he has an exceptionally skilled scientist among his crew, Dr. Chinenbei, capable of crafting amphibious pirate ships and formidable firearms. What is the situation? Given the bandages and gauze on Grandpa's head, he must have been hurt. What? Grandpa is injured? Luffy exclaimed, his excitement palpable upon taking another serious look. However, upon discovering it was the new pirate's doing, he appeared astonished. At that moment, a new-selling seagull appeared. Luffy immediately retrieved a bounty poster, exclaiming in astonishment, Village Chief. This rookie is incredible. In less than 2 months at sea, he has already garnered a bounty of 350 million. The village chief nodded slightly, saying, I never imagined such an extraordinary individual would emerge from our East Blue. Ha ha, Luffy, this kid is certainly more formidable than you. Luffy scoffed, replying, that is not necessarily true. Perhaps I will still prove to be stronger. Just as he finished speaking, the tavern door swung open again. 2 tall men clad in blue camouflage clothing entered. Their upper bodies adorned with short-sleeved blue camouflage shirts and their lower halves in blue camouflage pants, tucked into military boots. One particularly large man sported a mohawk and wielded an enormous machete at his waist, while the slightly shorter, leaner fellow carried a long gun on his back. Their hair tied back with precision glasses perched atop their heads. Boss, do you have any rye beer? Mew spoke in a low, gruff voice as he approached the bar, pulling out his wallet. Meanwhile, Axis lazily patted Muse on the shoulder. Keep it down and be polite. We wouldn't want to frighten this lovely lady. If trouble arises, be careful. The captain might just hang you up for a beating. Ha ha ha. Oh, we don't have much rye beer left. I'm sorry. Machino initially paused, then quickly apologized. Muse, taken aback, sighed in resignation. I was hoping to enjoy a drink before heading back. It seems there won't be enough for everyone. Miss. Whatever you have, just bring it all. Machino nodded, promptly bringing the last barrel over to the two. After settling the payment, Axis hoisted the barrel of rye beer and began to exit leisurely. Under the setting sun, their shadows elongated. At this moment, Luffy seemed to finally register something. Slightly furrowing his brow as he muttered, "These two guys, why do they feel so familiar?" The village chief suddenly slapped Luffy on the head, exclaiming, "You fool! Didn't you just see the bounty poster? These two are One-Eyed Muse and Quick Gun Axis." "Nanny!" Luffy exclaimed, jumping up as he rushed out, only to find that the two had already vanished without a trace. Chapter 25. Luffy on the beach. Muse and the others were being rigorously trained by Xiao Yu, including ship's Dr. Anna, assistant Jolena, and even Piggy. Especially Piggy, who at that moment seemed to be undergoing a rather torturous ordeal, being roasted over a fire. However, Piggy had already elementalized, so only steam was rising. "Little pig, you are the user of the natural type fruit, the steam fruit. What a foolish waste of such a powerful ability." That day, when Carp unleashed his conqueror's haki, you trembled like a leaf. If you don't train properly, you might become a burden, and I won't hesitate to roast you. Xiao Yu remained seated in her wheelchair. Yet the bandages that once adorned her body have all been removed. However, due to the impact of a punch delivered by Kabu to her chest, her waist has borne the brunt of the force. Consequently, she is still unable to rise to her feet. Even while seated, Xiao Yu maintains an upright posture. But this position remains exceedingly painful. After the little piglet snorted twice, the steam above the flames became increasingly scalding. Ideally, for such an ability user, the hotter the steam, the better. Unfortunately, the piglet's potential was overlooked by Anna. Thus, while it could sometimes directly elementize, the temperature of the steam merely reached that suitable for a sauna. Meanwhile, Glid was honing his skill of sensing the flow of energy, akin to the observation haki. Muse, Axe, Anna, and Jolena were tasked with the offensive maneuvers. Anna's martial skills were quite commendable in the East Sea, particularly with her surgical knife, which she wielded with remarkable precision. Regrettably, her strength and speed left much to be desired. Muse, on the other hand, possessed extraordinary strength, though her speed was rather lacking. Axe was competent with firearms, yet his hand-to-hand skills were rather mediocre, just sufficient for the East Sea. Lastly, Jolena was merely a young girl with considerable strength, although her culinary skills were impressive. She lacked any combat techniques. For Glid, evading their attacks was as simple as closing his eyes. At that moment, Dumpling suddenly appeared at the back of Glid's head, sweeping his foot horizontally towards Glid's ear. If the kick landed, it would undoubtedly inflict serious injury on Glid. With his eyes still shut, Glid smiled faintly, his previously crossed arms swiftly reaching to grasp Dumpling's foot, then he forcefully flung it aside. At the same time, he pressed his hands against the sandy ground, causing countless sharp stone spikes to erupt, nearly catching Anna and the others in their wake. Just as Dumpling was about to collide with the spikes, he spread his limbs wide and utilized a technique to halt his descent. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Dumpling couldn't help but smirk, thinking, was that really necessary? Humph. These individuals are pitifully weak. If it weren't for them to practice against, who would be here training? Glid huffed, somewhat irritated. The group had been lingering near Windmill Village in the East Sea for 10 days, with a vast forest looming on the cliffside. Only by traversing the forest could they reach the village. The town was an hour's journey away, although if Chihiro rode a hovering bike, the speed would be halved, making it a mere half-hour trip. This area was remarkably tranquil and safe. At the very least, Carp would never suspect that the person he was searching for was right in his own hometown. Meanwhile, Little Yu had also discerned the whereabouts of this island. When Muse and the others returned from buying alcohol, they informed Little Yu about Windmill Village, prompting her to nearly rush off to find Luffy. In about a year, or rather, in approximately half a year, that lad would set sail. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a figure suddenly emerged atop the cliff. Little Yu lifted her head to gaze upward, and both of them were momentarily taken aback by their exchanged glances. Then, in unison, they shouted, "Shura, Little Yu. Straw Hat Kid Luffy. Yeah, haha. Finally found you. Just in time to showcase my recent training results." Rubber pistol, just as he recognized her. The previously sluggish Luffy suddenly recalled his recent training achievements and immediately unleashed a rubber pistol attack directed at Little Yu. With a subtle curve of her lips, Xiao Yu offered a faint smile. Simultaneously, she lightly tapped Luffy with her finger. The rubber gun, already propelled outward, soared even faster, and Luffy himself was drawn along with it. Remarkably, he was pulled directly down from the steep cliff. The rubber gun, deprived of Luffy's control and influenced by their proximity, rebounded swiftly. With a resounding thud, it struck him squarely on the cheek. Shinra Tensei. A gentle murmur escaped Xiao Yu's lips, and in an instant, Luffy was propelled away, crashing heavily against the steep cliff before tumbling down onto the beach, where he stirred up a cloud of sand. You dare challenge me with such meager strength? Glid, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, displayed a complete disinterest in Luffy, who lay in the heap of sand. He turned to Xiao Yu and inquired softly, "Do you know this fellow? You think you can underestimate me?" Luffy exclaimed, finally managing to extricate his head from the sandy mound after much effort. This peculiar situation left everyone momentarily stunned. What a remarkable ability! Can his neck really extend like that? Is he some sort of ability user? They chuckled. Regardless of his powers, anyone who faces our captain is bound to face a severe defeat. Yet, it seems you are acquainted with him. Xiao Yu sat upright in her wheelchair, arms crossed, and after a faint smile, remarked, "This lad is none other than Kapu's grandson, Monkey D. Luffy. What? Should we eliminate him immediately? Surely, luck cannot be this cruel." Voices filled with astonishment and fear erupted around them, while Grid extended his palm, transforming it into a true shade of black, a subtle malevolence dancing at the corners of his lips. "Ah, you know my grandfather," Luffy exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining his composure. However, Xiao Yu could only manage a wry smile, saying, "We came here to recuperate after being injured by your grandfather. I never expected to run into you here." "Ah, right. You are from the Xiao Yu pirate crew. I was just about to challenge you," Luffy declared earnestly, rolling up his sleeves, embodying a serious demeanor. Just as Grid prepared to strike, Xiao Yu intervened. "Monkey D, Luffy, your skills may be commendable in the East Blue, but you have no idea how perilous it can be in the New World. Rest assured, I shall make you aware of the gap between us." As her words fell, Luffy's leg swung like a whip towards her wheelchair. A smirk curled at the edge of Xiao Yu's lips as she swiftly clenched her hand, exclaiming, "Partial amplification technique." In an instant, her left arm elongated to a remarkable 4 or 5 meters, strikingly agile. Seizing Luffy's rubbery leg, her arm continued to extend, forcefully throwing him onto the sandy shore and transforming her hand into a fist. With a resounding thud, she slammed her fist down, causing the entire beach to tremble. Grid's gaze sharpened, fixated on this maneuver, astonished that Xiao Yu had mastered such a technique. Back then, during the final clash with Kapu, she had unleashed this very skill, albeit in a more explosive manner, her entire being expanded utilizing the super amplification technique of the Chiodao style. As her fist retracted to its normal size, Luffy merely shook his head and stood up as if nothing had happened. "What? Has this fellow's strength reached such heights?" Anna's lips quivered in fear. "Hee. I am a rubber man who has consumed the gum-gum fruit, so I am impervious to such attacks. But tell me, how did you manage to transform your hand to such a colossal size?" Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity, brimming with wonder. Xiao Yu scratched the back of his head, a gleeful smile gracing his face as he proclaimed, "I shall become the future Pirate King. Ha ha ha, impressive, isn't it? This is my unique multiplication technique. Indeed, the future Pirate King. Humph, I am destined to be the man who claims the title of Pirate King." Luffy's starry gaze faded, and he swung his arm once more, exclaiming, "Rubber rocket pistol." His palm shot forth towards Xiao Yu. Given Luffy's inherent strength, combined with the elasticity of rubber, such an attack would undoubtedly be a swift defeat for an average pirate. Alas, he faced Xiao Yu. Partial multiplication technique. Armament hockey, harden. A colossal hand opened wide, effectively blocking Luffy's rubber rocket pistol. Simultaneously, the force surged, chakra intensifying dramatically. The hand transformed into a massive palm, measuring 10 meters, and, once clenched into a fist, it descended with great ferocity upon Luffy's head. In the blink of an eye, Luffy was sent crashing into the sandy beach. Retracting his hand, Xiao Yu smirked, his laughter echoing, "Ha ha ha. With such strength, you dare to claim the title of Pirate King? Ha ha. Even as a novice, I have bested you. What chance do those formidable pirates stand?" Meanwhile, Luffy, groaning in pain, exclaimed, "That hurts. Your punch feels just like my grandfather's. It truly stings." As he rubbed his head, it was evident that Luffy had acknowledged his inability to contend with the individual seated in the wheelchair. Little Rain felt a secret delight within. Having struck a blow against a future pirate king and inflicted considerable pain, what a remarkable achievement. Surely, few could boast of such a feat. Clearing her throat, she feigned seriousness and spoke in a deep voice. "Luffy, this is known as hockey. Although it is unlikely to encounter masters of hockey in the East Blue, it is a formidable power essential to learn in the latter half of the Grand Line. Perhaps in the first half, you might still manage to assert yourself. However, once you venture into the New World, you will undoubtedly find yourself outmatched. Of course, your grandfather's fists also carry haki. Who is stronger, you or my grandfather? Luffy asked with a grin. At that moment, Little Rain and her companions could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Others were about to offer some polite commentary when Little Rain sighed. The reason I am confined to this wheelchair is due to my defeat at the hands of your grandfather. Our Little Rain pirates encountered your grandfather, Garp, and we were utterly annihilated. At least you left a mark on my grandfather, Luffy said, as if to console her. Yet, in the next instant, Grid became enraged and huffed. Next time I encounter that old man, I will surely defeat him. Xiao Yu chuckled softly and nodded, yet in her heart, she silently vowed, this time at sea, I shall instill fear in the hearts of the entire world. Xiao Yu, please teach me, Luffy exclaimed, plopping down on the beach with a tone that bordered on jest. At that moment, everyone, including Gride, gaped in disbelief. Just moments ago, they were on the brink of a duel, and now he was eager to learn formidable techniques from others. Moreover, you must be the grandson of Garp, right? Little Rain was momentarily taken aback, clearly astonished by the peculiar personality of Luffy. After a long pause, a slight smile crept onto her lips, and she burst into hearty laughter. Why not? If I encounter an opponent I can easily defeat in just a few blows, I would lose all interest in becoming the Pirate King. The title of Pirate King is mine. Once I master haki, I will undoubtedly defeat you. Luffy pouted, rolling his eyes as he spoke. Gleed, his eyes twitching with disbelief, finally managed to say, what kind of bizarre people are these? Just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts, Xianbei arrived, panting heavily as he rode in on a hovering bicycle. Initially, he had only gone out to buy some small parts, but he now appeared exceedingly excited, abruptly stopping on the beach. He held up a stack of bounty notices and shouted, Why is there even a bounty on my head? Why? Who is this uncle? Luffy questioned with genuine curiosity, looking at Xianbei as if he were a stranger. Gleed, however, snatched the bounty notice from Xianbei's hands, quickly flipping through its pages. At that moment, Xianbei had transformed into a handsome figure, yet the bounty notice depicted him in his previous form. Tears welled in Xianbei's eyes, and the expression of utter despair even drew sympathy from Muse. Kneeling on the beach, he pounded the sand with his fists, lamenting, This is terrible. My dashing face was not captured. The beauties of the world will surely mock me. I will never attract any lovely ladies now. Woe is me. Amidst Xianbei's wails, Gleed's eyes widened in disbelief. Little Rain, I can somewhat understand why your bounty exceeds mine, but why is Xianbei's bounty higher than mine? He slammed the bounty notice, his anger palpable. The menacing aura he exuded sent shivers down the spines of those present, causing Xianbei, who had been crying, to quickly hide behind Little Rain. I did not intend for this. As a genius scientist of my caliber, of course my bounty would be higher than yours. The penguin no is my creation. Xianbei's laughter only seemed to exacerbate Gleed's fury, his fingers cracking ominously, inciting a murderous impulse that made Muse and the others tremble. Did you really build this ship, uncle? Can you make one for me too? Please. Luffy exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Xianbei in earnest plea. Anna examined Gleed's damaged bounty notice and sighed. Why has my bounty increased as well? I haven't done anything. The bounties were as follows. Little Rain, 350 million berries. Xianbei, 300 million berries. Gleed, 220 million berries. Little Dumpling, 100 million berries. Muse, 30 million berries. Quick Gun AKS, 20 million berries. Demon Doctor, 15 million berries. Everyone's bounty had risen, except for Jolina and Little Pig. Particularly, the bounties of Little Rain, Xianbei, and Gleed were substantial enough to mark them as formidable pirates even in the Grand Line. The total bounty for the crew amounted to an impressive one. 0.35 billion berries, a sum that would surely make them renowned in the New World. Now do you understand our strength, Luffy? Little Rain said, secretly reveling in her triumph as she waved her bounty notice. Luffy, seemingly oblivious, continued to cling to Xianbei. Uncle, please build me a ship. It doesn't need to be as grand. Half the size will suffice. I plan to set sail next year. Such trivial matters are easily managed. Just gather the materials, and I shall take care of the rest. Xianbei responded with a generous demeanor. He then inquired, Do you want a ship that can dive, fly, or one that can traverse land, sea, and sky? A ship that can dive and fly? I want one that can do all three. Luffy exclaimed, his excitement palpable, completely disregarding Little Rain's words. At that moment, even Gleed felt an impulse to strike Luffy. After a brief twitch of his mouth, he swiftly appeared behind Luffy and delivered a powerful punch to his head. With a thud, Luffy was plunged into the sand. Little Rain took a deep breath before saying, Luffy, whether or not you heard my words, do you have the money to purchase the materials for the ship? Her question plunged Luffy, now with only his head visible, into deep contemplation. After being pulled back to reality by Little Rain, he suddenly clapped his hands and proclaimed, Of course I have the materials. Haha, I've been collecting them for years. Oh, then take me to see them, Qianbei exclaimed, clearly delighted. With the blueprints already completed, it was the perfect time to modify the Penguin No and perhaps even create a protective robot. Naturally, if Luffy had materials, he could also build him a pirate ship. Then let's ride this flying bicycle. Luffy pointed excitedly at the hovering bike on the beach. Since earlier, he had been eyeing it with envy. Haha, of course. That's not an issue. Qianbei laughed heartily, and the two quickly mounted the hovering bicycle, heading in the direction Luffy indicated. Bleed smacked his forehead, exasperated. Kapu's grandson truly is a peculiar character. Is it really necessary to pay him any mind? Xiao Yu curled the corners of his mouth, chuckling. Live in the moment. Sleep when you need to, eat when you must, and devote yourself wholeheartedly to your cultivation. This is his philosophy. Hold steadfast to the dreams in your heart. The power of unwavering belief may not yet be fully realized by you. When the time comes that you can unleash tremendous strength for your companions, you will truly understand. Xiao Yu's words left Grid in deep contemplation, while Anna and the others stealthily sprinted towards the pirate ship. Today, there would be no training, right? Do you think I am blind? Light Rain spoke in a somewhat solemn tone, commanding respect. Instantly, several individuals returned to their respective positions to commence their training. Of course, the most unfortunate among them remained a little pig, who had transformed into vapor and was now roasting itself atop a pile of flames. Meanwhile, at the dock of Windmill Village, the dog-headed warship gradually came to a halt. Carp, laughing heartily while savoring a donut, bellowed, Village Chief, you old rascal. Have you come to greet me again? Ah, you scoundrel, I'm merely here to see if you're still alive. I heard you couldn't even defeat a rookie pirate. The village chief's fury ignited, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Carp. Carp erupted into another fit of laughter, patting the village chief on the shoulder. How could that be? I nearly annihilated that rookie pirate crew all on my own. It's just that the Navy intentionally leaked that news to incite those pirates to fight among themselves. What? You Navy folks would go that far? The several Navy soldiers behind them became visibly tense. Carp, you've disclosed military secrets. This news must not leave this place. Carp seemed to realize the gravity of the situation and promptly sealed his lips. With a tone that conveyed earnestness, he added, Village Chief. Let us pretend you didn't hear that. Haha, Makino, you remain as lovely as ever. By the way, where is Luffy? I haven't seen that rascal. Humph. He is off training to become a pirate. The village chief retorted with a huff, yet his gaze softened considerably. Carp's face contorted with rage as he shouted, this time. I will make sure to teach that boy a lesson. With that, he set off toward the mountain bandit Dayton's residence. Chapter 27. Setting sail in the early morning. As the dew had yet to fully dissipate, seagulls began their dance upon the surface of the sea. The dense fog was gradually lifting. Upon seeing Luffy's appearance, Light Rain furrowed her brows. What happened? I didn't seem to hit you hard yesterday, yet you're covered in injuries. Luffy moved slightly, eliciting pain from his wounds, and managed a wry smile. I was struck by my grandfather. I told him I wanted to set sail, but he insisted I join the Navy. So, we ended up fighting. This doesn't look like a mere scuffle. It resembles a complete thrashing. You're injured all over. And I'm certain that Carp is currently sleeping soundly without a scratch. Light Rain chuckled, directly exposing Luffy's fib. Luffy shook his head and replied, no. Yesterday I used the technique you taught me to enter gear second. My grandfather was caught off guard and tumbled over. So it counts as a fight. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Light Rain's forehead as she thought, if not for you being Carp's grandson, would he have been so unprepared? Even I, in my current state, would likely flee in disarray if faced with him. After a moment of speechlessness, Luffy initiated conversation again. So, shall we continue training in that martial arts and hockey today? For nearly a month, Luffy had visited Light Rain daily for training, during which he imparted some knowledge of hockey to him. However, it seemed Luffy's physical strength was still lacking, preventing him from effectively utilizing hockey. Particularly, even if he were to truly wield hockey now, its power would not be formidable, necessitating extensive training over a prolonged period. What made Light Rain somewhat envious was that Luffy's Conqueror's hockey had unexpectedly manifested after she exerted her own Conqueror's hockey pressure. Such a protagonist's aura made Light Rain feel a twinge of jealousy, fueling her desire to train him relentlessly in light of this newfound potential. Little Rain revealed a cunning expression, laughing as she said, "Of course, your mastery of armament hockey is still far from proficient. You haven't even grasped the fundamentals. So a rigorous training is essential." As her words fell, she launched a punch directly at Luffy with astonishing speed, leaving the Straw Hat Boy unable to react in time. However, Luffy at this moment was not the same as when they first met. His stomach instantly swelled to the size of a balloon, and at its center, a minuscule amount of hardened armament hockey appeared. With a resounding thud, her hockey-infused fist struck Luffy's abdomen. Unfortunately, due to the inadequacy of Luffy's hockey, which had yet to reach even the basics, he was instantly sent flying. In that moment, Luffy expelled the air from his stomach and swiftly entered Gear Second while suspended in midair. Ha ha ha, you fool. You still cannot control Gear Second effectively. Such careless usage will shorten your lifespan. Little Yu let out a hearty laugh, gesturing towards Luffy with both hands. Universal pull. In an instant. Before Luffy could activate his second gear and escape, he was already captured by Little Yu. Simultaneously, the spiraling sphere was ready, striking Luffy squarely in the abdomen and spinning him toward the steep cliff. Luffy's eyes spun as he tumbled down the cliff, crashing onto the sandy beach. What a pity. It seems you possess no strength to resist at all, Little Yu remarked lazily, her triumphant expression igniting Luffy's anger as he regained consciousness. In that moment, the Conqueror's haki erupted, enveloping the entire beach with an overwhelming pressure. Having fought with Carp, Little Yu had also mastered the Conqueror's haki, albeit only at a basic level. Meanwhile, Glid, residing aboard the renovated Penguin, appeared rather nonchalant, wielding the Conqueror's haki to protect the ship from harm. Luffy's Conqueror's haki was utterly uncontrollable and immensely powerful. While the others aboard the Penguin managed well, Jolena and the Little Pig seemed somewhat overwhelmed by the presence of this potent haki. Each time Luffy or Little Yu unleashed it, the two would tremble uncontrollably. Straw Hat Kid, do you really need to seek suffering so eagerly this early in the morning? Glid said lazily while digging in his ears. Upon seeing Glid, Luffy shouted, "Glid, you rascal. You've mastered it so quickly. Can you control it completely now?" Earlier, when Little Yu had attempted to provoke Luffy's haki, Glid was present and had also managed to awaken his Conqueror's haki quite smoothly, though it was slightly weaker compared to Luffy's. Moreover, due to Yao Lin's physique, Glid effortlessly mastered the observation haki's powers, albeit not to the extent of hearing others' thoughts. Yet, such fortune made Little Yu somewhat envious. After all her diligent training, it took her a month and a half to grasp what she had learned then. But Glid, with just a little provocation, could wield the Conqueror's haki and had even mastered the observation haki to a greater extent than Little Yu. Now, even if Little Yu faced Glid, she would have to exhaust all her tricks to truly defeat him. Glid chuckled, stretching lazily, compared to a weakling like you. As the ruler of the world, of course, I can use Conqueror's haki. Haha, I am destined to become the king of the world. While Luffy pouted, Little Yu smiled as Qian Bingwei and the others arrived. After a month of rigorous training, it could be said that Little Yu's pirate crew had significantly improved their combat abilities, especially the three mainstays, Little Yu, Glid, and Jiaozi. These three alone could secure a top spot among the newcomers in the pirate ranks. Ah, Qian Bingwei, what about the pirate ship you promised me? Luffy pointed at the dashing uncle, Qian Bingwei, his mouth nearly splitting from the force of his loud question. It would be better if you didn't bring that up. Qian Bingwei erupted in frustration. You idiot! You took me to a junkyard. Do you think you can build a pirate ship from that rubbish? Upon hearing this, Luffy grew furious again. Didn't you dive into the sea to find materials? Why didn't you help me find some? You stingy miser. You fool. This is a material extracted from seawater. Do you think it's found everywhere? We collected so many samples from the deep sea just to get this little bit. Do you think it's something you can just buy? Qian Bingwei snapped angrily, fully aware that the sea prism stone had been suggested by Little Yu. Because naval ships were equipped with sea prism stones at the bottom, they could navigate the Grand Line at will. However, the whereabouts of such stones remained a mystery in their waters. After discussing with Qian Bingwei, they utilized the renovated Penguin to plunge into the deep sea to collect samples and conduct experiments. Finally, 10 days prior, they managed to acquire the sea prism stone, which had since been affixed to the bottom of the Penguin. The excess materials were fashioned into numerous weapons that were distributed among the crew. As Qian Bingwei recounted this, he helplessly retreated into the ship's cabin, emerging with a pair of gloves, which he tossed to Luffy. These gloves were made from the last bit of material. Since you fight with your fists, wearing these sea prism stone gloves will give even the most skilled Logia users a headache upon contact. Luffy paused for a moment before eagerly picking up the gloves, marveling at their construction from a special metallic thread, with large pieces of sea prism stone embedded at the joints and a softer piece in the palm. These stones could only be considered experimental products from their initial success, but for someone with Luffy's abilities, encountering them would render him powerless. Although not abundant, they would suffice for fighting, given the Sea Prism Stone's remarkable hardness, allowing him to seize others' weapons without issue. Thank you, eccentric doctor, Luffy exclaimed joyfully as he donned the gloves. Brimming with enthusiasm, Little Yu took a deep breath and said, Luffy, we set sail tomorrow. This will truly be our second voyage. Hee hee. This time we will enter the Grand Line. At this, Luffy fell into silence, fully aware that he had come to regard them as true companions and brothers. Especially with Little Yu, Glid, and Qian Bingwei, who seemed to engage in daily bickering and training with him. Qian Bingwei, why don't we catch some fish from the ocean floor? Fool, this is the deep sea, and we're here to collect samples. Qian Bingwei, make me a pirate ship. Idiot, we have no materials. Do you expect me to pay for it? Glid, let us have a duel. You're no match for me. It would just be a one-sided beating. Glid, why do you always create such bizarre things? Fool, this is a special metal I made with alchemy. It's hard enough to be used as a keel. Little Yu, you're only a year older than me, yet you possess such formidable strength. How did you train? Did you eat some kind of magical meat to gain strength? No. I am naturally this powerful, which is why I alone can become the Pirate King. Humph. The title of Pirate King belongs to me. I will definitely defeat you when the time comes. The memories of the past flooded back to Luffy's mind. He nodded firmly. Just wait, Little Yu. One day, in the new world you speak of, I will surely defeat you. Just wait, Little Yu. I will become the Pirate King. As Luffy's final roar echoed, a dog-headed warship suddenly emerged on the distant sea. Little Yu and the others hurried aboard. We're waiting for you. Now, we must set sail quickly, or your grandfather will catch up with us. Waha. Luffy, we will be waiting for you in the Grand Line. Chapter 28. A gift for Luffy on board the battleship. Carp wore a grim expression. Initially pleased with Luffy's growth, he had risen early to observe how this young man trained. To his dismay, he encountered a group led by Little Rain, individuals who had garnered attention even in the New World. How could Luffy be allowed to associate with such pirates? Wouldn't he that inevitably lead to his corruption? In the past, Shanks had ignited Luffy's ambition to become the Pirate King, and now Little Rain seemed to exacerbate Carp's fury by imparting formidable combat skills and haki to Luffy, seemingly aspiring to a life of piracy. Such aspirations were utterly unacceptable. At that moment, Carp crossed his arms, his appetite for donuts vanished. His piercing gaze radiated a frigid aura, causing the nearby sailors to shy away. Bring me all the cannonballs. This time. Let's see how I can put an end to this brat. Carp's voice dripped with menace. He had long sought to steer Luffy toward the Navy, but now, his anger swelled, laced with a fierce protectiveness. While no one could stop a man from setting sail, one should not lead a child astray. In Carp's mind, it was Little Rain who had corrupted Luffy. And let us not forget that detestable Shanks. That scoundrel would pay dearly. Yes, Admiral Carp. The soldiers saluted before hastening to prepare. Others gazed in astonishment at the penguin ship of Little Rain's pirate crew. Isn't that the guy who dispatched all of you in an instant? A burly sergeant queried a nearby private. The private nodded vigorously, exclaiming, that kid is destined to become a pirate of the Four Emperors. They nearly incapacitated Rear Admiral Stolo Berry. If it hadn't been for Admiral Carp's last-minute intervention, we might have all been slain. Is he truly that formidable? Another sailor asked. Without our efforts to hold him back, Rear Admiral Stolo Berry might have already perished. The veterans of that battle began to boast, with some claiming that without their presence, victory would have been impossible. Carp's teeth ground together in frustration as he ripped off his justice coat and seized 2 cannonballs. Silence. This time, I will not let that brat escape. Just as he finished speaking, Carp hurled the cannonballs, covering a distance of 400 to 500 meters with alarming speed. On the pirate ship, Little Rain momentarily stunned. Then chuckled, Chimbe, get the penguin ship airborne immediately. At this distance, we'll be perfectly safe. He burst into laughter, soaring into the air. His hands waving as torrents of water shot skyward, forming a formidable wall. At that moment, the penguin ship lifted off, its propellers whirring and flames spewing forth, propelling the vessel skyward. After blocking Carp's cannonballs, Little Rain called out, Luffy, check that tent. You'll be thrilled. Ha ha ha. Admiral Carp, we'll take our leave now. With that, the penguin ship rocketed away, leaving Carp fuming, a large hashtag forming on his forehead. You brat. If I catch you, I'll make you regret it. Carp shouted with all his might toward the vanishing ship. Meanwhile, Luffy, standing on the beach, felt warmth in his heart as he entered the large tent. Thank you, Little Rain. Thank you, Greed. Thank you, Jinbei. A few days prior, Luffy had learned that Greed was refining high-strength metals through alchemy, while Little Rain was designing. And Shinbei was responsible for the shipbuilding. Inside the tent sat a brand-new small vessel, approximately 13 meters long, with nearly 7 meters of deck featuring a mast with a single sail. The cabin at the stern, almost 18 square meters, was furnished with a sofa, an automated control system, and buttons for fully automated cannon operation, along with a small refrigerator. The central part of the cabin could be lifted to provide access to the interior. The entire ship was crafted from metals refined through Greed's unique alchemy, ensuring exceptional sturdiness. Although it lacked true flying capabilities, it could deploy a protective shield and submerge underwater. At that moment, Luffy sat on the sofa, feeling as though he were on the verge of becoming the Pirate King. Finally, I have a ship. Though it may not be as grand as theirs, I can use it to seek powerful companions. Ha ha ha. Thank you, brothers. Meanwhile, in the New World, aboard an exceptionally large pirate ship, a man covered in tubes glanced at a newspaper, chuckling softly. This kid has caught the attention of Sengoku, employing such a scheme to ensure he is remembered by all aspiring pirates and Navy alike. Marco furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring, perhaps Ace, who just left, will encounter him as well. Whitebeard nodded, laughing again. This kid has piqued my interest. If Sengoku is watching him, he must be no ordinary newcomer. Should I make contact? Halta licked his lips excitedly. No need. If he possesses real strength, he may soon appear in this sea. Laughter erupted aboard the ship. In contrast to the Whitebeard pirates, Shanks smiled at the newspaper in his hands. Beside him, Beckman raised an eyebrow and remarked, this batch of newcomers seems promising. This kid reminds me of someone. Shanks smiled, tinged with nostalgia. After a brief pause, Beckman chuckled. It must be Luffy. I wonder how that kid is faring now. Has he set sail yet? Locky, munching on a chicken leg, patted Shanks on the shoulder. Don't worry, Captain. That kid is someone who will inevitably set sail. Just live a little longer, and you will meet him. Yes, I'll do my best to live longer. Shanks nodded earnestly, prompting hearty laughter from the crew, some nearly toppling over in mirth. In a dimly lit office, a tall man with a golden hook examined a newspaper closely, a cigar clenched between his teeth, emitting wisps of smoke. Meanwhile, seated opposite him, Crocodile chuckled softly. Is this kid truly that powerful? He managed to escape Carp's pursuit. Crocodile sneered, his dark voice following. Interesting. This kid may possess some strength, but the Navy has likely exaggerated his abilities. Perhaps they wish to incite pirates to confront one another. After all, if his strength were truly formidable, word of him would surely be spreading throughout the Grand Line. Perhaps an encounter with him could be arranged. If his prowess is indeed remarkable, it could be of great benefit to us. Robin smiled faintly, her eyes narrowing slightly. What a handsome young man. And what about the other members? The Little Rain Pirates boast 4 individuals with bounties exceeding 100 million. This Chinjo might be worth a closer look. The fact that a scientist is held in such high regard by the Navy and the government indicates he possesses extraordinary abilities. Perhaps he could even rival the scientists within the Navy. I find myself rather intrigued by the Little Rain Pirates. East Blue, Logtown. Upon receiving news that the Little Rain Pirates were still in the East Blue, even Smoker was momentarily taken aback. After all, with such immense power, how could they possibly remain in this region? Encountering Vice Admiral Garp once more, these individuals truly are reckless. Tashiji, inform those fools to keep a close watch on the docks. These rascals are not the type to hide away. They are a group of audacious pirates. After taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Smoker spoke seriously. Yes, Captain Smoker. We need not concern ourselves with the Little Rain crew, right? After all, relying solely on ourselves, it is impossible to prevail, Tashiji faltered. Impossible to be their adversary? Smoker asserted, opening the window to gaze at the town outside. Soon, that confidence returned to his face. Even if they are not our equals, we must engage. We are the Navy, and they are pirates. Chapter 29. Beginnings and Endings in East Blue, Logtown. The newly arrived Little Rain crew appeared remarkably relaxed. Stretching his limbs, Little Rain promptly brought out a hovering motorcycle. Each crew member had one aboard the Penguin. The Little Rain's was particularly distinctive, resembling a jet ski. The others mostly rode scooters that lacked wheels. But Grid also possessed a uniquely styled hovering motorcycle that bore a striking resemblance to a Harley, albeit missing 2 wheels. This design was originally conceived by Little Rain, reminiscent of ideas from a previous life, and now it had fortuitously been adopted by Grid. I'll head to Roger's execution platform. Feel free to do as you please. We'll meet back on the ship in 2 hours. Oh, and leave someone here to watch over the vessel. It would be disastrous if it were stolen without us knowing. As the gentle rain fell, Xiao Yu activated the hovering motorcycle and addressed the crowd, transforming into a dashing gentleman. Qianbingwei pinched his chin and softly reassured, "Rest assured, everyone can go and enjoy themselves. The Penguin Unit, under the vigilant watch of Battle Lord No. 2, will safeguard us." No sooner had he spoken than a colossal sphere, resembling a giant ball, began to levitate. With a diameter of nearly 3 meters, the sphere blinked its lantern-like eyes and its large mouth opened to proclaim, "Fear not, my master. Leave this place in my capable hands." Simultaneously, an even larger sphere made its entrance, boasting a diameter exceeding 5 meters. Unlike the previous Battle Lord No. 2, this one was crowned with a protective glass dome. This glass, far more resilient than the original control-type robots, shimmered with strength. Beneath the dome, 2 radiant eyes gleamed. "Master, please step inside." Battle Lord No. 1 beckoned as it opened the protective dome. Once Qianbingwei settled inside, he waved his arm and called out, "Farewell, everyone. I shall take my leave now, ha 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 ha. See you all in 2 hours." Xiao Yu uttered a sound of discontent, remarking, "This fellow is even quicker than I am." With that, she took flight. Below her, Anna and Jolina exchanged glances before ultimately deciding to follow in Xiao Yu's direction. Under the vast expanse of clear skies adorned with white clouds, the sea breeze carried a hint of saltiness, lending a dampness to the dock, which was also filled with a lively atmosphere. As Muse and Axe descended from their hovering motorcycle onto the pirate ship, they proceeded along the street. Their objective was to procure provisions and prepare a record pointer. They were now in close proximity to the Grand Line. To enter the Grand Line, a record pointer was essential. Although their vessel was equipped with sea stone at the bottom, for reasons unknown, the captain insisted on navigating through Reverse Mountain. Muse found herself perplexed by the captain's intentions. It had been nearly a week since they departed from Windmill Village, and they had swiftly arrived at Logue Town. One could not help but marvel at the speed of the Penguin ship. Even a warship could not match its velocity. Suddenly, an object launched from the pirate ship stirred commotion at the Logue Town dock, drawing the attention of several Navy soldiers among the crowd. What could that object be that could soar through the air? A private soldier's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Muse and Axe depart. Beside him, a sergeant quickly reacted, nudging the stunned private and whispering, "We must report this to Colonel Smoker immediately. Who knows if the captain will take action this time?" The last returning crew members warned that if one encounters Xiao Yu and her crew without the strength of a captain, one is certain to perish. The sergeant trembled slightly. Yet with a tone of encouragement, he added, "Perhaps those scoundrels lost the battle and are merely boasting. Our commander is none other than the White Hunter, Colonel Smoker." With that, he and the private hurried off towards the base. Near the execution platform, Xiao Yu parked her hovering motorcycle beneath it. Gazing up at the platform, she was struck by emotion. Was it this individual's words that heralded the dawn of the great pirate era? Indeed, he was a selfless character. What was the purpose behind it all? What did the will of D signify? After a flurry of questions, Xiao Yu ascended into the air with an expression of reverence. This spectacle left the surrounding crowd in astonishment. Particularly, Bartolomeo, who had entered the area with a few henchmen, furrowed his brow and muttered, "Is he an ability user? How can he fly like that?" The henchman erupted in excitement, exclaiming, "Boss, he is the one who arrived on those flying motorcycles." Just then, Glid, along with Anna and Jolina, arrived, halting their floating motorcycles to observe Xiao Yu standing atop the execution platform. At that moment, Xiao Yu sat cross-legged on the platform, gazing up at the sky, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Bartolomeo, who had been deep in contemplation, suddenly clapped his hands, finally recalling, "Fool. These individuals are members of the Xiao Yu pirate crew. The one on the execution platform is their captain, the fearsome Xiao Yu. She has a bounty of 350 million. What? A pirate with a bounty of 350 million? One of the henchmen nearly toppled over in shock. Such a bounty was undoubtedly characteristic of a super pirate crew. Did you see that guy in the black coat? Bartolomeo pointed at Glid. The Xiao Yu pirate crew was clad in matching blue camouflage short-sleeved shirts and trousers, though their outer garments varied. The women, such as Anna, wore camouflage dresses, with most opting not to wear outerwear. Only Xiao Yu and Glid donned black evil coats, resembling the Navy's justice attire, yet theirs were black, emblazoned with the stark crimson characters "for evil" on the back. The small underling nodded earnestly and inquired, "What is it, boss?" "You fool, that's the indomitable warrior, Glid, with a bounty of 220 million. Bartolomeo exclaimed, slapping the underling's forehead in exasperation. Regret began to wash over Bartolomeo as he contemplated the audacity of these individuals to target this band of pirates. Clearly, they were seeking a death wish. Even I, their captain, might find myself at their mercy. At that moment, a contingent of naval soldiers rushed towards the square, encircling the execution platform. Behind the soldiers, Smoker emerged slowly, fixing his gaze upon the figure of Little Rain on the platform. In a low voice, he remarked, "Azura, Little Rain. I never expected you to have not yet entered the Grand Line. Humph, have you come to my log town to stir trouble?" Little Yu was momentarily taken aback, her brow slightly furrowing. "Fool, how dare you interrupt my train of thought? Do you not realize that I am contemplating my future as the Pirate King of Shanghai?" In an instant, everyone in the square collapsed to the ground. However, Bartolomeo remained standing, his eyes wide open, secretly pondering, could it be that this fellow has already determined that he can become the Pirate King? Moreover, with his lack of strength, was he seeking his own demise? After a cold snort, Little Yu slowly rose to her feet. This simple action prompted the majority of the naval soldiers to retreat several steps, sweat beading on their foreheads as they finally came to a halt. Most of them had participated in the earlier battle and had been instantly incapacitated by Little Yu's conqueror's haki, bearing witness to her formidable power. Smoker clenched the two cigars between his lips more tightly, his fists cracking with tension. In a flash, he drew the 10 hands from his back, transforming his lower body into smoke as he charged toward Little Yu. "Now, let me show you the true strength of the Navy." In Smoker's mind, Little Yu seemed to wield her haki with little finesse, merely unleashing it in a sudden burst. Even if her haki was indeed potent, he would not shy away from confronting her. This was the justice he upheld. Capturing all pirates was also his unwavering duty as a Navy officer. Greed clasped his hands together and struck the ground with one hand, causing several stone chairs to materialize. He then seated himself upon one. Chuckling softly, watching the show from here is rather pleasant. Although Anna, Jolena, and Little Pig were somewhat tense, they eventually settled into the specially crafted stone chairs after witnessing Greed's relaxed demeanor. With a sharp clang, the 10 hands were abruptly blocked by the katana at Little Yu's waist. This blade was fashioned from sea prism stone by Chiabing, reminiscent in style of Sasuke's Kusanagi sword from Naruto. Smoker was momentarily taken aback. The long sword exuded an unsettling aura. However, he dismissed it quickly. With his other hand, he transformed into smoke, aiming a strike at Little Yu's face. At that moment, Little Yu's other hand instantaneously hardened with armament haki, seizing Smoker's smoke form. With a powerful thrust, she pressed him toward the execution platform. "Smoker, it has been over a month since we last met, and I never imagined your strength to still be so pathetic. Ha ha ha. As the future Pirate King, I might just take your life here." "Humph. The Pirate King? With you? You lack the qualifications." Smoker scoffed, attempting to struggle but finding himself utterly powerless to resist. With the formidable combination of Little Rain's armament haki and the sheer force of his monstrous punches, he utterly overshadowed his opponent. Despite the blood streaming down his forehead, Smoker remained resolute, refusing to concede defeat. "Smoker." Lieutenant Dashki, feeling a surge of anxiety, unsheathed her katana and leapt high into the air, aiming a strike at Little Rain. A slight smirk appeared on Little Rain's lips as he evaded Smoker's grasp, instantly reappearing behind Dashki. Seizing her by the neck, he leaned closer and whispered, "My dear, why not join my Little Rain pirate crew? Rest assured, I shall gather all the world's legendary swords and present them to you." "You scoundrel." Dashki struggled fiercely to break free, but was swiftly cast aside by Little Rain, only for Smoker to catch her with remarkable agility. Chapter 30. Bartolomeo's admiration. "Everyone, vacate this area immediately," Smoker bellowed, seemingly prepared to fight with all his might. In an instant, the crowd in the square began to scatter in panic. Bartolomeo furrowed his brow for a moment before ultimately deciding to retreat. He was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the White Hunter Smoker, recognizing that individuals of the Logia type were exceedingly difficult to confront. Yet, how had Little Rain managed to grasp Smoker's tangible form just moments ago? Did he truly possess such extraordinary power? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he hastened back to his hideout. "Oh, are you truly prepared to risk everything?" Little Rain exclaimed with a laugh. "Do you genuinely detest pirates that much? Remember, we liberated all the civilians on Kamiya Island." He pointed to himself, raising his thumb in self-commendation. Smoker clenched his jaw, his fists tightly balled, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, the actions of the Little Rain pirate crew had undeniably resonated with the masses, and he too harbored a deep disdain for the nobility. "Fire!" A sergeant, voice trembling, commanded as he gestured, prompting the encircling Navy soldiers to ready their weapons. As a subtle smile graced Xiao Yu's lips, all the bullets, just moments away from reaching him, came to an abrupt halt. It could be said that these projectiles were drawn towards Xiao Yu by an unseen force at the midpoint of their trajectory. In that fleeting instant of suspension, every bullet reflected back along its original path. After a series of resounding pops, some unfortunate bullets found their way back into their chambers, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. However, a few fortunate ones emerged unscathed. Smoker furrowed his brow slightly and commanded in a low voice, "Everyone, retreat immediately. Dasky, you must also withdraw. The remaining battle is beyond your capacity." Just as Dasky attempted to protest, Smoker launched his attack. He was acutely aware of Xiao Yu's peculiar abilities and thus refrained from engaging him in close combat. With a grimace, he bellowed, "White Serpent." Instantly, his right hand transformed into a colossal serpent, lunging towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's lips curled into a grin as he slowly extended his right hand, causing the Rinnegan to gradually enlarge. Just as the white serpent was about to make contact, Xiao Yu shouted, "Super Big Ball Rinnegan." In an instant, the serpent's head spiraled in tandem with the massive Rinnegan. As it spun, a cloud of white smoke erupted outward in all directions. With a powerful thrust of his feet, Xiao Yu propelled the Super Big Ball Rinnegan forward, charging relentlessly towards the Smokeman. Smoker, caught off guard, swiftly retracted his smoke-based powers, his lower body launching upward towards the sky. Xiao Yu's colossal spiral sphere struck the very spot where Smoker had been standing, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered everything within a 5-meter radius. As the dust settled, a deep crater measuring 1 meter in depth was revealed. Standing quietly within the pit, Xiao Yu maintained a serene smile. In an instant, his figure vanished, reappearing directly behind Smoker. Before Smoker could even react, Xiao Yu delivered a powerful punch to his head, infused with the might of Haki. This force sent Smoker crashing down. Just before he hit the ground, he transformed into smoke, evading the impact. The technique of body flicker is remarkably swift, and when combined with the explosive speed of wind chakra, it becomes even swifter. The previous battle with Garp was undoubtedly worthwhile. Not only did it unleash a multitude of formidable ninjutsu, but it also granted me mastery over 3 types of Haki. Although my mastery of armed Haki is still in its nascent stage, it should suffice to contend with Smoker. After a quiet sigh from Xiao Yu, she vanished once more. When she reappeared, she stood directly behind the soldiers. Universal attraction. Extending an arm and issuing a low command, she suddenly drew hundreds of soldiers towards her with an irresistible gravitational force. "Damn it," Smoker muttered inwardly, as countless tendrils of white smoke erupted from his arms, smoke vines. The smoky tendrils ensnared the legs of all the soldiers, barely managing to halt their advance. A faint smile crept onto Xiao Yu's lips as she softly commanded, "Come here." Even Smoker was pulled towards her. With a thunderous crash, the soldiers collided with one another, forming a human mountain upon impact. In that moment, Smoker roared in a frenzy. "Azure Xiao Yu." His eyes filled with fury, he unleashed a barrage of white smoke towards her. Dasky, visibly enraged, drew her sword, Shiyu, and leaped high, swinging down at Xiao Yu. Meanwhile, on the commercial street, Chibanbai's eyes sparkled with excitement. The beautiful women on the street were nearly overwhelmed by his advances. The protective barrier opened, and he blew kisses while softly proposing, "Miss, would you like to take a ride with me?" The women who were initially curious about fighting King No. One fled at his words, their expressions resembling that of frightened admirers, wary of a potential pervert. Suddenly, 2 men clad in black suits appeared in the alley ahead, both towering over 190 centimeters and draped in justice coats. The Navy. Chibanbai froze, hastily closing his protective barrier, gritting his teeth as he prepared to flee. "We have come to negotiate with you," one of the more serious-looking men stated quietly. As members of the Secret Intelligence Department, they were formidable figures, though not comparable to CP9 in terms of combat prowess. "Negotiate? What do you mean?" Chibanbai asked, bewildered, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the so-called negotiators. "The government naval headquarters wishes to invite you to become a scientist for the scientific corps," the stern Navy officer continued, producing a letter. Fighting King No. 1. Chibanbai, seated within his vessel, patted the control panel, and a slender steel arm extended from the spherical exterior, retrieving the envelope and presenting it to Chibanbai, who had just opened the protective barrier slightly. After closing it again, he quickly glanced at the contents. After a long deliberation, he began to speak softly. "Become a scientist for the Navy's scientific corps? Huh. It seems the government is envious of my technological prowess. As a government entity, they ultimately serve the nobility. So, if I become a government scientist, could I eliminate those so-called nobles?" The 2 men opposite him appeared momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to process his words. After a long pause, they shook their heads. No, those are the descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government. We are tasked with protecting them. Protect those scoundrels? I have no desire to be such a scientist. Those arrogant, despicable individuals do not deserve my service. Chibanbai laughed heartily. I am the eccentric doctor. Chibanbai of the Xiao Yu pirate crew, with a bounty of 300 million berries. Upon hearing this, the intelligence agents exchanged glances. One of them furrowing his brow slightly as he murmured, "Then we can only offer our apologies." In an instant, they shed their justice coats and vanished from sight. At that moment, a tremendous force struck Chibanbai's vessel, sending it hurtling through the air. With a resounding crash, Fighting King No. 1 smashed into a nearby bar. Just as Bartolomeo was contemplating Xiao Yu's formidable power and the shock of her declaring herself the future pirate king, the sudden impact nearly knocked the breath out of him. "Boss, are you all right?" Gamber exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief mixed with anger as he pointed at the two men in black suits approaching slowly. "You guys, take down those two." Given their affiliation with the intelligence department, they were not dressed in Navy uniforms. To Gambier, they were undoubtedly sent by a rival gang to deal with his boss. Following Gambier's explosive shout, dozens of underlings reacted immediately, drawing weapons and opening fire. Some even brandished knives and charged at the two men. However, the two simply vanished with a swift movement, reappearing beside Fighting King No. 1. The taller, more serious one remarked quietly, "Mike, this thing is surprisingly sturdy. After a kick, it seems completely unharmed." The slightly plumper companion scoffed, "Yoshida, this is the creation of a scientist that even the Navy headquarters fears. How could it not be robust?" Just as he finished speaking, Fighting King No. 1 soared into the air, stabilizing itself mid-flight before coming to a halt. Meanwhile, Bartolomeo, seethed with fury, feeling the disruption of his contemplative state was utterly infuriating. Xiao Yu was right. Interrupting someone's deep thoughts is infuriating. Slowly rising to his feet, Bartolomeo's gaze sharpened. "Oh, Yoshida, this guy is still alive and standing." Mike chuckled nonchalantly, shrugging as he spoke. Yoshida, however, sneered, "We are Navy personnel. Do not meddle, or you will regret it." Yoshida believed that such a statement would cause the small-time thugs to back down. At that moment, the underlings who had initially charged forward only to find the two men missing gathered around, stunned at the exchange. Upon hearing their words, they broke into laughter. Bartolomeo dug at his ears and inquired, "Did I mishear? What was that guy saying just now? He said they're Navy personnel, so we shouldn't interfere." "Ha ha ha ha, boss. That's what he said." Gamber laughed so hard he nearly cried. "Oh, they're Navy. Truly a powerful presence. By the way, what happened to those government troops we dealt with yesterday?" Bartolomeo asked, looking quite pleased as he adjusted his green hair. "They were tossed into the sea, boss." Gamber replied earnestly after finishing his laughter. Mike and Yoshida paid no attention to the ruckus, instead gazing upward, eccentric Dr. Chibanbai. "If you are willing to join the Navy headquarters, you might just escape with your life." However, at that moment, Yoshida's words were abruptly cut short as an overwhelmingly powerful force pressed against his body, sending him crashing through 3 or 4 walls before finally coming to a halt. The people in the street began to scatter in panic, fully aware that they were in Bartolomeo's territory. Daring to wreak havoc in my domain. Do they not know who I am? I am the boss of all the districts in Rogue Town, and even Smoker would think twice before opposing me." Bartolomeo exclaimed with evident pride. Mike, seemingly realizing the gravity of the situation, was about to make a move when Combat King 1 instantly fired a laser beam. The beam penetrated Mike's heart, perhaps leaving him unaware of how he met his demise. This laser attack was akin to Kazara's lightspeed strikes. Moreover, these individuals were merely external agents of the intelligence department, lacking substantial strength. It was entirely reasonable for Mike to be instantly defeated by Combat King 1's laser, similar to how Kazura would dispatch an auxiliary personnel with a lightspeed kick. The concentrated energy of Combat King 1's laser created a nearly 4 to 5 meter deep hole in the ground where Mike's corpulent body had been. Bartolomeo, momentarily stunned, turned his gaze toward Combat King 1 hovering in midair. Has the other one perished as well? If not, hurry and engage in battle, Chiyuki exclaimed in frustration, smacking the armrest of his chair. He had failed to react in time earlier. While Combat King 1 had managed to evade an attack, it was still struck. It was evident that Combat King 1 lacked sufficient speed. "Yes, Master," Combat King 1 responded in a mechanical tone, propelling its circular body toward the spot where Yoshida had vanished. A tremendous explosion accompanied by a cloud of dust erupted, likely visible even from the distant square. As the dust settled, Combat King 1 extended its mechanical arms and seized the unconscious Yoshida. Turning around, Bartolomeo's subordinates instinctively took a step back. The earlier attack that had dispatched Mike was too bizarre. Only Bartolomeo, upon proper realization, could potentially block it with a barrier. The rest of the combatants were devoid of any confidence in their ability to withstand such an onslaught. "Thank you very much, my friend," Chiyuki said as he activated a protective shield. "I am Chiyuki from the Little Rain Pirates. May I ask for your name?" Bartolomeo appeared momentarily taken aback, then quickly retrieved a newspaper from his possession. After a moment of scrutiny, he looked up at Chiyuki again, slightly furrowing his brow and wrinkling his nose. "You are deceiving me. The person in this picture is not you. You are far more handsome than this fellow." Chiyuki's mouth twitched at those words, a massive hashtag appearing on his forehead, and his entire demeanor darkened. If even men found the individual in the photograph unattractive, one could only imagine the women's reaction. "Alas," Chiyuki lamented, doodling circles on Combat King 1's surface with his finger. Just then, a robust voice resonated. "This young brother is indeed Chiyuki from the Little Rain Pirates. He has merely been caricatured by the government navy for some reason." Muse and Axe appeared, carrying various bags, and began explaining to Bartolomeo. At that moment, Bartolomeo pulled out the newspaper again, comparing it earnestly before exclaiming with delight, "Are you not Muse the One-Eyed and Axe the Quickshot from the Little Rain Pirates? Huh. I never imagined I would meet the real deal." Muse and Axe exchanged bewildered glances, questioning the source of his excitement. How could he be so thrilled? They were hardly beauties. Surely he would not be enamored with them. Just then, a melodious voice called out, "Bartolomeo?" When he looked around, he found no one, only to hear the voice again, "I'm up here." Upon glancing upwards, Bartolomeo discovered the Little Rain crew hovering in the air atop flying motorcycles. "Ah, Captain Little Rain." The unyielding fighter glid, and the brat Dumpling. As Dumpling was mentioned, he instantly became furious, appearing behind Bartolomeo and growling, "Who are you calling a brat?" Bartolomeo was taken aback and quickly erected a barrier, turning to greet him with a smile. "Oh, that was merely a title given by the Navy. I wouldn't say it myself." Everyone brought their hovering motorcycles to a stop as Little Rain approached Bartolomeo with a smile that resembled someone trying to lure a child. "I never anticipated such a formidable individual in Rogue Town. Would you consider joining us and becoming a pirate of the Little Rain Pirates?" Bartolomeo was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the proposition. "What? Are you unwilling?" Little Rain's expression darkened. This loyal fan of Luffy was undoubtedly a person of considerable ability, albeit somewhat single-minded, seemingly acting without much thought. Nevertheless, as a user of a defensive fruit with decent offensive capabilities, he was undeniably a formidable combatant, capable of taking down a vice admiral-level officer in the later stages of his journey. How could this be? Of course, I would be delighted to join. Ha. Are you certain you want me in your crew? Bartolomeo appeared incredulous. It was well known that he had long admired the Little Rain Pirates. Though without the fervor of a devoted Luffy follower, he had developed a degree of admiration for Little Rain. After all, it was Carp, the hero Carp. To escape from his grasp upon setting sail was no small feat, and the aura he had exhibited earlier on the execution platform had completely captivated Bartolomeo, a true fan. Captain, this cannot be. As Gambia realized the situation and attempted to intervene, Little Rain swiftly pulled him towards himself. Though his grip around Gambia's neck was not overly forceful, it was clear that Gambia was beginning to feel uncomfortable. To serve as a leader of the underworld is somewhat beneath your talents. Join my pirate crew, and I will show you a broader world and make you a member of the Pirate King's crew. Those words brought tears of joy to Bartolomeo's eyes, almost causing Little Rain to falter in his speech. Quickly, gather your belongings and find someone to entrust your affairs to. We will meet at the dock on the Penguin ship in 1 hour. We will wait for only an hour. If you exceed that time, we shall not wait for you. Yes. Bartolomeo was so exhilarated that he was nearly ready to burst into song. Upon witnessing the entire cohort of Xiao Yu departing on their hover motorcycles, Gambia seized the moment, exclaiming, Ha. This is undoubtedly an opportunity for me. Perhaps I shall truly become a member of the Pirate King's crew. No, I will definitely become a member of the Pirate King's crew. The matters here will be entrusted to you. By the way, bring me the devil fruit we seized that day, It is certainly the finest token of our meeting. And prepare 100 million berries for me. This sum will serve as my stepping stone to allegiance. Gambia sighed in resignation, fully aware of his leader's temperament. For now, he could only acquiesce. However, he was well acquainted with the Xiao Yu pirate crew. A formidable group indeed, It would ultimately depend on whether his captain could establish himself aboard their ship. Alas. Chapter 32. The speed fruit the night breeze gently stirred, accompanied by the rhythmic lapping of the sea against the hull. Although the penguin could submerge beneath the waves, it spent most of its time gliding atop the ocean. After all, descending into the depths made the air stifling, while ascending into the sky consumed considerable fuel. Unlike Enel, whose lightning powers were extraordinarily potent, he alone could sustain the penguin's flight indefinitely. Within the captain's quarters, the sofa was crowded with individuals. The seat of honor was naturally occupied by Xiao Yu, while Anna and Jolena busied themselves at the bar, preparing tea. Having just finished their dinner, the group gathered together. On this first day as a newcomer, Bartolomeo felt a pang of anxiety, especially sitting across from 4 notorious pirates, each with bounties exceeding 100 million. Their formidable strength had already been witnessed in Rogue Town. Keep the 100 million berries for yourself. After all, you will need funds when we reach the next island. As for this devil fruit, is it a paramecia type? Xiao Yu's voice was somewhat subdued, yet tinged with curiosity regarding the devil fruit. He picked it up, examining it closely, seemingly eager to study its properties. Naturally, the most intrigued was Qianbingwei. If the little pig could dissect it, perhaps he would delve into the fruit's characteristics and principles. Presently, the little pig dared not linger near Qianbingwei. As the household pet aboard the penguin, every glance from Qianbingwei left the little pig feeling uneasy. Indeed, this is a paramecia-type fruit. However, I am unaware of its specific abilities. After all, I lack access to the fruit catalog of the Navy and the nobility. Moreover, I acquired this fruit inadvertently after conquering an auction house. Bartolomeo chuckled softly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Internally, he mused. How can the strength of the Azura Xiao Yu be so overwhelming? The pressure he exerts is far too great. Only he would entertain such thoughts. For Xiao Yu rarely exuded any imposing aura. Even Jolena and the little pig would sometimes seek to engage with him. As for the extent of Bartolomeo's psychological state, that remained a mystery. Xiao Yu scrutinized the fruit with meticulous attention, yet could not identify any distinct characteristics, for they all bore a striking resemblance to one another. Qianbingwei, might you delve into a thorough study of this fruit? Should your research yield fruitful results, we could potentially create an artificial devil fruit. Imagine, we could forge a fruit that grants dominion over the vast ocean. Qianbingwei found himself intrigued, while Glid exhibited a modicum of interest, captivated by the notion of wielding such devilish power. However, upon hearing Xiao Yu's assertion of controlling the entire sea, both men broke into a cold sweat. Questioning the feasibility of such a feat, Anna set down the brewed tea on the coffee table, chuckling softly. Jolena seized the devil fruit and examined it for a considerable time before declaring, "Dumpling, why not consume it? Perhaps it could promote your growth." Humph. Consuming this would only lead to excessive suppression. Just look at Piglet. A mere touch of sea-stone handcuffs left him incapacitated on the ground. Who would desire such a thing? Furthermore, I am not short, you little squirt. Dumpling retorted coldly. In comparison to the 14-year-old Jolena, Dumpling was indeed the shortest among them. Jolena stood at nearly 155 centimeters, whereas Dumpling barely reached 140 centimeters. Yet, in terms of prowess, Dumpling undeniably held her ground within the team. Indeed, it seems a waste to squander a devil fruit so casually, especially since Qianbingwei has never studied such a thing. Perhaps failure is a possibility. Xiao Yu nodded thoughtfully. Initially inclined to argue, Qianbingwei reconsidered, realizing he lacked the requisite foundation, having no understanding of devil fruits whatsoever. Then who shall consume it? Xiao Yu placed the fruit on the coffee table and pointed to herself, stating resolutely, "I shall never eat such a thing. I have utmost confidence in my own abilities." Romeo's admiration for Xiao Yu surged within, exclaiming, "Did you hear that? Lady Xiao Yu claims that with mere determination, one can ascend to the title of Pirate King. I too have no need for such an item. If only I could harness the powers absorbed from my father, it would surely surpass any fruit." Glid scoffed disdainfully, his initial curiosity about the devilish power waning. "I too have no desire to consume this. You just mentioned uncertainty regarding its abilities. What if it possesses no efficacy whatsoever? I have no inclination to train. Having Battle King to protect me suffices." Qianbingwei lamented, patting the spherical creature beside him. "Muse, Axe, Anna, and Jolena. Now it is solely up to you four. Who among you will partake?" Xiao Yu pushed the devil fruit towards the four, inquiring. Muse and Axe appeared hesitant, while Anna embraced her little pig, stating, "My piglet has already consumed a devil fruit, and as a doctor, I have no need for combat abilities. You should eat it instead. What a splendid paramecia-type devil fruit. and yet they were all hesitating to consume it. If an average person were to witness this, they would undoubtedly be aghast, for this treasure held a value of 100 million berries in the black market. At that moment, Jolena shook her head, snatched the devil fruit, and proclaimed, "Such a remarkable item should not be trifled with. As the ship's cook and errand girl, I shall consume it. I possess no confidence in my own strength. I couldn't even defeat that smoke man." With that, she took a few bites and swallowed it down, immediately grabbing the milk tea in front of Xiao Yu to rinse her mouth before spitting it out the window. "What on earth is this made of? Excrement. Ugh. It tastes dreadful," Jolena exclaimed, sticking out her tongue, her expression one of betrayal. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. Already aware of the unpleasant truth regarding the devil fruit, bitter medicine is often the most effective, and perhaps the more distasteful the fruit, the more formidable its powers. Jolena playfully stuck out her tongue, her twin braids swaying. "Next time I encounter one, I want to eat it either. This thing can only be consumed once, otherwise it could lead to one's demise." A bead of sweat formed on Xiao Yu's forehead as he spoke, somewhat at a loss for words. "Shaolina, quickly show me what abilities you've acquired," Anna exclaimed, a hint of excitement in her voice, for her pet pig had already consumed a devil fruit, specifically the Logia-type steam fruit. In Xiao Yu's words, the way the pig utilized a Logia fruit was rather disappointing. However, if her dear friend were to consume this fruit, she might very well gain extraordinary powers. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, Jolena tilted her head and ventured outside. Almost instantly, her speed escalated, and with a resounding thud, she collided with the wall. As she tumbled to the ground, her nose turned crimson, and tears began to well in her eyes. Such incredible speed. We barely had time to react. Muses and Axes exchanged glances before whispering. Naturally, Xiao Yu and Grid were quick to respond. Simultaneously, Grid pondered, could it be that this devil fruit grants speed? If so, Xiao Yu, do you think it might bestow abilities akin to those of sloth? Little Yu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Indeed, the speed of sloth is such that even he sometimes struggles to control it. However, if he can master it, combined with Xialina's extraordinary strength, they could undoubtedly become an exceedingly formidable pirate crew. Enough with the discussion. "Sister Anna, is my nose bleeding?" Although merely a year older, Anna towered over Jolena, leading everyone to affectionately call her Sister Anna. Jolena was sprawled on the ground, her once dainty and charming nose indeed now bleeding, with her entire forehead swollen and red. "Do not worry, I shall fetch an ice pack for you immediately." Anna was momentarily startled, but swiftly regained her senses and dashed towards the doctor's room downstairs. Little Rain shrugged and, with a swift motion, drew Jolena onto her bed, exclaiming, "Lie down properly, otherwise you might end up with a nosebleed." Jolena blinked, her eyes wide with indignation. I never expected that merely consuming a fruit could lead to such a predicament. Indeed, it caught Little Rain and the others somewhat off guard. However, at that moment, Little Rain regarded Bartolomeo with newfound warmth. "Well, you were originally planning to auction it off, weren't you? Since you have chosen to share it, you now consider us all as true brothers. Hee, from now on, you shall be a member of the Little Rain Pirates." Bartolomeo felt deeply moved. He suddenly realized that the imposing figure of Little Rain in his mind was, in fact, so approachable and gentle. "Little Rain, I have become intrigued by this devil fruit. If the opportunity arises, I must seize a few to study thoroughly," Glid murmured quietly. Little Yu nodded gently, patting Muses and Axis on the shoulders. "You too. If you truly discover the devil fruit, it shall undoubtedly be yours. Do not presume that Carp's prowess, which does not rely on the devil fruit, is easily cultivated. Even the highest echelon of the Navy, the 3 admirals, are all users of devil fruits." "How do you know this?" Qian Bingwei inquired, a puzzled expression adorning his face. Simultaneously, Dumpling asked, "What are their abilities? Are they formidable?" "Of course, this knowledge comes from gathered intelligence. Do not think I spend my days idly." Little Yu retorted with a hint of vanity, while inwardly exclaiming, "How should I know? What business is it of yours?" Admiral Akiji possesses the powers of the ice fruit, a natural type. This means he can freeze anything in his vicinity, including seawater. Admiral Kazuru wields the light fruit, his entire being composed of beams of light. He can attack using light, akin to your laser weapon, Qian Bingwei. Admiral Akainu, on the other hand, is the user of the magma fruit. You should be well aware of the destructive potential of magma from a volcano. Naturally, all natural types, like the pig, lack a physical form, unless your haki is powerful enough to capture these users. Upon hearing Little Yu's elucidation, silence enveloped the group. Even Glid's brow furrowed deeply. Chapter 33, Reverse Mountain Little Yu. We are about to enter the Grand Line through Reverse Mountain, Glid stated with utmost seriousness, positioning himself beside the penguin standing at the bow of the ship. At this moment, Little Yu occupied the space atop the nearly 3-meter-high penguin head, which boasted a forehead of almost 3 square meters. Of course, this penguin was not real. It was merely the ship's prow crafted by Qian Bingwei. The penguin's eyes were laser cannons, while its mouth housed formidable armor-piercing shells. The weaponry on the bow alone could effortlessly obliterate a pirate ship. Little Yu sat there, slightly furrowing her brow, before calling out loudly, "Head to the control room and steady the helm. The rapids are approaching. This is the entrance to Reverse Mountain, and I can already see the water gate." Ha ha ha, it truly is the mountain of miracles. Indeed, a marvel. At Little Yu's shout, everyone immediately turned their gaze forward, each armed with a monocular telescope. Within mere seconds, astonishment spread among them. Qian Bingwei, in particular, dropped his monocular telescope onto the ground, exclaiming, "Ascend. We must lift the ship into the air immediately. If we're not careful, we might collide directly with that mountain." Even through the telescope, Qian Bingwei and the others could not discern the so-called water gate. But the mountain was clearly visible. What nonsense! Where is this water gate? Where is the canal leading up the mountain? Are you jesting with us? Anna was now exceedingly furious, reaching the peak of her ire. This is a mountain. It cannot be that we would simply crash into it. Moreover, this mountain towers into the clouds. Even divine powers could not shatter this mountain instantaneously. At that moment, Muses and Axis emerged, taking a deep breath before proclaiming, "The captain speaks true. We are about to enter the water gate. I never imagined I would return to this place a second time." Having departed from Rogue Town just 3 days prior, they had already arrived here. Naturally, Rogue Town is situated in close proximity to the Grand Line, given the speed of the penguin. Reaching this location in 3 days is quite normal. If it had taken 3 days to travel from Windmill Village, that would indeed be the most absurd. However, in just a matter of days, they had arrived at Reverse Mountain. Besides constantly sailing at sea, they occasionally utilized flight to hasten their journey. Thus, they had only docked at Rogue Town to procure various supplies, particularly fuel, which was essential to replenish. Everyone turned their attention to Muses and Axis, well aware that these two had previously navigated the Grand Line, although their tenure was brief and they were merely laborers at the time. Since both insisted there was no issue, they believed there would indeed be no problem. Qian Bingwei huffed, mumbling, "Having installed Seastone, we could directly enter the Grand Line. Why must we traverse such a perilous route?" Upon hearing this, all eyes shifted to Little Yu. Even Muses and Axis appeared puzzled. After all, while the areas flanking the Grand Line are indeed windless zones, navigating with the ship should pose no difficulty. Furthermore, such a treacherous path could easily be avoided by this vessel. Xiao Yu smiled faintly and explained, "That is the information I gathered. It is said that at the entrance of the Grand Line lies a place known as the Twin Canyons, where there resides a lighthouse keeper." What was the name again? Ah, yes, Coelacanth. Muse and Axe simultaneously chimed in, chuckling merrily. Suddenly, Xiao Yu slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "Yes, it's Coelacanth. That Uncle Coelacanth is said to have been the ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates." Nanny. At that moment, even Muse and Axe were taken aback. They had ventured into the Grand Line, where their entire crew had been scattered, and the ship's fighters seemed to have been annihilated. Yet, they had encountered that Uncle Coelacanth. On that fateful day, had it not been for his intervention, they might have met their demise. However, the mere thought that this uncle was indeed the ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates was unfathomable. Muse and Axe, unable to fully grasp the revelation, responded, "Hey, are you sure about this? That old man seemed rather ordinary." Even our captain back then failed to notice anything unusual about him. A faint smile curled at the corners of Xiao Yu's lips as he mischievously remarked, "Back in the day, your captain was nothing more than a mere trifle. Am I not stronger? Or can he recognize the companions of the Pirate King directly?" At this, the two were rendered speechless, their words failing them. Xiao Yu was indeed correct. Their captain had once been a pirate with a bounty exceeding 30 million berries. However, compared to Xiao Yu, he was of an entirely different caliber. Even if he were to stand face to face with the crew of the Pirate King, he would remain utterly oblivious to the situation and certainly unable to recognize them. In Logtown, I have already uncovered the identities of 2 companions of the Pirate King, Roger. The first is none other than Silver's Rayleigh. Upon hearing this revelation, Muse, Axe, and Bartolomeo collapsed onto the ground in astonishment. While Anna and the others might have been unaware, the trio was undoubtedly familiar with the name of Silver's Rayleigh. It is worth noting that he was renowned as the right-hand man of the Pirate King, Roger. Is it truly possible that such a formidable figure still walks among us? Do we genuinely know of his whereabouts? Heh, I see you're intrigued. Xiao Yu burst into laughter, reveling in their astonishment. With your cowardly demeanor, how could you not be frightened? Naturally, Guild and Chinjo appeared utterly clueless, as they hailed from entirely different worlds and were unaware of the implications. Pray tell, how did you come by such information? After battling with Smoker, did you not rush to join us at Chinjo's? Although you uttered a few words while having Smoker underfoot, that fellow's rank is far too low for him to possess such secrets. Guild, despite his lack of understanding regarding the situation, sensed that Xiao Yu had spoken of figures far more legendary than those admirals. The prospect of such exceptional individuals emerging in this world filled him with excitement. Little Yu shook her finger, wearing a triumphant expression. You have no idea. That Smoker is a disciple of Zephyr. Blackleg Zephyr. Although Muse and AKS were merely deckhands in their earlier days, they had certainly heard of the name Blackleg Zephyr. Unlike Luffy's pirate crew, who ventured into the seas with little knowledge, these two had likely been aware of the legends surrounding Zephyr when they entered the Grand Line. Who exactly is this Zephyr? Greed felt a surge of irritation. He was well aware of the Pirate King, a figure at the pinnacle of this world, perhaps even deserving of the title King of the Seas. Thus, he listened intently as Little Yu recounted the tales of this formidable figure. Chibin and Dumpling were equally well informed. However, Zephyr appeared to be an extraordinary individual. He was a former admiral of the Navy headquarters and later became an instructor at the new recruit training base. Muse and AKS nodded in agreement, quickly believing Little Yu's words. They reasoned that someone of such stature must possess a fair understanding of these matters. Meanwhile, Little Yu was nearly doubled over with laughter in her heart. These fellows were easily intimidated by mere names. At that moment, the water gate came into view. Bartolomeo pointed at the canal leading directly to the mountain summit and exclaimed, "Look, it really flows uphill. This is indeed Reverse Mountain. Truly miraculous. Hey, as a future Pirate King's companion, how can you display such a face in a place like this?" Little Yu pouted, speaking earnestly. "Yes," Bartolomeo responded, tears of joy welling in his eyes, inwardly proclaiming, "Lady Little Yu truly values me." "Hey, we're about to crash into the mountain. Why are you still so excited?" Anna interjected, pointing ahead with irritation. At that moment, everyone finally came to their senses. Little Yu chuckled and soared into the air, shouting, "Shinra Tensei!" The ship, which was on the verge of colliding with the mountain, was sent bouncing into the middle of the canal by this small-scale Shinra Tensei. Phew. At that moment, everyone exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, the control room's helm was handed over to Combat King Number 2, while Chibin took his place atop Combat King Number 1, observing the scene. He still believed that flying was the safest option. What a spectacle! This is my second time witnessing it, yet the feeling remains the same. AKS couldn't help but exclaim. Muse burst into laughter, saying, "I never imagined we could enter here once more, stepping into the true Grand Line." Greed stood behind Penguin. And as Little Yu returned to her original position, he couldn't help but express, "This is far more exhilarating than my world," igniting a desire to seize this realm. "If given the chance, as long as you eliminate the Navy and those world nobles, this world will be yours." Little Yu laughed heartily. Greed scoffed, choosing to ignore her. At such speed, the ship sailed swiftly, and as they passed through the mist halfway up the mountain, they reached the summit. After a swift turn in the air, everyone leaped high before landing back on the ship. Simultaneously, the Penguin also descended onto the downward canal. "Grand Line, here I come," Little Yu declared, arms wide open. "Where are those masters?" "Greed is coming for you," Greed muttered through clenched teeth. "Ladies of the Grand Line, Chibin is here," he thought to himself, a faint blush appearing on his face. "Grand Line, we are back once more," Muse and AKS exclaimed with awe. "Sister Anna, once we reach the Grand Line, will we encounter even more formidable Navy forces?" Jolena asked quietly. Anna bit her finger, slightly furrowing her brow before breaking into a smile. "Of course. Our captain here is quite a formidable character with a bounty exceeding 300 million. I just wonder if I can find a fruit that makes things grow larger." She glanced at her own modestly sized chest, sighed in resignation, and felt a flicker of anticipation. "Little Yu, we will surely see you become the Pirate King." Meanwhile, Bartolomeo and Dumpling silently vowed in their hearts. Chapter 34. Uncle Cola at Reverse Mountain, at the entrance to the Grand Line, beneath the lighthouse of Twin Gorges. Little Yu and the others hung their clothes out to dry, now clad in new blue camouflage uniforms. Beside them, Cola Kex laughed heartily. "Who would have thought you all would have matching uniforms?" Xiao Yu erupted into laughter and inquired, "Uncle, does the Roger Pirates not have a uniform? What if someone were to mistakenly be killed?" How could one possibly kill the wrong person? The Navy wears uniforms, and besides, I am merely the ship's doctor. How did you know I have been aboard Roger's ship? The once jovial Uncle Coles suddenly found his voice caught in his throat. While Lebu floated silently on the surface of the sea, observing the pirate crew that had just traversed the upside-down mountain. Earlier, this crew had pulled themselves up after reaching the drop-off point. While suspended in the air, Lebu was still somewhat taken aback. It was this very individual who had informed him that all members of the Rumbar pirates were deceased. However, Brooke remained alive, albeit trapped on a small island. Perhaps upon the arrival of his brother, Luffy, he would once again board a ship and circle back to this place after traversing the Grand Line. Of course, when Xiao Yu relayed this news to Lebu, it was evident that she had exerted considerable effort in doing so. After all, they were animals, not humans, and could not fully comprehend human speech. It was merely a matter of instinct. Fortunately, Xiao Yu was powerful enough. Otherwise, upon realizing the annihilation of the Rumbar pirates, a frenzied Lebu could have wreaked havoc upon those ordinary pirate crews. Hence, the drenched pirates had sought refuge near the lighthouse to dry their clothes. And how do you know that the Rumbar pirates have perished? Uncle Coles was clearly astonished by the seemingly youthful captain, equally bewildered by how this individual knew such intimate details about him. Naturally, others, particularly Muse and Axe, appeared even more astonished. After all, they had initially approached the situation with a sense of caution. Even if it were a disciple of Admiral Zephyr speaking, they could not fully trust it. Yet, now it was this uncle himself who had revealed such information. Hiki, that is a secret. By the way, uncle, with your remarkable medical skills, having preserved Roger's life for so long, do you possess any secret techniques that you could impart to our ship's doctor? Xiao Yu's words caused Uncle Coles to cough repeatedly. Meanwhile, Anna's eyes sparkled with excitement. This man was the ship's doctor of the Pirate King. His medical expertise was undoubtedly exceptional. If they could learn even a fraction of his skills, they could become the most formidable doctor imaginable. After a prolonged moment, Uncle Coles finally responded, gazing intently at Xiao Yu. I do not have any secret techniques, but over the years, I have compiled a notebook. I can give it to your ship's doctor. As soon as he finished speaking, the light in Anna's eyes brightened instantly. She grabbed Uncle Coles's hand and, after a fervent embrace, exclaimed, You are such a lovely uncle. I adore you. This must be your ship's doctor, right? Come with me to retrieve it. She headed towards the lighthouse cottage, followed by Anna, who trailed behind like a tail. Unexpectedly, this elder was a companion of the Pirate King. Bartolomeo, originally shocked to the point of nearly having his jaw drop, now had bloodshot eyes, clearly on the brink of exploding with excitement. The ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates was undoubtedly a comrade of the previous generation's Pirate King. By the way, the current Pirate King will soon emerge, and I am one of his companions, a crew member. Muse couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, murmuring, This is my second visit here, and I never anticipated encountering those legendary figures. By the way, boss, where's the Dark King Rayleigh? At this moment, both Muse and Axe were utterly convinced that Xiao Yu must know Rayleigh's whereabouts, their eyes fixated on her, afraid to miss a single word. Xiao Yu fastened the last button of her garment and laughed heartily, saying, You will know when the time comes. For now, we are still a bit distant from that place. By the way, wasn't Kiambingwei intent on locating the oil fields to refine his own fuel? Kiambingwei nodded thoughtfully, as the fuel situation in this world had already ignited his fervor. While the true depths of the ocean may harbor excellent fuel resources, the cost of extraction is prohibitively high and not worth the investment. Who knows, perhaps there are reserves in the desert. Haha. I had Muse and AKS procure the everlasting compass of Alabaston in Rocktown. Xiao Yu smiled and expressed her curiosity about Kiambingwei. Even if oil were found in the desert, could this fellow truly convert it into usable fuel? Kiambingwei's eyes suddenly sparkled as he replied, If it is indeed the desert, then it should be possible. Let us hasten our journey to that location. We need to consider that the fuel on our ship must meet substantial demands. Yes, demands, just to take a hot shower. We need fuel to heat the water. Humph. At that moment, Kiambingwei was somewhat irked. Xiao Yu's captain's cabin had a private bathroom, yet every time this fellow bathed, he indulged in a sauna-like experience, which surely hastened the fuel consumption. Did he not realize this? Of course, Anna and Miss Jolina could use it without concern. But even if oil were found, would we really construct a station there? Xiao Yu frowned slightly. Even if oil was discovered, it could not simply be transported onto the ship. Could it? The others nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting confusion. At that instant, Kiambingwei transformed into a figure of maturity, radiating an alluring charm. The handsome uncle seemed even more captivating. He opened his mouth, revealing a glint of light on his teeth. Because this genius can extract the entire oil field and funnel it into this small barrel. Ha, just a drop. He extended a pinky finger and reiterated, just that tiny drop, when placed in water, could provide fuel for at least a month. Wahahaha. With that, our ship would never lack fuel. Suddenly, with a loud thud, a bump appeared on Qianbingwei's handsome face. Xiao Yu, shaking her fist in anger, exclaimed, "Fool! Do not use my exclusive laughter. Otherwise, I shall render you speechless." Instantly, Qianbingwei covered his mouth with both hands. At that moment, Uncle Kele emerged with Anna, who clutched two notebooks tightly. He sat directly across from Xiao Yu, appearing somewhat deflated. This woman possessed an extraordinary nose, having found another notebook that even he could not locate. One had to marvel at the crew of pirates aboard the ship. What sort of individuals were they? Especially that little rascal. Where had he come from? Although the bounty was substantial, it was all rather peculiar. Hey, who was that brother you mentioned? How could he possibly encounter Brook? It has been 50 years. That fellow might no longer exist. Uncle Kele frowned, clearly suspecting that Xiao Yu had fabricated a tale to deceive Labu. Little Rain shook her finger, adorned with a uniquely sinister smile, reminiscent of a Shura from the demon realm. No, no, no. Brook has consumed the yellow spring fruit. That fellow will not perish so easily. Moreover, my brother is the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. Within a year, you may soon behold their bounty. Or perhaps, it might be revealed in just 6 months. Hee, and one more thing. I shall undoubtedly become the Pirate King. After traversing the Grand Line, I shall return here to visit Laboon. Wahahaha. Laboon, right? As she spoke, she waved her arm towards Laboon, who responded with joyous roars, exuding a cheerful demeanor. Kola appeared somewhat dazed, a look of astonishment gracing his features. How many moons ago had Roger made such a vow, proclaiming with such certainty, "You truly battled with Carp?" Uncle Kola inquired once more, his expression tinged with skepticism. Upon perusing the bounty posters in the newspapers, he had clearly harbored doubts, suspecting it was a fabrication by the Navy. However, witnessing the prowess of these individuals had genuinely taken him aback. Little Rain tapped his head lightly, pointing to the scar on his fist, and chuckled. Look, this scar was left by Carp. Truly, a man who has battled with Roger is undeniably exceptionally powerful. If it weren't for the storm, perhaps our entire crew would have been captured by him. Greed, on the other hand, clenched his fist tightly. This was his first encounter with such formidable strength. It can be said that he was meeting a potential contender for the pinnacle of this world for the very first time. Ha ha ha, Carp is indeed powerful. Remember, he and Sengoku have nearly driven Roger into a corner several times. Yet, we managed to escape. Ha ha ha. Now I somewhat believe that you might truly become the Pirate King. Uncle Kola laughed heartily, and these words fell into Bartolomeo's ears, causing him to fall to the ground in utter admiration. He even began to cry. Is this the affirmation from the Pirate King's doctor? Lord Little Rain, you are simply magnificent. Then I shall be a member of the Pirate King's crew. Wow. I'm so moved. Bartolomeo's cries prompted Uncle Kola to laugh once more. In reminiscence, he wondered, how are all those companions on that ship faring now? The sea shimmered as the laughter of the Little Rain pirates mingled with the crimson hues of the sunset. Little Rain slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Let us hold a banquet." Ha ha ha. Uncle Kola, it has been a long time since you participated in a feast, hasn't it? Oh, indeed. Can I join? The companions of the Pirate King wish to partake in our banquet? Of course. Ha ha ha. Foolish Chi-Bin. Hurry and get the food brought up by the combatants. Labu, you wish to eat too, don't you? Wahahaha. Chapter 35. Counterattack. The once tranquil sea suddenly descended into a storm, a situation that even Chi-Bin had not anticipated. It had barely been 4 days since leaving the Twin Gorges, and such weather had left Chi-Bin overwhelmed. What on earth is happening? It shouldn't be possible for such weather to turn into a storm so abruptly. Chi-Bin scratched his head while desperately calculating something. A light rain drifted down from the balcony, gently tapping on the window of Chi-Bin's room. In a hushed tone, it said, "Chien, there is no need to calculate any formulas. It's futile. We are on the Grand Line. Even a muse, who has previously sailed with pirates, cannot predict the weather that can change at any moment." Upon hearing these words, Chien was instantly incensed. If it weren't for you chasing that great serpent, we would never have missed that small island. Humph. That island undoubtedly harbors the secrets of weather forecasting on this Grand Line. Frustrated and unwilling to accept defeat, Chi-Bin found himself confronted with weather phenomena he could not comprehend. Moreover, the robot specifically designed for weather prediction seemed to have lost its efficacy. Although the robot remained motionless, resembling a mere antenna for forecasting, Its electronic systems had evidently succumbed to a complete malfunction. Little Yu shrugged and laughed heartily. How could anyone possibly know the methods of weather calculation? This is the Grand Line. While all weather patterns may have their clues, it requires a formidable navigator to decipher them. Perhaps we could gather some data from an artificial sky island. Otherwise, it is utterly impossible for an ordinary person to make such calculations. Moreover, that island back then was a bounty hunter's haven, known as Whiskey Peak. Whiskey Peak. Muse paused, momentarily taken aback before responding softly. We did stop at that island during our journey through the Grand Line. However, our route was not along this path. Look at you. Even Muse has said that island is a bounty hunter's territory. Do you truly believe they would possess any knowledge of the weather? Besides, such weather might clear up at any moment. Little Yu exclaimed, gesturing toward Muse. Qianbei clenched his teeth, rendered speechless. At that moment, as everyone observed the commotion between the two, the sky began to gradually brighten, and the fierce hurricane grew significantly calmer. Nanny? Qianbei's mind momentarily froze. And after a long pause, he finally spoke. How can it be? You say it's sunny, and it suddenly is? I still need to study this. The penguin ship could easily evade such storms by diving into the true depths of the ocean. Even those extreme cold currents could be avoided using propulsion devices. However, Qianbei insisted on studying the weather, which is why they remained at sea. Disregarding the advice of the wise leads to immediate trouble. A man like me declaring it will be sunny means it must be sunny. Little Yu sighed softly, and at that moment, a cup of thick sour milk appeared in his hand. At that instant, even Grid, known for his stern demeanor, began to chuckle. While Bartolomeo's admiration brought him to tears once more, is this the majesty of the Pirate King? To declare it sunny, and it becomes so instantly. Just then, Axe, who had been on the lookout, suddenly shouted from the crow's nest. At 8 o'clock, approximately 500 meters away, a pirate ship has appeared. A pirate ship? No need to worry. What is there to fear from a pirate ship? We are pirates ourselves. I want to test my skills against the masters of the Grand Line. Grid sneered, his fingers curling into a fist, applying a slight pressure. Oh, the cold and composed Lord Grid is so cool. Bartolomeo's eyes lit up, filled with exhilaration. So soon. A pirate ship has arrived, perfect for my first battle alongside Captain Little Yu. With this thought, Bartolomeo made his way to the bow of the ship. A faint smirk gracing his lips as he gazed at the approaching pirate vessel. Little Yu grinned broadly, pointing toward the distant pirate ship, and exclaimed, There must be countless treasures aboard the pirate ship in the Grand Line. Can I take the lead this time, Captain Little Yu? I have yet to earn any merit. Bartolomeo spoke with a hint of nervousness, his eyes reflecting a plea as he gazed at Little Yu. Little Yu was momentarily taken aback, but soon burst into laughter. Grid turned to look at Little Yu and nodded slightly. Little Yu laughed heartily, exclaiming, Go ahead and do it, warrior of the Pirate King. Wahahaha. At that moment, Bartolomeo was so inspired that he would have willingly leaped into the sea. Smoke billowed from his nostrils, and wielding the AK-47 provided by Qianbei, he switched to automatic fire. With a slight smirk, he leaped into the air. The pirate ship was now perilously close, yet it was evident that Bartolomeo's current physical prowess made such a jump impossible. However, just as he was about to descend, a small barrier appeared beneath his feet. With a powerful push, he soared once more, and the sound of the AK-47 echoed in tandem. Since Bartolomeo was firing in bursts, he quickly expended all his ammunition after a single sweep. Nevertheless, at that moment, he had already reached the bow of the pirate ship. Everyone aboard the ship was taken aback, staring at Bartolomeo in disbelief. How did this guy fly over from the sky? They exclaimed. Damn it, who cares? Just take him down. After all, he was merely a rookie. Yet here he was, still reloading his weapon, as if he were a fool. A few of the bolder crew members, emboldened by a glance at their captain's grim expression, steeled themselves. Instantly, all their guns were aimed at Bartolomeo. Gunfire erupted at the bow, and the thick smoke obscured the vision of the pirates. All the crew members grinned. With such meager strength, he dared to charge in alone. Truly, he was courting death. Just then, Bartolomeo stretched lazily and called out, Hey, could you at least say hello before shooting? Nanny? This guy is still alive? How is that possible? He took so many bullets and yet remains unscathed. Voices of astonishment rang out, but by this time, Bartolomeo had already begun firing. The destructive power of the AK-47 far surpassed that of their firearms, and in an instant, a dozen pirates fell. With a cold sneer, Bartolomeo shouted, Charge through the barrier. Consequently, Another group of pirates was sent flying into the ship's cabin, leaving the remaining crew utterly stunned and momentarily unable to react. Simultaneously, Bartolomeo reloaded his wounded AK-47 and continued to unleash a barrage of fire upon them, causing the last remaining captain to falter, accompanied by the final few crew members. The captain charged at Bartolomeo with drawn swords, confident that the latter must possess some form of devil fruit ability. However, he firmly believed in his own strength. At that moment, the blade struck against Bartolomeo's barrier. Due to the overwhelming force used, a crisp snap echoed, and the captain and his companions clutched their wrists in pain. Cold sweat dripped steadily onto the deck. Meanwhile, the penguin ship finally drew near. Little Rain soared into the air and landed beside Bardo. Glancing at the pirate sprawled across the deck, he patted Bardo's shoulder and exclaimed, "Well done, Bardo." "Wow, Little Rain has praised me." Bardo was so overwhelmed that tears streamed down his face. Meanwhile, Greed seized the enormous captain by the collar and bellowed, "What is this? Such feeble strength? Hey, Little Rain. If the first half of the Grand Line is filled with such weaklings, we should hasten to the New World. There, we shall find worthy opponents." The captain clutched his throat, utterly speechless. Beside him, a trembling pirate, drenched in cold sweat, fearfully stammered, "Why, you are with Little Rain's crew." "Ah, the Little Rain pirates. Please, spare us. We had no idea it was you." At this moment, the reminder from the pirate triggered a realization among the others. These were indeed the infamous Little Rain pirates, renowned for their bounty exceeding 1 billion berries. Oh no, we attempted to rob pirates with a bounty over 1 billion berries. Regret surged through the hearts of all the pirates. How unfortunate to have encountered such harbingers of doom. They could have simply returned instead of attempting another robbery. And now, here they were. "Indeed, I am the Azura, Little Rain. You, bring forth the treasures from your ship immediately, or I shall end you." Little Rain spoke fiercely, simultaneously unleashing a spiraling sphere toward one of the pirates. Instantly, the unfortunate pirate was transformed into a star in the sky. In that moment, those who could still move began to scour the ship for treasures, picking up a revolver from the ground. He weighed it in his hand before inquiring of the approaching Qianbingwei, who was seated behind the combatant number 1. "Qianbingwei, don't you have a revolver? Why do you always claim that your revolvers are the most formidable?" Qianbingwei, immediately incensed, shouted back, "Fool. This revolver is a 6-shot model, and its caliber is quite small. How can such a pistol possibly compare to the firearms I manufacture? You imbecile, imbecile." Indeed, leader, Qianbingwei's assertions were not without merit. His creations boasted at least 3 times the power of standard firearms. Take my sniper rifle as an example. Typically, such rifles can hit targets at around 500 meters, which is already impressive. However, with sufficient skill, one could use a sniper rifle crafted by Qianbingwei to reach a distance of at least 1,500 meters. Moreover, as far as I know, the most exceptional snipers, if given this rifle, could undoubtedly strike targets 2 kilometers away. AKS excitedly patted the sniper rifle perched on his shoulder. "Oh, is it truly that powerful?" A mature voice, laced with seduction, emerged. AKS squinted and smiled, of course. Almost everyone reacted simultaneously, turning to locate the source of the voice. Only Jiaozi, Gride, Little Rain, and Bartolom gazed upward toward the control room atop the deck. Chapter 36. Robin, may I ask how to address this beautiful sister? Little Rain sighed inwardly but still posed the question directly. Gride, with a cold expression, disdainfully murmured, "Just a woman. I expected a master." With that, he sat down on the deck, arms crossed, staring at the captain he had so casually dismissed. Instantly, the captain trembled once more. He. The captain of the Little Rain pirate crew, Azura Little Rain, truly looks like this. Azura, I thought that was merely your transformed appearance. The figure across from him chuckled softly before whispering. Xiao Yu burst into laughter, and in an instant, a figure appeared behind the woman, just as she was taken aback. He swiftly returned to his original position. "Beautiful lady, are you captivated by my charm and wishing to marry me?" he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "Nonsense. How could such a charming lady ever be interested in a little brat like you?" With that, Qianbingwei soared to the woman's side aboard his Battle King number 1. He retrieved a rose from the cockpit and presented it to her, saying, "Lovely lady, may I accompany you for a delightful outing?" "Who is this gentleman?" the woman asked softly, her expression one of surprise. "I don't recall seeing you on the bounty poster." "Oh, are you a newcomer like this gentleman?" Her curiosity was piqued by Qianbingwei's Battle King number 1, and she boldly reached out to tap the spherical craft. "Dear lady, while my master may approve of you, you cannot just strike me at will." The Battle King's voice startled her, causing her to leap back several meters in astonishment. her eyes wide with wonder at the spherical machine, which had two spotlight-like eyes that flickered in response. "Are you the infamous Dr. Zhijuan Qianbingwei?" she mused, recalling the renowned scientist known for his remarkable inventions. Qianbingwei, who had been circling in the cockpit, nearly tumbled out in excitement. "Ah, my lady. It is indeed a great honor that you know my name. May I inquire about your illustrious name?" "Nicole Robin," she replied with a gentle smile, glancing at Xiao Yu, who was already moving toward the treasures they had unearthed. He was the strongest force among their group, yet she had felt no trace of his power until now. However, she sensed that this newcomer was undoubtedly a master in his own right. Although she had been unaware of how he had deflected the bullets or how he had swiftly dispatched the pirates. One thing was clear to Robin: these individuals were far more formidable than they appeared. At that moment, Greed lifted a large bag filled with the so-called treasures, and upon inspection, his hand transformed into a blade, piercing the chest of a pirate. "You scoundrels, do you take us for fools? How dare you present us with such trinkets? If these are treasures, then you are no true pirates." The embodiment of greed, was consumed by rage. After slaying one pirate, he sought another victim, but Xiao Yu intervened. "Hold on, this is worth at least 100,000 berries, though most of it is merely silver items." At Xiao Yu's words, Greed scoffed and unceremoniously tossed the lifeless pirate into the sea. The sudden death of their comrade heightened the anxiety of the remaining pirates, who grew increasingly tense in the face of such overwhelming power. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, she promptly leapt onto the treasure bundle, sitting atop it as she soared towards her penguin ship, declaring, "Let us all return. Such a pirate crew is not worth our time." Indeed, at this moment, Bartolomeo had undoubtedly become Xiao Yu's fervent admirer. Upon hearing her words, he immediately followed her back to his vessel. Meanwhile, Senbei did not return to the ship right away. Instead, he extended another invitation to Robin. "Miss Robin, if you would be so kind, please honor us with your presence aboard our ship. Hee. You shall undoubtedly receive the most exquisite service." As soon as he finished speaking, Robin nodded and, with a smile, accompanied him to the penguin ship. Simultaneously, the penguin ship began to set sail. Once it disappeared from their view, the pirates collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing in exhaustion. On board the penguin ship, Xiao Yu, Grid, and Bartolomeo commenced the classification of the so-called treasures they had gathered. The majority consisted of silver items, with a minuscule quantity of gold artifacts. Nevertheless, the greatest portion was comprised of berries. Although valued at 1 million, a staggering 60,000 berries were merely coins. As they sorted through the coins, silver items, and gold pieces, they also sought to ascertain their potential utility. "Hey, Senbei, can these silver items be fashioned into a skull dagger?" Xiao Yu inquired with delight, lifting all the silver pieces. Senbei, please create a handgun from these gold items for me. It must possess the utmost power, otherwise, Grid coldly threatened while clutching the gold pieces. Senbei's lips twitched slightly, his frustration palpable. "Do you not see that I am currently inviting Miss Robin into our leisure room?" You two fools." Xiao Yu and Grid suddenly discarded all their silver and gold trinkets, instantly appearing before Robin. "Hey, woman, what is your purpose for boarding our ship? Speak now. If you remain silent, we may become rather irate. When I unleash my fury, even I fear myself," Xiao Yu remarked, a sinister smile gracing his lips, his tone ominously dark. "Oh, the furious Lord Xiao Yu is so striking," Bart exclaimed, cradling his face in his hands, tears of excitement glistening in his eyes. Robin paused, covering her mouth with a chuckle. "Higi, it seems Captain Xiao Yu does not permit me to board the ship. Higi, I am Nico Robin, the Vice President of the Baroque Works. I have come at the behest of our President to assess the extent of your group." At this proclamation, even Qianbing, who had intended to defend Robin, was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly recovered and said, It's merely an organization. All right. If she wishes to visit, of course. We must give the lovely Miss Robin a tour. Ha. This magnificent penguin is the creation of this great genius." Xiao Yu pouted, and a small dimple instantly appeared on her left cheek. "Hey, you fool, Chiabi. The Baroque Works is a criminal organization, and its leader is none other than Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords." Upon hearing this revelation, Robin was momentarily taken aback. Her elegantly arched brows furrowed slightly as she pondered. Has this boy's intelligence network reached such heights? How does he know Crocodile's true identity? Xiao Yu, surprised by your information system, mused about how you acquired such knowledge. After all, Crocodile is the president of Baroque Works, a fact even the lower-ranking employees are oblivious to. Robin spoke earnestly, while she moved directly towards the ship's edge, seemingly preparing to disembark. Xiao Yu grinned and pointed at the turtle beside her. Are you planning to escape? Don't worry, I won't kill you just yet. Besides, if I were to search for oil fields in the desert, how could I not investigate that guy thoroughly? It irks me that he, merely the head of a criminal gang, pretends to be a great hero. It's akin to us pirates being forced to masquerade as lapdogs for the nobility. As her words faded, two arms unexpectedly sprouted from Xiao Yu's back, twisting towards her neck. With a smirk, she unleashed a powerful attack, the Shinra Tensei. With a thunderous boom, even greed was sent flying. At that moment, Robin leaped gracefully onto the turtle's back. You idiot, you attacked me too. Greed exclaimed furiously as he climbed back up from the other side of the ship. Fortunately, he was alone. Otherwise, even Xiao Yu's smallest version of Shinra Tensei would undoubtedly injure others. Indeed, what a formidable ability. It can repel foes in an instant. What kind of fruit grants such power? Robin mused with a light chuckle as she rode away on the turtle. At that moment, AKS pulled out a sniper rifle, aiming at Robin, while Greed prepared to pursue. Xiao Yu smiled and waved her hand dismissively. No need to chase. It would be futile. Besides, I have no intention of killing her. I mentioned that earlier. Humph. What kind of ability does that woman possess? Greed muttered, slightly furrowing his brow. From her earlier display, she had suddenly grown two arms to twist someone's neck. He could perceive this technique through his observation haki and had the strength to snap those arms. But what about the others? While Dumpling and Xiao Yu might be capable, what about Chiabi and the rest? Clearly, they would be at a loss. Xiao Yu softly remarked. The flower fruit user can grow flowers wherever they see fit. However, there is a simple way to counter such a technique. Oh, how? Chiabi asked, lowering his head towards Xiao Yu. Speed or strength? Xiao Yu replied with a grin. As long as your speed surpasses hers, you can appear before her in an instant. Even if she has just sprouted those arms, a single strike could potentially thwart her ambush. After all, she wouldn't have time to react. And as for strength, someone with immense power, or one who envelopes themselves in armament haki, would render her ability useless. That's easier said than done. If we possess such formidable strength or speed, we would already be masters. Chiabi responded somewhat pessimistically. Your speed is quite impressive, in fact. The average skilled opponent wouldn't be able to approach you. Moreover, if you were to fight such an opponent, it could be quite simple. Just hide in the cockpit of Battle King No. 1. She wouldn't see you, and you could still launch an attack. Ah, that makes sense. Chiabi suddenly realized. At that moment, Jolena raised her hand. I can do it too. Before she even reacts, I can knock her down. Fool. Why not think of hitting her instead of just knocking her over? Chapter 37. Drum Island pirates witness the wonders of this world, encounter its mysteries, and experience its profound solitude. Xiao Yu truly resonated with those words from long ago. Perhaps thrilling, or perhaps the boredom was as chilling as an ice cavern. On the deck, one should train themselves, and those who wish to explore their fruit powers had ceased their frivolities. In the control room, Chiabi continued his invention, claiming to predict the weather by sensing the air's humidity and temperature. Currently, the most idle individuals on the ship were Dumpling and Xiao Yu. Dumpling seemed to have reached a bottleneck, and Xiao Yu, who had only a superficial understanding of ninja techniques, found herself at an impasse as well. Without a battle of equal strength, it would be challenging for Xiao Yu to comprehend the truly powerful abilities and techniques needed to advance. Thus, it seemed that she and Dumpling were the most bored of all. Greed's observation haki was exceptionally potent, and while Conqueror's haki could only develop through personal growth. The stronger and more magnanimous one's spirit, the more formidable their Conqueror's haki would be. The power to command the essence of the world through mental pressure cannot be cultivated solely through training. If one awakens Conqueror's haki, they must possess a strong inner self. Otherwise, their Conqueror's haki would remain limited. No matter how much training they undertake, it would only refine their ability to control it. In contrast to armament haki, which requires physical strength to wield effectively, if one lacks physical prowess, their armament haki will not be potent. Take Garp, for example. His formidable armament haki was not innate. However, Garp's physical strength had reached an extraordinary level. Greed's physical strength was certainly substantial. Yet he sought to entirely master all the power within his body before training armament haki. One must acknowledge that he was quite proud and, more importantly, greedy. Desiring to instantly grasp the formidable armament haki. Leaning against the balcony railing with a sigh, Xiao Yu muttered, at this pace. It will take at least another week to reach Alabasta. Perhaps we should visit a nearby island for some amusement. Dumpling nodded vigorously, his expression one of complete agreement. Naturally, as Xiao Yu's loyal follower, Bartolomeo quickly appeared behind her, declaring loudly, "Captain has issued a command. Let's find a nearby island. We're going to have some fun." Indeed. Greed and the others looked at Xiao Yu with a mix of bewilderment, especially Chayabi, who leaned out of the window, glancing at the balcony above before exclaiming, "It's not me piloting the ship. You'll have to manage on your own. Besides, we lack maps and navigation here. So you'll have to rely on your own skills. And please, don't disturb me while I create the weather sensor." With that, he shut the window and resumed his work. A light frown creased Xiao Yu's brow. The notion of locating an island on his own appeared rather implausible. However, in comparison, the giant's little garden should have been well within reach. Surely, Magnetic Drum Island must be nearing. As this thought crossed his mind, the previously clear sky suddenly began to shower down thick flakes of snow. This unexpected scene momentarily left everyone in a state of astonishment. What is this snow about? Jolina, who had been sprinting at full speed, found herself momentarily frozen in place. The sweltering weather had transformed into a winter wonderland in an instant, leaving her utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Anna, who had been meticulously examining the joints of the skeleton before her with a scalpel, now stood there in genuine shock. Yet, in the next moment, Jolina and Anna erupted in joyous exclamations. "Shaolina, it's snow. It's snow. Ha ha ha. How long has it been since we last saw snow? Let's have a snowball fight." Jolina, clearly exhilarated, lost control of her speed and collided with the mast once more. "The captain insists we must," Xiao Yu remarked gravely, sipping his hot milk tea with a sigh. This overtly pretentious demeanor caused a slight twitch at the corner of Greed's mouth. However, the next instant, Axe, who was training his marksmanship from the lookout, shouted excitedly, "Captain, there's an island ahead." "What?" Instantly, even Greed's lips twitched in surprise, and he was left astounded. This fellow must have seen it with those unique eyes of his. Perhaps he had known all along. "Senior Axe, the captain has known for ages." "Ah ha ha ha. The captain truly is a godlike man. If the captain cannot become the pirate king, it must surely be due to our crew." Bart's eyes brimmed with tears, and his fervent demeanor nearly compelled Greed to rush over and deliver a punch. Xiao Yu gently wiggled a finger and then remarked once more, "How could that be? To have such a capable crew member like Xiaba is indeed my extraordinary fortune." "Ah, Captain." At this moment, Barto was already in tears. Just then, Axis spoke again, "Captain, a pirate ship is charging towards us. It's not a very large vessel." Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, his gaze instinctively darting towards the direction of Dong Dao and Sigu Island. At that instant, a small vessel with a single mast and sail caught his eye. Slightly furrowing his brow, he murmured, "There's no need to concern ourselves with it. Such a diminutive boat poses no threat." As soon as Xiao Yu spoke, a wave of laughter erupted from the crowd. Amidst this raucous mirth, Greed, who had just sighed, suddenly tensed up. Instantly, his hands pressed against the mast, and before anyone could react, a defensive panel materialized in front of AKS. With a resounding thud, a bullet embedded itself into the steel shield, silencing the laughter and leaving everyone with mouths agape. What was happening? "AKS, are you all right?" Muse was the first to react, her concern for AKS palpable. At that moment, AKS seemed to regain his composure as the defensive panel gradually transformed into the steel structures of the lookout tower. Clearly, the situation was dire. Greed let out a chilling chuckle, while AKS nodded and raised his sniper rifle. "There's a remarkably skilled marksman across from us." As his words echoed, he fired a shot. The burly man on the small vessel was taken aback. Had he not reacted swiftly, that bullet would have surely struck him. "Oka, what is happening?" The person being called out furrowed his brow slightly, then glanced at the bullet hole on the deck. To think, such a sniper rifle existed in this world. What immense power and penetration. Water was already beginning to leak from the deck, indicating that the bullet had pierced through several layers of the deck and the wooden hull. Though the range was not particularly long, the penetrating power of that weapon surpassed even his own. Clearly, there was a formidable sniper on the opposing side. Moreover, the previous shot had been deflected by someone who appeared to possess extraordinary abilities. This ship was no ordinary vessel. "Oh." The burly man stroked his chin with interest and remarked, "Ha ha ha, since we have such a fine sniper rifle, we must help Oka seize it." Of course. Lafitte's lips curled into a smirk as he sprouted wings and soared toward the enemy pirate ship. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared at high speed on the pirate ship. Lafitte, who had only just taken flight, was struck by a powerful spiral force before he could react, spinning several times before being hurled into the sea. In that instant, everyone on the small ship finally grasped the situation. Simultaneously, the penguin aboard the large ship's eyes lit up. "Run! Without a moment's hesitation, the burly man sensed an impending danger. He instantly grabbed an oar from the ship and began to paddle furiously. Meanwhile, Bogas dove into the sea, seemingly to rescue Luffy, who had just fallen overboard. To dare attack my crew is to seek death. Xiao Yu, floating midair, let out a cold laugh. Two beams of laser light shot directly towards the burly man's ship, clearly far more powerful than the laser beams from Combat Unit Number 1. In an instant, the entire small vessel erupted in flames, while Blackbeard and the others were thrown into the air by the explosion. Amidst the fire, as Blackbeard caught sight of Xiao Yu in midair, it seemed as if he had suddenly awoken to a realization. Simultaneously, the blasted crew drew their firearms and began firing incessantly at Xiao Yu. Little Rain let out a cold laugh, extending her arms wide. Shinra Tensei. In an instant, a force akin to a chakra explosion surged forth from her being, radiating like a tempest across a radius of 3 to 4 kilometers. The audacity of using the power of the fruit provoked a hearty laugh from the burly Blackbeard, as darkness coalesced around his hands, just as he attempted to counter or nullify this ability. A sudden crack echoed as his arm was met with a force reminiscent of an iron wall. With a resounding boom, accompanied by swirling snow and a tempest, the entire 3-kilometer area was engulfed. On board the Penguin, having swiftly submerged beneath the waves, they narrowly evaded the onslaught. Meanwhile, Blackbeard and his crew had long vanished from sight. As the storm subsided, Little Rain remained suspended in midair, suddenly slapping her forehead in realization. Oh no, I got too carried away. Where's the Penguin? It couldn't have been swept away, could it? With a resounding splash, the sea parted as the Penguin emerged, deploying its super-tough glass shield while gradually ascending. At the bow, Grit erupted in exasperation. You fool, do you want to get us killed? Thankfully, after firing the laser cannon, we dove into the depths. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble. Chibara exhaled a sigh of relief, his voice tinged with tension. Little Yu scratched the back of his head and said bashfully, as soon as I emerged, didn't I prompt you all to plunge into the sea? By the way, those fellows just now, why do they seem so familiar? Chapter 38. Blackbeard at the estuary of the inner river of Drum Island. Dalton and the villagers stared in astonishment at the recently appeared penguin ship, their faces painted with fear as they glanced up at Little Yu hovering in midair. How could it be that such a formidable pirate crew was vanquished in an instant? Moreover, was it not this very moment that stirred a tempest in these waters? Dalton's lips twitched slightly, his shovel-like hand trembling uncontrollably. Among them, a middle-aged man burst into tears, lamenting, Valbo has departed, and now Blackbeard has come. How could such a powerful pirate reemerge? What have we, Drum Island, done to deserve this? Why, oh why? The pirate ship slowly maneuvered, nearly entering the mouth of the inner river. Simultaneously, Little Yu perched atop the head of the Penguin, his eyes wide as he observed the limp figures sprawled along the banks, a look of confusion adorning his face. Meanwhile, Senbei sat atop the Battle King Number 1, vigorously waving his arms and bellowing, Are you here to welcome us? Ha ha ha, what a grand spectacle. Ha ha ha, we are truly magnificent. Surely, you wish to celebrate our assistance in driving away the pirates with a feast. At that moment, Senbei was increasingly enamored with the idea of pirate feasts. Each occasion left him delightfully intoxicated, and it appeared that the expressions of these individuals were indeed filled with astonishment. What? Almost all the inhabitants of Drum Island gaped in disbelief, particularly Dalton, who seemed momentarily at a loss for words. Oh, so it is an invitation to a banquet. Ha ha. You must prepare copious amounts of milk. Otherwise, I shall be quite displeased. Little Yu endeavored to maintain a serious demeanor, yet his round face bore the innocence of a child. Nevertheless, within, he sighed, is this truly Drum Island? Is this the homeland of Chopper? Are you not pirates? Dalton struggled to regain his composure and shouted. Little Yu grinned and inquired, Are pirates not allowed to contend with fellow pirates? Furthermore, we did not come to invade this island. We merely wish to enjoy ourselves. Besides, how could you possibly be our adversaries? Jinbei furrowed his brow and exclaimed loudly. Foolish Little Yu, they are not here to attack us. It is evident that they have come to welcome us. As soon as he finished speaking, he forcefully struck the side of the battleship and commanded, Prepare to dock immediately. Haha, I am certain there will be many beautiful women to accompany us for drinks. Almost everyone present broke into a sweat. Meanwhile, the Penguin had already begun to slowly approach the shore. When Anna stepped onto the land, she suddenly noticed that some of the individuals, despite wielding firearms, appeared to be injured. Xiao Yu furrowed her brows and inquired, Who were those pirates we encountered just now? With so few of them, could it be that you were unable to contend with them? Dalton immediately lowered his head and replied, They identify themselves as the Blackbeard pirates. Our strengths are not even remotely comparable. Fortunately, those ruffians have no interest in this magnetic drum island. They merely seized some money and provisions. Otherwise, this island might very well have become their territory. Xiao Yu's eyebrows immediately arched in surprise as realization dawned upon him. What? The Blackbeard pirates? So, I just sent flying members of the Blackbeard crew? He glanced around, questioning, do you know them? Dalton and his companions swiftly raised their firearms, all aimed at Xiao Yu and his group. However, Dalton felt a distinct lack of confidence, for it was evident that everyone was looking at Xiao Yu, clearly unafraid of the firearms pointed at them. I don't know them, but I recognize him as a combatant from the Whitebeard pirates. Moreover, he has already betrayed Whitebeard. Xiao Yu mused, tilting his head in mild frustration. It's all Blackbeard's fault for dressing so casually. Just a white shirt and black pants, and without that captain's hat. I genuinely didn't recognize him. A combatant from the Whitebeard pirates? What a joke! Anna exclaimed, astonished. The name of Whitebeard was certainly familiar to her. After all, he was known as the strongest man in the world, a rival to Roger, renowned across all seas. Fear not, he is merely a traitor. And just a combatant at that. What is there to be afraid of? Xiao Yu casually remarked, which instantly endeared him to Bartolomeo, who looked on in admiration. Dalton was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Xiao Yu's intent. However, he hesitated to add, we've lost quite a bit to Blackbeard's crew. So our own supplies are rather scarce right now. Qing Biwei chuckled heartily, about to mention the abundance of food aboard the Penguin, but was abruptly silenced by the murderous glares from Xiao Yu and Greed. Regardless, I merely wish to stroll around the island. Xiao Yu smirked, a low chuckle escaping his lips as he took off into the air, heading towards the mountains. Greed let out a soft huff, casting a glance at Qing Bingwei before departing as well. Qing Bingwei, feeling deflated, forced a few laughs before whispering, how about we just have a small welcome for us? That could indeed work. Dalton wiped the sweat from his brow, nodding in resignation. It was clear he felt he had little control over the situation. Nonetheless, he harbored a lingering impression of Xiao Yu and Greed, as if he had seen them somewhere before. It was only a day later, after Xiao Yu and the others had left, that they would discover the bounty posters in the newspapers. Xiao Yu was making a beeline for the peak of the mountain, resembling a towering pillar, and Grid was heading in the same direction. After all, the castle atop this mountain was undeniably intriguing. Xiao Yu was eager to see if the short reindeer with a blue nose truly existed. If it stood before her, would she be able to discern its features? Traveling on foot was indeed a slow endeavor. However, flying offered a much swifter alternative. At least, Xiao Yu was nearing the summit now. The moment the military boots stepped into the castle, Grid, who was still down the mountain, was not faring as well. Suddenly jolted awake by the presence of a colossal rabbit that soared past his shoulder, Grid furrowed his brow in bewilderment. Such a gigantic rabbit truly existed? But then again, this world was inherently bizarre. Just as he pondered this, a multitude of enormous rabbits appeared before him. If the villagers were present, they would undoubtedly recognize these as the carnivorous rabbits known as raven. However, Grid was oblivious to their identity and approached them with a mocking demeanor. In an instant, his entire body transformed into an armor-like exterior, and his fingertips morphed into claws. With arms outstretched, he charged towards the raven with remarkable speed. Left, right, above, alas. The lower half remained unassailed. Grid muttered to himself as he began to engage with them. His unwavering determination, coupled with his strength and observation abilities, allowed him to subdue the rabbits with mere physical prowess. Each rabbit that fell to the ground was dispatched with lethal efficiency. As he moved swiftly, a grin crept across his face. What a splendid place for training. At that very moment, the entire slope seemed to shift. Suddenly, a massive avalanche cascaded down like a great tidal wave. Yet Grid merely smiled again. What a perfect opportunity to test his alchemical abilities. He extended a hand and slammed it against the ground. Instantly, a wall stretching 100 meters emerged, effectively blocking the avalanche. Down below, Qin Biwei and Jiaozi exchanged glances, whispering, what is going on? Those two aren't about to start fighting, are they? Jiaozi nodded, chuckling, it's quite possible, but this skirmish seems rather grand. Xiao Yu even conjured an avalanche, while Grid has begun using alchemy. Dalton, who had just called for the villagers to prepare, was taken aback, reflecting inwardly, indeed. How could the raven and the avalanche possibly harm them? Such a spectacle was merely a brawl. And what of that wall? Could it be that their strength was truly so formidable? Even Dalton trembled at the sight of the towering wall. Over 100 meters long and 30 to 40 meters high, on a slightly battered pirate ship, Blackbeard sipped his drink, furrowing his brows as he remarked, "What exactly is that kid-s ability? How could it possibly counter the powers of the dark fruit? That spinning orb that struck me really hurt. At this rate, I can't unleash my full strength." Luffy grinned through gritted teeth, while Akka adjusted the sight on his eyes, lamenting, "Not getting my hands on such a fine weapon is quite distressing." Thus, the claims in that newspaper were indeed true. This crew had escaped from Captain Carp. Bogus flexed his powerful muscles, and Blackbeard nodded seriously, laughing heartily. "Ah ha ha. How amusing. Truly amusing. Sure as Xiao Yu, the indomitable fighter grid. And the eccentric Dr. Kumo Chin Bin Wei. If we could recruit these individuals, our combat prowess would undoubtedly surge. I'm quite envious of that cadet's abilities." The other crew members joined in laughter. Finally, Poison Q murmured softly, "I wonder how that devilish doctor is faring? Could he, perhaps, be a doctor like myself?" Everyone paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. However, the crew aboard the pirate ship wore expressions of sheer terror. Their strength was overwhelmingly potent. Yet, from their words, it seemed they had been defeated by some pirate crew. Ah, sure as Xiao Yu. That renowned newcomer, the captain of the Xiao Yu pirate crew. One of the fallen pirates suddenly awakened. But before he could say more, Blackbeard crushed his throat, chuckling, still so spirited. "I'm afraid it's time to say goodbye." Ha ha ha. Chapter 39. Tony Chopper Little Rain stood atop the wall, gazing curiously at Grid. Scratching the back of his head, he softly inquired, "Why on earth are you idly constructing a wall?" This question caused a slight twitch at the corner of Grid's mouth, rendering him momentarily speechless. However, it seemed that Little Rain suddenly recalled something. With a decisive slap to his forehead, he asked, "You haven't encountered those labangs, have you?" "Labangs? What are those?" Grid furrowed his brow and gestured towards the rabbits behind him. "I wonder if these creatures are edible. If they are, I shall undoubtedly bring every last rabbit back with me. Who would have thought such things existed on the Grand Line? Leave this matter to me, Grid. I will certainly handle it with utmost care." At that moment, an unexpected voice chimed in. A large bead of sweat formed on Grid's forehead as he turned to look at Little Rain with a perplexed expression. When did this guy arrive? How did I not notice him coming all this way? Xiao Yu chuckled softly, fully aware of how Xiao Ba had approached. In the very instant of the avalanche, he had dashed up the mountain. However, he was rather surprised at the swiftness of this fellow. "Xiao Ba, feel free to select a couple to take back and inquire." These rabbits might indeed be edible, Xiao Yu mused, as he floated upward, making his way towards the castle. Meanwhile, Grid smirked, once again striking the ground. Immediately, a staircase leading directly to the mountain summit emerged. Grid ascended the steps slowly, snickering, "I must admit, discovering that you possess the ability to fly is rather impressive." Xiao Yu did not go to Grid. This fellow is excessively fond of comparisons. Upon his return to the castle, Xiao Yu found himself perplexed. Where was everyone? Where was Dr. Doriel? Where was Tony Chopper? Suddenly, a wave of disappointment washed over him, akin to the feeling of not encountering a protagonist. When Grid entered the castle, he too felt a sense of confusion. Had Xiao Yu lost his mind? How could he frown upon witnessing such a magnificent castle? Was it possible that a formidable presence was once here, but now had vanished? "Hey, Xiao Yu, that expression doesn't seem like you at all," Grid huffed. His curiosity piqued. Xiao Yu offered a faint smile before departing from the castle. She then murmured, "There should have been an exceptionally skilled physician present here, but evidently, he is yet to arrive." "Exceptionally skilled, you say? How does he compare to that fellow, Kale?" Grid was momentarily taken aback, for he was well aware of Xiao Yu's pride. Thus, the fact that she was preoccupied with someone might indicate that this physician was extraordinarily formidable. Little Rain shook her head once more and suddenly burst into laughter. "Come along. Although I lack the medical skills of Uncle Cola, I possess my own unique traits. Perhaps, in certain aspects, I might even surpass him." With that, she floated into the air. Meanwhile, in a quaint wooden cabin, Chopper was perched at the window, gazing intently at the castle atop the hill. Startled, he exclaimed, "Dr. Doriel, there's been an avalanche at the castle." "Ah." Suddenly, a wall emerged, effectively blocking the oncoming snow. "Haven't those pirates left yet?" Galiva's temper flared as she sharply tapped Chopper on the head, exclaiming, "You fool. You're disrupting my preparations. Don't you realize that?" Chopper promptly jumped down from the window, fearfully covering his head. "I'm sorry, Dr. Doriel." He then searched for a book and began to read quietly, though he occasionally stole glances outside. At that moment, Chopper peered out the window again, then turned back to his book, his eyes widening in alarm. "Dr. Doriel, I see something." "Foolish reindeer." Galiva snapped, her brow furrowing with a desire to strike him. However, after casting a casual glance outside, She quickly realized the situation. I see someone flying this way. Chopper immediately hid beside the bookshelf, though regrettably, it appeared he had chosen the wrong spot. ISNT that little rain. The captain of the pirate crew? Galiva wondered aloud as she rushed outside to inquire softly, gazing up at Little Rain suspended in midair. At that moment, Glid also appeared, momentarily taken aback before furrowing his brow. Little Rain, have you lost your mind? Did you really bring an old woman here? Don't tell me she is the esteemed healer you mentioned. As soon as Glid finished speaking, a large hash mark appeared on Galiva's forehead, and she instantly materialized beside him. With a swift kick, Glid's observation hockey was awakened, and he narrowly evaded the strike by executing a backflip. Though older, her strength was formidable. Glid felt a surge of excitement as he instantly carbonized his body and lunged at Galiva with claw-like fingers. Xiao Yu abruptly halted Grid, a smile gracing her lips. Dr. Doriel, we are not here to conquer this island. We merely wish to meet that esteemed Mr. Chopper. Gulewa furrowed her brow once more, her expression turning cold as she fixed her gaze upon Xiao Yu. How do you know about Chopper? Even the villagers here are unaware. What is your true purpose for being here as a prominent newcomer? Gulewa was well aware of the recent newspaper reports. Moreover, during their earlier confrontation, Grid's prowess had already astonished her. It was evident that Xiao Yu, capable of restraining Grid, possessed even greater strength. These newcomers were indeed audacious. Do you believe in fate? Or perhaps, do you trust in the destiny of this world? Xiao Yu remarked with a slight smile, her tone laced with a hint of wistfulness. To be honest, I find myself somewhat envious of those who inherit the will of D. I still cannot fathom what this D truly embodies. Yet, after casting my fortune yesterday, I suddenly realized that this Mr. Tony Chopper is connected to one of those who bear the will of D. Perhaps, it is not out of the question that I might encounter him within the year. Gulewa was taken aback, her brow relaxing slightly as she regarded this intriguing young man with curiosity. After a prolonged silence, during which Grid believed Xiao Yu was merely spinning tales, Gulewa finally spoke. Chopper, come forth. From behind the wooden cabin, a small figure, who had inadvertently hidden himself, emerged. At that moment, Grid erupted into laughter. This fellow is related to someone with the will of D? What nonsense. Besides, I could not care less about D. All I desire is to seize this world. He chuckled heartily. This foolish little raccoon has managed to hide in the wrong place. I am not a raccoon, you fool. I am a reindeer, Chopper exclaimed as he dashed out, shouting at Grid. However, upon catching a glimpse of Grid's darkening expression, he quickly retreated once more. Gulewa chuckled. You are quite the peculiar one. Would you like me to enlighten you on the meaning of the will of D? Perhaps, I possess that knowledge. Xiao Yu shook her head, realizing that her earlier musings were merely reflections tinged with a hint of playful speculation. There is no need for that. I shall uncover the truth myself. I yearn to perceive the realities of this world through my own eyes. She chuckled softly, for she had always been an inquisitive soul. However, if others were to divulge the answers directly, her delicate curiosity might shatter. Thus, she relished the pursuit of discovery on her own. Little Yu chuckled softly, her mind swirling with peculiar thoughts as she turned and walked towards the village. As she strolled, she remarked, Tony Chopper, diligently study medicine. And perhaps you will encounter a group of individuals who recognize your worth, even if you are merely a reindeer resembling a raccoon. Chopper slowly emerged from the shadows, gazing at the receding figure of Little Yu, and then casting a puzzled glance at his companion. Greed. Doriel, are these individuals truly pirates? Is this what Mr. Silka referred to as pirates? Chopper's eyes reflected a hint of confusion as he spoke. Guriva chuckled softly, patting Chopper on the shoulder, and replied, These are pirates. Driven by their dreams, possessing immense curiosity and a desire to claim what they desire. Hiki, this lad is indeed someone destined for greatness. In a hidden chamber within Alabasta, Sand Crocodile puffed on a cigarette while patting the enormous crocodile beside him. He glanced at the mature beauty before him and lowered his voice, asking, Is what you claim truly so formidable? After all, he is merely a newcomer, and the newspaper seems to exaggerate quite a bit. Robin shook her head confidently, stating, If he hadn't let me go, I might never have returned. Not to mention that relentless fighter Greed. I wouldn't stand a chance against him. Their crew, though small in number, comprises true masters. Among them, that little rascal Dumpling and the eccentric Dr. Chiambing. I still cannot fathom their abilities. Oh, this is getting interesting. Crocodile mused, his voice low. So, they are indeed coming to Alabasta? Robin nodded, adding, Indeed, but they claim to be searching for some oil fields. As for their true intentions, I am uncertain. After all, if I hadn't left when I did, I might not have made it back. Upon hearing this, Crocodile slightly nodded, then stood up and dialed a number, his voice imbued with a magnetic chill. Chapter 40. Mr. 3 in despair after 4 long days, upon sighting Sainton Island. Xiaobing was filled with excitement. These 4 days had left everyone feeling somewhat drained due to the frequent storms and serpentine obstacles encountered during the journey, making this voyage far more arduous than before. Nevertheless, many aboard had received excellent training, particularly Jolena, whose speed allowed her to defeat a small sea beast with a single punch. Ahead lay the kingdom of Alabasta on Sainton Island. Xianbing's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he bellowed, "Desert Snake Princess, I have arrived." Wahaha! Fool! I told you. That's my unique laugh. You cannot imitate it. Little Yu exclaimed, delivering a punch to Qianbing's head, leaving a large impression of a hashtag on his temple. Bardo followed closely behind Little Yu, while Qianbing, feeling a little dejected, took a seat in the cockpit of Combat King No. 1, seemingly heading towards dock No. 1 below. All right, now that we have arrived, let's anchor in a more secluded spot, Little Yu commanded loudly. The ship will be monitored by Combat King No. 2. Everyone else should head to Alabasta to assist Qianbing in extracting crude oil. Little Yu stretched out his hand, issuing the order. However, as soon as the command was given, apart from Barto and Muse, nearly all the crew members mounted their hover motorcycles and sped towards the shore. Little Yu felt a wave of frustration, nearly causing him to spit blood. Did you not say there was a warlord in this country? I'm eager to test his strength. Greed scoffed, then soared into the air, heading straight for the shore. Meanwhile, Anna and Jolena hopped onto a hover motorcycle, declaring, "We're off to do some shopping. This heavy lifting is clearly a job for you men." With that, they vanished from sight. Muse and AKS exchanged glances, shrugging helplessly. Those rascals could disregard orders, but they had no choice but to comply. Dumpling chuckled and hopped onto a special hover mini-bike, zooming off towards the shore, saying, "I'm off to enjoy some Tianjin rice. You all take your time with the extraction." As soon as Qianbing emerged from dock No. 1 aboard the Alchemy No. 1 ship, Little Yu's expression twitched. He abruptly slapped Barto on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Let us hurry. Otherwise, there will truly be no one left to work." "Yes." Barto nodded eagerly, gazing at Little Yu with admiration as he leaped aboard the Alchemy No. 1. This vessel resembled a small fast boat. However, unlike ordinary speedboats, this craft could submerge underwater, hover above the waves, and traverse the land. The ship spanned less than 20 meters in length and 4 meters in width, with accommodations for 6 in the front and a cargo hold for transport in the rear, which was currently filled with materials. After jumping down, Little Yu shouted at Combat King No. 2, "Submerge the ship to the seabed and anchor it right here." Understood. Combat King No. 2 immediately began to operate the vessel. Being close to shore, the seabed was not particularly deep, and this area was part of the Grand Line's Alabasta. If this 5-person operated ship encountered the Navy, it could spell trouble. After all, the crew comprised individuals with bounties exceeding 1 billion, making them susceptible to naval pursuit and surveillance. As Alchemy No. 1 set sail, Qianbing expressed his irritation. Why can those guys go off and have fun while we are left behind? Do they receive special treatment? The mere mention of this caused Little Yu's mouth to twitch in annoyance, leading him to shout, "They possess the strength to do so, and we have enough people. Do you expect Greed to listen to me and help out? Or do you want to summon the girls and children to assist?" This remark left Qianbing and the others feeling deflated. Indeed, Greed possessed the strength to command attention, while the others were either children or women, making it impractical for them to partake in heavy labor. The Alchemy No. 1 was constructed using Greed's alchemical techniques, later modified by Qianbing. Of course, if one were to consider it, the design was ultimately attributed to Little Yu. The entire vessel resembled a colossal hover pickup truck, and it was astonishingly swift. In no time, as the ship descended, Alchemy No. 1 appeared at the shoreline, soaring over the entire town. This spectacle drew the attention of the townsfolk, who marveled at the sight before them. Just then, Greed returned to the town, albeit on a hover motorcycle, visibly agitated. Without the map of Alabasta, he lamented to himself, "Had I known, I would have purchased one sooner. What a waste of my time traveling this far." As he muttered, he scanned the area when a blue-clad man with a 3-part hairstyle approached him, accompanied by a small girl. Beneath the glasses, the gaze, though tinged with apprehension, remained relatively composed. "May I inquire if you have just arrived in this quaint town? Perhaps you are in need of a map?" At that moment, the little girl retrieved a map from her bag, unfurling it with a flourish as she declared, "Behold, this is the map of the entire Sainting Island. Here lies the capital of Alabasta, Alubarna. How about it? Just 100 berries. Before her words could fully settle, the map had already made its way into Glid's hands, who began to peruse it immediately. Stealing a glance at the bespectacled man, he whispered, "You have quite the nerve to ask me for money. Do you not know my bounty? Humph. Considering you delivered the map, I shall let it pass this time." With that, she activated her hoverbike and descended into the sky. As Mr. 3 exhaled in relief, the hoverbike descended once more, abruptly capturing a passerby. "Is this map not one of Alabasta?" Upon hearing this, Mr. 3 felt a surge of impulse to flee. He and the little girl turned slowly, as if wishing to depart with the passerby. At that moment, the pedestrian tilted his head, seemingly perplexed. In an instant, Glid's expression hardened. He was not one to act without thought, especially as he intended to head directly to the capital. However, after a moment of contemplation, he quickly deduced the situation. "Ah, so you are indeed aware of my bounty. This means you are either a bounty hunter or a member of the Navy. What trap awaits?" Glid's voice carried a hint of chill. In this sweltering desert town, Mr. 3 felt an icy dread creep over him. After exchanging a glance with Miss Golden Week, he was about to make his escape when suddenly, countless stone spikes emerged around them, ensnaring their feet and arms, rendering them immobile. Beads of perspiration formed on Mr. 3's forehead as he inwardly lamented. What kind of ability does this person possess? I didn't even see how it happened, and if those spikes pierced through me. In the blink of an eye, large drops of sweat poured from the foreheads of the two agents. "Speak. Who are you?" Glid's hand instantaneously turned to carbon, resembling a claw as it reached toward Mr. 3's forehead. Just then, Miss Golden Week brandished her brush, unleashing a colorful attack towards Glid. However, Glid's observation hockey proved to be a troublesome counter. With a mere tilt of his head, he evaded the strike and swiftly pressed down on Miss Golden Week's head, smashing her into the stone spikes. With a thud, she succumbed to unconsciousness before she could even react, while the surrounding crowd turned their heads in feigned ignorance. "We are neither Navy nor bounty hunters. We are pirates." Mr. 3 felt an overwhelming urge to cry out in indignation. This was no ordinary encounter. Before he could even respond, he was subdued with apparent ease. It seemed he lacked any capacity for resistance. In the distance, several men who were part of the same group turned and, with trembling legs, walked away as if nothing had occurred. Glid furrowed his brow slightly before turning to glare at the retreating man. Just as he was about to lash out, his observation hockey sensed an incoming attack. He swiftly pivoted in midair, avoiding Mr. 3's melting candle assault. A cold smile crept across his face as he materialized in front of the fleeing man, his claw piercing through the man's heart before striking the ground, creating a gaping hole. At that moment, onlookers dared not glance in their direction, while Mr. 3 trembled, struggling to find his voice. "We are agents of Baroque Works. We intended to lure you into a trap and ambush you. But now, I surrender." "We both surrender." "Oh, an ambush. Ah, then you must take me to see this supposed strength of yours immediately." Glid seized Mr. 3, producing sea stone handcuffs to secure him before tossing him onto the hoverbike. Is this little brat an ability user? No. Then there is no need for the sea stone handcuffs. After disposing of them, Glid activated the hoverbike, speeding towards the location Mr. 3 indicated. Chapter 41, The Sandstorm Burial. What is this creature? On the vast expanse of the desert, Kyobi gazed at the enormous lizard, which had just been pierced through the heart by the laser from Combat Unit 1, his expression fraught with confusion. Is it some form of Godzilla? Xiao Yu gently patted the enormous sand lizard, a hint of curiosity in her voice as she remarked, "In this world, it is quite commonplace to encounter such creatures. However, if one could tame such a beast as a steed, it would surely be quite impressive." Behind her, Bartis nodded vigorously. "Boss, only a creature of this magnitude would truly be worthy of being your mount. Ha! How about we search for another one of these magnificent beasts?" No sooner had Bartis uttered these words than the sands behind them erupted once more, revealing an even larger sand lizard. As Light Rain chuckled softly, she swiftly appeared atop the lizard's head while Muse and Axe were preoccupied with their defenses. In an instant, she delivered a powerful punch to its skull, causing the sand lizard to momentarily lose its senses, as if its head had shattered from the excruciating pain, leaving it engulfed in a profound sense of helplessness. At that moment, Light Rain affectionately patted the lizard's head. "For the next few days, consider yourself my steed, or I shall end you," as she uttered her final words. An overwhelming aura of dominance radiated from her, accompanied by an icy malevolence. Instantly, the sand lizard sensed an even more formidable presence, obediently sprinting away. Light Rain swiftly summoned Barto, exclaiming, What are you all dawdling for? Chiabi, if you don't hurry, I shall leave without you. Chiabi's lips twitched slightly, and in that moment, Battle King number 1 landed on alchemy ship number 1, keeping pace with light rain. The group dashed forward with remarkable speed. Having already flown nearly a day on alchemy ship number 1, and night was swiftly approaching. Just as the sun began its descent into the depths of the desert, a sand vessel appeared in the distance. Upon glimpsing the flag atop the ship, light rain paused momentarily. Simultaneously, 2 sand barges emerged. Are there pirate ships in the desert? Axe mused with a hint of frustration as he peered through the scope of his sniper rifle. Light rain, however, merely chuckled and patted the immense sand lizard beneath her. Let us rush over and see. I wonder if sailing on that sand vessel is comfortable. Upon receiving the command, the massive sand lizard took off at full speed, swiftly arriving before the 2 sand barges. The barges were momentarily taken aback, and as they attempted to halt, it was evident that they could not stop in time. With a resounding crash, both barges collided with the lizard's head. Bardo's jaw dropped in disbelief. This is the spot my captain invited me to. There is no way I would allow you to harm Captain Lightrain. His fingers intertwined, summoning a barrier that shielded them from the debris of the barges, sending the 2 men aboard them rebounding back. One of the men clutched his arm, wincing in pain. Sabah, are you all right? Lasha asked. Her concern mingled with anger as she glared at Light Rain and Barto. At that moment, Chiabi and the others caught up from behind. Meanwhile, Muse and Axe unsheathed their massive blades and sniper rifles, pointing them at the fallen individuals. Are you sand bandits? Light Rain's voice was soft. Yet as she patted the sand lizard, a fierce roar escaped her lips, drawing the attention of everyone towards her and Bardo. How could such a colossal sand lizard possibly carry 2 individuals? Who were these 2? Wait, I recognize that fellow. Yes, I've seen him before. A seemingly normal sand bandit exclaimed while clutching a wanted poster. The notorious Barabarasa and his crew, with bounties exceeding 1 million. They are the Shura Light Rain gang. This revelation sent a shiver through Barabarasa, yet he leaped off the sand vessel and approached Light Rain and her companions. As he stood before the sand lizard, he swallowed hard, astonished by Light Rain, and knelt down. Forgive us. We had no idea you were from the Light Rain pirate crew. If punishment is necessary, let it be bestowed upon me. Punishment? Light Rain tilted her head, momentarily perplexed. However, upon hearing her name, Lasha also seemed taken aback. How could that be? Our Light Rain pirate crew is known for its kindness. By the way, miss, would you care to join us for a feast? Chiabi announced from the cockpit of Battle King number 1, the protective barrier retracting as he held a rose, exuding an air of gallantry. Lasha appeared momentarily dazed, while the sand bandits were clearly stunned. With a loud thud, nearly all the sand bandits collapsed to the ground. Chiabi, you frightened this lovely lady, Light Rain remarked. Oh, and by the way, you still haven't answered my question. Are you sand bandits? Little you spoke in a somewhat somber tone, causing both Lasha and Barabar to break into a sheen of sweat. At that moment, Senbei turned around once more, fixing his gaze on Little You, and bellowed, Fool! Do not interrupt me. We are in an oil field, and I have just conducted my survey. However, if you keep babbling, I shall pack up and leave immediately. With a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, Little Yu's temper flared. She dashed over to the nearby stone columns, striking the ground with her palms, unleashing her pent-up frustration. Sandstorm Burial. Instantly, the sandy terrain roiled as if it were the ocean, and towering waves of sand surged forth. Within those waves, colossal hands formed from grains of sand reached toward the stone columns, creating a thunderous roar that silenced the entire scene. Nearly a square kilometer of land was flattened under the weight of the sand. Finally, Little You exhaled, exclaiming, Ah, much better. Accursed grid, detestable dumplings, and that wretched Senbei. And Anna too, not to mention Jolena and Little Pig. Humph, was that my move just now? Upon hearing the last remark, Senbei and the others were consumed with rage. Their faces contorted in fury. Idiot, who else could it be? Thankfully, it wasn't he directed at us. Otherwise, we would have been completely buried. Meanwhile, the individuals aboard the sand vessel collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the still-dazed Little You, unable to rise. Some, more timid than others, fainted from fright. At this moment, Bartle completely idolized Little You, marveling at her immense power and strength, wondering how she could not become the Pirate King. After finishing his Tianjin rice, Dumpling grew weary of the dim sky. It seemed that the entire day had passed in idleness, and he found himself uncertain of what to do next. Having already feasted on Tianjin rice 3 times, he felt reluctant to consume more and opted to ride his hovering bike around. At that moment, Several bounty hunters nearby scrutinized Little Yu with cold stares, glancing at their bounty posters while muttering to themselves, "No way. This little brat has a bounty of 100 million berries. What a joke. How could we possibly stand a chance against such a notorious criminal?" One of the bounty hunters abruptly smacked the head of the muttering individual, shouting, "Do you really think that a mere child possesses the strength to warrant such a bounty? Fool, look at that flying vehicle of his. It must be an incredibly powerful weapon. Perhaps it is the reason for his 100 million berry bounty. That makes sense." The other bounty hunters nodded in agreement, though some revealed greedy smiles. If they could obtain that vehicle, perhaps they too could rise to such lofty notoriety. "Do you want my hovering bike?" A youthful voice interjected, accompanied by a mischievous glint in Dumpling S eyes. His sudden appearance caused the tension to spike among the hunters. After all, the individual before them was a formidable foe with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries. "Little brother, would you be willing to part with that flying vehicle?" one of the bounty hunters asked, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. Dumpling chuckled, responding, "Sure, but you must withstand my move first. Otherwise, I want to give it to you." As his words fell, a barrage of explosive blasts erupted from his fingertips, sending flames and smoke billowing skyward, obliterating a nearby house in an instant. Shrugging, Dumpling mounted his hovering bike once more, shaking his head as he remarked, "This is no fun at all. These guys are simply pathetic." He then rode off toward the capital, with Robin following closely behind, her brow furrowed as she muttered, "What kind of ability is this? That he can unleash such devastation with a mere finger?" Looking at the charred remains of the bounty hunters, Robin struggled to comprehend the situation. Perhaps Crocodile might very well fall victim to this young pirate crew. "I warned you not to provoke these individuals." With that, she vanished into the night. Chapter 42. A gathering of all night had fallen, and the vast desert was exceedingly cold. Even with a fire burning, an unsettling chill lingered in the air. What irked Sunbei the most, however, was Little Yu's presence. There were still a few stone columns to shield us from the wind, and you foolishly destroyed them all. "Idiot!" Sunbei exclaimed through chattering teeth. "Senpai, you are nestled within the body of Battle King No. 1. How could you possibly feel cold?" Bartle earnestly defended Little Yu, who had remained seated cross-legged since unleashing the sandstorm burial earlier that afternoon. Bartle had even draped his own clothing over her shoulders. At present, Bartle firmly believed that Little Yu was in the midst of understanding some profound ability. After all, how could she remain in such deep meditation otherwise? Meanwhile, the sand vessel lay anchored, with the sand pirates hesitant to approach Little Yu's group. They were far too formidable, having ridden enormous sand lizards. And the earlier display of power had left them trembling for quite some time. Many dared not even glance in their direction. It was evident that Senbei had also been rebuffed by Miss Lasha. Nonetheless, Little Yu remained silent, while Bartle refrained from sending the sand pirates away. Senbei's actions had played a significant role in that decision. Just as the sand pirates contemplated leaving, the two super missiles from Battle King No. 1 rendered everyone aboard the vessel motionless with fear. "Chief, what should we do now? That group is clearly not something we can handle," Saba whispered, nudging the leader with urgency. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the chief. Even Lasha appeared somewhat helpless. It was clear that they could hardly contend with the massive sand lizard. Its colossal form, exceeding 30 meters in length, adorned with scales as hard as iron, was a sight rarely seen, and even if the entire crew were to attack, it might only amount to a mere swipe of the creature's tail. The towering chief furrowed his brow, utterly devoid of a viable plan. If they attempted to flee, they might be swiftly pursued and killed by these formidable foes. While the sand pirates were known for their fearlessness, the chief did not wish for anyone to meet their demise because of this encounter. They had unwittingly encountered a powerful pirate crew, and the sudden eruption of a fierce storm from the crew's captain had left them stranded. Now, they had spent an entire day on the ship without food. What could they do but wait for their captain to awaken? However, it was only now that I realized how remarkably young and diminutive that captain was. In my mind, the formidable Xiao Yu was a terrifying figure towering at least 10 meters tall. Upon the chief's utterance, a palpable sense of agreement washed over everyone present. Yet, the mere thought that such a small individual could conjure a sandstorm spanning nearly a square kilometer sent shivers down their spines. Lasha furrowed her brow for a moment before finally speaking. "I apologize, Chief. I should not have gone to take a look. And now it has resulted in this predicament." The chief erupted into hearty laughter. "Lasha, we are sand pirates. We must not overlook any morsel of sustenance. What is there to apologize for?" As his words echoed, a voice emerged from the distant glow of flames. Everyone cautiously turned their gaze in that direction, only to discover that the captain had awakened. At this moment, Xiao Yu was exceedingly irate, having been roused by Gelid, Dumpling, and the two sisters, Anna and Miss Golden Week. Had they not disturbed him, perhaps he could have mastered even more formidable sandstorm ninjutsu. Alas, he had only grasped a few techniques. It was truly a matter of sorrow. Most of the defensive techniques remained incompletely understood, yet all the offensive ones were firmly etched in his memory, readily available for immediate use. Upon Gelid's arrival, Mr. 3 was taken aback. What on earth were these individuals doing here? Had they genuinely come to this desolate place for leisure? One could hardly fathom the absurdity of choosing such a location for a holiday. Meanwhile, Miss Golden Week had remained silent since regaining consciousness. As if in a state of slumber, with casual indifference, she discarded the two individuals onto the ground, inciting Gelid's fury. Why is this desert so vast? After a whole day of running, I've only managed to reach this point. What is going on? With a playful smile, Xiao Yu exclaimed. Do you think this island resembles the previous smaller ones? This is truly a grand island. Moreover, let us reside here today. As her words echoed, she began to stroll towards another direction. Simultaneously, she struck the ground with both hands, declaring, Sandstorm Layer Burial. Instantly, the sand began to swirl as if obeying an unseen command. After a minute, the sandy surface gradually came to a halt, revealing before the astonished eyes of the onlookers a towering pyramid, standing 30 meters high. The sudden emergence of such a structure startled everyone aboard the sand vessel. And even Grid was taken aback. He swiftly grabbed Xiao Yu by the collar, exclaiming, Fool, have you secretly learned my technique? You insufferable rascal! Xiao Yu finally realized that this fellow's alchemy was precisely like this. With this thought, he chuckled, stating, No, this cannot compare to your alchemy, and besides, this is merely a solid pyramid. It requires your expertise to unlock its potential. Ideally, we should create a bit more space. Qian Bingwei may linger here for about a week. Humph, consider yourself fortunate. Grid released Xiao Yu, momentarily taken aback when his hand made contact with the pyramid. He was astonished that this individual could extract minerals from such profound depths. Truly impressive. A subtle smirk appeared on his lips as he began to rhythmically pat the surface of the pyramid. Soon, after a few tremors, an entrance materialized, revealing doors and windows above. Feeling somewhat vexed, Qian Bingwei remarked, Had I known you were coming, I wouldn't have brought so many materials. His tone bore a hint of lamentation. In contrast, Grid's irritation grew. Are these materials not crafted by my alchemy? What difference does it make? This left Qian Bingwei momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Mr. 3 was nearly paralyzed with fear, observing that these individuals were utterly monstrous. By the way, Qian Bingwei, can we locate a water source here? Without one, how will you survive this week? Xiao Yu suddenly seemed to come to a realization and promptly inquired of Qian Bingwei. Qian Bingwei erupted into hearty laughter, gesturing towards the distance. I've already found one. Although it's a bit far from here, it is undoubtedly a source of water. I just took Battle Lord number 1 there. However, it appears someone may be present. Someone? Xiao Yu paused, then noticed the sand vessel. Pointing at it, he asked, What is the situation with those individuals? Why haven't they departed? Well, you haven't given the order yet. How could we dare let them leave? Mew scratched his head, looking somewhat distressed. Enough of that. Let us eat first. I'm starving. By the way, let us hold a banquet. Let us invite those individuals too. This time, I want to host a celebration. Xiao Yu exclaimed joyfully, arms wide open. A celebration? Grid was taken aback, puzzled as to what was worth celebrating. Xiao Yu tapped his head forcefully, remarking, If it weren't for each of you leaving on your own, I would never have comprehended the sandstorm ninjutsu. Although my mastery is not exceptionally formidable, it undoubtedly serves as a lethal weapon in this desert expanse. He pondered, indeed. A feast should be in order. Grid, stroking his chin, nodded in agreement, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. Xiao Yu's abilities were undeniably peculiar, showcasing a holistic development of skills. Moreover, his extraordinary luck in grasping techniques was remarkable. Within the Spider CAF, the elite agents had convened, their expressions grave. This mission could be deemed a monumental undertaking. The extermination of Xiao Yu and his cohort. They were acutely aware of the formidable prowess possessed by Xiao Yu's group. Has Mr. 3 not returned yet? Mr. 1 inquired softly, fingers interlaced under his chin. Meanwhile, Mr. 2 spun in circles, retorting, Of course, he hasn't returned. That fellow may very well be dead by now. After all, their strength nearly injured Carp. Miss Valentine's Day stifled a giggle, covering her mouth. It would be best if those fellows simply perished. That way, we can ascend as well. The moment her words escaped, all eyes turned to their group. particularly Mr. 1 and Mr. 2, who regarded them with icy gazes. Shall we continue waiting here? Miss Merry Christmas's sharp voice cut through the tension. As Mr. 4 prepared to interject, he was silenced swiftly. Fool, be quiet. We must remain here. Your target is not the crew, but merely the immortal warrior, Grid. The CAF door creaked open, and Robin entered, her tone cool as she spoke. Is it just Grid? Mr. 1 murmured, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his voice. He held a particular grievance regarding the exorbitant bounty placed on this group of newcomers, especially Xiao Yu, whose youth seemed incongruous with such a high level of strength. Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week have already fallen into Grid's clutches. Moreover, Grid has noticed my presence but has not pursued me. It's time for rest, perhaps tomorrow. He will bring Mr. 3 and the others here. You ought to prepare yourselves. I have witnessed Grid's combat prowess. It is exceedingly formidable. With that, Robin rose and departed, leaving behind a cadre of silent agents. Chapter 43. The rebel base. Establishing a base in the desert necessitates a primary focus on water sources. Yet, even the sacred river of Alabasta seems to lie far from here, and it would be impractical to extract crude oil from such a distance. This predicament prompted Xiao Yu's group to venture to the location discovered by Qian Bingwei the previous day. Naturally, due to the presence of others at that site, Xiao Yu was required to make the trip. Unlike previous days, apart from Grid and Mr. 3 heading to the Spider CAF, everyone else remained at this location. Accompanying Xiao Yu, the sand bandits had been directly assimilated into the ranks of the Desert Oilfield Defense Force, perched atop the head of a sand lizard. Xiao Yu found himself reminiscing about the events of Alabasta. However, much time had elapsed, and the most vivid memories were of Robin, Crocodile, Vivi, and ultimately, Koza. Yet, the whereabouts of Koza eluded his memory. As they approached the site indicated by Qian Bingwei, guided by radar, Xiao Yu was met with a disheartening sight of ruins. He struggled to fathom how water could possibly exist in such a desolate place, without an underground water source. Even he would find it challenging to employ the sandstorm ninjutsu to excavate a well. Tilting his head, he observed several figures emerging in the distance, momentarily startling him. One tall man, adorned with golden hair and sunglasses, cast a cold gaze in his direction. Behind the crumbling wall, a swarm of individuals emerged, armed with firearms and weapons. Upon closer inspection, there were indeed quite a number of them. The leading sand bandit declared, "This is the rebel stronghold of Yuba. If you take another step forward, we will open fire." A slightly taller brown-haired man whispered something into the ear of the golden-haired leader. Xiao Yu rose to her feet and brushed off the dust and sand from her attire. With a resolute voice, she proclaimed, "We are pirates, not mere scavengers. We have come here in search of water." Water? The leader of the group appeared momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the rebel soldiers behind him were equally stunned. When had the city of Yuba ever possessed a water source? Yuba has no water supply. You would do well to seek your provisions elsewhere. The leader barked once more, raising his firearm in a defiant gesture. With a sense of resignation, Xiao Yu shrugged and cast a glance at Qian Bingwei, murmuring, "It seems we must make our way there ourselves. These individuals will undoubtedly not allow us to pass unhindered." Qian Bingwei, equally exasperated, promptly took his seat in the cockpit of Battle Lord No. 1, causing it to levitate. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu stood atop the spherical structure of Battle Lord No. 1. Gradually, the craft commenced its journey toward Yuba. At that moment, it appeared that a majority of the rebel forces were momentarily stunned, caught off guard, and unresponsive. In that instant, the leader, gripping his firearm, finally discharged a shot. However, the bullet failed to penetrate the sand wall that Xiao Yu had summoned. Is this the power of an ability user? He pondered. No. Crocodile is the one with the sand fruit. Yet, how is this fellow controlling the sand? The leader, momentarily taken aback, seemed unable to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, Battle Lord No. 1, carrying Xiao Yu and Qian Bingwei, had arrived before the leader. Upon truly seeing him, Xiao Yu realized, to his surprise, that it was indeed Kusha. It appeared that the rebels were still residing in Yuba. "Greetings, I am Xiao Yu. We do not come to confront your so-called rebels, but rather to procure water. Rest assured, if there are no water sources here, we shall depart immediately." The gentle rain greeted effortlessly, and before anyone could react, he was already seated atop the Battle King No. 1, heading towards the desolate remnants of the city of Yuba. At that moment, a man standing behind Kusha, stroking his chin, remarked with curiosity, "Do you not feel that we have encountered this young man before?" Captain, do you feel the same?" "I thought so too, but I hesitated to voice it." "Ah." So I am not the only one with this notion. Just then, Kusha seemed to finally recall something, abruptly turning to face the young Rain, and exclaimed loudly, "Captain of the Rain Pirates, what is your purpose in coming to our Alabasta?" The young Rain, who had just been standing, paused momentarily. He turned to glance at Kusha, then resumed following Chibi, saying, "Are you not intent on obliterating this nation? If you wish for its destruction, why inquire about my presence here? Shouldn't you be pleased if I were to aid in its demise?" As he walked, he continued to speak. However, at this moment, although the rebel forces were not at full strength and the number of individuals present was limited, the sight of hundreds of firearms pointed at him was decidedly unsettling for the young Rain. Gradually regaining his composure, the Conqueror's haki and the unique malevolence of the tailed beast chakra surged forth in an instant. Instantly, those rebel soldiers aiming their guns at the young Rain collapsed to the ground. "Ah, young Rain, we have discovered it. Not only is there underground water here, but also abundant oil fields. Compared to that location, this oil field has even more substantial reserves. Who would have thought such a place existed?" Chibi exclaimed joyfully upon detecting the sources of water and oil. Meanwhile, Kusha and the few remaining standing officers were drenched in sweat, staring at the young Rain in disbelief. What kind of power does this young man possess to be so formidable? "Oh, I shall attempt to extract water immediately. By the way, your name is Kusha, correct? Water will soon be available here, and if you require it as well, I can dig a well for you." The voice of Xiao Yu was faint, however. When he approached the position of Qianbingwei, an unmistakable aura enveloped him, turning decidedly colder. Concurrently, he extended his hand towards a spot less than 10 meters ahead. In an instant, the sand on the ground began to whirl like a dragon's tempest, rapidly accumulating to one side. Within 2 minutes, a well opening of 5 square meters materialized. Qianbingwei, is this water drinkable? If it's toxic, I shall certainly thrash you." Xiao Yu's voice carried an icy undertone. Qianbingwei chuckled awkwardly and nodded vigorously. "Of course it's potable. This water is sourced from underground. If only I had known, we should have simply relocated that pyramid here. Comparatively, the oil field over there might yield only 3 barrels of crude, whereas here, we could extract at least 30. Surely not that much, by your calculations. Wouldn't we then be eternally free from oil scarcity? Moreover, a single drop suffices for nearly a month of navigation. But what about flight? How much would be required?" Xiao Yu furrowed his brow in inquiry. Qianbingwei had previously stated that a drop would indeed sustain a month of sailing on the sea. But what of flying? And diving? A barrel of oil could sustain flight for 3 months. While submerged, it would last approximately 5 months. He mused. In truth, it's not far off. However, this desert holds far more oil than just this. The oil reserves in this area alone guarantee that our journey shall never lack for fuel, Qianbingwei asserted confidently, simultaneously beginning calculations in the cockpit of Battle Commander 1. Determining how long their usage of the water heater and various other appliances would last based on Xiao Yu and his companion's consumption. A light drizzle of rain tapped gently upon the young man's head, and then he turned towards the distant Kusha and the few remaining steadfast officials, articulating, "This water well is available for your use as well. However, after we have completed the refining of the oil fields over there, we intend to establish a base in this Yuba city. Do you have any objections?" A sheen of perspiration formed on Kusha's forehead. Yet after meticulously weighing the pros and cons, he finally replied, "Can you assure us that this will not harm our nation? Furthermore, if you are able to provide us with weapons, we would be willing to consider your proposal." Upon hearing this, the officials behind him grew somewhat anxious. For the pirates they faced had bounties surpassing even that of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. A subtle smile played upon Xiao Yu's lips as she remarked, "Certainly, however, I fear that the weapons we provide may be excessively formidable. Should you fail to manage them effectively, regret may ensue." Kusha maintained a stern countenance, speaking with grave seriousness. "Shinpei, craft a few firearms for them. But do your utmost to avoid creating a combat robot akin to Combat King No. 1. Otherwise, this kingdom may indeed face obliteration." Xiao Yu addressed Shinpei with a hint of her own intentions. She harbored little care for this nation. Yet the prospect of furnishing them with such powerful armaments could swiftly lead to the conquest of Alabasta's capital. If that were to occur, Luffy and his companions, engaged in their relentless quest for advancement, might find themselves in dire straits. Simultaneously, Xiao Yu waved towards Bartolomeo and the others in the distance. Bartolomeo, brimming with joy, bounded over on his sand lizard, offering a playful grunt before dashing to Xiao Yu's side. "Shinpei, the oil fields have been entirely prepared for you. The water wells are also completed. Now, I shall take my leave to indulge in some fun. Xiao Yu chuckled, promptly taking her seat upon the sand lizard, which was already occupied by Dumpling, Anna, Jolena, and a little pig. This peculiar assembly seemed to leave only Muse and AKS unaccounted for. A significant hashtag appeared upon Chinpiai's forehead, eliciting a mild headache. He found these individuals rather unhelpful in the current context. With a resigned wave of his hand, he muttered, "Let us depart. In any case, your involvement here is no longer required." Adopting a facade of nonchalance, he opened his eyes anew. Light rain had long departed, leaving only a faint trail of smoke in its wake. Ah, these fellows, one and all, are truly remarkable. A large hash symbol appeared on Chinbing's forehead. Muses and Axe exchanged knowing smiles, relishing their current life. At the very least, they could embark on adventures alongside these formidable individuals and witness the wonders of the world. That alone was sufficient. Not far away, Duochuo gazed in astonishment as Kosha unleashed a torrent of water. The flicker of resolve in his heart transformed into tears in that moment. Chapter 44. The elite agents at the entrance of the Spider CAF, Grid unceremoniously tossed Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week onto the ground, simultaneously freeing them from their ropes and the seastone handcuffs. With a mocking laugh, he called out to the CAF, "Agents of Baroque Works, you may all come forth." Almost immediately, a throng of individuals surged out. However, upon seeing Mr. 3 and his companion, a note of seriousness crept into their demeanor. Was this man truly as powerful as the vice president had claimed? Mr. 1 and Mr. 2 stepped forward, their eyes betraying a hint of caution. Grid tossed his hair back, a mischievous glint reflecting in his sharp gaze. He was engulfed in a wave of carbonization, the Conqueror's haki radiating outward, overwhelming all the agents present. The agents, renowned for their formidable strength and abilities, stood their ground, save for Miss Golden Week, who seemed to falter under such pressure. Mr. 3 had already retreated to a hiding spot, overwhelmed by the terror of this individual, a veritable humanoid monster. The pyramid he had witnessed the night before was still vivid in his mind. It had altered its structure in an instant. Grid's lips curled into a grin as he clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. Quite impressive indeed. If you can withstand the Conqueror's haki, then there is certainly merit in engaging further." No sooner had he spoken than Mr. 1 lunged forward, transforming his arm into a steel blade, aiming a decisive strike at Grid's head. Confident in his assault, he believed that if it landed, Grid would surely be cleaved in two. However, with a resounding clang, the anticipated outcome did not materialize. Grid effortlessly captured the steel blade with one hand, a smirk gracing his features as he remarked, "The power of the devil fruit truly elicits my envy. To transform one's hand into a blade, how fascinating. I must seek out a devil fruit for myself to study." As he chuckled, Grid deftly blocked Mr. 2's incoming kick, flinging both adversaries away and shedding his sinister coat. His body became enveloped in carbonization, acquiring a strength that rivaled diamonds. In this world, devoid of alchemists, such hardness could not be undone. A slight smile played on his lips. Little Rain was correct. "Among you, there are indeed a few formidable contenders." With that proclamation, he charged towards them. The sounds of battle rang out incessantly, particularly as Mr. 2 faced Grid. His expression soured. Grid's resilience was astounding, yet he was merely flesh and blood, and his martial arts had not reached the level required to trade blows with steel. Overcome, he collapsed to the ground, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. What manner of being was this? Simultaneously, Mr. 1, the swift blade user, began to struggle. After blocking Grid's grasp, sharp stone spikes erupted from the ground beneath him. Fortuitously, his devil fruit abilities allowed him to transform his body into a blade, or he would have been impaled through and through. Yet, the most beleaguered of all was Mr. 4, though his devil fruit weapon provided assistance. Grid was impervious to the explosive damage. He even caught a bullet mid-flight and hurled it back at Mr. 4. "Oh, it can burrow underground." Grid chuckled, observing Miss Christmas directly vanish into the earth. With a clap of his hands, the sandy terrain transformed into a surface as hard as steel. After a series of muffled thuds, it became evident that Christmas could not escape. "He, though you are robust enough to withstand Mr. 5's explosions. Being crushed by a ton of me would surely spell your demise." At that moment, Mr. Valentine's laughter echoed as he descended upon Grid. Grid, initially skeptical, raised his hands to counter the assault. The result was a direct collision, forcing him into the ground, which now bore the hardness of steel. His head became a gruesome mess. Valentine stood up, wiping his knee with a handkerchief and chuckling. Is this what the vice president refers to as strength? Just as Mr. 1 and Mr. 2 were about to caution against underestimating their opponent, Their eyes widened in disbelief. Grid began to glow with a crimson light, slowly rising to his feet. His head completely restored. The concept of a devil fruit was now a burning desire within him. How could one person possess the weight of 1,000 pounds? Grid rotated his neck, his head returning to its original state, devoid of any signs of injury, his expression tinged with avarice. What on earth are you? Your head was just crushed, yet now you appear unscathed. Miss Valentine trembled, retreating in fear. Meanwhile, Miss Thorn's abilities had proven futile against him. Even her thorns were easily obliterated by his fists. Is this the chasm that separates us from millions of pirates? Mr. One sighed in resignation, his tone heavy with disappointment. No matter how he struck, he could not penetrate Grid's defenses, leaving him frustrated. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, a smoke dragon slowly approached their direction. Simultaneously, Dumpling soared through the skies, waving at Grid. Grid, why haven't you resolved this yet? We're about to head to the rainfields. Little Rain asked me to inquire if you're coming. At this revelation, the agents of Baroque Works were left in stunned silence. This must be the notorious Dumpling. The child with a bounty of 100 million berries. He could fly. Miss Valentine glared coldly at Dumpling, whispering, "How dare he?" A large hash symbol formed on Grid's forehead as he exclaimed, "Fool, am I here to play? I am here to challenge. Furthermore, my ultimate goal is to find Crocodile, the strongest among you." Dumpling, placing a finger to his lips in confusion, watched as the smoke dragon gradually came to a halt. The dense clouds of dust enveloped the CAF in a shroud of grime. "Foolish Gride, Crocodile is in the rain. Will you go? If so, hurry. I shall lead the way," shouted Little Rain with fervor. However, those words sparked a glimmer of interest in Gride's eyes. "If we defeat Gride, we could extort a considerable treasure, couldn't we?" He laughed heartily. "Little Rain, do you think that Warlord possesses a devil fruit? My curiosity about devil fruits is growing ever stronger." Gride promptly mounted his hover bike and raced after Little Rain's sand lizard, inquiring along the way. Xiao Yu cast a glance at the CAF floor and, feeling somewhat disheartened, remarked, "Perhaps we should release that mole. After all, he is quite aged." "Do you intend to suffocate him?" "Ah, I almost forgot," Greed exclaimed, slapping the ground, which promptly transformed into sand. He then called out to Miss Valentine, "Beautiful lady, if you ever miss me, feel free to seek me out." With a chuckle, he vanished in a puff of smoke. Wait, am I really that impressive? Miss Valentine stood there, momentarily taken aback, unable to process his words. The other agents, especially Miss Merry Christmas, seemed to lower their heads in silence. After all, it was evident that only this fellow had nearly vanquished that individual, while their collective efforts had merely prompted the immortal warrior Greed to grow disinterested in engaging further. Was that the Azura Xiao Yu and the little rascal Dumpling? Mr. Tu asked, somewhat dazed, and before anyone could respond, he continued. "I simply cannot fathom why such adorable children would bear such ominous nicknames, especially Azura Xiao Yu. I had always envisioned a figure akin to one from the depths of hell. Of course, I cannot place faith in the bounty poster." Within the pyramid, Kusha sat opposite Qianbingwei, casting his gaze around. He was acutely aware of the scene outside. It appeared they were using tools to burrow deep underground to extract something. Moreover, this pyramid seemed to have been erected overnight. Such an extraordinary feat left Kusha and the surrounding officials in a state of astonishment. After all, destruction is easy, but construction is arduous. The notion of erecting a pyramid within a single night was something they had never encountered before. "The weapons you desire will require a week for me to fabricate. Furthermore, the quality of these materials will undoubtedly meet your satisfaction. However, should we not discuss a modest funding contribution? Otherwise, we would be incurring significant losses. Should we choose to attack you, you would have no choice but to relinquish Yuba City, resulting in countless casualties. Yet, you expect us to furnish you with weapons merely for a rental? That is simply impractical," Qianbingwei stated earnestly, while internally he reveled. "Xiao Yu, that fool, I am certain to profit from this endeavor." "Ha!" Kusha paused, then nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I never suggested that you provide us with weapons for free. However, we currently lack sufficient funds." Qianbingwei cleared his throat, feigning a difficult disposition. "This poses a bit of a challenge, considering we are pirates. It is hardly reasonable for us to engage in such foolishness as supplying you with weapons. By the way, how much funding do you currently possess? I might be able to allocate some weapons accordingly." A faint, enigmatic smile graced Qianbingwei's lips. But as Lasha entered to serve tea, he immediately adopted a serious tone. "Be wary of this Kusha. How could such a nation possibly avoid being overthrown? Isn't that right, Miss Lasha?" I shall certainly supply you with 1,000 muskets and 3 crates of grenades. How about we sit down together and discuss further? Instantly, a bead of sweat appeared on the foreheads of Kusha and the rebel officials. They finally grasped the vulnerability of this individual. In the midst of the rain-soaked revelry, Xiao Yu and his companions astonished everyone. At the roulette table, they had won an astounding 23 times consecutively. Should they continue in this manner? The casino might very well face bankruptcy, for Xiao Yu and his companions had no intention of holding back their winnings. They wagered all they had, including their earnings, on the highest multiplier. As it stood, Xiao Yu, Greed, and Bartolomeo had amassed no less than 200 million berries. The casino manager, sweating profusely, exchanged furtive glances with his staff, realizing that these individuals must not be allowed to remain. Their gambling prowess was so extraordinary that it was disheartening, and their strength was formidable. Xiao Yu sat there, while Greed and Bartolomeo had already dispatched at least 3 waves of adversaries. The patrons of the casino now dared not cast their gaze in their direction. Those individuals are notorious new pirates with bounties surpassing 100 million. If you feel your life is too long, by all means, take your chances, lamented one of the older gamblers. Little Rain gently tapped the round table and burst into laughter. Gleed, look, isn't it better to frequent places like this casino? We toiled to dismantle the entire Hussein family, and yet we only ended up with less than 100 billion berries. Yet here, while leisurely sipping tea, we've already amassed 200 million berries. Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating. Sure, Little Rain chuckled. Indeed, your actions have compelled Crocodile to take action. Suddenly, Robin appeared beside Gleed, smirking softly, prompting Little Rain to turn his head. Gleed sneered, his hands instantly carbonizing into the hardest diamond-like armor. Nicole, Robin, were you the one who invited us? Or was it Crocodile? Little Rain inquired, a playful smile gracing his lips. Truthfully, he had no desire to engage Crocodile in combat. Fighting was a laborious endeavor. Moreover, if the Navy discovered their presence and dispatched an admiral, it would be a grave misstep. Thus, Little Rain was keen to avoid provoking Crocodile. However, gambling here did not strike him as a nuisance, for it was clear that Crocodile did not care much for wealth. Additionally, Gleed felt compelled to confront Crocodile, lest he incessantly chatter in his ear. Robin chuckled again. I must admit, your intelligence network is indeed impressive. By the way, it was Crocodile who invited you to the VIP meeting. Gleed's eyes sparkled, a smile creeping across his face as he replied, lead the way. He then glanced at Little Rain, adding, you all continue as you were. Robin paused for a moment but shrugged nonchalantly, then follow me. The two made their way toward the VIP corridor. Meanwhile, Little Rain, curious, instructed the staff to exchange his chips for cash. After Bartolomeo carried the money, he headed toward the path Gleed had taken earlier. However, as Little Rain entered the corridor, a thought seemed to strike him. With a slight furrow of his brow, he gestured toward the ground. Instantly, the entire floor began to turn to sand. Little Rain then lifted Bartolomeo with his gravitational powers, murmuring, release the impact barrier here. In preparation for a possible ambush from Crocodile, Little Rain was being cautious. Bartolomeo nodded vigorously, and the impact barrier collided with the now sand-like floor. A resounding thud echoed, revealing the entire scene in the basement. Not far away, Gleed was engaged in combat with Crocodile, though there existed a cage of sea stone capable of restraining devil fruit abilities. It seemed it did not make full use of the sea stone. Any material, no matter how hard, posed no challenge to Gleed at this moment. With both hands pressed against the ground, countless stalagmites surged upward, only to pass harmlessly through Crocodile's form, seemingly unaffected. In the short span of 3 minutes, Gleed had attempted every conceivable method to breach Crocodile's elemental form, yet to no avail. Frustrated, Gleed expressed his ire, realizing this power appeared insurmountable unless he mastered the Busashoka haki taught by Little Rain. Otherwise, no matter how he attacked, it seemed utterly futile against Crocodile. Gleed, have you not resolved the situation yet? Little Rain inquired, tilting his head in confusion. This expression was met with disdain from Gleed. Indeed, I look down upon you. Little Rain mused inwardly. I am the bounty of 355 million. I am eager to see the extent of your strength. Crocodile harbored a flicker of surprise. Moments ago, he had pierced Gleed's chest with his hook, yet Gleed had remained unfazed, retaliating with a blast to Crocodile's head. Upon freeing himself from the hook, he had attempted to confine himself within a steel box. Were it not for Crocodile's quick reflexes, he might have ended up trapped in that small space during his transformation. Humph, If you cannot handle me, how could you possibly contend with little Rain? And you, fool, do you not see I have already subdued this man? Gleed retorted angrily, producing a pair of sharp gloves from his sinister cloak. The gloves, appearing metallic, were crafted entirely from sea stone, requiring considerable time and effort from his ally, Sabay. Gleed donned the gloves, a sly smile playing on his lips. Crocodile, I shall now unleash my full strength. Crocodile narrowed his eyes, sneering. Are you implying you were not using your full power earlier? Or do you believe that simply donning a pair of gloves will enable you to defeat me? As his words fell, the claws of the gloves were nearly upon Crocodile's chest. A sense of imminent danger surged forth. The golden hook raised, clashing against Gleed's claws with a resounding clang. Simultaneously, Crocodile's right hand transformed into a blade of sand. Desert Cutlass. The sand blade appeared instantaneously, cleaving Gleed in half. While the marble floor was carved into a deep trench, 5 meters deep and extending several meters in length. Even Little Rain was taken aback by such power. This individual was indeed underestimated by pirates. Were he to captain a crew, he would undoubtedly be formidable. Yet, at that moment, Gleed's clawed gloves pierced Crocodile's shoulder. A remarkable feat indeed. The outcome momentarily stunned Crocodile. With a swift motion, he pressed down, invoking Desert Sunflower. Instantly, the marble floor began to sink. Little Rain and Bartolomeo remained unmoved, for Little Rain knew Gleed could not simply perish like that. After all, his Philosopher's Stone was exponentially more potent than before, perhaps even endowed with some divine power from his father. Such strength could not be extinguished merely by being cleaved in two. As his severed halves began to emit flickers of crimson lightning, they gradually sank due to the cracking surface combined with the Desert Sunflower technique. What a terrifying ability! At that moment, even Bartolomeo furrowed his brow deeply, astonished that this fellow could muster the strength to withdraw even as the sea stone gloves pierced him. Such decisiveness and mental acuity indeed left the underworld leader feeling a twinge of fear. Of course, Little Rain was even more astonished. After all, Gleed's feat of piercing Crocodile's shoulder had led him to believe the battle might be nearing its end. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Crocodile managed to extract himself with the last vestiges of his strength and immediately unleashed his ability. As Light Rain clapped her hands and smiled, she remarked, "It is said that the 7 warlords, the Navy headquarters, and the 4 emperors are the 3 great forces that maintain balance. After witnessing it today, it is indeed remarkable." Crocodile, seemingly unbothered by the wound on his shoulder, turned his serious gaze towards her. What is this fellow's situation? That must be his crew member. Yet he appears utterly unconcerned. It seems you are also a captain who does not care for so-called crew members. Indeed, a promising newcomer. Would you consider joining me in my endeavors? Crocodile took a deep drag from his cigar and asked in a low voice. Little Rain smiled broadly, pointing at the quicksand that had begun to solidify, and softly remarked, "It is not that I am indifferent to the crew, but rather, you underestimate the prowess of Greed. This fellow, dubbed the Undying Gladiator, undoubtedly possesses the ability of immortality. Otherwise, he would not have been able to injure Carp back then." As these words left her lips, Crocodile was momentarily taken aback, causing the quicksand to solidify instantly. Simultaneously, Greed sprang forth once more from atop a stone pillar. Crocodile furrowed his brow, with his golden hook once again thwarting Greed's beastly claw attack. After a disdainful sneer, he unleashed the crescent-shaped sand dune. This maneuver instantly rendered Greed a desiccated husk, devoid of moisture. In that very moment, Greed clasped his hands together vigorously, and alchemy manifested forth. Although he lay on the ground, the emergence of a water column replenished his body with moisture once more. In an instant, he comprehended that the previous assault had drained him of every drop of water. P.S. This chapter is a bit late. My apologies. Also, wishing everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 46. Victory within the entirety of the basement. In the expansive external water pool, the rubber crocodile continued to swim. The ground was indented and split apart. In just a few minutes, Bartolomeo's eyes were opened to the spectacle. He had not anticipated that the powers of the natural fruit would prove to be so formidable. The restored Greed twisted his neck, expressing genuine surprise. "I never imagined that the abilities of this devil fruit would be so powerful. It can indeed siphon away all the moisture from my body. Were it not for alchemy and the Philosopher's Stone, I might have perished in an instant." Xiao Yu nodded with a smile, and then began to pay attention to the scar on his face. Suddenly, as if his mind had hit a wall, he directly inquired, "Crocodile, did you get that scar on your face while picking your nose with that golden hook?" Upon hearing this, Greed was momentarily taken aback. and Bartolomeo was evidently startled as well. Crocodile, initially stunned, soon appeared as if smoke were rising from his slick-back hair. Simultaneously, the corners of his eyes and mouth began to twitch, and the veins on his right hand bulged ominously. The sound of cracking knuckles accompanied by gritted teeth echoed, prompting Greed and Bartolomeo to react swiftly. Greed then burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Fool, do you take him for a simpleton? Picking his nose? Why not suggest that he got it while carelessly scraping his face without a mirror?" As these words left his lips, a whirlwind began to swirl around Crocodile, and the ground beneath them began to slowly crack, revealing patches of sand. "Hey, you wouldn't actually contemplate erupting here, would you? Such an outburst would surely tarnish your heroic image before the public." Little Rain let out a soft, enigmatic chuckle, her tone laced with intrigue. However, at that moment, Crocodile maintained his composure, his voice growing even colder. "No," he asserted, "such words only serve to underscore my status as a hero. You are, after all, the notorious pirates of the Little Rain pirate crew, each with bounties reaching into the hundreds of millions. Should I eliminate you here? Even if the entire city were to perish, the blame would undoubtedly fall upon you when reported to the Navy." Xiao Yu tilted her head in contemplation, and it indeed seemed to be the case. The 7 warlords of the sea, a position established by the government, could be regarded as semi-governmental figures. Moreover, one could assert that he had indeed led him here to engage in battle. Upon this realization, even Grid felt that this individual possessed the qualities of a person capable of great accomplishments and remarkable composure. Is this what constitutes the pinnacle of combat prowess and the rarefied circles of power? As Xiao Yu pouted, she realized that fighting here was indeed impossible. It seemed she had no choice but to escape for now. With this thought, her previously crossed arms suddenly extended, conjuring a powerful technique towards Crocodile, sand-binding coffin. Instantly, Crocodile found himself enveloped in a torrent of sand. In that moment, his mind appeared to stall, fully aware of the sand's power. Yet, how could this be? Hadn't he consumed the sand fruit? Was there truly another sand fruit in existence? In the moment of Crocodile's bewilderment, Xiao Yu swiftly absorbed Grid and Bartle, propelling herself upwards to unleash an enormous Rinnegan against the ceiling. The entire casino erupted with a resounding crash, leaving everyone in the hall momentarily stunned. The individuals who had just entered the VIP room were sent flying out, fleeing the premises. Amidst the chaos, Crocodile emerged, a grim expression on his face as he seized a staff member who had attempted to report the situation. "Which direction did those individuals go?" he demanded in a low voice. Although the staff member appeared somewhat frightened, he pointed in a direction. Crocodile immediately transformed into sand and pursued the indicated path. What was happening? Had the Xiao Yu pirate crew clashed with Crocodile? It was evident that these pirates were deliberately provoking him. Otherwise, how could they consistently win here? Nonetheless, it seemed that even a pirate with a bounty exceeding 300 million was no match for Crocodile. Indeed, it appears these fellows are merely fortunate. Robin emerged from a corner, softly stating, "Is it truly just luck? Crocodile might not even be able to win this time." A chuckle escaped her lips as she too followed in pursuit. Crocodile moved with incredible speed, transforming into sand and pursuing like a tempest. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu and her companions had no intention of fleeing, pausing only when they reached the desert. With a sly grin, she addressed Grid, "This battle is yours. However, it's possible you might only achieve a stalemate. This opponent possesses formidable cunning and strength, far from an ordinary henchman." Grid's clawed gauntlet twitched slightly as he replied with a low chuckle, "Fear not, I've taken note of this fellow's abilities. Moreover, I possess sea prism stone claws." As soon as he finished speaking, Crocodile appeared, unleashing the desert diamond blade towards Xiao Yu. The desert seemed to split as if cleaved by an immense blade. In an instant, Grid positioned himself before Xiao Yu, slamming his hands onto the ground. With a resounding thud, the desert diamond blade was halted by the steel wall he created. Crocodile furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring, as captain, "Are you still unwilling to engage? Then I shall deal with this individual first." Grid rose slowly, his body beginning to carbonize, coldly laughing. "What a remarkable technique. It can even deform this alloy forged from subterranean metals. I find myself increasingly excited." As he laughed, he leaped towards Crocodile, his claws aimed at the latter's vital points. While Crocodile's martial prowess was not particularly extraordinary, his golden hook and the timely sandstorm were sources of frustration for Grid. The sandstorm could sweep Grid away in an instant, wasting precious time, even if it caused little harm. After being ejected from the sandstorm for the second time, Grid's irritation peaked. He discarded the sea prism stone claws and slammed his palms onto the ground. Instantly, dozens of sharp steel spikes shot up from the desert, resembling spears. In a flash, several massive spears, each several meters in diameter, pierced Crocodile's body, yet he merely transformed into sand. At that moment, a whirlwind formed behind Grid, coalescing into Crocodile S shape as he shouted, "Crescent sand dune." A crescent-shaped wave of sand surged towards Grid, but he merely smirked, a hint of amusement gracing his features. Simultaneously, the sea prism stone claws he had discarded were suddenly enveloped by two steel hands, seizing Crocodile's shoulder. "At last, I have you." He laughed heartily. In an instant, the grasp penetrated Crocodile's shoulder. Yet, even in this situation, Crocodile swiftly executed a retreat, causing Grid's attack to misfire. Instead of piercing his heart, Grid's strike ended up in Crocodile's other shoulder. At this juncture, Xiao Yu interjected, "Well done, you have defeated Crocodile. This strength is surely a testament to your efforts over the past few months." With a swift motion, Grid withdrew his hand, reverting to his original state. As he shed the carbonization, he remarked, "The power of elemental fruits is astonishing. Were it not for my observation haki allowing me to evade the attacks in the sandstorm, I might have truly struggled." Cracking his neck, he glanced at the coughing, visibly injured Crocodile. Fortunately, this fellow's haki isn't particularly strong, otherwise, I might not have been his match. Crocodile scoffed, "I never imagined I would be defeated by you." He shot a glance at Xiao Yu, clearly displaying a defiant spirit, seemingly unwilling to beg for mercy and even yearning for another round. "Crocodile, though I am unaware of what transpired, one thing is certain. Trust among comrades is paramount. It is precisely because I trust Grid that I allowed him to engage you in battle. This trust enables one to unleash even greater power." Xiao Yu smiled softly as she withdrew the claws embedded in Crocodile's shoulder, the sharp talons having fully pierced his flesh. "Of course, you were overconfident. Had you understood Grid's observation haki and abilities, you might have devised a strategy against him," she continued, a hint of amusement in her voice. "Grid, do not feel disheartened. This is merely a fact. After all, this fellow's elemental transformation means you cannot grasp him. Moreover, even with the sea prism stone gloves, if you cannot land a hit, it would be futile, unless your armament haki reaches a formidable level, allowing you to foresee his movements and engage effectively. This time was indeed merely luck. After all, this individual is unaware of your capabilities." Little Rain gently patted Grid's shoulder and whispered to him before taking flight towards the rain-soaked ground. Grid grunted, yet warmth filled his heart at that moment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue, Crocodile, observing the three figures departing, let out a cold snort and rose to his feet, vowing, "Should we cross paths again, I shall uncover the full extent of your abilities." He then trudged toward the rain-soaked earth with effort. Not far off, Robin furrowed her brow and remarked softly, "Such formidable strength, capable of vanquishing Crocodile. Although I am unaware of your abilities, I gleaned a glimpse from your recent maneuvers." With that, she too began to walk slowly toward the rain-soaked ground. Chapter 47. Tina is very angry under the scorching sun. The group returned to the penguin ship. At this moment, Little Rain and his comrades had been in Alabasta for nearly half a month. The spoils of this period had been quite fruitful. For instance, they had acquired no less than 30 barrels of crude oil. Furthermore, during the rain banquet, they had triumphantly won 200 million berries. Such bountiful gains naturally stirred excitement among the entire crew, with Grid being the most exhilarated. As the one who had defeated Crocodile, he was preoccupied with reminiscing about the details of their battle, diligently summing up his combat experiences. This situation was distinct from that of alchemists, for the powers of those devil fruits were indeed fearsome, just as Little Rain had remarked following their victory. Fortunately, Crocodile's haki was not overwhelmingly potent. It seems he did not focus on honing it at all. If Crocodile had harnessed formidable haki, coupled with his abilities, he could have undoubtedly bested Grid. After all, Grid did not possess the proficiency to wield alchemy without physical contact, and his divine powers seemed inaccessible as well. If only he could utilize them directly and perform alchemy without hand gestures, perhaps he could decisively triumph over Crocodile. Contemplating this, Grid felt invigorated once more. Just wait. Once I attain even greater strength, everything I desire will fall into my grasp. He laughed heartily, resembling a fool at the bow of the ship. Little Rain, however, chose to dampen his spirits. "Hey, you fool. If you keep laughing like that, others might think you're simple-minded." Instantly, Grid's laughter was quelled, and he cast an odd glance at Little Rain, his eyes brimming with a fierce battle spirit. "Why not have a spar? You've just acquired new abilities, after all. It's the perfect opportunity for a test. No need. Without my new abilities, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. With that, Grid retreated to the training room to refine his alchemy skills. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere aboard the Penguin ship, 10 warships glided slowly towards the bay's exit, their crews peering through binoculars fixed on the Penguin ship. Colonel Tina, those fellows seem prepared to depart, a sergeant reported loudly after saluting. At that moment, Tina slightly furrowed her brow, her voice laced with coldness. The undying warrior Grid has managed to defeat Crocodile. It appears we must tread carefully this time. How could a mere band of newcomers not only defeat Smoker, but now have a vice captain capable of overcoming Crocodile? Surely, this must be an exaggeration. After taking a deep drag from her cigarette, she scoffed, "Smoker, I shall avenge you." With that, she swept her gloved arm dramatically, directing the 10 warships towards the Penguin ship, maneuvering them to flank it. This intelligence had arrived 3 days prior from an informant in Alabasta, who reported that Little Rain's crew had triumphed over Crocodile. However, the informant had little else to share, only that Crocodile returned grievously injured. Following that, Little Rain's crew had vanished from sight. Thus, the 10 warships had lingered, awaiting the appearance of Little Rain's pirate crew. On the 4th day, they finally spotted the Penguin ship resurfacing from beneath the waves. This revelation incensed Tina. She had not anticipated their concealment beneath the sea. No wonder the pirate ship had eluded detection. Aboard the Penguin ship, nearly everyone noticed the approaching warships, especially Little Rain, who simply smiled faintly. "Is everything prepared? We might not encounter an island for over a week," Little Rain inquired of Muse and Axe. Currently, the logistics of the ship had fallen to them. "All set, Captain." However, regarding these warships, Muse replied, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Barto, Muse, Axe, along with Anna, Little Pig, and Jolena, you are all tasked with handling this. Do you truly believe we need to intervene against a mere fleet led by a single colonel?" Little Rain stated matter-of-factly. Anna and Jolena exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to sheer disbelief, their hair nearly standing on end. "Are you jesting? This is a fleet of 10 warships, and there's a colonel among them. How could you expect us to fight?" Anna exclaimed, her tone fiercely reprimanding, reminiscent of an overbearing caretaker. Xiao Yu smiled faintly and slowly lifted the water bottle from her waist to sip. Those who understood were well aware that the vessel contained neither wine nor spirits, but rather sweet milk or perhaps sour milk. This captain only indulged in a small amount of alcohol during banquets, preferring tea or yogurt for the majority of the time. "Jolena, you've acquired the speed fruit. If harnessed effectively, such a fruit could enhance your power to an astonishing degree. Do you truly wish to spend your life merely toiling in the kitchen? Although your culinary skills are commendable, without the culinary creations of Kiambingwei, you might still be rather inexperienced." Casting a glance at the somewhat fearful Jolena, she then turned her attention to Anna. "And you? Do you think that being the ship's doctor exempts you from combat? This is a pirate ship, not a naval vessel. Even as the ship's doctor, you must be prepared to fight. At the very least, you should possess the ability to defend yourself." With that, Anna found herself unable to refute. Ultimately, she seized the Little Pig. "You scoundrel, as a natural-type user of the steam fruit, how can you not fight? If you continue like this, I shall certainly cook you and consume you." Instantly, the Little Pig scampered away, its forehead glistening with sweat, clearly on the verge of tears. This expression elicited hearty laughter from Muse and AKS. Just then, 10 naval ships had completely surrounded the Penguin. Tina, with one foot resting on the railing, flicked the ash from her cigarette, a slight smirk gracing her lips. "Smoker, you have always claimed that our level is not a match for such pirates. Today, Tina shall prove you wrong." As she spoke, before she could finish her laughter, 2 of the naval ships were struck by beams of light, igniting and slowly sinking into the sea. At that moment, the smoke from Tina's cigarette nearly fell from her lips. With another thunderous roar, 2 more ships erupted in flames. Tina, now realizing the situation, discovered that 4 of their ships had already sunk. At that moment, even Tina felt a pang of confusion. What on earth were those beams of light? Could it be Kizaru? What a joke! How could Kizaru possibly be aboard a pirate ship? Immediately dispatched 2 ships to rescue the personnel. The rest, charge ahead. Engage in close combat. Tina's voice rang out clearly, and upon hearing the command, the officer promptly began relaying orders. The beams of light did not fire again. However, as Tina's ship approached the Penguin, 2 beams shot forth once more. With a resounding boom, the shockwave from the impact forced Tina to shield her face with her hands. Damn it! What kind of power is this, to move so swiftly? We scarcely have time to react. Aboard the Penguin, Anna clapped her hands joyously with Jolena. Ha ha ha. We hit them. The Navy isn't so terrifying after all. Upon hearing this, even Xiao Yu broke into a cold sweat. What a folly. You are attacking those ships with the vessel's intelligence system. Do you truly believe you could aim accurately based on your own strength? At that moment, AKS and Muse exchanged glances of helplessness. In just 3 minutes, 6 naval ships had sunk. However, 2 of the ships had maneuvered to either side of the Penguin. Almost all the naval soldiers erupted into action, some raising their guns while others brandished longswords. At this moment, Tina was the angriest. Without understanding the circumstances, they had lost 6 ships. Even a colonel would bear the blame for such a disastrous outcome, and they had captured not a single one of the pirates. Tina is infuriated with the Xiao Yu pirate crew. Tina stood at the bow, gritting her teeth. Just as she finished speaking, a sudden sense of danger washed over her. Instinctively, she rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the flash of steam emitted by the little pig. As it passed through 2 naval soldiers, they were scalded as if cooked, emitting smoke. A pig? Tina, just regaining her footing, was momentarily stunned. After a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, she activated her fruit ability. Her hands transformed into 2 massive shackles that swiftly encircled the little pig, and she hissed, "Anything I pass through will be bound." Upon hearing this, the little pig wobbled before transforming into steam once more. At that moment, even Tina was taken aback. Well done, little pig. On the other side, the speedy Jolena gave a thumbs up to the little pig. Meanwhile, 2 soldiers behind her lunged at Jolena. "I'm out of here." As soon as she spoke, the 2 naval soldiers were left in stunned silence. The little girl they knew had vanished. When she reappeared, both soldiers found themselves airborne. Jolena scratched her head sheepishly, muttering, "I was so nervous that I lost control. Damn it." Tina's cigarette was nearly bitten in half, just as she attempted to ensnare the little pig once more. A bullet hole suddenly appeared at her feet, and AKS smiled as he blew the smoke from his sniper rifle. It dawned on Tina that in less than 5 minutes, 2 ships and nearly 300 men had all fallen to the ground. Among them, several trembled, their hands shaking, paralyzed by fear. As the light rain gleamed with a haughty smile, he quietly remarked, "Did Smoker not inform you that we are entirely on different levels? Even our ship's logistical personnel would easily outmatch you." With a flourish of his hand, he commanded, "Set sail." Watching the distant Penguin ship fade from view, Tina, her hands clapping with fury, bellowed, "Just wait. I will certainly capture you." At that moment, Tina was seething with anger. "Oh, it would be best if you were with Smoker when that time comes. Otherwise, based on mere words, you may not even be my match." With his back turned, Xiao Yu shook his arm and declared loudly. Chapter 48. Destination: Gaia Island. In a certain sea area of the Grand Line, the Penguin ship lay anchored. All aboard were fixated on the machine on the deck. This was a vessel long plundered, seemingly over a century old. Xiao Yu scrutinized the extent of the rust and cracks. Grid coughed dismissively, retorting, "How do you know? Stop boasting. That was merely luck." Upon hearing this, only Bartolomeo shot Grid a glare, while the others pretended not to hear. "However, our record pointer always points upward, which means we cannot find it at all. What shall we do now?" Qianbei furrowed his brow, wiping sweat from his forehead, expressing a sense of helplessness. Meanwhile, everyone turned their gaze toward Xiao Yu. Clearly, he was the only one who could decide their next destination. Xiao Yu appeared to be waiting for something. Rubbing his chin, he murmured, "We have been in this sea area for 3 days now. How could there not be any creatures around? Also, the reason your pointer is directed upward is that there is a sky island above." "A sky island? Are you jesting?" Qianbei looked incredulous. Each time Xiao Yu mentioned the existence of a sky island 10,000 meters above, Qianbei remained skeptical. Now, Xiao Yu wished for Qianbei to steer the ship upward. Yet, at that altitude, the ship's flight capabilities were insufficient. They would either need to construct a small aircraft to ascend. However, with Qianbei's current abilities, he could likely only produce a 4-seater craft. Just Muse alone would occupy 3 or 4 seats. Unlike before, Qianbei now seemed more interested in combat-type weaponry, showing little interest in other gadgets like transformation guns. Perhaps this was due to the nature of this world, which demanded combat, whereas the other world prioritized leisure. Indeed, if there are ascending sea currents here, we could utilize them to rise, Xiao Yu said, his brow furrowed with conviction. Grid playfully tapped Xiao Yu's head, confidently asserting, "Do not jest with us. If there were a sky island, how could we not see it? Moreover, how would anyone know of its existence from such heights?" At this, everyone nodded vigorously, gazing at Xiao Yu with a look of incredulity. The expression was so absurd that even Xiao Yu found it somewhat unbearable. If the first half of the grand line is as Kid described, filled with disbelief and joy akin to a paradise, the latter half could lead to dire consequences for those who dared not imagine. As his lips twitched slightly, just as he was about to reprimand the group, he suddenly sensed a pirate ship approaching from afar. Quickly, he activated his Rinnegan to gaze into the distance, stating, "Let's summon the scout. It appears we may have a chance at reaching the Sky Island." As the distant pirate ship drew closer, nearly everyone was left stunned, peering through the haze. Grid suddenly realized that this world possessed such technology. Is that a synthetic beast? He pondered, astonished by the revelation. Synthetic beast? What on earth is that? The others looked at Grid with puzzled expressions. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu burst into laughter, calling out to the pirate ship, "Are you the Ape Mountain Alliance's ape?" Upon hearing Xiao Yu's inquiry, the pirate crew froze momentarily. The ape, biting its finger, chuckled softly, "Indeed, it is I, the great ape. I never expected someone would praise me." Aside from Xiao Yu, the others were drenched in sweat. Was this fellow truly an ape? "Take me to your captain at once." Xiao Yu grinned widely, laughing heartily. However, his words caused the ape to frown, clearly perceiving Xiao Yu as someone intending to rob their captain of gold. In the next moment, the entire ape pirate crew was left dumbfounded. The ape suddenly flew towards Xiao Yu, colliding into his hand. Boom! The powerful punch landed squarely on the ape's head, resulting in a sizable bump. Simultaneously, a permanent compass guiding to Gaia Island was discovered on the ape. After fiddling with it, Xiao Yu shook his head, tossing the ape back. "See? Now we can head to Gaia Island to find someone. That individual will undoubtedly know the currents of the ascending sea. Ha ha, lads. We shall soon reach the Sky Island. Are you not thrilled?" Captain, are you certain there is a Sky Island?" "If Captain Xiao Yu says there is a Sky Island, there is definitely a Sky Island. Let us wait until then." As they watched the pirate ship sail away, the crew of the ape pirates finally reacted. They quickly helped the now unconscious ape, while one pirate seemed to have a sudden realization. Was that group just now the Xiao Yu pirate crew? One pirate hastily pulled out a bounty poster to check. Upon flipping to the relevant pages, his hands trembled violently. Could it be that they are indeed that crew? This is bad. If so, our captain is in danger. We must hurry back to inform him. But the ape captain is still unconscious. How do we return now? Hurry. Notify the Gorilla Grand Chief, or we will lose our way back. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, the round table was nearly filled with personnel, excluding the Shichibukai. Overall, all the naval advisors and power players were present. Sengoku slammed his hand on the table, scolding loudly. Are Smoker and Tina fools? How dare they pursue that lad alone? This is severely tarnishing the Navy's reputation. Indeed, within just a month and a half, reports surfaced of Smoker being bested by Xiao Yu in the square of Loketown, and Tina losing 6 warships in an instant. Such accounts significantly embarrassed the Navy. Furthermore, the Xiao Yu pirate crew exhibited no unusual behavior. It was merely the Navy seeking trouble and ending up in a debacle. The other naval advisors and influential figures remained silent, not uttering a word. At the very least, during times of anger, it is not appropriate to confront one another. Sengoku let out a light sigh and murmured, "However, if we allow them to act without restraint, it will bring disgrace upon the government." After all, although we reported that he escaped from Carp, it seems that even Crocodile is no match for him. The moment Crocodile was mentioned, a large hashtag appeared on Sengoku's forehead. Fortunately, no one witnessed his duel. Otherwise, his title as one of the 7 warlords would have been directly revoked. That little brat's strength is growing ever stronger. Perhaps I should just capture him myself. The previously silent Akainu furrowed his brow slightly before speaking up. Meanwhile, Akiji and Kizuru exchanged expressions that suggested agreement with his proposal. "No, it is not yet the right time. That fellow's ship can both fly and dive underwater. Ever since Tina was cast aside by that brat, we have had no leads on their whereabouts. However, if there are any clues, you must go investigate," Sengoku stated with a stern expression, feeling somewhat helpless. At that moment, Carp suddenly began munching on some rice crackers, quietly asserting if that guy and all his crew were to join forces, it's possible that even Akainu might not stand a chance. Upon hearing this, a large hashtag appeared on Sengoku's forehead. His lips twitched slightly, harboring an impulse to strike someone. "Oh, are you saying that even Sakazuki might not be able to handle them, Mr. Carp? Are you jesting with us?" Kazara quipped with a grin. Simultaneously, Akainu seemed to frown, directing a piercing gaze at Carp. This old man was the only one who had faced that brat directly, and everyone present was aware of Carp's formidable strength. If he said such a thing, it might indeed hold some truth. Carp, what nonsense are you spouting? That brat could never be a match for Sakazuki. Have you damaged your brain with those rice crackers? Sengoku angrily snatched the package of crackers from Carp. Carp merely shrugged. The last move that Little Rain executed during our fight was quite powerful. Perhaps he might not be Sakazuki's opponent. However, the Undying Warrior's peculiar ability remains a mystery to us. It has been over 3 months. Do you really believe their strength hasn't improved? You should remember that when they fought desperately, they nearly injured me when they all worked together. Now that they have solidified their strength over these past 3 months, their abilities surely haven't diminished. At the very least, they should have gained the capacity to control their final desperate moves. Given this, do you truly think Sakazuki alone has the strength to contend with their entire crew? Upon hearing this, all the vice admirals and admirals fell into deep contemplation. Based on Carp's assertion, it indeed seemed precarious. I have the navy at my disposal to besiege his subordinates. If I can quickly deal with that brat, it should not be a problem. Akainu's voice was cold and resolute. Akiji, peering from behind his sunglasses, exuded an air of disdain. Well, Sakazuki can give it a try. Besides, it's only been 3 months. How strong could that brat possibly become? Carp, you are overthinking this. Now, let us quickly issue orders to locate that brat. After Sengoku issued his command, he stood up and exited the conference room. However, the worry in his eyes was hard to conceal. He feared that, as Carp posited, that brat's strength would have once again escalated. Initially, he already possessed the power of a quasi-admiral. Should he improve further, he might well become an existence akin to an admiral. This would herald the emergence of yet another formidable pirate. Chapter 49, Magic Valley Town. Upon the arrival of the penguin ship at Magic Valley Town, nearly everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief, gazing at the individuals disembarking from the vessel with expressions of astonishment. As Little Rain and his crew strolled through the streets, the crowd parted to make way for them. Some began to whisper amongst themselves. Hey, are those the strongest newcomers from the recent newspapers, the Little Rain Pirates? A scruffy-faced man inquired of a nearby slender fellow. The slender man promptly slapped the scruffy man's forehead, admonishing, "You fool, don't speak so loudly. If they hear you, you might just die. These guys can easily overpower the Navy." This hushed conversation caused Little Rain to furrow his brow slightly. He then reached out and suddenly grasped an individual who appeared to be a pirate. "Ah, great leader, I'm just a pirate. I swear I will never be a pirate again. Please, spare me," the pirate pleaded loudly. Upon hearing this, even Muse and Aksu couldn't help but twitch their lips in amusement. "Fool, who is trying to kill you? Just tell us where the best restaurant in Magic Valley Town is, and take us there immediately. Otherwise, ha ha ha." Little Rain chuckled darkly before releasing the trembling pirate. The pirate, shivering, led them to the finest restaurant in Magic Valley Town. Upon their arrival, Little Rain was indeed taken aback by the breathtaking scenery. It was akin to a seaside resort in Hainan. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he slapped the pirate, sending him flying. Simultaneously, Anna and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. They had never stayed in such a seaside restaurant, and the scenery was entirely different from Alabasta. "Haha, where's the boss? Hurry and come out. I want to book this entire restaurant." Little Rain joyfully shouted as he dashed inside. At that moment, a giant towering over 3 meters appeared, wearing a captain's hat. His right eye was obscured by a black patch, and behind him trailed a dozen henchmen, each emitting cold chuckles. "Who are these little brats blocking my way? Don't they know?" The giant scowled, drawing a sword from his waist, seemingly intent on cleaving Little Rain in two. Behind him, Chibin and his cohorts followed closely, and beside Chibin stood a trembling individual. Upon seeing the 3-meter giant, he visibly paled. Meanwhile, Little Rain's expression darkened. "It seems we are dealing with some ignorant fools. Since you don't recognize us, I suppose I must teach you a lesson." As Xiao Yu's voice faded, her hand had already pressed upon the giant's head. With a resounding thud, the ground cracked and sank beneath them. Simultaneously, the colossal figure seemed to convulse a few times before falling still. Lord Fick, with a bounty of 32 million berries, was instantly vanquished. The body of Shibaikido trembled even more violently. Little Yu let out a cold laugh, remarking, "A bounty of 32 million berries. And yet he dares to act so arrogantly with us. It seems our recent actions have been rather too lenient." With that, he slowly turned towards Shibaikido. At that moment, Shibaikido finally grasped the situation and cast a glance at Gelid and the others. "The Little Rain pirate crew?" Shibaikido stammered, nearly at a loss for words. Upon hearing Shibaikido's words, the lackeys around him began to tremble in fear. "Humph, This place is under the control of the Little Rain pirate crew. Do you have any objections? Little Yu shot a glance at the quaking pirates and quietly inquired. No, please go ahead. Please, esteemed guests, come inside. Shibaikido was the quickest to react, rushing over to Little Yu's side and gesturing for him to enter. As light rain fell, Xiao Yu followed the ever-shaking waiter directly into the bustling restaurant. However, upon their entrance, an immediate hush enveloped the room. A figure resembling a journalist swiftly aimed their camera at Xiao Yu and her companions, capturing several rapid shots. What is happening? A hint of confusion knitted Xiao Yu's brow as she turned to glance at the photographers, initially taken aback. The photographers quickly suppressed their trepidation and approached Xiao Yu and her group. Greetings, Captain Xiao Yu. I am a reporter from the Shambadi newspaper. May I conduct an interview? The moment those words were uttered, nearly all the pirates present recoiled in alarm, some abandoning their belongings altogether as they hastily fled outside, as if fearing imminent death. Such a reaction was beyond even greed's expectations. Could their intimidation hold such profound sway? It seemed that during their time in Alabasta, the situation had never escalated to this extent. Of course, in Alabasta, the formidable presence of the warlord crocodile had instilled a sense of security among the populace, who, despite their fear, felt reassured by the warlord's oversight and dared not act recklessly. However, this island was markedly different. After all, they had already traversed a significant distance. And as a small island for respite, it scarcely boasted a naval presence. Moreover, these were pirates whose bounties collectively exceeded 1 billion, even in the New World. They would be a force to reckon with, let alone in this lesser region. Upon hearing the word interview, Anna's eyes brightened instantly. She seized the reporter's arm and led her toward a sunlit balcony. If we're to have an interview, we must choose a well-lit spot, she exclaimed, pulling out a mirror as if to touch up her appearance. Meanwhile, Qianbing's eyes transformed into hearts as he eagerly made his way toward the direction of the reporter. Dear reporter, how could an interview be complete without me, the genius scientist? Ha ha ha. You must be unaware that my technology is so sought after that even the government seeks to court my favor. Xiao Yu and Grid exchanged a glance, their lips twitching slightly. Did these individuals truly have such an insatiable desire for fame? As Xiao Yu pondered this, Grid had already begun to stride towards that direction. With each step, he remarked, Miss Reporter, perhaps you are more inclined to explore the might of the undying warrior Grid? Let us commence our tale from the encounter with that fool, Carp. As the gentle rain fell, Xiao Yu turned around to exchange a glance with Bartle. Just as she was about to approach Muse and the others for a conversation, she noticed that Muse and AKS had joined Jolena and the little pig to join in the revelry. A slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Xiao Yu slapped her forehead and promptly took Bartle by the hand, heading towards the streets outside. Little Bart, let us take a leisurely stroll. This place has left me feeling somewhat insignificant. Bartle nodded vigorously, and together they ambled towards the town. Mag Valley Town, it must be said, is indeed a haven for pirates. Everywhere one looked, there were pirate ships. Some establishments had even chosen to set up shop here specifically due to the pirate presence. Moreover, the pirates in town seemed to adhere to a certain code of conduct. While skirmishes between pirates were not uncommon, they rarely harmed innocent civilians. After all, they needed the townspeople to ensure their own stay here. In stark contrast to Xiao Yu's leisurely demeanor, the docks were abuzz with a group of pirates, their eyes gleaming with avarice as they fixated on the Penguin, the ship of Xiao Yu's crew. They had just discovered that everyone had ventured into town, likely resting at the tropical Grand Hotel. This place is certainly devoid of anyone, Captain, whispered a tall pirate clad in a shirt. The pirate he referred to as Captain, although of similar height to Xiao Yu, appeared rather portly, almost as if afflicted by some ailment of obesity. With a smirk, his bushy beard quivering slightly, he murmured, regardless of the bounty or strength, they are merely newcomers. Their ship remains here, unattended. Ha ha ha, I've heard they robbed a noble. Just imagine the fortune. With that, the pirates surged towards the Penguin, casting their hooks and swiftly scaling the vessel with the dexterity of seasoned thieves. However, as the last pirate clambered aboard, he found the others standing there, frozen in bewilderment, as if they were statues, not venturing into the cabin. Is everyone here? A disembodied voice echoed, paralyzing them with fear. They knew this was the ship of the most formidable newcomer pirates. Could those infamous figures still be aboard? At this thought, trepidation coursed through them. But in the next instant, they were rendered speechless as a spherical object, nearly 3 meters in diameter, suddenly materialized, floating ominously in midair. One side bore luminous eyes and a mouth resembling that of a cannon. Ah, it seems everyone has arrived, murmured Battlebot number 2, and in an instant, Twin laser cannons flashed to life, aimed directly at the pirates. The appearance of the lasers caused the pirates to blink in disbelief. Yet, as they turned towards the few at the center, they clutched their hearts or throats, collapsing slowly to the ground. That singular strike had pierced through a dozen of them. The pirates' morale shattered, and they turned to leap off the ship. Nevertheless, BattleBot number 2 unleashed a barrage of lasers. And in the astonished gaze of all present at the docks, the once notorious flying squirrel pirate crew lay sprawled upon the ground. Honestly, I still have to tidy up these bodies, BattleBot number 2 muttered to itself. Chapter 50. Preparing to enter Sky Island after 3 days of indulgent rest at the Tropical Grand Hotel. The crew reluctantly followed Xiao Yu to the small house where Kulik resided. However, upon their first sight of the abode, Qian Biwei and the others felt a flicker of joy. It resembled a seaside villa. Yet, once they disembarked, their expressions soured. This guy is truly obsessed with appearances. Across from them, Kulik and the members of the Monkey Mountain Coalition stared at Xiao Yu and her companions, bewildered. Particularly, the anthropoid suddenly pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Yu, exclaiming, "It is this scoundrel who stole my permanent log pose for Gaia Island." Kulik furrowed his brow slightly, rising slowly. "You are the crew of Xiao Yu, are you not? What brings you here?" With a playful smile, Xiao Yu tossed the permanent pointer to the ape and softly said, "I wish to ride the ascending sea current to the Sky Island, so I seek your assistance. We cannot locate the underwater volcano, nor do we possess a precise location. I trust you can find it. Although there are guide birds on this island, they undeniably have fixed positions. As long as they accompany us, it will alleviate much of our troubles. As for Qianbingwei, he seems particularly adept at crafting machinery and weaponry. However, he appears utterly ignorant of sonar technology. Sky Island, do you truly believe in its existence?" The glimmer in Kulik's eyes flickered briefly. Yet the urgency in his expression moved Xiao Yu. This fellow is indeed a determined individual. Nodding slightly, she replied with a smile, "Of course I believe. Many have ventured to the Sky Island. It's simply that they did not take this route. By the way, as a descendant of Rolando, you must have conducted some research on it. Now, please lead us to the location of the ascending sea current. The rest, I shall handle myself. In return for your assistance, I will strike the grand golden bell in the sky, and you shall witness our shadow. This should help you fulfill your wishes, right?" Upon hearing this, even Kulik was momentarily taken aback. After 3 or 4 minutes, when everyone presumed Kulik would decline, he suddenly erupted into hearty laughter. Then, with a vigorous nod, he exclaimed, "Though I am unsure how you know my origins, your choice to trust me is the greatest assistance you could offer. However, I believe you understand the dangers that lie ahead." Little Rain nodded and chuckled. "Of course, I know. In fact, our ship can soar through the skies. However, it cannot ascend to great heights. Thus, we need to catch an upward current for a while. Now, it is almost 7 o'clock, and I believe you should be able to swiftly take us over, right?" After a brief nod, Kurik waved his hand towards the united army of the apes, prompting everyone to board the vessel. Simultaneously, Kurik climbed aboard the gorilla's ship. "You must have captured the guide birds, right?" Kurik inquired softly from the bow of the ship. A subtle smile graced Xiao Yu's lips, and in an instant, Battle Lord number 2 seized a guiding bird and soared towards the gorilla's vessel. After delivering it to Kurik, he returned to his own ship. Meanwhile, aboard the Penguin, preparations were in full swing. "Let us set sail," Kurik exclaimed with a joyful grin. Xiao Yu burst into laughter, gesturing widely as he echoed, "Onward, my little ones." The 3 ships sped swiftly towards the southern waters. In less than 3 hours, the leading vessel began to decelerate. Kurik then shouted towards the Penguin, "I have located the position. It lies at 12 o'clock, less than 500 meters away." "Thank you." Xiao Yu waved his hand and commanded the ship to head in that direction. Simultaneously, Qianbingwei began to murmur, Xiao Yu, do you genuinely believe in Sky Islands? If they existed, why have we never heard of them?" Gride, crossing his arms, snorted disdainfully before stating, "Even if this world is indeed peculiar, my belief in the existence of Sky Islands remains unfathomable. I find myself somewhat convinced. For we have indeed encountered maps of Sky Islands in the past on the Grand Line," Muse whispered, to which AKS nodded slightly in agreement. With a playful smirk, Xiao Yu perched herself upon the head of the Penguin. Squinting her eyes and gazing skyward, she exclaimed, "Look, the sky is growing darker." Then, turning to Grid, she inquired, "By the way, how is your mastery of observation hockey coming along? This time, you may encounter someone with an exceptionally formidable prowess in it." Someone with extraordinary observation hockey? Hee hee. I find myself filled with anticipation," Grid responded with a mischievous grin. Hey, are you truly so certain of the existence of Sky Islands? Chiabi questioned, clearly puzzled by Grid's unwavering confidence, as if he had completely disregarded the words just spoken. Xiao Yu smiled and nodded, saying, it's just that you, my dear friend, lack the capability to construct a spacecraft that could soar to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Otherwise, we wouldn't need to trouble them. Humph. It's easy for you to say. Do you truly believe that creating a spacecraft is a trivial endeavor? In this world, there are no references to guide us. Moreover, there exists no engine available for research that could fabricate this penguin vessel. It is entirely my own ingenuity. Qian Bingwei gritted his teeth, exuding an air of disdain. Anna, with her arms crossed, bore an expression of disbelief. To be honest, Xiao Yu, do you not sense that the entire ocean surface seems to be in motion? Upon her utterance, nearly everyone turned their gaze towards the sea. Suddenly, a colossal sea creature was drawn into a swirling vortex, and concurrently, the penguin vessel followed suit. In that instant, Qian Bingwei trembled and shouted, Battle Lord number 2, immediately submerged the ship to the ocean floor. Fool, that is not advisable. If we dive to the bottom, we might miss this updraft, Xiao Yu quickly interjected, halting Battle Lord number 2 in the control room. Simultaneously, the chakra on his feet manifested, anchoring him to the deck, while the others, save for Grid and Jiaozi, were flung about, clutching onto ropes and railings, rendered immobile. After a mere 3 or 4 minutes, the vortex vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. Perhaps this whirlpool had been in motion for quite some time, only just now reaching this proximity. The surface of the ocean gradually settled, and the sky darkened ominously. What is happening? Qian Bingwei inquired, scratching his head in confusion. Meanwhile, Anna exhaled a sigh of relief, as though she felt finally safe. Little Yu chuckled softly as she pulled up the already weak-kneed Anna and Jolina, whispering, the rising current is about to arrive. Once it does, we can ride it directly to the White Sea. No sooner had she spoken than a bubbling sound seemed to emanate from beneath the entire ship. In that instant, a colossal column of water erupted into the sky. Such an immense surge was beyond even Little Yu's capabilities to manipulate with gravity, let alone withstand its force. What? Are we ascending? The roaring wind stung their cheeks as Anna and Jolina were firmly grasped by Little Yu, preventing them from tumbling off the vessel as it was swept towards the water column. Of course, they were currently airborne. Oh, we're moving quite swiftly, Little Yu exclaimed, holding Anna with one hand and Jolina with the other, bursting into laughter. Meanwhile, Bart clung desperately to the zipper of his room, striving to maintain his balance. Just then, the entire ship seemed to tilt precariously. Above the Penguin, a Sea King, exceeding 60 meters in size, crashed down. Little Yu, feeling somewhat vexed, handed Anna and Jolina over to Bart and then, with both hands, unleashed a powerful gravitational force against the Sea King, hurling it to the side. When witnessing the sight of the Sea King plummeting, even Grid was momentarily taken aback, a sense of trepidation creeping into his heart. They had ascended nearly 2,000 meters in an instant. Normally, such an altitude would be manageable while aboard a ship. However, the Penguin, crafted by Sanbei, could only reach a maximum elevation of 1,000 meters above the sea. Beyond that, it seemed the engines could not sustain further ascent. What they were experiencing now was entirely due to the rising current, a height that was beyond their control. In that moment, Grid felt an intensified desire for greater power. At this juncture, Little Yu issued a command, Battleship number 2, immediately lower the sails. With this updraft, we can surge upwards in an instant. Amidst her laughter, the dual sails unfurled, catching the rising air and propelling the ship forward at an even greater speed. It appeared that the existence of Sky Islands was indeed a reality. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Grid's mouth. In the midst of laughter, Xiao Yu bore an expression tinged with longing. The Sky Island. Oh, the deity, Enel. I wonder if you are now capable of being my adversary? And those so-called priests, should they provoke my ire, I shall ensure they find themselves in dire straits. Chapter 51. Landing on the coast of the Sky Island upon the azure expanse of the White Sea, the deck of the Penguin ship was slick with water. Muse lay sprawled upon the ground, while Xiaobi fared little better. At that moment, Anna, her demeanor tinged with anxiety, retrieved a first aid kit and extracted a tube, which she promptly inserted into the mouths of Xiaobi and Muse. After taking a deep breath, she forcefully exhaled into the tube. It was only then that the two began to regain consciousness, breathing laboriously. This was the White Sea, soaring above 7,000 meters, where the air was exceedingly rarefied. Naturally, the oxygen levels were dismally low. Xiaobi, You ought to engage in some serious training. And you, Muse, do you not think you are rather overweight? Remarked Xiao Yu, casting a glance at Muse's barrel-like waist and rotund belly. At that moment, Glid suddenly leaped high into the air, executing a powerful kick in a particular direction, infused with an instant surge of carbonization. With a resounding thud, the masked figure was sent hurtling away, gliding rapidly across the clouds. Glid stood momentarily astounded. Who would have thought one could glide upon such clouds? Yet, considering that these clouds were supporting the penguin ship, he soon found solace in the thought. What Sandia warrior? I have only heard such a phrase. Moreover, this fellow is ascending. Glid shrugged, expressing his resignation. Xiao Yu certainly sensed it as well. Although she did not possess the innate observation haki like Grid, her ninja sensory abilities allowed her to perceive the surroundings with ease. The reason she refrained from taking action earlier was due to her knowledge of the Sandia warriors. Let us proceed in that direction. By the way, there's another fellow who should reveal himself soon. Are you waiting for us to bring you down? Xiao Yu remarked softly, directing her words towards the clouds above. As her voice echoed, an armored elder riding what appeared to be a celestial horse descended, landing directly on the deck. His brow furrowed as he scrutinized Xiao Yu and her companions. Do you possess the heartstring? The armored elder inquired in a hushed tone, maintaining a defensive posture, seemingly uneasy about their presence. Heartstring? What is that? Grid responded, momentarily taken aback, before turning to Xiao Yu. It was evident that if one was aware of the existence of an island in the sky, they should also have knowledge of what the heartstring entailed. Little Yu broke into a smile and exclaimed, You are the original deity of this, Gonfuer. Gonfuo was taken aback, and simultaneously, the knight's lance in his hand was aimed directly at Little Yu. However, the turmoil within Gonfua's heart was anything but calm. Did these Qinghai people possess some hidden knowledge? Or were they, in fact, denizens of the? As he pondered this, Little Yu suddenly appeared behind Gonfuer, gently patting him on the shoulder. Rest assured, we do not intend to seize the. We merely wish to encounter that fellow, Inel. Upon hearing these words, Gonfua gradually lowered his lance. Shall I guide you? You must understand, that man is akin to a true deity. Gonfuji appeared somewhat disheartened. Greed sneered. Akin to a god, you say? I have encountered genuine deities. My father was the one who drew down the very power of the gods. Turning to Little Yu, he added, could it truly be the abode of the gods? At this juncture, everyone turned their gazes towards Little Yu, for he was evidently the most knowledgeable about the. Not long ago, they had all doubted the existence of such a place. Well, how shall I put it? Here. The observation haki is what this old man referred to as heartline. Nevertheless, these fellows' observation haki is quite formidable. As for the god he mentioned, he is merely a user of the thunder fruit. However, his abilities are developed to a level comparable to that of Crocodile. Nay, he may even surpass him. After all, he wields a more potent lightning attribute. Xiao Yu furrowed her brow at this point. Although her instantaneous technique, enhanced by wind attribute chakra, approached the speed of lightning, she was uncertain how it truly compared to the real thing. Furthermore, that individual's observation haki was so formidable that it could encompass a full range of mental wave perception. She wondered if Grid's observation haki could rival that person's strength. Lightning attribute? Thunder fruit. Grid exclaimed in surprise, then growled in a somewhat furious manner. Humph. One day I shall acquire a devil fruit for thorough research. Well, if you succeed, could I borrow it for my own studies? Xian Biwei interjected, sitting up and grinning widely. Grid merely snorted in response, offering no reply. If you truly wish to seek Inel, I can guide you. However, for now, it would be prudent to enter the Sky Island first. We are merely in the White Sea here. Beyond this is the White Sea. Haha. If you are prepared to seek Inel, blow this whistle. Old Gon perched upon a creature that resembled a horse yet was not, soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, the others took their seats. All right, let us proceed to the Sky Island. After all, only there can we make the necessary preparations. By the way, Grid, might you consider seeking out that deity? It appears your divine power has yet to manifest fully. Oh, and considering your limited divine power, it hardly seems worthwhile. Xiao Yu chuckled heartily, squinting her eyes while cradling a cup of steaming milk. It remains a mystery why this fellow has such an unwavering fondness for milk. Fool, even if I have merely grasped a fragment of divine power, mastering it fully would certainly render your defeat an effortless task. You idiot, you imbecile, you utter fool. Greed erupted in a fit of rage. Thunderfruit, the power of lightning. If we were to be aboard a ship and suddenly struck by a bolt, I cannot help but shudder at the thought, exclaimed Qianbingwei. As Xiao Yu gazed at the slowly departing ship and the drifting clouds above, a soft chuckle escaped her lips. We are still far from matching the pinnacle of combat prowess in this world. To act at will, one must diligently train. True freedom can only be attained through personal strength, which grants genuine empowerment. Moreover, the Thunder Fruit is not invincible. I have prepared quite a few rubber outfits. Once donned, even lightning shall not hinder us. We can stand before it as if nothing were amiss. Upon hearing this, Qianbingwei clapped his hands in realization. Indeed, how did I not think of that? The power of lightning can be countered with rubber clothing. No wonder you had the foresight to prepare these. I initially thought they were for sun protection. Fool, do you really think rubber outfits protect against the sun? Xiao Yu's lips curled slightly, exuding a sense of resignation. As they spoke, they reached the threshold of the heavenly gate. Just as they entered, an elderly Amazonian woman appeared, snapping pictures of their group. Is this woman the gatekeeper? What kind of madness is this? Jiaozi's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, the old woman began to speak, but Xiao Yu interjected with a cold snort. Crossing her arms. We are pirates. How dare you threaten us? If you have the courage, go inform Enel. If you provoke me, I shall end you right here. Instantly. Her conqueror's haki surged forth, overwhelming the elderly woman and causing her to collapse, unconscious. Come now, she's just an old woman. Why bother with her? Anna scolded, irritation evident in her voice. Besides, she hasn't even finished her sentence. I've told you multiple times, this is the captain's head. You cannot strike it casually. Next time, I won't be so lenient. Xiao Yu retorted, her frustration boiling over. And this old hag is an extortionist. I discovered records indicating she alerted Enel to hunt down those who failed to pay her toll to enter the Sky Island. Really? Then why did you merely knock her out with haki? You should have killed her instead, Anna exclaimed in disbelief. Yet, everyone else seemed to accept this as a matter of course. Indeed, the most perilous of foes is often a woman. All right, Qianbingwei, let the ship ascend. We are about to enter the Sky Island. Xiao Yu laughed heartily, addressing Qianbingwei. At once, the ship lifted off, soaring into the air above the river. Although it could not reach altitudes beyond 2,000 meters, it provided a distinct advantage atop the Sky Island. With a burst of speed, they propelled upward, leveraging the river's mysterious currents, whether water or cloud, to soar higher. After 3 successive surges, they would reach the true heights of the 10,000-meter Sky Island. As the crew aboard the Penguin saw the coastline, astonishment enveloped them. Imagining it was one thing, witnessing it was another. How beautiful! Anna sighed, resting her chin on her hands as she sat on Xiao Yu's balcony, seemingly entranced. My interest grows ever more piqued. Greed chuckled, his fingers cracking with anticipation. A fierce resolve igniting within him. Captain Xiao Yu, indeed, following you is the right choice. Muses and AKS were nearly brought to tears, exhilarated by the thrill of such an adventure. Of course, Captain Xiao Yu is destined to become the Pirate King. Bartolomeo grinned proudly. Do you all not feel the sun is a tad too intense? And that lady seems to be on a collision course with our ship. Xiao Yu furrowed her brow, narrowing her eyes at a certain direction. Chapter 52. The Sky Island Enforcement Team not far from the Penguin, a vessel named Weiba was on a collision course with them. The crew turned their gazes towards Xiao Yu, realizing that only she could avert this disaster from such a distance. If greed attempted alchemy, it might damage the ship. Jiaozi would surely obliterate it with a single attack. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu could simply use her gravitational abilities to divert the approaching speedboat. Xiao Yu took a sip of hot milk and, after a faint smile, pointed towards the distant Weiba, exclaiming, Anilu, watch closely, for this move is the universal attraction. As her words fell, Weiba soared into the air. After spinning several times in the sky, it landed on the deck of the Penguin ship. The deck, forged entirely from superalloy, was a product of Grid's alchemical training at that time. In contrast to the lightweight wood of Weiba, the collision resulted in an instant shattering of the latter. Amidst the splintered wood, a woman slowly emerged, blood staining her knees. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she looked towards the crowd and realized she had fallen directly onto a pirate ship. Seeing the woman's injured knee, Anna immediately took out a medical kit to staunch her bleeding. Once fully bandaged, the woman stood and said, I apologize for the trouble I've caused. My name is Cornus. And thank you for the medicine. Oh, your name is Cornus. Ha ha ha. When we entered, we didn't pay any fees, so your god Anilu will undoubtedly send someone over shortly. If you're afraid, it would be best for you to leave the ship at once. This single remark caused Cornus to step back repeatedly. Anna was infuriated. She had just helped this person, and now this was how she was treated. Meanwhile, Senbei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Battle King No. 1 appeared behind Cornus. holding a rose in his mouth and speaking in a deep voice. "Beautiful angel, greetings. Who would have imagined we would meet in such lofty heights? Oh, your beauty resembles this sea of clouds, leading me to my true belonging." Grid and Xiao Yu slapped their cheeks in disbelief, internally shouting, "This old fool? Has he begun reciting that nonsensical poetry again? It's utterly embarrassing." Cornus's face flushed with a hint of shyness. In that instant, warmth welled up within Senbei. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Hey, Xiao Yu, Dumpling, and Grid, you all go fight Anilu. I shall protect Miss Cornus." Bartomuse and AKS all broke into a sweat. This guy was surely doomed to fall for a woman. The penguin ship gradually came to a halt at the shore, and everyone jumped off, with Xiao Yu and the others carrying large packs. Xiao Yu's thoughts were quite simple this time. There were numerous shells on this sky island. If he could find some valuable wind shells or impact shells, it would be a treasure worth collecting. After taking them back and allowing Senbei to study them, they would undoubtedly prove to be a tremendous asset. After all, apart from Barto, Dumpling, and Grid, the rest of the crew's strength was woefully inadequate. The only one with slightly better prowess, Little Pig, was disinclined towards combat. This left Xiao Yu with the impression that the pig was merely a symbol of laziness. Senbei walked alongside Cornus to the steps of her home, while Xiao Yu, Barto, Dumpling, and Grid headed towards the Alchemy No. 1 dock of the penguin ship. They were eager for battle, especially Grid, who was brimming with excitement. Barto, however, remained the most composed of the group. In his mind, Xiao Yu was the strongest. As long as he followed Xiao Yu, there would be no losing battles. Even in defeat, it would be his own fault for lacking the capability to become a pirate king's companion. As they watched the floating Alchemy No. 1 ship drift away, Cornus felt a tremor in her heart. This was the path she had pointed out. If those people perished, it would be her fault for endangering her saviors. Just standing there, it seemed tears were about to spill from her eyes. "Miss Cornus, these individuals are certainly not as weak as you think. You must understand. On the Blue Sea, we have fought against the world government. And as for the so-called powers of your god, Xiao Yu and the others have already devised ways to counteract such abilities. So, please rest assured." Senbei's right hand trembled slightly as it rested on Cornus's shoulder, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. This scene did not escape the notice of Anna and Jolena. Although Jolena was short, she possessed the strength of a monster and had consumed the speed fruit. Apart from Little Pig, she was perhaps the most formidable presence here. Seeing Senbei's actions, she snorted and swiftly slapped him, causing him to face plant onto the cloud with a thud. Fortunately, being on a cloud offered some cushioning. Otherwise, his face might have been as swollen as a pig's. "Little Lena, if you continue this way, I'll have Battle King teach you a lesson." Senbei felt a surge of anger at being embarrassed before a beauty. Cornus furrowed her brow slightly and whispered, "You do not understand the terror of the god. Even as we speak, he can hear us." "Oh, such a power. Xiao Yu seems to have mentioned it. However, while Xiao Yu may not hear our words, he perceives far and wide. As for whether Grid can hear, I am not quite certain. At least one thing is clear. Grid's observation haki is the strongest among us." Anna appeared unfazed, showing no indication that she had absorbed Cornus's warning. As they continued walking, Anna suddenly stumbled over something and fell to the ground. Upon discovering she had stepped on a white fox, her initial irritation morphed into affection. "So cute." Anna and Jolena melted at the sight, immediately scooping up the fox and rubbing their heads against its fur. "I apologize again for the trouble. This is my pet, Cece." Cornus bowed apologetically, clearly feeling a bit embarrassed. Senbei laughed heartily and gently placed his right hand back on Cornus's shoulder. "Not at all. Ha ha ha. It is we who have caused you trouble." Just then, several figures crawling towards them came into view. Muse and AKS exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why these individuals were crawling. It was evident they were approaching. "You are the invaders from the Blue Sea, are you not?" Captain Malikin of the White Beret Brigade stood at attention, one hand saluting his forehead. Seeing this stance, Muse couldn't help but twitch her mouth and ultimately let out a laugh. Meanwhile, a large bead of sweat formed on Senbei's forehead. "Are these fools for real? Insulting the enforcers adds to your crimes. Now, you must pay at least 7 billion to absolve your sins. Of course, since you have insulted the enforcers, your charges may be compounded." Malikin pulled out a notebook and calculated meticulously before whispering. "Thus, this time, you have committed 7 counts of intimidation." Intimidation? Senbei's mind short-circuited as he struggled to comprehend. "Intimidate your head. When did I ever threaten you?" "Battle Commander No. 1. Apprehend this fellow." Kiambingwei displayed his unwavering bravery in the presence of the enchanting lady. "Yes, my master." The appearance of Battle Commander Number 1 prompted the White Beret troops to momentarily retreat. However, at that very moment, Melegan solemnly declared, "So, you refuse to comply with our enforcement." As soon as the words left his lips, two steel arms suddenly extended from either side of Battle Commander Number 1, swiftly seizing Melegan. Meanwhile, Qianbingwei leaned close to Cornus and whispered, "Fear not, beautiful angel. We shall handle this scoundrel. By the way, would you care for a cup of coffee? We brought it all the way from Qinghai, and I assure you, its flavor is utterly authentic." At this juncture, Melegan's futile attempts to kick and strike against Battle Commander Number 1 only resulted in his own pain. Behind him, the White Beret troops initiated their assault in earnest. After swiftly discarding Yunbei, they glided forward. Muse and AKS momentarily appeared stunned, but quickly regained their composure. Muse possessed immense strength. On land, her power could rival that of Alone. As for AKS, his marksmanship was rapid, and with the sniper rifle crafted by Qianbingwei, he was akin to a tiger with wings. By the time everyone had traversed half the distance, for individuals had already sustained injuries and fallen to the ground. At this moment, Muse leaped high into the air, bringing down her large machete. However, her speed was insufficient, allowing the adversaries to evade her strike. Yet, Jolena was no mere ornament. In terms of speed, she was undoubtedly the swiftest. In an instant, she sprang into action, striking several individuals in the face before they could even register her presence, causing them to collapse. With such combat prowess, to think they are the divine troops, I almost feel embarrassed to unleash my full strength, AKS remarked, blowing on his gun softly. Muse and Jolena stood side by side, wielding their machetes and casting cold smirks at the opponents. The two were indeed partners, one embodying strength, the other speed. At this moment, Melegan appeared utterly flabbergasted. This group is far too formidable. Chapter 53. The Trial Grounds in the Yunha. At the entrance to the trial, Grid was becoming increasingly irate, pointing at the palm-sized statue and bellowing, "What kind of deity is this, with such limited prowess? Do you think you can vanquish us with mere tree trunks and iron wheels? As a user of the thunder fruit, I find myself embarrassed for you." Xiao Yu and Barto languidly leaned against the boat, appearing as though they were indulging in a leisurely vacation. Meanwhile, Jiao Zi sat idly, savoring meatballs while lost in thought. When Greed turned around and beheld the scene before him, he found himself at a loss for words. With a deep exhale, he exclaimed, "Aren't you all the least bit frustrated? Ever since a while ago, we've been ensnared in those childish traps." He added, "You're the one shielding us. What concern is it of ours?" Xiao Yu shrugged nonchalantly, continuing to pilot his alchemy number 1 vessel, even going so far as to pat his lips and stifle a yawn. Greed's lips twitched slightly before he turned his gaze forward and inquired, "Shall we hasten to that trial ground?" "It would be prudent to do so, for my patience is wearing thin." Xiao Yu cast a glance ahead, and then steered the boat directly towards the trial of the ball. "Take it slow. Although your observation haki is remarkably powerful, you are still no match for Enel in terms of application." Application? Isn't it merely listening to the flow of air and directly perceiving the sounds within that current? Isn't it simply a form of sensory perception? Grid was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Xiao Yu chuckled softly and remarked, "He is the wielder of the thunder fruit, which means he should be able to directly tap into brainwaves. The brainwaves of humans create an excellent medium for mental dialogue. It can be said that he can hear everything he wishes to hear. While we converse here, he is certainly aware of our discussion. However, the inhabitants of Sky Island tend to lack insight. Take that conceited Enel, for instance. He believes that possessing the thunder fruit renders him invincible. Should he encounter Carp, he might very well be swiftly vanquished. Moreover, it would not be a problem to disclose this. We have come bearing the means to restrain you." Of course, Xiao Yu's final statement was directed at Enel. Nonetheless, Grid became somewhat irritated. "Fool. He can combine his fruit powers with observation haki, while I possess neither. Do you expect me to seek out a thunder fruit as well?" Xiao Yu shook her head and suddenly broke into laughter. When the observation haki reaches its utmost mastery, it not only allows one to predict all actions but also enables the deduction of others' thoughts based on the fluctuations in the surrounding air. For instance, a person's emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness manifest distinctly in their breathing and heartbeat. If one could perceive all these nuances, they would have truly mastered observation haki. Grid was momentarily taken aback, then fell silent. Xiao Yu's words held truth. If one could instantaneously discern another's thoughts, then observation haki would indeed have reached its pinnacle. However, the extent of one's auditory perception could only be considered foundational. Regardless of how far one can hear, if one cannot fathom another's thoughts, such ability becomes futile. After all, there are many formidable practitioners of observation haki in this world. Oh, why are there so many spheres here? After finishing the dumplings, the trial of spheres within the forest emerged as they passed through the opening. Xiao Yu offered a faint smile, remaining silent. Meanwhile, his observation haki and perception abilities reached their zenith. At this moment, Grid might be experiencing an epiphany, contemplating how to cultivate this skill. Thus, it was imperative not to disturb him. Just then, a subtle smile curled at the corners of Xiao Yu's lips as he gestured towards a certain spot within the forest. Instantly, a spherical figure manifested in his palm. Gripping this creature by the neck, he whispered, "You dare challenge us in our trial. Even if your observation haki surpasses mine, evading an inevitable attack is futile." As his words echoed, before Dawu could utter a response, a Rinnegan struck him squarely in the abdomen. Of course, this version of the Rinnegan was merely a standard one. Although it would render him temporarily unconscious, it would not result in death. In a single move, he had incapacitated a divine officer, an assertion that would seem utterly implausible if relayed atop the Sky Island. Why does this fellow resemble a meatball? Jiaozi pondered aloud. Gazing curiously at the divine officer slumped against the tree trunk. The force of the Rinnegan had created a massive cavity in the wood. The trial of the sphere must indicate that this trial officer is indeed a meatball. Xiao Yu chuckled. Could I be next, Xiao Yu? May I have a chance to try? Wardo stammered, his demeanor betraying a hint of embarrassment. Xiao Yu smiled faintly, nodding slightly. Moments ago, he had refrained from disturbing Grid. But now there was no need for such restraint. Just a moment prior, Xiao Yu sensed that Grid was eavesdropping on him. The speed of the alchemy no. One ship increased once more, and within less than an hour, they arrived at the site of the trial of ropes. Although Xiao Yu was unaware of the exact location, his heightened perception, combined with the observation haki, allowed him to discern the presence of individuals on this island. Generally, one would not maintain the observation haki continuously. However, there were exceptions, such as Grid, who seemed perpetually attuned to it. In stark contrast, Enel sat quietly upon his divine throne, nibbling on an apple as he mused. A few intriguing characters have arrived. So, this is what they call observation haki? And there's a counter to the rumble fruit? I find myself eagerly anticipating what it might be. As he finished his apple, a hearty laugh erupted from him. Is there truly anything in this world that can counter lightning? What a jest! Beside him, the commander Ashen chuckled lightly. How could anything possibly counter a deity? What a ridiculous notion. Enel cast a glance at Ashen, as well as Zhong Wu and Xiao Wu, grinning widely. Well, DC people do possess some prowess. At least one of them managed to defeat Dawu with a single strike. Yet, Dawu is still alive. Surely he can be saved. Nanny. Zhong Wu and Xiao Wu were momentarily stunned, before quickly excusing themselves and rushing outside, seemingly intent on rescuing their elder brother. How could anyone possibly defeat Dawu in one blow? Surely there must be some mistake. Ashen murmured, lost in thought. Enel grinned mischievously, his eyes widening in surprise. Are you implying that I misheard? Or are you questioning the judgment of a deity? Ashen froze and quickly shook his head, apologizing loudly. No. How could I ever question a god? I merely find myself curious about the origins of these individuals. Did you not hear me earlier? I mentioned that they hail from the sea. Enel laughed heartily. How could such formidable beings emerge from the sea? Compared to a god, they are but ants. Within the Sandia tribe, Aisha, who had been lost in thought with her soil, suddenly awakened, as if she had encountered something terrifying. Lanchi patted Aisha gently, chuckling softly. What troubles you, Aisha? Aisha remained dazed for a moment, and after 2 minutes, she spoke with a tremor in her voice. A group of sea people has entered the trial grounds to confront Enel. Then, a priest appeared, but no. That priest was drawn out by the sea person using his hand. The priest was struck down in an instant. There is still a faint aura remaining. But he possesses no combat capability. You did not mishear, came the voice of Wapapa, who had been polishing his cannon. He was taken aback and immediately grasped Aisha. His shock evident. Aisha nodded vigorously, contemplating deeply before she added, there are 4 of them, and they are currently heading to another trial ground. They seem to have discovered something that counters Enel. Wapapa furrowed his brows deeply and shouted towards the tribe, all combat personnel, assemble. He then strode towards one of the tents. Are they truly that formidable? Lanchi inquired, a hint of skepticism in his expression. After all, these priests were Enel's subordinates, and no one had ever managed to defeat them with a single blow. Indeed, they are searching for Enel. One even mentioned a method of using the heart haki. No. In the sea, it is referred to as observation haki. Aisha spoke with a hint of trepidation, Her curiosity piqued. If they are indeed seeking Enel, why would they divulge such a training method? Moreover, they have openly stated their intent to confront him with something that counters him. This perplexing situation left Aisha bewildered. Nonetheless, she quietly retreated to a corner of the tent, eager to hear Wapapa's thoughts. Wapapa, now brimming with excitement, recognized this as a rare opportunity. Despite numerous battles over the years, the pressure exerted by these priests on Sandia had been overwhelming. If one were to suddenly vanish, it would undoubtedly make things considerably easier. As Wapapa strategized, Aisha, who had been hiding behind Lanchi, suddenly screamed, her eyes wide with fear, as if she were unable to comprehend the situation. "What is it, Aisha? Have the sea people been defeated?" Lanchi asked, concern etching across his face, his brow furrowing slightly. In that fleeting moment, Aisha's expression revealed greater terror than when she had witnessed Wapapa. The 4 sea people have taken down another priest. They are now advancing towards the 3rd priest location. Each strike is a fatal one. Aisha's voice trembled as she spoke, akin to someone encountering a nightmarish ordeal. The warriors of Sandia collectively gasped, bewildered by the extraordinary prowess of these individuals who could eliminate one foe after another with such ease. Chapter 54. Thank you, Captain. Within the trial grounds, the holes in Jiaozi's fingers vanished as he sheepishly remarked, "Barto, I apologize for overreacting earlier." Upon hearing this, Barto was left speechless. After all, the other party was his superior. What could he possibly say? He could hardly admonish, "You shouldn't have startled me." Instead, he feared that any harsh words would see him lying on the ground like that priest. "Ah, I'm not dead yet, though my heartbeat is quite faint," Grid murmured, his eyes opening slightly, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. With a playful smile, Xiao Yu patted Grid's shoulder and remarked, "Have you fully grasped it already?" Grid's lips twitched momentarily before he bellowed, "Do you think I am a deity? How could one attain such a profound state so swiftly?" Xiao Yu retorted, "But you did acquire a fragment of the Philosopher's Stone in divine power, didn't you? So it turns out, it's merely an imitation." Bursting into laughter, Xiao Yu clutched his stomach in amusement. At that moment, Greed felt an overwhelming urge to strike Xiao Yu. Just then, a priest appeared once more ahead of them. Ever since they had passed the trial of the ropes, the speed of the Alchemy No. 1 ship had significantly increased. After all, Xiao Yu was keen on not wasting time in this place, and preparations were nearly complete. Unlike Luffy, they were not the type to lack strength from hunger, nor would they, like Zoro, wander off aimlessly. "Why is this guy always rolling his eyes? Does he look down on us?" Greed muttered, growing increasingly irritated. "Am I rolling my eyes? No wonder I can never see anyone." The priest seemed to have finally realized something, but just as he did, Bartis struck him with a barrier, knocking him unconscious. Chuckling, Bartis declared, "At last, we weren't preempted by the seniors this time." His barrier was such that it would remain unseen unless it was engaged in an attack. Moreover, the priest opposite them appeared rather dazed, making it all too easy for Bartis to strike him in an instant. One could argue that this was indeed a surprise attack. For most individuals, these priests were formidable adversaries, possessing significant mastery over observation haki. Alas, they encountered opponents far beyond their capabilities. Thus, even with their observation haki, they could neither evade nor withstand such force. This, indeed, was their tragic fate. Little Rain chuckled softly and shook her head, saying, "The first priest to appear was far too slow." Grid also laughed, nodding in agreement. The second one, although it seemed that gun contained something fiery, was still too slow. The dumpling's hole can eliminate him in an instant. Moreover, the second priest was overly complacent towards us. And as for the third priest, he was simply a fool. Upon mentioning the last one, Grid slapped his own face, clearly unable to contain his disdain. Bart quietly listened to the evaluations of these true experts, revealing his eagerness to learn. Little Rain suddenly pressed the accelerator and exclaimed, "As for the last one, let us resolve this swiftly. It seems even Enelu is impatiently awaiting us." With her words, the entire crew erupted in cheers, their laughter ringing out. In the Sandia tribe, Aisha, just stepping out of her tent, gasped once again. The battle captains who had just emerged turned to look at her. Aisha's expression was a mixture of shock and fear as she gazed at Wapapa, pleading loudly, "Please, don't go to Appiato. Those Qinghai people are not to be trifled with. One priest has already been defeated by them, and although he still breathes, if they strike again, he will surely perish. There are only 4 Qinghai people in total. 3 have already shown their might, effortlessly defeating those priests. They might soon seek out Enelu." Wapapa frowned, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Each of the 3 had incapacitated the priest with a single blow, and the last one was likely the strongest. Why had he yet to make his move? How could these Qinghai individuals be so formidable? We are warriors of Sandia. Recovering Appiato is our mission. A vow made to the great warrior Calgra. How can we be afraid of death? With Wapapa's declaration, everyone raised their weapons, roaring in unison. This scene only heightened Aisha's terror. But those adversaries are not Inalu? If they eliminate Inalu, upon returning to Qinghai, wouldn't Appiato be ours? Aisha cried out desperately at Wapapa. Wapapa glared at her, his anger palpable as he forcefully pushed her away, casting a cold glance at Ranchi, and commanded. With a heart prepared for death, and ready to tread upon the corpses of comrades, follow me. Upon his command, they swiftly set off into the distance. Aisha, clinging to Ranchi, cried even louder, those Qinghai people are truly terrifying. They knew I was listening and still spoke freely. Clearly. They are aware of us Sandians and our intent to seize Appiato. Ranchi, holding Aisha, felt tears welling up in his eyes. It's futile, Aisha. Even if you tell him he will die there, he will still go. Can we truly not stop them? Aisha croaked, tears streaming down her face. Ranchi looked at the departing Sandian warriors and shook his head helplessly. Ah, Miss Cornice, your home is truly magnificent. If I could dwell here forever, it would be my eternal paradise. Chiba exclaimed, seemingly wishing to embrace Cornice with both arms. Anna landed a punch on Chiba's head, her irritation evident as she snapped. You fool, why did you bring this guy here? The sight of Milogen captured by Battle King No. 1 only intensified Anna's frustration. Her expression akin to that of someone looking at a simpleton. Ah, Battle King No. 1, how could you bring this guy along? Just toss him somewhere. Chiba's confession was interrupted, leaving him embarrassed. Without a second thought, he blurted out his thoughts upon seeing Milogen's expression. Battle King No. 1 took the order and promptly threw him out the window. Milogen screamed as he plummeted outside. Meanwhile, Cornice produced a shell and began explaining to the curious Muse and AKS, though her eyes betrayed a hint of worry. Oh, by the way, Miss Cornice, you all seem to fear that so-called deity. Why is that? AKS, perceptive as ever, noted the change in Cornice's demeanor just moments ago. Having previously been betrayed by her own comrades alongside Muse and others, she was now more attuned to such matters. That's because he possesses godlike power. Just as we converse here, he may very well be listening. Cornice's voice faltered as she struggled to continue. At that moment, Anna patted Cornice's shoulder and interjected. Unmatched power, you say? Our captain seems to possess such strength too. Yet, our dear captain often says, there's always a taller mountain, implying that in this world, there are always extraordinary individuals with formidable powers. Some may wield great strength, yet yearn for a home. Others might possess world-destroying capabilities, but perhaps they seek justice. Anna smiled lightly, revealing a genuine warmth in her expression. Eh? Cornice was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. Anna exchanged glances with Jolena and Chiba before breaking into laughter. This isn't my sentiment, it's our captain's. He always says that if someone lacks the courage to pursue their freedom, then what is the meaning of living in such a prison? It's akin to a pig, confined within a cage, eating and sleeping, only to die in the end. Haha, though everyone eventually meets their demise. As Anna spoke, a sense of liberation washed over her, bringing to mind her experiences on Crimea Island and the moment she decided to flee. Thank you, Little Rain, she whispered softly, her heart sighing in gratitude. Meanwhile, Chiba squinted ahead, recalling his own confusion and fear upon entering this world. Thank you, Little Rain. Muse and AKS exchanged smiles, reminiscing about their encounter with Little Rain, bursting into hearty laughter. It still hurts now, Boss Muse. Indeed, it still stings. Muse touched the spot where Little Rain had struck him. Yet a warm current filled his heart. Thank you, our captain. What is going on with you all? Didn't we say we'd eat first? Let us have our meal. I am utterly famished. Jolena exclaimed, scrunching her delicate nose in frustration. Chapter 55. Rubber is non-conductive. Oh, look. There is an imbecile weeping over there. Dumpling, seated beside Little Rain, immediately noticed someone sobbing amidst the ruins of a shattered cavern. Who is this fool? The mere sight of him ignites an urge to give him a good thrashing. Greed inquired coldly, rising from his position atop Alchemy 1. The sorrowful OM, who had been weeping, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, inwardly cursing. Where on earth did these blockheads emerge from? Are they all fools? Ah, he must also be one of Enel's priests. Hurry up and deal with this wretched being. I was just contemplating what to have for dinner. And now this crying is quite off-putting. Little Rain muttered, one hand on the steering wheel while the other waved dismissively. Humans perish because they are too fragile. Ohm finally spoke up, but the next words nearly made him collapse. Barto, while digging at his nose, muttered, "This guy actually understands his own fragility. No wonder he cried upon seeing us." Greed twisted his neck and sprang up, pressing both hands down onto the ground. Just as OM began to react, his entire body was ensnared by countless stalagmites, immobilizing him. At that moment, a large bead of sweat formed on OM's forehead. Didn't he hear anything? Not a single sound. His throat tightened as he yelled inwardly. Just a moment ago, OM hadn't perceived even the slightest indication of an attack. By the time he truly reacted, it was evidently too late. His iron-cloud sword clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Simultaneously, Greed had already materialized beside OM, wielding a long sword forged through alchemy. "With your observation, Haki, you are no match for me. At least, not in your current state." As the words fell, Greed's sword pierced through OM's chest. With a soft drip, blood fell to the ground, rendering OM unconscious for the time being. Why are we not allowed to eliminate these fools? Greed jumped onto the deck of Alchemy 1, frowning at Little Rain. Before their arrival, Little Rain had insisted they should at least let them draw a breath. And now, it was precisely because of this decision that they refrained from killing them. Even Dumpling only used a standard hollow wave, sparing the priest of the rope trial. Living has its significance, even for these individuals who pose no threat to us. Why should we slaughter them outright? He chuckled softly, reminiscent of the Hussein family of yore, whose threat to this world was too significant, necessitating their demise. Little Rain smiled faintly, though concerns lingered in his heart. After all, the Straw Hat crew has yet to arrive. If these individuals do not receive adequate training, then Zoro S-108 troubles will remain unmastered. Moreover, it seems that Enel, if not taught a lesson, may not choose to accompany us. Upon hearing Little Rain's words, Greed merely snorted, feigning indifference. "Oh, you must be Enel." Little Rain addressed the tall man with long ears who had just descended from the clouds, his voice low. Greed and the others turned their attention to the newly landed Enel. "I must say, you are the most formidable individuals I have encountered. At least, I have never met anyone like you before. So, what do you say? Would you like to become my priest?" Enel appeared still half asleep, lethargically pointing to himself and reiterating, "This is a splendid opportunity to serve a god. Fool, our captain is destined to be the pirate king, and you, an unseasoned god, presume to have him serve you." Mordo erupted, standing abruptly with one foot propped on the door, speaking coolly. The others, including Little Rain, regarded Enel with amusement. It must be said, this individual is quite arrogant. At least, without the use of Haki, he lacks the qualification to be a god. If he were to master both Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, he might secure a place in the new world of the Grand Line. After all, his Logia fruit abilities are remarkably formidable. Pirate King? What kingdom is that? Enel paused, momentarily bewildered. However, the look in his eyes when he gazed at Little Rain bore a newfound interest. To have a king serve him, that would be the true essence of divinity. "I shall take my leave. This fellow seems intent on besting me, daring to be more arrogant than I." Greed donned his rubber suit, pulling it over his head, and leaped off Alchemy 1 in a huff. Standing before a towering figure of 2 meters, Greed huffed in irritation, muttering, "Why is everyone in this world so tall? What do they consume to grow?" Of course, Little Rain overheard this and felt a twinge of helplessness. At a height of 172 centimeters, he had never considered himself short in his previous world. Yet here, it seemed every random passerby towered over him. Reflecting on this, he silently vowed, "I must drink more milk. After all, I am only 17 and still have hopes of growing taller." "Yeehaw, you look like a monster in that getup. Are you planning to perform tricks for me?" Enel tossed a ball of cloud, perched atop it, chuckling as he observed Greed charging toward him. As Greed neared, Enel flicked his wrist and exclaimed, "Electrocute him with 20 million volts." A bolt of electricity shot towards the leaping Greed, yet in that moment, he landed a punch squarely on Enel's face, sending the latter flying from his cloud perch. "Hey, Little Rain, do you truly intend to let this imbecile board our penguin? This guy is the epitome of foolishness, completely unaware that rubber suits are non-conductive. I disdain him," Greed muttered as he approached the slowly rising Enel. At that moment, Enel, seemingly astonished, soon chuckled after twisting his neck. "It appears that 20 million volts are ineffective against you." As he spoke, he tapped the golden rod affixed to his back, producing a resonant sound. Thunderbird. Instantly, a bolt of lightning coalesced into the form of a bird. However, Greed stood steadfastly, unaffected despite being struck. How is this possible? You must have evaded it with your speed. With this move, you may not be my match." Enel remained self-assured, striking the drum on his back twice. Suddenly, a thunder dragon materialized, swiftly darting through Greed's form, crashing into the distance with a thunderous roar. A wall towering several meters crumbled into dust. Initially shocked by such a display, the crew, warned by little rain, prepared themselves accordingly. Like Grid, he cast a fleeting glance behind him, then chuckled softly. What a fool. I told him that rubber is non-conductive. Why can't he grasp that? At this moment, Enel's eyes were nearly popping out of their sockets, and his jaw dropped as if dislocated, his entire cheek twitching in disbelief. How is this possible? It cannot be. Why? Why is rubber non-conductive? What is rubber? Enel was momentarily lost in a daze. Grid, with a sly grin, slowly approached Enel, who seemed to be in a trance, and suddenly delivered a powerful punch. Instantly, Enel was sent flying, crashing into a wall of the ruins, creating a massive hole. In the Sandia tribe, Aisha suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no. Ranchi. We must hurry and chase after Wapol and the others. Those people from the Blue Sea just knocked Enel away." What? Ranchi's eyes widened in disbelief. His expression one of shock. They were all clad in garments made of rubber, rendering Enel's attacks utterly ineffective. Moreover, the fourth priest had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Those people warned us not to approach, claiming they would kill us all. Aisha cried out, her voice breaking as she heard Xiao Yu speak, and she burst into tears. Even the priests, whom they believed could only be confronted with utmost effort, were effortlessly dispatched by these foes. How could Wapol and the others have any hope of standing against them? I must retrieve them, or they will surely perish. Those individuals are simply insurmountable. Aisha wept, rushing toward the exit. Meanwhile, Ranchi swiftly embraced Aisha, a faint smile on his face, laced with determination. I will go. You should stay here for your safety. With that, he glided away across the cloud sea. Aisha bit her lip, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Ranchi, you must bring them back. Those from the Blue Sea are utterly unassailable. Chapter 56. The war demon Wapol. Though Enel lay amidst the rubble of stones, he was still struggling to comprehend the situation. His powers were unparalleled. Why did this individual have no reaction to him? Gritting through the pain, he pushed aside the debris and slowly rose to his feet. At that moment, Grid twisted his neck. Although his rubber attire was the thinnest kind, it still felt stifling. If it weren't for Xiao Yu insisting that you must join our crew, you would be dead by now. Grid regarded Enel with disdain, a simmering anger evident in his demeanor. Though clad in rubber, which suppressed Enel's fruit abilities, Grid did not perceive this as a victory achieved through his own might. Furthermore, Enel was completely oblivious to the nature of rubber. Were he aware, he could simply generate high temperatures through electricity to break free from his rubber attire. Such a battle left Grid utterly bored. I am invincible. How could I possibly lose? Enel mused. Since this opponent feared not electricity, he resolved to rely on his physical prowess to resolve this confrontation. With that thought, Enel closed his eyes slightly, his resolve sharpening to its utmost intensity. Although Xiao Yu sat atop the alchemy ship number 1, her attention remained steadfastly on the battle between Grid and Enel. Upon witnessing Enel rise once more, she instinctively closed her eyes, immediately grasping the gravity of the situation. Grid, be cautious of this fellow. While your rubber may render you immune to electricity, his speed is undeniably swift. Just as her warning echoed in the air, Enel had already appeared behind Grid, his golden staff swinging menacingly towards Grid's head. In an instant, Grid felt a shiver of fear. Despite Xiao Yu's alert, the sudden appearance of his opponent was disconcerting. With a swift turn, he tilted his head aside, summoning the sea stone beast claw in his hand, which deftly seized the staff while delivering a fierce kick. Enel, momentarily taken aback, executed a somersault, relinquishing the staff and evading the blow. How is this possible? I cannot even hear your voice. I cannot anticipate your next move. Enel stood opposite Grid. Disbelief etched across his face. Without the power of his heartstring and lightning, he might struggle against even Luffy now. Yet, when it came to speed, few could match him. Grid let out a cold chuckle before retorting. Though your observation haki is formidable, mine is certainly not inferior. And let's be honest, your martial arts skills leave much to be desired. With that, he hurled the staff at Enel, while tightening his grip on the beast claw, charging forward once more. Enel gritted his teeth, grasping the staff and lunging at Grid. The two clashed in a flurry of strikes, but Grid's physical prowess far outstripped Enel's. It seemed that while engaged in combat, Enel was also strategizing on how to counter Grid's rubber suit. Just as Grid nearly captured Enel, the latter executed another instantaneous movement, vanishing only to reappear on the other side of a crumbling wall, smirking. You may wear attire that appears to counter my abilities, but once I shatter that suit, You will be utterly defenseless against my lightning." As soon as he spoke, the golden staff in his grasp crackled with countless bolts of electricity. Electrometal. After being superheated by the lightning, the staff transformed into a massive spear. With a mocking laugh, he vanished from the wall, reappearing behind Grid and delivering a horizontal strike. Grid, seemingly unfazed, extended his left hand to block the attack while seizing the spear. "You fool, using your hand to catch it." Enel laughed uproariously as the electricity coursed through the golden spear into Grid. At that moment, even Xiao Yu felt a pang of anxiety for Grid. However, the next instant left everyone astounded. Grid, having torn off his rubber suit, charged at Enel with renewed vigor, landing a punch squarely on Enel's cheek. Enel, caught off guard, was flung away, crashing through numerous stones before finally coming to a halt. Dusting himself off, Grid smirked. "Fool, did you not know that when carbon is subjected to extreme conditions, it transforms into diamond, which is non-conductive?" "Humph, thanks to Xiao Yu, I almost overlooked that fact." Xiao Yu, momentarily speechless, opened her mouth but chose silence. She twisted her neck, casting a peculiar glance at Xiao Yu. Her ears perked up, and she whispered, "A large group approaches us, and they bear a murderous intent." "Murderous intent?" Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed her brow. Although she had yet to activate her observation haki, she could still sense the approaching danger from this close distance. Indeed, they were drawing near. Leaping off alchemy ship number 1. She spread her arms and soared towards a fragment of the ruin. Upon landing securely, she called out, "Enel, would you join my crew? If you acquiesce, I shall spare you. If not, those approaching may very well seal your fate." As her words fell, Enel, panting heavily as he pushed aside the heavy stones, fixed his cold gaze on Xiao Yu. It was evident that even a master like Grid served under this young man, implying that he might be even more formidable. Moreover, the audacity with which this individual spoke to him, all while unencumbered by the rubber suit, suggested he had a plan in store. Contemplating this, Enel found himself hesitating. At that moment, Wapol, leading the Sandia warriors, arrived at the ruins. With a cigarette clenched between his teeth and an aura of intimidation, he could instill fear merely by his gaze. Much like Isa, who, possessing observation haki since childhood, would tremble and nearly weep upon encountering Wapol, the Sandia warriors, having momentarily halted, aimed all their weapons at Xiao Yu, who stood atop the highest point. Wapol furrowed his brow and inquired, "You must be the leader of those from the Blue Sea, correct?" Little Rain, while fiddling with her ears, shrugged helplessly and said, "Yes, that's me." "What's the matter?" "If you're asking for directions, I just arrived at the Sky Island myself. If you wish to follow me, well, I might consider it." Suddenly, the Mantis let out a furious cry, and with a swift motion of the burning sword in hand, charged directly towards Little Rain. At that moment, the wind-powered glide shoes propelled her upward, allowing her to appear directly above Little Rain in an instant. Xiao Yu helplessly shook his head and reached out towards the Mantis. Instantly, a mass of sand coiled together, enveloping the Mantis completely. With a slight exertion, a series of cracking sounds echoed, reminiscent of breaking bones. Nevertheless, the Mantis proved to be quite resilient, gritting its teeth and enduring the pressure. Although it wore sunglasses, Xiao Yu could still sense a chilling aura, imbued with a murderous intent, directed at him. Almost everyone present was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such an unexpected turn of events. Brahm, furrowing his brow beneath his hat, swiftly took flight, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards Xiao Yu. Stung by the sudden brightness, Xiao Yu felt a surge of anger rise within him. He had no intention of engaging them, yet they had chosen to escalate the conflict. Shinra Tensei. With a resounding boom, everything within a 50-meter radius of Xiao Yu was violently propelled away. This included the Mantis, which was hurled aside by an overwhelming force. Wapi spat out the sand from his mouth and gradually rose amidst the swirling dust, his vision slightly blurred as he gazed upon the ruins. Since earlier, he had paid no heed to Xiao Yu or to Grid and the others. After casting a fleeting glance, he fell silent, fixating on the ancient relics before him. "Is this truly the homeland of Sandia?" he murmured in a low voice, his eyes igniting with a primal ferocity. Simultaneously, the wind propulsion from his sliding shoes surged forth as he charged once more towards Xiao Yu, positioning a rocket launcher against his shoulder. With a deafening blast, a missile was launched directly at Xiao Yu. As the faint light of the rain adjusted to her vision, Xiao Yu's lips curled into a chilling smile. "You, my dear adversary, thought I would let you off easy over the White Sea. Yet here you are, daring to return." No sooner had she spoken than her figure vanished in an instant. When she reappeared, it was already behind Waiapa. At the same moment, A Rinnegan materialized in her hand, thrusting toward Waiapa's back. Waiapa was propelled backward by the force of the Rinnegan, spinning through the air, while the Sandia warriors, who intended to catch him, were likewise swept away, colliding with the remnants of the ruins on the opposite side. A dull thud echoed, followed by another cloud of dust rising. Meanwhile, Jiaozi and Bardo descended slowly from the Alchemy No. 1 ship, their expressions icy as they fixed their gaze upon the swirling debris. Chapter 57. The tolling of the golden bell. A deep, rasping cough emerged from the dust, revealing that some Sandia warriors were unable to rise. Fortunately, they did not face the immediate peril of death. Xiao Yu had merely unleashed a diminutive version of the Shinto Tenjin, which was insufficient to claim lives. Enel, I shall ask you once more, do you wish to join us? She inquired softly, addressing Enel, who had recently emerged from the rubble. At that moment, Enel, visibly gritting his teeth and struggling, let out a cold snort before fixing his gaze upon Xiao Yu. I may consider joining you, but only if you eradicate every soul on the Sky Island. Only then will I truly follow you. Upon hearing this, even Gleed found himself momentarily stunned, staring at Enel. This fellow truly was infuriating. Little Yu slightly furrowed her brows, pondering for a moment before shaking her head. Such matters may not be feasible. Hee. How about we make a wager? A wager? Ainalu appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly at a loss for words. Nevertheless, his gaze began to wander. He glanced towards Greed, then shifted his eyes to the distant Shandians, particularly the Shandians, who had come this time to trouble him. It seemed that his vulnerabilities were in the hands of these Qinghai people. If the Shandians were to discover this, they might very well exploit these weaknesses to challenge him. In that case, he would truly be finished. Although Xiao Yu had been observing Inalu, the latter, endowed with the swift chakra of the wind attribute, seemed indifferent to Inalu's current intentions. With a slight smile, he proposed a wager. I bet you will fail once more after us. And it may very well be a devastating defeat. Ha ha ha, are you jesting with me? Inalu's voice echoed, but as if struck by a sudden realization. He furrowed his brow. Are you truly attempting to bestow rubber upon these Sandians? His words dripped with a savage demeanor, infused with an air of arrogance. In that moment, Inalu appeared to harbor a flicker of trepidation, particularly in light of Grid's two powerful punches, which had nearly shattered his resolve. The sensation of pain, foreign to his body until now, lingered in his memory, akin to the torment of impending demise. Xiao Yu extended a finger, gently swaying it before declaring, No, no, no. How could I possibly divulge the weaknesses of my comrades to their adversaries? However, you, my friend, might consider tempering your ruthless demeanor. You threatened to annihilate the island at a whim. Do you believe I wouldn't act against you in an instant? At that moment, Enel took 2 cautious steps back, halting with a vigilant gaze fixed upon Xiao Yu and Grid. To him, Grid possessed the prowess to defeat him. As for Xiao Yu, being his captain, her strength would undoubtedly surpass that of this individual. In contrast, Jiaozi and Bartolomeo appeared entirely indifferent to Enel's presence. Who granted you the authority to meddle in the affairs of our Sky Island? Wapol staggered to his feet, his fierce, beast-like eyes locked onto Xiao Yu. The bandaged arm tightened slightly, a sign of restrained power. Xiao Yu shook his head. Sometimes, he truly wished to teach these fellows a lesson. Yet, the thought of their noble heritage as descendants of great warriors stayed his hand. A 400-year-old pact, a promise enduring through centuries, bound them. Remarkably, these individuals had upheld this commitment through the ages. Just contemplating it stirred a profound emotion within him. He squinted slightly, gazing up at the sky, where a layer of clouds lingered. Nearby, the very top of the vine must be the location of the fabled golden bell. With this thought, Xiao Yu began to rise gently into the air, yearning to see for himself whether the legendary golden bell, when rung, would indeed stir the hearts of all the Shandians. At this moment, Waipa once again launched himself at Xiao Yu, switching the rocket launcher on his shoulder for a powerful weapon. If hit, Xiao Yu would surely face dire consequences. After all, he lacked the carbonization abilities like Grid. With a slight frown and a cold snort, Xiao Yu vanished once more into the ruins. When he reappeared, he landed directly behind Waipa. With a swift invocation of his technique, he ensnared Waipa in his grasp. An enormous Rinnegan materialized in his hand, and should this strike connect, it would undoubtedly shatter Waipa's ribs. However, Xiao Yu was clearly incensed at this moment. Just then, Enel erupted into laughter, bellowing, "There is a flaw." In response, divine retribution descended from the heavens. A colossal beam of light plummeted downwards. If struck, even Xiao Yu would be in peril. Furthermore, with Waipa in his grasp, Utilizing his full power could very well send Waipa flying as well. This thought ignited a surge of power within him. In the next instant, the hand that held the Rinnegan was filled with a cacophony akin to 1,000 birds in chorus, while electric energy surged to its apex. In an instant, he soared upward, darting past the lightning bolt, which inexplicably dissipated into nothingness. Waipa! Xiao Yu! Two exclamations rang out simultaneously. Yet, upon witnessing the sharp electric energy in Xiao Yu's hand and the vanished lightning, everyone stood agape, momentarily speechless. Particularly Enel, whose divine retribution was known for its precision, could not fathom how the lightning had been severed. In that moment, even he struggled to comprehend the turn of events. With a swift motion, Xiao Yu seized Waipa by the neck and slammed him against a wall, his gaze radiating a chilling intent. Fixing his cold stare upon Enel, he released Waipa, who gasped for breath and declared, "Enel, it seems I must demonstrate the captain's authority." As his words left his lips, he materialized behind Enel, electric energy still crackling in his hand. "Reich," he proclaimed, plunging the attack into Enel's abdomen. As Xiao Yu withdrew the Reich, blood began to seep from Enel's wound. How is this possible? My body cannot bleed, cannot be pierced. Enel's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his injury. Xiao Yu had not even employed haki. How had he managed to penetrate the elemental body of the thunder fruit? Grid's observation haki caught every detail, though he found it hard to believe. In his understanding, one needed haki to grasp the essence of an elemental body, unless employing a method to counteract it, like his diamond, which was non-conductive, allowing him to strike Enel. Yet, Xiao Yu seemed to lack such a counter. Grid's expression mirrored his confusion as he watched Xiao Yu float gracefully. Meanwhile, Enel succumbed to unconsciousness, having already been battered by Grid's blows. And now, with Xiao Yu's piercing strike, the loss of blood rendered him gravely injured and dazed. His once formidable confidence shattered. He fell into a deep slumber. Xiao Yu, floating high above, cast a cold glance towards the Shandians, causing them all to retreat a step. Waipa, however, continued to regard the man who had just saved his life with a steely gaze. "I am here to ring the golden bell on behalf of Rolando's descendants. So you need not look at me with such suspicion. Surely, the golden bell holds great significance for you as well." As he ascended, Xiao Yu proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, the Shandians were momentarily taken aback. Xiao Yu passed through the clouds, and upon finally laying eyes on the golden bell, he was struck with astonishment. The connection to the 400-year-old pact had been placed at such an elevated height, perhaps even the gods of yore had never truly perceived it. With this thought, he settled atop the bell's dome, the blazing sun casting its rays upon him, causing him to squint slightly. A smile tugged at his lips as he gently tapped the bell, murmuring, "I wonder if this 400-year-old promise can finally find its conclusion." Dong! The clear, resonant sound echoed with a jolt. The sound of the promise that had endured for 4 centuries reverberated forth. The ringing filled the air, invigorating the denizens of the Sky Island and evoking tears from the Shandians. Xiao Yu floated upwards once more, arms outstretched, smiling as he gazed down upon the sea of clouds, pondering whether the one below could hear it. Chapter 58. The enigmatic triangle on the shores of Kaya Island's jungle. Gorillas and apes rushed frantically towards the small hut. As they squeezed through the doorway, they bellowed, "Boss, did you hear that? It's the sound of a bell. And there's a massive figure outside. It must be him." Slowly, Kulike emerged from the hut, gazing quietly at the sky, a faint smile gracing his lips. "It seems they have succeeded. The Sky Island truly exists." "Yes, boss. The Sky Island is real." Both the ape and the gorilla were teary-eyed, their gazes fixed upon the heavens. In the divine abode of the Sky Island, Enel furrowed his brow slightly before gradually opening his eyes. The sunlight pierced through, causing his lashes to flutter as he shielded his eyes with his hand. It was at this moment that a voice chimed in. "Honestly, how did you end up with ears like that? Why are they so long?" "Indeed. I find it quite peculiar. Why must he wear such heavy earrings?" Enel suddenly felt 2 figures beside him examining his ears with intense curiosity. Without a second thought, he instantly teleported to the bow of the ship, his eyes widening in astonishment as he stared at the crew before him. At that moment, the penguin ship had emerged upon the White Sea. At the same time, nearly everyone was engrossed in their own activities. Xiao Yu and Grid seemed particularly eager to thoroughly investigate Enelu's ears. "What? How did I end up on your ship?" Enelu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. But he quickly regained his composure. "Oh, I noticed you were injured and couldn't find a doctor, so we brought you aboard our ship. After all, you are now a member of our crew." Xiao Yu remarked nonchalantly, reclining on the deck chair on the balcony while sipping hot milk from the coffee table. "You, when did I ever become your crew member?" Inola retorted, his temper flaring, yet he couldn't help but glance at Grid and Xiao Yu, contemplating an escape. These two were undeniably formidable. Xiao Yu seemed to possess the same ability to teleport, while Grid wielded power that rivaled his own. With such potent individuals focused on him, escaping was no easy feat. Are you unwilling to join our Xiao Yu pirate crew?" Xiao Yu's brow furrowed, and his expression darkened. Inola, who had initially felt a twinge of concern, felt his lips twitch slightly. He then waved his arms dismissively. No. How could that be? But didn't you say something about a bet? Since it's a wager, I haven't even encountered the person you mentioned. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, but then, with a swift movement, he appeared behind Inola, laughing heartily. That works. However, that fellow might very well show up in a year. Oh no. It shouldn't take that long. In a little over 6 months, he should arrive. When that time comes, if you lose, you must come find me. Of course, Inola replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This guy seemed to be even faster than last time. All right, this is part of my life card. If you happen to lose to Luffy, you can find me by following the direction of this piece of paper. Xiao Yu continued with a grin. No need to go to that moon in the sky. It is a barren land now, devoid of life. So, if you wish to experience a broader world, come seek me. But if you dare to break your promise. As Xiao Yu's voice trailed off, his entire form surged in size, transforming into a giant over 20 meters tall. Simultaneously, his conqueror's haki radiated fiercely, creating an overwhelming pressure that made even Inola tremble, igniting an instinctive urge to submit. Surely, how could I ever break my promise? Inola chuckled nervously, speaking softly. At that moment, Xiao Yu's lantern-like eyes widened, coldly fixating on Inola. And during this time, do not employ your so-called divine retribution. If I catch wind of it, you will meet your end. His final words resonated with the menace of a devil freshly emerged from the depths of hell. Inola clenched his teeth and, after a resolute nod, vanished with a sudden teleportation. Hey, Xiao Yu, are you really just letting him go? Grid approached the now smaller Xiao Yu, his voice laced with confusion. The others looked on, equally astonished. Inola was undoubtedly a perilous individual. In the face of his formidable moves, even dumplings would not guarantee victory. With a playful grin, Xiao Yu nodded and remarked, "It's nothing. If need be, I can always seek him out later. This fellow will certainly descend to Qinghai eventually. If I were to discover his whereabouts, he would be in grave peril." As soon as the words left his lips, he raised his hand and proclaimed, "Crew, we embark." Captain. How do we get down now?" Muses and Axe looked at Xiao Yu with expressions of frustration. Meanwhile, Qian Bingwei erupted into hearty laughter. "Do we even need to ponder such matters? Naturally, we shall plunge directly into this vast white sea and descend from there. Have you all forgotten that this vessel is capable of flight? Despite being at an altitude of 10,000 meters, a descent poses no challenge." Upon hearing this, Muses and Axe quickly grasped the situation, and they hurried to the control room. The powerful tempered glass shields on either side of the Penguin slowly ascended, while the mast and other apparatuses gradually folded down. Then, we set forth. After a loud shout from Xiao Yu, the Penguin No. 1 performed a somersault and plunged directly into the White Sea. However, nearly everyone began to feel a sense of anticipation for the journey ahead. The current Penguin No. 1 had ventured to remarkable places. Just the empty island alone was not accessible to ordinary individuals. This sparked excitement in everyone, particularly in Grid, who was increasingly eager. Just how many formidable adversaries awaited my conquest? Meanwhile, Xiao Yu sat cross-legged, quietly contemplating his ninjutsu. Initially, due to his unfamiliarity with hand seals, he was unable to utilize powerful jutsus despite knowing them, as he lacked the sequence of seals. After engaging in a battle with Carp, his chakra had significantly increased, at least threefold. Moreover, he could now manifest a humanoid form of the Ninetales chakra cloak, similar to Naruto's. However, the sudden appearance of Raikage intrigued Xiao Yu. Could it be that, upon mastering chakra to a certain extent, one could forego hand seals? It seemed that those who emerged last were all incredibly powerful without needing seals. With this thought, a faint smile crept upon his lips. At that moment, the Penguin No. 1 soared through the White Sea and ascended into the sky. Kiambingwei chuckled, adjusted his tie, and patted Battle King No. 1, instructing, maintain speed, activate the power drive system at 1,000 meters. He chuckled. That guy Inol's power system aboard the prowess is truly worthy of study. Battle King No. 1 acknowledged the command, while the others erupted in laughter. After all, The Xiao Yu pirate crew was indeed a pirate crew. Not only had they taken Enel, but they had also seized a considerable amount of gold. At least a portion of the gold from Enel's prowess, specifically that enormous golden pillar, had been transferred directly onto their ship. Their current storeroom was brimming with gold. If converted to berries, it would amount to nearly 3 billion berries in wealth. The descent of the penguin number 1 was swift, and in the blink of an eye, it had traversed through the cloud layers. Below, a thin veil of mist lingered in the half-air, appearing much like a layer of dark clouds. What was happening? Even in a storm, these clouds were too low. Qianbingwei furrowed his brow and inquired with some confusion. The others rushed to the glass dome to peer outside. And Xiao Yu too felt a tinge of perplexity. The Grand Line was not a place to be trifled with regarding weather. Anything strange could potentially occur here. With this in mind, the penguin number 1 descended into the misty clouds. Qianbingwei promptly activated the power system. After a steady drop, they began to ascend again. What was going on? Everything appeared hazy, making it impossible to see the path ahead. Furthermore, the recording pointer seemed to be malfunctioning. Anna glanced at the enormous recording pointer affixed to the wall outside Xiao Yu's room, her expression laced with confusion. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yu slightly furrowed her brow as if struck by a thought, and then, with a playful chuckle, remarked, "Perhaps we have stumbled upon an extraordinary place. By the way, Grid, there exists someone here who can manipulate shadows." Grid was taken aback. He was acutely aware of the formidable power that came with shadow manipulation. Among the artificial beings he had created, there was indeed one capable of such abilities. Even Grid himself would not dare to claim he could easily triumph over that individual. To his astonishment, such entities also existed in this world. After a brief moment of introspection, he quietly inquired, "Is this person a wielder of a devil fruit?" A gentle drizzle tapped lightly upon the head of Xiao Yu, who then smiled and remarked, "Indeed, it appears to be a wielder of the shadow fruit. However, I am uncertain if this is the correct location. If my intuition serves me well, it ought to manifest shortly." The frustration of Grid began to mount. The captain's speech resembled a convoluted tongue twister. At that very moment, a dilapidated pirate ship approached the penguin beneath it, gliding slowly. After casting a glance downward, Xiao Yu chuckled, "Let the ship descend. Indeed, there exists a warlord in these waters." With that, the penguin gradually lowered itself. Chapter 59. Brooke confronted by a skeleton sipping tea, who greeted him warmly. Even Grid felt a shiver run down his spine. The others, with the exception of Xiao Yu, instinctively recoiled a few steps back. "Hello, how do you do?" The peculiar laughter caused Anna and Jolina to seek refuge behind Xiao Yu. At that moment, Xiao Yu raised his cup of warm milk and softly said, "Greetings. What exactly are you, skeleton? Are you, perchance, a wielder of some devil fruit powers?" Grid furrowed his brow, his body seemingly turning to carbon in preparation for battle. The skeleton, however, erupted into laughter once more, exclaiming, "Ho ho ho! How did you ascertain my status as a devil fruit user?" "Ho ho ho! You are correct. I am indeed the user of the Yomi Yomi no Mi." "What? The Yomi Yomi no Mi?" Grid froze, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Could it be that consuming the Yomi Yomi no Mi would transform one into such a frightful being? That is truly terrifying. As Xiao Yu savored the final sip of hot milk, she gradually rose to her feet, a broad smile illuminating her face. "How about a visit to our ship?" She chuckled, eyeing the intriguing skeleton with curiosity. "I've never encountered a talking, walking skeleton before." Upon her words, Xiaolina and Anna clasped Xiao Yu's waist tightly. A gesture of concern. "This fool may not fear danger, but you shouldn't drag us into it." "All right." Brooke's manner of speaking was peculiar, yet he promptly acquiesced. In an instant, he leaped high onto the penguin. The crew, including Glid, exchanged glances, their lips twitching slightly. Was Xiao Yu truly such a simpleton as to invite a stranger aboard? However, Chayabai appeared increasingly intrigued, hastening to Brooke's side and striking the skeleton with enthusiasm. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Incredible! It's merely a skeleton. What kind of power is this? Can the dead truly speak?" My fascination with devil fruits grows ever stronger. Glid quickly caught on to Chayabai's enthusiasm. Indeed, if they could capture this skeleton for study, it would undoubtedly yield significant breakthroughs. With this thought, he regarded the skeleton with a feigned smile, and almost everyone made their way to the restaurant. The dining area aboard the Penguin was lavish, featuring a 10-meter-long white dining table accompanied by plush sofas and enormous aquariums. These tanks connected directly to the cabin below, which had formerly served as the crew's dormitory. After the betrayal, however, a third of this expansive space had been transformed into an aquarium, marking the entrance to this aquatic realm. At that moment, the housekeeper robot No. One was busy preparing dishes in the steaming pots. Created by Chiabai to assist Xiaolina in the kitchen, this robot bore no humanoid form. It resembled a large sphere akin to the combat robot, equipped with 6 extendable mechanical arms. Its infrared sensors assessed the quality of the ingredients, leaving Brooke in awe. Once everyone was seated, Xiaolina directed housekeeper robot number 1 to commence serving the cold dishes. Meanwhile, housekeeper robot number 2 emerged from the aquarium, clutching a massive sea fish in its mechanical grip. Please, engage in conversation for a moment. Once this sea fish is simmered into soup, we shall commence our meal, Xiaolina announced with a hint of delight. Little Rain clasped her hands and smiled, nodding. Turning to Brooke, she suddenly seemed to recall something and asked, by the way, you know Labu, right? Huh. Brooke stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. It was Grid, however, whose eyes widened in astonishment, who spoke in a low voice. How is that possible? This guy is the one Labu has been waiting for. How did he turn into a skeleton? Have you truly met Labu? Brooke, visibly excited, grasped Little Rain's hand tightly, to the point where she might have unleashed her power to push him away. Indeed, we have met Labu. Moreover, I informed him of your entire crew's demise, and that you are still alive. Little Rain nodded while speaking softly. Brooke promptly plopped down onto a chair, clearly elated, tears streaming from his empty eye sockets, leaving both Qianbing and Grid astonished. What manner of being is he? Is he human or some kind of undead creature? At that moment, Jolena and housekeeper number 1 arrived with bowls of fish soup, accompanied by several other hot dishes. Little Rain, who was particularly fond of fish, preferred it only if it was served hot. All right, let us eat and talk, Little Rain declared, picking up her chopsticks and gesturing towards the table, initiating the meal. Unlike Luffy's pirate crew, most members of Little Rain's crew had average appetites. Except for Aksu and Muse, the others maintained a normal level of consumption, while Grid and Anna sometimes showed little interest in food. With the Philosopher's Stone, one could survive without eating, while the other was constantly on a diet. As Brooke stuffed food into his mouth, he recounted his experiences over the years. When he spoke of his soul returning from hell, even Grid was taken aback. Not to mention Qianbing, who felt an urge to dismantle this skeleton for a closer examination. When Brooke inquired about Labu, Little Rain candidly shared her thoughts, touching Brooke's heart. But when she mentioned that her shadow had been taken by a powerful figure, Grid clenched his fists tightly, setting down his chopsticks and spoon. Brooke, take us to the terrifying 3-masted ship immediately. I'm getting excited about facing such an opponent. Brooke, taken aback by Grid's enthusiasm, replied, I'm afraid that's not feasible. That person possesses immense strength. I cannot allow my friends to venture into danger. Yet, seeing your expression gives me goosebumps, though I lack actual goosebumps. Xiao Yu chuckled, pointing at herself and declaring, I am a pirate with a bounty of 350 million. And this gentleman here has a bounty of 300 million as a scientist. As for this one, he boasts a bounty of 220 million. Do you think we are in any danger? She then gestured towards Jiaozi, who, feeling somewhat indignant, exclaimed, and my bounty is a mere 100 million. Xiao Yu burst into laughter, nodding vigorously. Indeed, Jiaozi's prowess is certainly worth far more than just 100 million. Are you all truly newcomers? Brooke inquired, evidently surprised, particularly by Xiao Yu's audacity. From the earlier conversation, he discerned that they had been at sea for merely 6 months. It was astonishing that within such a brief span, one could garner a bounty of 350 million. Who on earth were these individuals? Newcomers do not fall within our realm. Our aspirations lie in the New World. By the way, you should take us to the thriller bark post-haste. I can hardly contain my excitement to capture Gecko Moria and thoroughly investigate the capabilities of his shadow fruit. Xiao Yu grinned mischievously. Brooke, somewhat speechless, nodded vigorously. However, he seemed to recall something, and after a moment's pause, he wore a troubled expression, stating, as for the exact whereabouts of thriller bark, I am not particularly certain. Encountering it largely relies on luck. Gride's lips twitched slightly as he inquired, Shall you think of a way? This time, I absolutely must take down a warlord of the sea. He chuckled while stroking his chin. Xiao Yu shrugged, whispering with a smile, we can only wait. Alternatively, we could send the combatants to scout. After all, with such vast seas, how could I possibly know where to look? If you don't mind the trouble, we could soar into the sky and use our observation hockey to sense our surroundings. Gride, once again tapping his head in frustration, lamented, it seems we have no choice. That accursed skeleton doesn't even know the whereabouts of the one who stole his shadow. I truly wish to dismantle you to see what lies within your bony frame. I can clarify that. In truth, there is nothing inside me. Brook earnestly proclaimed, opening his skull. All members of the Little Rain Pirates were struck with incredulity. Chapter 60. The fearsome three-masted ship Perona found herself engulfed in boredom, having not encountered another vessel for a fortnight. The bear beside her incessantly attempted to engage her in conversation. After she had bound his mouth with a mask, she realized her solitude had only intensified. With a flutter of her eyelashes, she stepped onto the balcony of her chamber, gazing into the distance. In that moment, her eyes widened in astonishment, as if grappling with disbelief. Before her, a pirate ship exceeding 80 meters in length glided silently overhead, remarkably, as if struck by a sudden thought. The pirate ship turned back and hovered above the castle, where several heads emerged from the sides, peering down below. A pirate ship? Perona seemed to snap back to reality. In an instant, she unfurled her wine-red umbrella, unleashing a multitude of ghosts that soared towards the ship. At that very moment, aboard the Penguin, Glid furrowed his brow slightly and directed a question towards Little Rain. What is the meaning of these ghosts? Something feels amiss. At this moment, Xiao Yu soared into the air, gazing down at the three phantoms approaching from below. Smacking her lips softly, she remarked with a faint smile, These must be the spirits conjured by Perona's ghost fruit. I didn't expect to encounter this fellow so soon. By the way, we must avoid contact with her phantoms, otherwise we risk succumbing to an overwhelming sense of despair and losing our fighting spirit. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Grid seemed to react the quickest, pointing at the phantoms and exclaiming, avoiding their touch? What a joke. What are we supposed to do now? Surely, we can't just hide at the sight of a ghost. The others nodded in agreement, clearly supporting Grid's perspective. Particularly, Dumpling, who at that moment had developed a series of holes on his fingertips, chuckled and boldly declared, I wonder if this perforated wave can incinerate these phantoms. As soon as he uttered those words, the perforated wave surged through the bodies of the three phantoms. With a resounding boom, it collided with the castle wall, creating a massive chasm. The three phantoms, momentarily taken aback, swiftly resumed their flight towards the Penguin ship. Little Rain pursed her lips and explained, after all, it's not real fire. Perhaps it holds no power over these phantoms. As soon as her words fell, she moved directly in front of the specters. In an instant, a miniature version of the divine retribution manifested, and the three phantoms seemed to be sent flying. At that moment, Perona below widened her eyes in astonishment. She had not anticipated that any force could so effortlessly dispel such apparitions, at least. She had yet to witness anything like it. What is happening? Is someone attacking? Absalom, who had been evading Lola's shadowy advances, suddenly felt the castle tremble beneath him. Halting abruptly, in the next moment, he was flung away by the very shadow of Lola behind him. On the balcony opposite Perona, Little Rain and Dumpling floated in midair, quietly observing her. Perona, clearly taken aback, struggled to comprehend the situation. Are you one of Moonlight Moria's subordinates? I am Little Rain, captain of the Little Rain Pirates. Go summon Moonlight Moria. With your abilities, you may not stand a chance against us. Little Rain grinned, taking a closer look at the girl, who was quite striking, though her peculiar makeup was a bit hard for him to accept. At that moment, a thought sparked in Little Rain's mind. Non-mainstream. Huh? What? Perona thought her ears were deceiving her, suspecting that this individual had lost his senses. Moonlight Moria was, after all, one of the true warlords of the sea. Was this brat courting death? Just then, the Penguin ship descended slowly, landing on the open ground before the castle. Greed jumped off the ship and gazed at Absalom, who was pinned down by Lola's shadow. Frowning slightly, he asked in a low voice, Little Rain, is this fellow also a fruit user? He looks like a leopard. A leopard? This is the jaw of a lion. Absalom, irate, shook off Lola's shadow and clenched his fists, glaring intently at Greed. Oh, are you a user of the lion fruit? Greed inquired earnestly, stroking his chin. Clearly, he was eager to capture a fruit user for further study. At that moment, the other crew members, including Sunbei, jumped off the ship. Even Anna and Jolena, who had intended to stay behind, were unceremoniously pulled down by Combat King No. 1. Nonetheless, the girls were unnerved by the eerie, skeletal atmosphere, and upon disembarking, they quickly hid behind Muse, who stood tall and robust, able to shield both of them with ease. Xiao Yu and Jiaozi observed Perona, whose eyelids twitched ominously, as if on the verge of an explosive outburst. They shrugged and shouted downwards, this fellow possesses the power of the transparent fruit. However, with your formidable observation hockey, you should not fear his ambush after turning invisible. Transparent fruit user. Both Qianbing and Gelite exclaimed in unison, their astonishment palpable. Particularly for Qianbing, this ability was precisely what he had long sought. If he could become transparent himself, just imagine the possibilities during Anna's bath time. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he sank into a realm of boundless fantasies. Meanwhile, Absalom could hardly endure being treated like prey. His cheeks twitched, and he raised his hands towards Gelide and the others. At that moment, Gelide seemed to sense something amiss. With a decisive gesture, he pressed his palms together and placed them firmly on the ground. Instantly, an iron wall surged upwards from the earth. With a thunderous crash, 2 cannonballs struck the wall. Thankfully, Gelide's quick reflexes spared him and Qianbing, who was seated in the cockpit of Battle King No. 1, from calamity. Aksu snorted disdainfully and leaped high into the air, raising his sniper rifle to his shoulder. After firing 3 shots in rapid succession, he was taken aback to find that the adversary had vanished before his eyes. Gelide, with a hint of coldness at the corners of his mouth, murmured, "No wonder. This fellow's transparent fruit ability is indeed formidable. Were it not for the advanced applications of observation hockey I learned on Sky Island, I would not have detected his presence." As his words faded, countless steel swords erupted from the iron wall, piercing the air like arrows released from a quagmire. Such a relentless barrage left Absalom in a state akin to a waking nightmare. How could one possibly evade such an onslaught? Just then, a towering figure materialized before Absalom, shielding him from the hail of projectiles. The figure, resembling a giant porcupine, collapsed to the ground, its body bristling with arrows. In a hushed tone, it implored, "Lord Absalom, flee." Staring blankly at the shadow of Lola, Absalom opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. Instead, he turned and began to retreat. How could he contend with such an opponent? Even if rendered invisible, this foe could still locate him. Confronting such a figure was beyond his capabilities. However, Absalom did not flee outright. Instead, he dashed into a chamber within the castle to summon the zombie generals. Meanwhile, Perona's balcony suddenly collapsed with a deafening roar, prompting the ghost princess to turn and make her escape. These adversaries were far beyond her capacity to confront. The young boy who had appeared behind her in an instant had kicked her away before she could react. If it had not been for the ghost bombs providing cover, she might have met her demise in that very moment. As the gentle rain and dumplings descended slowly to the ground, Brooke, taken aback, shrugged and remarked, "These fellows are truly pathetic." Upon hearing this, beads of sweat began to form on Brooke's forehead. It was perplexing how this being, having had its soul inhabit a skeleton, could still perspire, pass gas, and yawn. Akasu's expression turned grave as he addressed the situation. "Boss Xiao Yu, this is one of the 7 warlords, Gecko Moria. Do we truly have a chance? After all, the abilities of these subordinates are exceedingly peculiar." With a playful smile, Xiao Yu extended a finger and gently waved it. No, truth be told, the Moonlight Moria is not nearly as formidable as Crocodile." "Oh? Then why is that fellow Crocodile positioned so far ahead, while this one lingers behind? Moreover, the abilities of his subordinates, such as